Snow White, 1992. By the third night, the death count was rising so high and so quickly that many of the divisional homicide teams were pulled off the front lines of riot control and put into emergency rotations in South Central. Detective Harry Bosch and his partner, Jerry Edgar, were pulled from Hollywood Division and assigned to a roving B-Watch team that also included 2 shotgunners from patrol for protection. They were dispatched to any place they were needed, wherever a body turned up. The 4-man team moved in a black and white patrol car, jumping from crime scene to crime scene and never staying still for long. It wasn't the proper way to carry out homicide work, not even close, but it was the best that could be done under the surreal circumstances of a city that had come apart at the seams. South Central was a war zone. Fires burned everywhere. Looters moved in packs from storefront to storefront, all semblance of dignity and moral code gone in the smoke that rose over the city. The gangs of South L.A. stepped up to control the darkness, even calling for a truce to their internecine battles to create a united front against the police. More than 50 people had died already. Store owners had shot looters, National Guardsmen had shot looters, looters had shot looters. And then there were the others, killers who used the camouflage of chaos and civil unrest to settle long-held scores that had nothing to do with the frustrations of the moment and the emotions displayed in the streets. 2 days before, the racial, social, and economic fractures that ran under the city broke the surface with seismic intensity. The trial of 4 LAPD officers accused of excessively beating a black motorist at the end of a high-speed chase had resulted in the delivery of not guilty verdicts. The reading of the jury's decision in a suburban courtroom 45 miles away had an almost immediate impact on South Los Angeles. Small crowds of angry people gathered on street corners to decry the injustice. And soon, things turned violent. The ever-vigilant media went high and live from the air, broadcasting the images into every home in the city, and then to the world. The department was caught flat-footed. The chief of police was out of Parker Center and making a political appearance when the verdict came in. Other members of the command staff were out of position as well. No one immediately took charge, and more important, no one went to the rescue. The whole department retreated, and the images of unchecked violence spread like wildfire across every television screen in the city. Soon, the city was out of control and in flames. 2 nights later, the acrid smell of burning rubber and smoldering dreams was still everywhere. Flames from 1,000 fires reflected like the devil dancing in the dark sky. Gunshots and shouts of anger echoed non-stop in the wake of the patrol car. But the 4 men in 6 Kings 16 did not stop for any of these. They stopped only for murder. It was Friday, May 1st. B-Watch was the emergency mobilization designation for Night Watch, a 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift. Bosch and Edgar had the back seat, while officers Robledo and Delwin had the front. Delwin, in the passenger seat, held his shotgun across his lap and angled up, its muzzle poking through the open window. They were rolling to a dead body found in an alley off Crenshaw Boulevard. The call had been relayed to the Emergency Communication Center by the California National Guard, which had been deployed in the city during the state of emergency. It was only 10:30, and the calls were stacking up. King 16 had already handled a homicide call since coming on shift. A looter shot dead in the doorway of a discount shoe store. The shooter had been the store's owner. That crime scene was contained within the premises of the business, which had allowed Bosch and Edgar to work with relative safety. Robledo and Delwin posted with shotguns and full riot gear on the sidewalk out front. And that also gave the detectives time to collect evidence, sketch the crime scene, and take their own photos. They recorded the statement of the store owner and watched the videotape from the business's surveillance camera. It showed the looter using an aluminum softball bat to smash through the glass door of the store. The man then ducked in through the jagged opening he had created and was promptly shot twice by the store owner, who was hiding behind the cash counter and waiting. Because the coroner's office was overrun with more death calls than it could handle, the body was removed from the store by paramedics and transported to County USC Medical Center. It would be held there until things calmed down, if they ever did, and the coroner caught up with the work. As far as the shooter went, Bosch and Edgar made no arrest. Whether it was self-defense or murder while lying in wait, the DA's office would make the call later. It was not the right way to proceed, but it would have to do. In the chaos of the moment, the mission was simple. Preserve the evidence, document the scene as well and as fast as possible, and collect the dead. Get in and get out, and do it safely. The real investigation would come later. Maybe. As they drove south on Crenshaw, they passed occasional crowds of people, mostly young men gathered on corners or roving in packs. At Crenshaw and Slauson, a group flying Crips colors jeered as the patrol car moved by at high speed without siren or flashing lights. Bottles and rocks were thrown, but the car moved too fast, and the missiles fell harmlessly behind it. "We'll be back, motherfuckers! Don't you worry!" It was Robledo who had called out, and Bosch had to assume he was speaking metaphorically. The young patrolman's threat was as hollow as the department's response had been once the verdicts were read on live TV Wednesday afternoon. Robledo, behind the wheel, only began to slow as they approached a blockade of National Guard vehicles and soldiers. The strategy drawn up the day before with the arrival of the Guard was to take back control of the major intersections in South LA and then move outward, eventually containing all trouble spots. They were less than a mile from one of those key intersections, Crenshaw and Florence, and the Guard troops and vehicles were already spread up and down Crenshaw for blocks. As he pulled up to the barricade at 62nd Street, Robledo lowered his window. A guardsman with sergeant stripes came to the door and leaned down to look at the car's occupants. "Sergeant Burston, San Luis Obispo. What can I do for you fellows?" "Homicide," Robledo said. He hooked a thumb toward Bosch and Edgar in the back. Burston straightened up and made an arm motion so that a path could be cleared and they could be let through. "Okay," he said. "She's in the alley on the east side between 66th Place and 67th Street. Go on through and my guys will show you. We'll form a tight perimeter and watch the roof lines. We've had unconfirmed reports of sniper fire in the neighborhood." Robledo put his window back up as he drove through. "My guys," he said, mimicking Burston's voice. "That guy's probably a school teacher or something back in the real world. I heard that none of these guys they brought in are even from L.A. From all around the state, but not L.A. Probably couldn't find Limer Park with a map." "2 years ago, neither could you, dude," Delwyn said. "Whatever. The guy doesn't know shit about this place and now he's all like, take charge? Fucking weekend warrior. All I'm saying is we didn't need these guys. Makes us look bad. Like we couldn't handle it and had to bring in the pros from San Luis Obispo." Edgar cleared his throat and spoke from the back seat. "I got news for you," he said. "We couldn't handle it, and we couldn't look any worse than we already did Wednesday night. We sat back and let the city burn, man. You see all that shit on TV? The thing you didn't see was any of us on the ground kicking ass. So don't be blaming the school teachers from Bispo. It's on us, man." "Whatever," Robledo said. "Says protect and serve on the side of the car," Edgar added. "We didn't do much of either." Bosch remained silent. Not that he disagreed with his partner. The department had embarrassed itself with its feeble response to the initial breakout of violence, but Harry wasn't thinking about that. He had been struck by what the sergeant had said about the victim being a she. It was the first mention of that, and as far as Bosch knew, there hadn't been any female murder victims so far. This wasn't to say that women weren't involved in the violence that had raked the city. Looting and burning were equal opportunity endeavors. Bosch had seen women engaged in both. The night before, he'd been on riot control on Hollywood Boulevard and had witnessed the looting of Frederick's, the famous lingerie store. Half the looters had been women. But the sergeant's report had given him pause nonetheless. A woman had been out here in the chaos, and it had cost her her life. Robledo drove through the opening in the barricade and continued south. 4 blocks ahead, a soldier was waving a flashlight, swinging its beam toward an opening between 2 of the retail shops that lined the east side of the street. Aside from soldiers posted every 25 yards, Crenshaw was abandoned. There was an eerie and dark stillness. All of the businesses on both sides of the streets were dark. Several had been hit by looters and arsonists. Others had miraculously been left untouched. On still others, boarded-up fronts announced with spray paint that they were black-owned, a meager defense against the mob. The alley opening was behind a looted wheel and tire shop called Dream Rims and a completely burned-out appliance store called Used, Not Abused. The burned building was wrapped with yellow tape and had been red-tagged by city inspectors as uninhabitable. Bosch guessed that this area had been hit early in the riots. They were only 20 blocks or so from the spot where the violence had initially sparked, at the intersection of Florence and Normandy, the place where people were pulled from cars and trucks and beaten while the world watched from above. The guardsman with the flashlight started walking ahead of 6K16, leading the car into the alley. 30 feet in, the guardsman stopped and held up his hand in a fist, as if they were on recon behind enemy lines. It was time to get out. Edgar hit Bosch on the arm with the back of his hand. "Remember, Harry, keep your distance. A nice 6-foot separation at all times." It was a joke meant to lighten the situation. Of the 4 men in the car, only Bosch was white. He'd be the likely first target of a sniper, of any shooter for that matter. "Got it," Bosch said. Edgar punched his arm again. "And put your hat on." Bosch reached down to the floorboard and grabbed the white riot helmet he had been issued at roll call. The order was to wear it at all times while on duty. He thought the shiny white plastic, more than anything else, made them targets. He and Edgar had to wait until Robledo and Delwyn got out and opened the rear doors of the cruiser for them. Bosch then finally stepped out into the night. He reluctantly put the helmet on, but didn't snap the chin strap. He wanted to smoke a cigarette, but time was of the essence, and he was down to a final smoke in the pack he carried in the left pocket of his uniform shirt. He had to conserve that one, as he had no idea when or where he would get the chance to replenish. Bosch looked around. He didn't see a body. The alley was clotted with debris, old and new. Old appliances, apparently not worthy of resale, had been stacked against the side wall of Used, Not Abused. Trash was everywhere, and part of the eave had collapsed to the ground during the fire. "Where is she?" he asked. "Over here," the guardsman said. "Against the wall." The alley was lit only by the patrol car's lights and the guardsman's flashlight. The appliances and other debris threw shadows against the wall and the ground. Bosch turned on his mag light and aimed its beam in the direction the guardsman had pointed. The wall of the appliance shop was covered with gang graffiti. Names, RIPs, threats. The wall was a message board for the local Crips set, the Rolling 60s. He walked 3 steps behind the guardsman, and soon he saw her. A small woman lying on her side at the bottom of the wall. She had been obscured by the shadow cast by a rusting-out washing machine. Before approaching any farther, Bosch played his light across the ground. At one point in time the alley was paved, but now it was broken concrete, gravel, and dirt. He saw no footprints or evidence of blood. He slowly moved forward and squatted down. He rested the heavy barrel of the 6-cell flashlight on his shoulder as he moved its beam over the body. From his long experience looking at dead people, he guessed she had been deceased at least 12 to 24 hours. The legs were bent sharply at the knees, and he knew that could be the result of rigor mortis, or an indication that she had been on her knees in the moments before her death. The skin that was visible on the arms and neck was ashen and dark where blood had coagulated. Her hands were almost black, and the odor of putrefaction was beginning to permeate the air. The woman's face was largely obscured by the long blonde hair that had fallen across it. Dried blood was visible in the hair at the back of the head, and was matted in the thick wave that obscured her face. Bosch moved the light up the wall above the body, and saw a blood spatter and drip pattern that indicated she had been killed here, not just dumped. Bosch took a pen out of his pocket and reached forward, using it to lift the hair back from the victim's face. There was gunshot stippling around the right eye socket and a penetration wound that had exploded the eyeball. She had been shot from only inches away, front to back, point-blank range. He put the pen back in his pocket and leaned in farther, pointing the light down behind her head. The exit wound, large and jagged, was visible. Death had no doubt been instantaneous. "Holy shit, is she white?" It was Edgar. He had come up behind Bosch and was looking over his shoulder like an umpire hovering over a baseball catcher. "Looks like it," Bosch said. He moved the light over the victim's body now. "What the hell's a white girl doing down here?" Bosch didn't answer. He had noticed something hidden under the right arm. He put his light down so he could pull on a set of gloves. "Put your light on her chest," he instructed Edgar. Gloves on, Bosch leaned back in toward the body. The victim was on her left side, her right arm extending across her chest and hiding something that was on a cord around her neck. Bosch gently pulled it free. It was a bright orange LAPD press pass. Bosch had seen many of them over the years. This one looked new. Its lamination sleeve was still clear and unscratched. It had a mugshot-style photo of a woman with blonde hair on it. Beneath it was her name and the media entity she worked for. Annika Jesperson, Berlingske Tidende. "She's foreign press," Bosch said. "Annika Jesperson." "From where?" Edgar asked. "I don't know. Germany, maybe. It says Berlin something. I can't pronounce it." "Why would they send somebody all the way over from Germany for this? Can't they mind their own business over there?" "I don't know for sure if she's from Germany. I can't tell." Bosch tuned out Edgar's chatter and studied the photograph on the press pass. The woman depicted was attractive even in a mugshot. No smile, no makeup, all business, her hair hooked behind her ears, her skin so pale as to be almost translucent. Her eyes had distance in them, like the cops and soldiers Bosch had known who had seen too much too soon. Bosch turned the press pass over. It looked legit to him. He knew press passes were updated yearly, and a validation sticker was needed for any member of the media to enter department news briefings or pass through media checkpoints at crime scenes. This pass had a 1992 sticker on it. It meant that the victim received it sometime in the last 120 days, but noting the pristine condition of the pass, Bosch believed it had been recently. Harry went back to studying the body. The victim was wearing blue jeans and a vest over a white shirt. It was an equipment vest with bulging pockets. This told Bosch that it was likely that the woman had been a photographer. But there were no cameras on her body or nearby. They had been taken, and possibly had even been the motive for the murder. Most news photographers he had seen carried multiple high-quality cameras and related equipment. Harry reached to the vest and opened one of the breast pockets. Normally this would be something he would ask a coroner's investigator to do, as jurisdiction of the body belonged to the county medical examiner's office. But Bosch had no idea if a coroner's crew would even show at the crime scene, and he wasn't going to wait to find out. The pocket held 4 black film canisters. He didn't know if this was film that had been shot or was unused. He rebuttoned the pocket, and in doing so felt a hard surface beneath it. He knew rigor mortis comes and goes in a day, leaving the body soft and movable. He pulled back the equipment vest and knocked a fist on the chest. It was a hard surface, and the sound confirmed this. The victim was wearing a bulletproof vest. "Hey, check out the hit list," Edgar said. Bosch looked up from the body. Edgar's flashlight was now aimed at the wall above. The graffiti directly over the victim was a 187 count, or hit list, with the names of several bangers who had gone down in street battles. Ken Dog, G-Dog, OG Nasty, Neckbone, and so on. The crime scene was in the rolling 60s territory. The 60s were a subset of the massive Crips gang. They were at endless war with the nearby 7 Treys, another Crips subset. The general public was for the most part under the impression that the gang wars that gripped most of South L.A. and claimed victims every night of the week came down to a Bloods versus Crips battle for supremacy and control of the streets. But the reality was that the rivalries between subsets of the same gang were some of the most violent in the city and largely responsible for the weekly body counts. The rolling 60s and 7 Treys were at the top of that list. Both Crips sets operated under kill-on-sight protocols, and the score was routinely noted in the neighborhood graffiti. An RIP list was used to memorialize homies lost in the endless battle, while a lineup of names under a 187 heading was a hit list, a record of kills. "Looks like what we've got here is Snow White and the 7 Trey Crips," Edgar added. Bosch shook his head, annoyed. The city had come off its hinges, and here in front of them was the result. A woman put up against a wall and executed, and his partner didn't seem to be able to take it seriously. Edgar must have read Bosch's body language. "It's just a joke, Harry," he said quickly. "Lighten up. We need some gallows humor around here." "Okay," Bosch said. "I'll lighten up while you go get on the radio. Tell them what we've got here. Make sure they know it's a member of the out-of-town media and see if they'll give us a full team. If not that, at least a photographer and some lights. Tell them we could really use some time and some help on this one." "Why? 'Cause she's white?" Bosch took a moment before responding. It was a careless thing for Edgar to have said. He was hitting back because Bosch had not responded well to the Snow White quip. "No, not because she's white," Bosch said evenly. "Because she's not a looter and she's not a gangbanger, and because they better believe that the media is going to jump all over a case involving one of their own. Okay? Is that good enough?" "Got it." "Good." Edgar went back to the car to use the radio, and Bosch returned to his crime scene. The first thing he did was delineate the perimeter. He backed several of the guardsmen down the alley so he could create a zone that extended 20 feet on either side of the body. The third and fourth sides of the box were the wall of the appliance shop on one side and the wall of the rim store on the other. As he marked it off, Bosch noted that the alley cut through a residential block that was directly behind the row of retail businesses that fronted Crenshaw. There was no uniformity in the containment of the backyards that lined the alley. Some of the homes had concrete walls, while others had wood slat or chain-link fences. Bosch knew that in a perfect world he would search all those yards and knock on all those doors, but that would have to come later, if at all. His attention at the moment had to be focused on the immediate crime scene. If he got the chance to canvass the neighborhood, he would consider himself lucky. Bosch noticed that Robledo and Delwyn had taken positions with their shotguns at the mouth of the alley. They were standing next to each other and talking, probably sharing a complaint about something. Back in Bosch's Vietnam days, that would have been called a sniper's 2-for-1 sale. There were 8 guardsmen posted inside the alley on the interior perimeter. Bosch noticed that a group of people were beginning to congregate and watch from the far end. He waved over the guardsman who had led them into the alley. "What's your name, soldier?" "Drummond, but everyone calls me Drummer." "Okay, Drummer, I'm Detective Bosch. Tell me who found her." "The body? That was Dowler. He came back here to take a leak and he found her. He said he could smell her first. He knew the smell." "Where's Dowler now?" "I think he's on post at the southern barricade." "I need to talk to him. Will you get him for me?" "Yes, sir." Drummond started to move toward the entrance of the alley. "Hold on, Drummer. I'm not done." Drummond turned around. "When did you deploy to this location?" "We've been here since 1800 yesterday, sir." "So you've had control of this area since then, this alley?" "Not exactly, sir. We started at Crenshaw and Florence last night, and we've worked east on Florence and north on Crenshaw. It's been block by block." "So when did you get to this alley?" "I'm not sure. I think we had it covered by dawn today." "And all the looting and burning in this immediate area, that was already over?" "Yes, sir. Happened first night, from what I've been told." "Okay, Drummer. One last thing. We need more light. Can you bring back here one of those trucks you have with all the lights on top?" "It's called a Humvee, sir." "Yeah, well, bring one back here from that end of the alley. Come in past those people and point the lights right at my crime scene." "You got it?" "Got it, sir." Bosch pointed to the end opposite the patrol car. "Good. I want to create a cross-hatching of light here, okay? It's probably going to be the best we can do." "Yes, sir." He started to trot away. "Hey, Drummer." Drummond turned around once more and came back. "Yes, sir?" Bosch whispered now. "All your guys are watching me. Shouldn't they be turned around, eyes out?" Drummond stepped back and twirled his finger over his head. "Hey, turn it around, eyes out. We've got a job here. Keep the watch." He pointed down the alley toward the gathering of onlookers. "And make sure we keep those people back." The guardsmen did as they were told, and Drummond headed out of the alley to radio Dowler and get the light truck. Bosch's pager buzzed on his hip. He reached to his belt and snapped the device out of its holder. The number on the screen was the command post, and he knew he and Edgar were about to be given another call. They hadn't even started here, and they were going to be yanked. He didn't want that. He put the pager back on his belt. Bosch walked over to the first fence that started from the back corner of the appliance shop. It was a wood slat barrier that was too tall for him to look over. But he noticed it had been freshly painted. There was no graffiti, not even on the alley side of it. He noted this because it indicated that there was a homeowner on the other side who cared enough to whitewash the graffiti. Maybe it was the kind of person who kept their own watch and might have heard or even seen something. From there he crossed the alley and dropped to a squatting position at the far corner of the crime scene, like a fighter in his corner waiting to come out. He started playing the beam of his flashlight across the broken concrete and dirt surface of the alley. At the oblique angle, the light refracted off the myriad surface planes, giving him a unique view. Soon enough he saw the glint of something shiny and held the beam on it. He moved in on the spot and found a brass bullet casing lying in the gravel. He got down on his hands and knees so he could look closely at the casing without moving it. He moved the light in close and saw that it was a 9mm brass casing with a familiar Remington brand mark stamped on the flat base. There was an indentation from the firing pin on the primer. Bosch also noted that the casing was lying on top of the gravel bed. It had not been stepped on or run over in what he assumed was a busy alleyway. That told him that the casing had not been there long. Bosch was looking around for something to mark the casing's location with when Edgar stepped back into the crime scene. He was carrying a toolbox, and that told Bosch that they weren't going to get any help. "Harry, what did you find?" 9mm Remington. Looks fresh." "Well, at least we found something useful." "Maybe. You get the CP?" Edgar put down the toolbox. It was heavy. It contained the equipment they had quickly gathered in the kit room at Hollywood Station once they heard they could not count on any forensic backup in the field. "Yeah, I got through, but it's no can-do from the command post. Everybody's otherwise engaged. We're on our own out here, brother." "No coroner either?" "No coroner. The National Guard's coming with a truck for a troop transporter." "You gotta be kidding me. They're going to move her in a fucking flatbed?" "Not only that, we got our next call already. A crispy critter. Fire department found him in a burned-out taco shop on MLK. God damn it, we just got here." "Yeah, well, we're up again, and we're closest to MLK, so they want us to clear and steer." "Yeah, well, we're not done here, not by a long shot." "Nothing we can do about it, Harry." Bosch was obstinate. "I'm not leaving yet. There's too much to do here, and if we leave it till next week or whenever, then we've lost the crime scene. We can't do that. We don't have a choice, partner. We don't make the rules." "Bullshit." "Okay, tell you what. We give it 15 minutes. We take a few pictures, bag the casing, put the body on the truck, and then we shuffle on down the road. Come Monday, or whenever this is over, it isn't even going to be our case anymore. We go back to Hollywood after everything calms down, and this thing stays right here. Somebody else's case, then. This is 77th's turf. It'll be their problem." It didn't matter to Bosch what came later, whether the case went to detectives at 77th Street Division or not. What mattered was what was in front of him. A woman named Annika from someplace far away lay dead, and he wanted to know who did it and why. "Doesn't matter that it's not going to be our case," he said. "That's not the point." "Harry, there is no point," Edgar said. "Not now. Not with complete chaos all around us. Nothing matters right now, man. The city is out of control. You can't expect—" The sudden rip of automatic gunfire split the air. Edgar dove to the ground, and Bosch instinctively threw himself toward the wall of the appliance shop. His helmet went flying off. Bursts of gunfire from several of the guardsmen followed until finally the shooting was quelled by shouting. "Hold your fire! Hold your fire! Hold your fire!" The gunshots ended, and Burston, the sergeant from the barricade, came running up the alley. Bosch saw Edgar slowly getting up. He appeared to be unharmed, but he was looking at Bosch with an odd expression. "Who opened first?" the sergeant yelled. "Who fired?" "Me," said one of the men in the alley. "I thought I saw a weapon on the roofline." "Where, soldier? What roofline? Where was the sniper?" "Over there." The shooter pointed to the roofline of the Rims store. "God damn it!" the sergeant yelled. "Hold your fucking fire! We cleared that roof! There's nobody up there but us! Our people!" "Sorry, sir, I saw that—" "Son, I don't give a flying fuck what you saw. You get any of my people killed and I will personally frag your ass myself." "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir." Bosch stood up. His ears were ringing and his nerves jangling. The sudden spit of automatic fire wasn't new to him, but it had been almost 25 years since it was a routine part of his life. He went over and picked up his helmet and put it back on. Sergeant Burston walked up to him. "Continue your work, detectives. If you need me, I'll be on the north perimeter. We have a truck coming in for the remains. I understand that we are to provide a team to escort your car to another location and another body." He then charged out of the alley. "Jesus Christ, you believe that?" Edgar asked. "Like Desert Storm or something. Vietnam. What the hell are we doing here, man?" "Let's just go to work," Bosch said. "You draw the crime scene, I'll work the body, take pictures. Let's move." Bosch squatted down and opened the toolbox. He wanted to get a photograph of the bullet casing in place before he bagged it as evidence. Edgar kept talking. The adrenaline rush from the shooting was not dissipating. He talked a lot when he was hyper, sometimes too much. "Harry, did you see what you did when that yahoo opened up with a gun?" "Yeah, I ducked like everybody else." "No, Harry. You covered the body. I saw it. You shielded Snow White over there like she was still alive or something." Bosch didn't respond. He lifted the top tray out of the toolbox and reached in for the Polaroid camera. He noted that they only had 2 packs of film left. 16 shots plus whatever was left in the camera. Maybe 20 shots total, and they had this scene and the one waiting on MLK. It was not enough. His frustration was peaking. "What was that about, Harry?" Edgar persisted. Bosch finally lost it and barked at his partner. "I don't know, okay? I don't know. So let's just go to work now and try to do something for her, so maybe, just maybe, somebody, sometime, will be able to make a case." His outburst had drawn the attention of most of the guardsmen in the alley. The soldier who had started the shooting earlier stared hard at him, happy to pass the mantle of unwanted attention. "Okay, Harry," Edgar said quietly. "Let's go to work. We do what we can. 15 minutes, and then we're on to the next one." Bosch nodded as he looked down at the dead woman. 15 minutes, he thought. He was resigned. He knew the case was lost before it had even started. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Part 1. The Gun Walk, 2012. Chapter 1. They made him wait. The explanation was that Coleman was at Chow, and pulling him out would create a problem, because after the interview they would have to reinsert him into the second meal block, where he might have enemies unknown to the guard staff. Someone could make a move against him, and the guards wouldn't see it coming. They didn't want that, so they told Bosch to hang loose for 40 minutes, while Coleman finished his Salisbury steak and green beans, sitting at a picnic table in D-Yard, in the comfort and safety of numbers. All the rolling 60s at San Quentin shared the same food and rec blocks. Bosch passed the time by studying his props and rehearsing his play. It was all on him. No help from a partner. He was by himself. Cutbacks in the department's travel budget had turned almost all prison visits into solo missions. Bosch had taken the first flight up that morning and hadn't thought about the timing of his arrival. The delay wouldn't matter in the long run. He wasn't flying back till 6 p.m., and the interview with Rufus Coleman probably wouldn't take long. Coleman would either go for the offer or not. Either way, Bosch wouldn't be long with him. The interview room was a steel cubicle with a built-in table dividing it. Bosch sat on one side, a door directly behind him. Across the table from him was an equal-sized space with a matching door. They would bring Coleman through there, he knew. Bosch was working the 20-year-old murder of Annika Jesperson, a photographer and journalist shot to death during the 1992 riots. Harry had worked the case and the crime scene for less than an hour back then before being pulled away to work other murders in a crazy night of violence that had him moving from case to case. After the riots ended, the department formed the Riot Crimes Task Force, and the investigation of the Jesperson murder was taken over by that unit. It was never solved, and after 10 years of being classified as open and active, the investigation and what little evidence had been gathered was quietly boxed up and placed in archives. It wasn't until the 20th anniversary of the riots was approaching that the media-savvy chief of police sent a directive to the lieutenant in charge of the Open Unsolved Unit, ordering a fresh look at all unsolved murders that occurred during the unrest in 1992. The chief wanted to be ready when the media started their inquiries in regard to their 20 years later stories. The department might have been caught flat-footed back in 92, but it wouldn't be in 2012. The chief wanted to be able to say that all unsolved murders from the riots were still under active investigation. Bosch specifically asked for the Annika Jesperson case, and after 20 years returned to it. Not without misgivings. He knew that most cases were solved within the first 48 hours, and after that the chances of clearance dropped markedly. This case had barely been worked for even one of those 48 hours. It had been neglected because of circumstances, and Bosch had always felt guilty about it, as though he had abandoned Annika Jesperson. No homicide detective likes leaving a case behind unsolved, but in this situation Bosch was given no choice. The case was taken from him. He could easily blame the investigators that followed him on it, but Bosch had to count himself among those responsible. The investigation started with him at the crime scene. He couldn't help but feel that no matter how short a time he was there, he must have missed something. Now, 20 years later, he got another shot at it, and it was a very long shot at that. He believed that every case had a black box, a piece of evidence, a person, a positioning of facts that brought a certain understanding and helped explain what had happened and why. But with Annika Jesperson, there was no black box. Just a pair of musty cardboard boxes retrieved from archives that gave Bosch little direction or hope. The boxes included the victim's clothing and bulletproof vest, her passport and other personal items, as well as a backpack and the photographic equipment retrieved from her hotel room after the riots. There was also the single 9mm shell casing found at the crime scene and the thin investigative file put together by the Riot Crimes Task Force, the so-called murder book. The murder book was largely a record of inactivity on the case on the part of the RCTF. The task force had operated for a year and had had hundreds of crimes, including dozens of murders, to investigate. It was almost as overwhelmed as investigators like Bosch had been during the actual riots. The RCTF had put up billboards in South LA that advertised a telephone tip line and rewards for information leading to arrests and convictions for riot-related crimes. Different billboards carried different photos of suspects or crime scenes or victims. 3 of them carried a photo of Annika Jesperson and asked for any information on her movements and murder. The unit largely worked off what came in from the billboards and other public outreach programs and pursued cases where there was solid information. But nothing of value ever came in on Jesperson, and so nothing ever came of the investigation. The case was a dead end. Even the one piece of evidence from the crime scene, the bullet casing, wasn't of value without a gun to match it to. In his survey of the archived records and case effects, Bosch found that the most noteworthy information gathered from the first investigation was about the victim. Jesperson was 32 years old and from Denmark, not Germany as Bosch had thought for 20 years. She worked for a Copenhagen newspaper called Berlingske Tidende, where she was a photojournalist in the truest sense of the word. She wrote stories and shot film. She had been a war correspondent who documented the world's skirmishes with both words and pictures. She had arrived in Los Angeles the morning after the riots had started, and she was dead by the next morning. In the following weeks, the Los Angeles Times ran short profiles of all those killed during the violence. The story on Jesperson quoted her editor and her brother back in Copenhagen and depicted the journalist as a risk-taker who was always quick to volunteer for assignments in the world's danger zones. In the 4 years prior to her death, she had covered conflicts in Iraq, Kuwait, Lebanon, Senegal, and El Salvador. The unrest in Los Angeles was hardly on the level of war or some of the other armed conflicts she had photographed and reported on, but according to the Times, she happened to be traveling across the United States on vacation when rioting in the City of Angels broke out. She promptly called the photo desk at the BT, as the newspaper in Copenhagen was more commonly known, and left a message with her editor saying that she was heading to LA from San Francisco. But she was dead before she had filed any photos or a story with a newspaper. Her editor had never spoken to her after getting the message. After the RCTF was disbanded, the unsolved Jesperson case was assigned to the Homicide Squad at 77th Street Division, the geographical policing area where the murder occurred. Given to new detectives with their own backup of open cases, the investigation was shelved. The notations in the investigative chronology were few and far between, and largely just a record of the outside interest in the case. The LAPD wasn't working the case with anything approaching fervor, but her family and those who knew Jesperson in the international journalism community did not give up hope. The chronology included records of their frequent inquiries about the case. These marked the record right up until the case files and effects were sent to archives. After that, those who inquired about Annika Jesperson were most likely ignored, as was the case they were calling about. Curiously, the victim's personal belongings were never returned to her family. The archive boxes contained the backpack and property that was turned over to the police several days after the murder, when the manager of the Travelodge on Santa Monica Boulevard matched the name on a riot victim list printed in the Times to the guest registry. It had been thought that Annika Jesperson had skipped out on her room. The belongings she had left behind were put in a locked storage closet at the motel. Once the manager determined that Jesperson wasn't coming back because she was dead, the backpack containing her property was delivered to the RCTF, which was working out of temporary offices at Central Division in downtown. The backpack was in one of the archive boxes that Bosch had retrieved from case storage. It contained 2 pairs of jeans, 4 white cotton shirts, and assorted underwear and socks. Jesperson obviously traveled light, packing like a war correspondent even for a vacation. This was probably because she was heading straight back to war following her vacation in the United States. Her editor had told the Times that the newspaper was sending Jesperson directly from the States to Sarajevo in the former Yugoslavia, where war had broken out just a few weeks earlier. Reports of mass rapes and ethnic cleansing were breaking in the media, and Jesperson was heading to the center of the war, due to leave the Monday after the riots erupted in Los Angeles. She probably considered the quick stop by L.A. to snap shots of rioters just a warm-up for what awaited in Bosnia. Also in the pockets of the backpack were Jesperson's Danish passport, along with several packages of unused 35mm film. Jesperson's passport showed an INS entry stamp at John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York 6 days before her death. According to the investigative records and the newspaper accounts, she had been traveling by herself and had made it to San Francisco when the verdicts came down in Los Angeles and the violence began. None of the records or news stories accounted for where in the United States Jesperson had been during the 5 days leading up to the riots. It apparently wasn't seen as germane to the investigation of her death. What did seem clear was that the breakout of violence in Los Angeles was a strong pull to Jesperson, and she immediately diverted, apparently driving through the night to Los Angeles in a rental car she had picked up at San Francisco International. On Thursday morning, April 30th, she presented her passport and Danish press credentials at the LAPD media office in order to get a press pass. Bosch had spent most of 1969 and 1970 in Vietnam. He had encountered many journalists and photographers in the base camps and out in fire zones as well. In all of them, he had seen a unique form of fearlessness. Not a warrior's fearlessness, but almost a naive belief in one's ultimate survival. It was as though they believed that their cameras and press passes were shields that would save them, no matter the circumstance. He had known one photographer particularly well. His name was Hank Zinn, and he worked for the Associated Press. He had once followed Bosch into a tunnel in Cu Chi. Zinn was the kind of guy who never turned down an opportunity to go out into Indian country and get what he called the real thing. He died in early 1970 when a Huey he had jumped on for transport to the front was shot down. One of his cameras was recovered intact in the debris field, and somebody at base developed the film. It turned out Zinn was shooting frames the whole time the chopper was taking fire and then going down. Whether he was valiantly documenting his own death or thinking he was going to have great shots to file when he got back to base camp could never be known. But knowing Zinn, Bosch believed he thought he was invincible, and the chopper crash would not be the end of the line. As Bosch took up the Jesperson case after so many years, he wondered if Annika Jesperson had been like Zinn. Sure of her invincibility, sure that her camera and press pass would lead her through the fire. There was no doubt that she had put herself in harm's way. He wondered what her last thought was when her killer pointed the gun at her eye. Was she like Zinn? Had she taken his picture? According to a list provided by her editor in Copenhagen and contained in the RCTF investigation file, Jesperson carried a pair of Nikon 4s and a variety of lenses. Of course, her field equipment was taken and never recovered. Whatever filmed clues might have been in her cameras were long gone. The RCTF investigators developed the canisters of film found in the pockets of her vest. Some of these black and white 8x10 prints, along with 4 proof sheets showing miniatures of all 96 shots, were in the murder book, but they offered very little in the way of evidence or investigative leads. They were simply shots of the California National Guard mustering at the Coliseum after being called into the fray in Los Angeles. Other shots were of guardsmen manning barricades at intersections in the riot zone. There were no shots of violence or burning and looting, though there were several of guardsmen on post outside businesses that had been looted or burned. The photos were apparently taken on the day of her arrival, after she had gotten her press pass from the LAPD. Beyond their historic value as documentation of the riots, the photos were deemed useless to the murder investigation in 1992, and Bosch couldn't disagree with that assessment 20 years later. The RCTF file also contained a property report dated May 11, 1992, and detailing the recovery of the Avis rental car that Jesperson had picked up at San Francisco International. The car had been found abandoned on Crenshaw Boulevard, 7 blocks from the alley where her body was found. In the 10 days it had been sitting there, it had been broken into and its interior stripped. The report stated that the car and its contents, or lack thereof, had no investigative value. What it came down to was that the one piece of evidence found by Bosch within the first hour of the investigation remained the most important hope for a resolution: the bullet casing. Over the past 20 years, law enforcement technologies had grown at light speed. Things not even dreamed about then were routine now. The advent of technological applications to evidence and crime solving had led to reassessments of old unsolved crimes everywhere on the planet. Every major metropolitan police department had teams assigned to cold case investigations. Using new technologies on old cases sometimes came down to shooting fish in a barrel. DNA matches, fingerprint matches, and ballistics matches often led to slam-bang cases against culprits who had long believed they had gotten away with murder. But sometimes it was more complicated. One of the first moves Bosch made upon reopening case number 9212-00346 was to take the bullet casing to the firearms unit for analysis and profiling. Because of the workload backup and the non-priority status of cold case requests coming from the open unsolved unit, 3 months went by before Bosch got a return. The response wasn't a panacea, an answer that would immediately solve the case, but it gave Bosch a pathway. After 20 years of no justice for Annika Jesperson, that wasn't bad at all. The firearms report gave Bosch the name Rufus Coleman, 41 years old and a hardcore member of the Rolling 60s Crips gang. He was currently incarcerated for murder in the California State Penitentiary at San Quentin. Chapter 2. It was almost noon by the time the door opened and Coleman was let in by 2 prison guards. He was locked with his arms behind his back into the seat across the table from Bosch. The guards warned him that they would be watching, and then left the two of them staring at each other across the table. "You a cop, right?" Coleman said. "You know what putting me in a room with a cop could do to me, if one of these hacks put word round." Bosch didn't answer. He studied the man across from him. He had seen mugshots, but they only framed Coleman's face. He knew Coleman was big. He was a known rolling 60s enforcer, but not this big. He had a heavily muscled and sculpted physique, a neck wider than his head, including his ears. 16 years of push-ups and sit-ups and whatever exercises he could manage in his cell had given him a chest that easily extended beyond his chin, and triceps vices that looked like they could crush walnuts to powder. In the mugshots, his hair had always had a stylized fade. Now his head was clean-shaven, and he had used his dome as a canvas for the Lord. On either side, he had blue prison ink crosses wrapped in barbed wire. Bosch wondered if that was part of the lobbying effort with the parole board. "I'm saved. It says so right here on my cranium." "Yes, I'm a cop," Bosch finally said. "Up from L.A. "Sheriff's or PD?" "LAPD. My name's Bosch. And Rufus, this is going to be the single luckiest or unluckiest day of your life. The cool thing is, you're going to get to pick which one of those days it is. Most of us, we never get the chance to choose between good luck and bad luck. One or the other of them just sort of happens. It's fate. But this time you do, Rufus. You get to choose. Right now." "Yeah? How's that? You the man with all the luck in your pockets?" Bosch nodded. "Today, I am." Bosch had placed a file folder on the table before Coleman was brought in. He now opened it and lifted out 2 letters. He left the envelope, which was addressed and already stamped, in the file, just far enough away that Coleman wouldn't be able to read it. "So next month you're taking your second shot at parole, I hear," Bosch said. "That's right," Coleman said, a slight tone of curiosity and concern in his voice. "Well, I don't know if you know how it works, but the same 2 board members who heard your first hearing 2 years ago come back for your second. So you got 2 guys coming who already turned you down once. That means you're going to need help, Rufus. I already got the Lord on my side." He leaned forward and turned his head from side to side, so Bosch could get a good look at the tattooed crosses. They reminded Harry of the team logo on the side of a football helmet. "I think you're going to need more than a couple tattoos, you ask me." "I'm not asking you, Dick. 5-0. I don't need your help. I got my letters all sorted and the D-Block chaplain and my good record. I even got a forgiveness letter from the Regis family." Walter Regis was the name of the man Coleman had murdered in cold blood. "Yeah? How much you pay for that?" "I didn't pay. I prayed, and the Lord provided. The family knows me and what I'm about now. They forgive my sins, as does the Lord." Bosch nodded and looked down at the letters in front of him for a long moment before continuing. "All right. So you got it all set. You got the letter, and you've got the Lord. You may not need me working for you, Rufus, but you sure don't want me working against you. That's the thing. You don't want that. So get to it. What's your fucking play?" Bosch nodded. Now they were down to it. He lifted the envelope. "You see this envelope? It's addressed to the parole board in Sacramento, and it's got your inmate number down here in the corner, and it's got a stamp on it, all ready to go." He put the envelope down and picked up the letters, 1 in each hand, holding them out side by side for Coleman to look at and read. "I'm going to put one of these 2 letters in that envelope and drop it in a mailbox as soon as I get out of here today. You're going to decide which one." Coleman leaned forward, and Bosch heard the shackles click against the back of his metal chair. He was so big it looked like he was wearing a linebacker's shoulder pads under his gray prison jumpsuit. "What are you talking about, 5-0? I can't read that shit." Bosch leaned back and turned the letters so he could read them. "Well, they are letters addressed to the parole board. One speaks very favorably of you. It says you are remorseful about the crimes you have committed and have been cooperating with me in seeking the resolution of a long unsolved murder. It ends, "I ain't cooperating with you on shit, man. You can't put a snitch jacket on me. You watch your fucking mouth on that shit." It ends with me recommending that you be granted parole. Bosch put the letter down and turned his attention to the other. Now, the second one is not so good for you. This one says nothing about remorse. It says that you have refused to cooperate in a murder investigation in which you have important information. And lastly, it says that the LAPD's Gang Intelligence Unit has gathered intel that suggests that the Rolling 60s are awaiting your return to freedom so they can once again utilize your skills as a hitman for the— "That's some bullshit right there. That's a lie. You can't send that shit." Bosch calmly put the letter down on the table and started folding it for the envelope. He looked at Coleman deadpan. "You're going to sit there and tell me what I can do and can't do? That's not how this works, Rufus. You give me what I want, and I give you what you want. That's how it works." Bosch ran his finger along the creases of the letter and then started sliding it into the envelope. "What murder you talking about?" Bosch looked up at him. There was the first give. Bosch reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulled out the photo of Jesperson he'd had made from her press pass. He held it up for Coleman to see. "A white girl? I don't know nothing about no murdered white girl." "I didn't say you did." "Then what the fuck we doing here? When did she get her ass killed?" "May 1st, 1992. Coleman did the date math, shook his head, and smiled like he was dealing with a dummy. "You got the wrong guy. 92 I was in Corcoran on a 5-spot. Eat that shit, detective." "I know exactly where you were in 92. You think I'd come all the way up here if I didn't know everything about you?" "All I know is that I was nowhere near some white girl's murder." Bosch shook his head as if to say he wasn't arguing that point. "Let me explain it to you, Rufus, because I've got somebody else I want to see in here, and then a plane to catch. You listening now?" "I'm listening. Let's hear your shit." Bosch held the photo up again. "So we're talking 20 years ago. The night of April 30th going into May 1st, 1992. The second night of the LA riots. Annika Jesperson from Copenhagen is down on Crenshaw with her cameras. She's taking pictures for the newspaper back in Denmark." "The fuck's she doing down there? She shouldn't have been down there." "I won't argue that, Rufus, but she was there. And somebody stood her up against a wall in an alley and popped her right in the eye." "Wasn't me, and I don't know a thing about it." "I know it wasn't you. You've got the perfect alibi. You were in prison. Can I continue?" "Yeah, man. Tell your story." "Whoever killed Annika Jesperson used a Beretta. We recovered the shell at the scene. The shell showed the distinctive markings of a Beretta Model 92. Bosch studied Coleman to see if he was seeing where this was going. "You following me now, Rufus?" "I'm following, but I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." "The gun that killed Annika Jesperson was never recovered. The case was never solved. Then 4 years later, you come along fresh out of Corcoran and get arrested and charged with the murder of a rival gang member named Walter Regis, age 19. You shot him in the face while he was sitting in a booth at a club on Florence. The supposed motivation was that he was seen selling crack on one of the 60s corners. You were convicted of that crime based on multiple eyewitness testimony and your own statements to police. But the one piece of evidence they didn't have was the gun you used, a Beretta Model 92. The gun was never recovered. You see where I'm going with this? Not yet. Coleman was starting to dummy up, but that was okay with Bosch. Coleman wanted one thing: to get out of prison. He would eventually understand that Bosch could either help or hurt his chances. Well, let me keep telling the story and you try to follow along. I'll try to make it easy for you. He paused. Coleman didn't object. So now we're up to 1996, and you get convicted and get 15 to life and go off to prison like the good rolling 60s soldier that you were. Another 7 years go by, and now it's 2003 and there's another murder. A street dealer in the Grape Street Crips named Eddie Vaughn gets whacked and robbed while he's sitting in his car with a .40 and a blunt. Somebody reaches in from the passenger side and puts 2 in his head and 2 in the torso. But reaching in like that was bad form. The shells were ejected and they bounced all around inside the car. No time to grab them all. The shooter gets 2 of them and just runs off. What's it got to do with me, man? I was up here by then. Bosch nodded emphatically. You're right, Rufus. You were up here. But you see, by 2003 they had this thing called the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. It's a computer data bank run by the ATF, and it keeps track of bullets and casings collected from crime scenes and murder victims. That's fucking fantastic. Ballistics, Rufus. It's practically like having fingerprints now. They match those shells from Eddie Vaughn's car to the gun you used 7 years earlier to wipe out Walter Regis. Same gun used in both killings by 2 different killers. That's some cool shit there, detective. It sure is, but it's not really news to you. I know they came up here to talk to you about the Vaughn case. The investigators on that one, they wanted to know who you gave the gun to after you hit Regis. They wanted to know who the rolling 60s shot caller that you did the hit for was. Because they were thinking the same guy might have called the shot on Vaughn. I think I might remember that. It was a long time ago. I didn't tell him shit then, and I ain't telling you shit now. Yeah, I pulled the report. You told them to fuck themselves and go on back home. See, back then you were still a soldier, brave and strong. But that was 9 years ago, and you had nothing to lose then. The thought of making parole in 10 years was pie-in-the-sky stuff to you. But now it's a different story. And now we're talking about 3 murders with the same gun. Earlier this year, I took the shell we picked up at the Jesperson scene in '92 and had it run through the ATF databank. It matched up to Regis and Vaughn. 3 killings tied to 1 gun, a Beretta Model 92. Bosch sat back in his chair and waited for a reaction. He knew that Coleman knew what he wanted. I can't help you, man, Coleman said. You can call the hacks back in for me. You sure? Because I can help you. He lifted the envelope. Or I could hurt you. He waited. I could make sure you put in another 10 years here before they even look at you again for parole. Is that how you want to play it? Coleman shook his head. And how long you think I'd last out there if I helped you, man? Not long at all. I'll give you that. But nobody has to know about this, Rufus. I'm not asking you to testify in court or give a written statement. At least not yet, Bosch thought. All I want is a name. Between you and me right here, and that's it. I want the guy who called the hit. The guy who gave you the gun and told you to take out Regis. The guy you gave the gun back to after you did the job. Coleman cast his eyes to the table as he thought. Bosch knew he was weighing the years. Even the strongest of soldiers has a limit. It's not like that, he finally said. The shot caller never talks to the gunner. There are buffers, man. Bosch had been briefed by gang intelligence before making the journey. He had been told that the hierarchies of the long-time South Central gangs were usually set up like paramilitary organizations. It was a pyramid, and a bottom-level enforcer like Coleman wouldn't even know who had called the hit on Regis. So Bosch had used the question as a test. If Coleman named the shot caller, he would know Coleman was lying. "All right," Bosch said. "I get that. So then, let's keep it simple. Keep it on the gun. Who gave it to you the night you hit Regis, and who'd you give it back to after?" Coleman nodded and kept his eyes down. He remained silent, and Bosch waited. This was the play. This was what he had come for. "I can't do this no more," Coleman whispered. Bosch said nothing and tried to keep his breathing normal. Coleman was going to break. "I got a kid," he said. "She's practically a grown woman, and I never seen her anywhere but this place. I seen her in prison. That's all." Bosch nodded. "That shouldn't be," he said. "I've got a daughter myself, and I went through a lot of years without her." Bosch now saw a wet shine in Coleman's eyes. The gang soldier was worn by years of incarceration and guilt and fear. 16 years of watching his own back. The layers of muscle were simply the disguise of a broken man. "Give me the name, Rufus," he urged, "and I send the letter. Done deal. You don't give me what I want, and you know you'll never get out of here alive. And there'll always be glass between you and your girl." With his arms cuffed behind him, Coleman could do nothing about the tear that dripped down his left cheek. He bowed his head. "True story," Bosch heard him say. Bosch waited. Coleman said nothing else. "Tell it," Bosch finally said. "Tell what?" Coleman asked. "The true story. Tell it." Coleman shook his head. "No, man. That's the name. Trumont's story. They call him True, like TRU. He gave me the gun to do the job, and I gave it back after." Bosch nodded. He had gotten what he'd come for. "One thing, though," Coleman said. "What's that?" "True story's dead, man. At least that's what I heard up here." Bosch had prepared himself on the way up. In the past 2 decades, the gang body count in South L.A. was in the thousands. He knew that there was a better-than-good chance he was looking for a dead man. But he also knew that the trail didn't necessarily stop with True Story. "You still going to send in that letter?" Coleman asked. Bosch stood up. He was done. The brutish man in front of him was a stone-cold killer, and was in the place he deserved to be. But Bosch had made a deal with him. "You've probably thought about it 1,000,000 times," he said. "What do you do after you get out and hug your daughter?" Coleman answered without missing a beat. "I find a corner." He waited, knowing Bosch would jump to the wrong conclusion. "And I start to preach. I tell everybody what I've learned, what I know. Society won't have no problem with me. I'll be a soldier still, but I'll be a soldier for Christ." Bosch nodded. He knew that many who left here had the same plan, to go with God. Few of them made it. It was a system that relied on repeat customers. In his gut, he knew Coleman was probably one of them. "Then, I'll send the letter," he said. Chapter 3. In the morning, Bosch went to the South Bureau on Broadway to meet with Detective Geordie Gant in the gang enforcement detail. Gant was at his desk and on a phone call when Bosch arrived, but it didn't sound important, and he quickly got off. "How'd it go up there with Rufus?" he said. He smiled as a way of showing understanding if Bosch said, as expected, that the trip to San Quentin was a bust. "Well, he gave me a name, but he also told me the guy was dead, so the whole thing could have been him playing me while I was playing him." "What's the name?" "Trumont Story. Heard of him?" Gant just nodded and turned to a short stack of files on the side of his desk. Next to it was a small black box labeled Rolling 60s 1991 to 1994. Bosch recognized it as a box that was used in the old days for holding field interview cards. That was before the department started using computers to store intelligence data. "Imagine that," Gant said. "And I just happen to have True Story's file right here." "Yeah, imagine that," Bosch said, taking the file. He opened it directly to an 8x10 shot of a man lying dead on a sidewalk. There was a contact entry wound on his left temple. His right eye had been replaced with a large exit wound. A small amount of blood had oozed onto the concrete and coagulated by the time the photo had been shot. "Nice," Bosch said. "Looks like he let somebody get a little too close. Is still an open case?" "That's right." Harry flipped past the photo and checked the date on the incident report. Trumont Story had been dead almost 3 years. He closed the file and looked at Gant sitting smugly in his desk chair. "True Story's been dead since '09, and you just happened to have his file on your desk?" "Nope. I pulled it for you. Pulled 2 others as well, and thought you might even want to look at our shake cards from back in '92. Never know. A name in there might mean something to you." "Maybe so." "Why'd you pull the files?" "Well, after we talked about your case and the ATF matches to the other 2, 3 cases, 1 gun, 3 different shooters, I started to— Actually, it's a long shot, but it could be just 2 shooters. The same guy who kills my victim in '92 comes back around and hits Vaughn in '03. Gant shook his head. "Could be, but I'm thinking no. Too long a shot. So I was thinking, for the sake of argument, 3 victims, 3 different shooters, 1 gun. So I went through our rolling 60s cases. That is, cases they were involved in on either side of the violence, as killers or the killed. I pulled cases that might be related to this gun, and I got 3 where there were gunshot killings in which no ballistics evidence was recovered. 2 were hits on 7 trays, and 1, you guessed it, was True Story." Bosch was still standing. Now he pulled up a chair and sat down. "Can I take a quick look at the other 2? Gant handed the files across the desk, and Bosch started a quick survey. These weren't murder books. They were gang files, and therefore abbreviated accounts and reports on the killings. The full murder books would be in the hands of the homicide investigators assigned to the cases. If he wanted more, Bosch would have to requisition them or drop by the lead detective's desk to borrow a look. "Typical stuff," Gant said as Bosch read. "You sell on the wrong corner or visit a girl in the wrong neighborhood and you're marked for death. The reason I threw True Story in there was that he was shot elsewhere and dumped." Bosch looked over the files at Gant. "And why's that significant?" "Because it might mean it was an inside job, his own crew. It's unusual to see a body dump in a gang killing. With the drive-bys and straight-up assassinations. Nobody takes the time to pop a guy and then move the body unless there's a reason. One might be to disguise that it was internal housekeeping. He was dumped on 7 tray turf, so the thinking was he was probably hit on his own turf and then dumped in enemy territory to make it look like he strayed across the line." Bosch registered all of this. Gant shrugged his shoulders. "Just a working guess," he said. "The case is still open." "It's got to be more than a working guess," Bosch said. "What do you know that leads you to make a guess like that? Are you working this?" "I'm not homicide, I'm intel. I was called in to consult." but that was back then, 3 years ago. All I know now is that the case is still open. The Gang Enforcement Detail was the overarching street gang branch of the LAPD. It had homicide squads, detective squads, intelligence units, and community outreach programs. "Okay, so you consulted," Bosch said. "So what do you know from 3 years ago?" "Well, Story was high up in the pyramid I told you about the other day. It can get contentious up there. Everybody wants to be at the top, and then when you're there, you gotta look over your shoulder, see who's coming up behind you." Gant gestured toward the files Bosch held. "You said so yourself when you saw the picture. He let somebody get too close, that's for damn sure. You know how many gang murders involve contact wounds? Almost none, unless like it's a club shooting or something, then only sometimes. But most of the time these guys don't get up close and personal. This time, however, with True Story, they did. So the theory at the time was that the 60s did this one themselves. Somebody near the top of the pyramid had reason to believe True Story had to go, and it got done. Bottom line, it could be the same gun you're looking for. There was no slug and no shell recovered, but the wound would work with a 9mm, and now that you've got Rufus Coleman up there in the queue putting your Beretta Model 92 in True Story's hands, then it sounds even better." Bosch nodded. It made a certain amount of sense. "And the GED never picked up on what this was about?" Gant shook his head. "Nah, they never got close. You gotta understand something, Harry. The pyramid is most vulnerable to law enforcement at the bottom, the street level. It's also most visible there." He was saying that the GED's efforts were largely focused on street dealers and street crimes. If a gang homicide wasn't solved within 48 hours, there would soon be a new one to run with. It was a war of attrition on both sides of the line. "So," Bosch said, "let's go back to the Walter Regis killing, the one Rufus Coleman carried out and was convicted for in '96. Coleman said True Story gave him the gun and his instructions. He did the job, and then he gave the gun back. He said that it wasn't Story's idea to whack Regis. He, too, had gotten the order. So, do we have any idea who it came from? Who was the shot caller for the Rolling 60s back in '96? Gant shook his head again. He was doing a lot of that. "It was before my time, Harry. I was in a black and white in Southeast. And to tell you the truth, we were kind of naive back then. That was when we ran Crash at them. You remember Crash?" Bosch did. The explosion of the gang population and its attendant violence occurred with the same speed as the crack epidemic in the 1980s. The LAPD in South Central was overwhelmed and responded with a program called Community Resources Against Street Hoodlums. The program had an ingenious acronym, and some said they spent more time coming up with that than they did on the actual program. Crash attacked the lower levels of the pyramid. It disrupted the street business of the gangs, but rarely reached toward the top. And no wonder. The street soldiers who sold drugs and carried out missions of retribution and intimidation rarely knew more than what the day's job was, and rarely gave even that up. These were young men fired in the anti-cop cauldron of South L.A. They were seasoned by racism, drugs, societal indifference, and the erosion of traditional family and education structures, then put out on the street, where they could make more in a day than their mothers made in a month. They were cheered on in this lifestyle from every boombox and car stereo by a rap message that said, "Fuck the police and the rest of society." Putting a 19-year-old gangbanger in a room and getting him to give up the next guy in the line was about as easy as opening a can of peas with your fingers. He didn't know who the next guy in line was, and wouldn't give him up if he did. Prison and jail were accepted extensions of gang life, part of the maturation process, part of earning gang stripes. There was no value in cooperating. There was only a downside to it. The enmity of your gang family, which always came with a death warrant. "So what you're saying," Bosch said, "is that we don't know who Trumont's story was working for back then, or where he got the gun that he gave to Coleman to take out Regis." "Most of that's right, except the gun part. My guess is that True always had that gun, and he gave it out to people he wanted to use it. See, we know lots more now than we knew then. So taking today's knowledge and applying it to back then, it would work like this. We start with a guy at the top, or near the top of the pyramid, called the Rolling 60 Street Gang. This guy is like a captain. He wants a guy named Walter Wide Right Regis dead because he's been selling where he shouldn't be selling. So the captain goes to his trusted sergeant-at-arms named Trumont Story and whispers in his ear that he wants Regis taken care of. At that point, it is Story's job, and he has to get it done to maintain his position in the organization. So he goes to one of the trusted guys on his crew, Rufus Coleman, gives him a gun, and says the target is Regis, and this is the club where he likes to hang. While Coleman goes off to do the job, Story goes and gets himself an alibi because he's the keeper of that gun. Just a little safeguard in case he and the gun are ever connected. That's how they do it now. So I'm saying that's probably how they did it back then, only we didn't exactly know it." Bosch nodded. He was getting the sense of the fruitlessness of his search. Trumont's Story was dead, and the connection to the gun was gone with him. He was really no closer to knowing who killed Annika Jesperson than he was on the night 20 years ago when he stared down at her body and apologized. He was nowhere. Gant identified his disappointment. "Sorry, Harry. Not your fault. It probably saves you a bunch of trouble anyway." "Yeah? How so?" "Oh, you know, all those unsolved cases from back then. What if the only one we closed was the white girls? That probably wouldn't go over too well in the community, know what I mean?" Bosch looked at Gant, who was black. He hadn't really considered the racial issues in the case. He was just trying to solve a murder that had stuck with him for 20 years. "I guess so," he said. They sat in silence for a long moment before Bosch asked a question. "So what do you think? Could it happen again?" "What? You mean the riots?" Bosch nodded. Gant had spent his whole career in South L.A. He would know the answer better than most. "Sure, anything can happen down here," Gant answered. "Are things better between the people and the department? Sure, way better. We got some of the people actually trusting us now. The murder count's way down. Hell, crime in general is way down, and the bangers don't run the streets with impunity. We got control. The people have control." He stopped there, and Bosch waited, but that was it. "But," Bosch prompted. Gant shrugged. "Lot of people without jobs, lot of stores and businesses closed up. Not a lot of opportunities out there, Harry. You know where that goes. Frustration, agitation, desperation. That's why I say anything could happen. History runs in a cycle. It repeats itself. It could happen again, sure." Bosch nodded. Gant's take on things was not far from his own. "Can I keep these files a while?" he asked. "As long as you bring them back," Gant said. "I'll also loan you the black box." He reached behind him and grabbed the card box. When he turned back, Bosch was smiling. "What? You don't want it?" No, I want it. I'm just thinking of a partner I had once. This was way back. His name was Frankie Sheehan, and I knew Frankie. A shame what happened. Yeah, but before that, when we were partners, he always had this saying about working homicide. He said, "You have to find the black box. That's the first thing. Find the black box." Gant had a confused look on his face. "You mean, like on a plane?" Bosch nodded. "Yeah, like in a plane crash. They have to find the black box, which records all the flight data. They find the black box, and they'll know what happened. Frankie said it was the same with a murder scene or a murder case. There will be one thing that brings it all together and makes sense of things. You find it, and you're gold. It's like finding the black box. And now here you are, giving me a black box. Well, don't expect too much out of this one. We call them crash boxes. It's just the shake cards from back then. Before the advent of the MDT, the mobile data terminal installed in every patrol car, officers carried FI cards in their back pockets. These were merely 3x5 cards for writing down notes from field interviews. They included the date, time, and location of the interview, as well as the name, age, address, aliases, tattoos, and gang affiliation of the individual questioned. There was also a section for the officer's comments, which was primarily used to record any other observations worth noting about the individual. The local chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union had long decried the department's practice of conducting field interviews, calling them unwarranted and unconstitutional, likening them to shakedowns. Undaunted, the department continued the practice, and the FI cards became known across its ranks as shake cards. Bosch was handed the box, and opening it, he found it full of well-worn cards. How did this survive the purging? He asked. Gant knew he meant the department's shift toward digital data storage. Across the board, hard files were being turned into digital files to make way for an electronic future. Man, we knew that if they archived these on computers, they would miss all kinds of stuff. These are handwritten, Harry. Sometimes you can't figure out the writing to save your life. We knew most of the info on these cards wouldn't make it across, know what I mean? So we held on to as many of those black boxes as we could. You were lucky, Harry. We still had the 60s in a box. Hope there's something in there that helps. Bosch pushed back his chair to get up. I'll make sure you get it back. Chapter 4. Bosch was back at the open, unsolved unit before noon. The place was largely deserted, as most detectives came in early and took their lunch break early. There was no sign of David Chu, Harry's partner, but that wasn't a concern. Chu could be at lunch or anywhere in the building or the outlying crime labs in the area. Bosch knew that Chu was working on a number of submissions, that is, the early stages of cases in which genetic, fingerprint, or ballistics evidence is prepared and submitted to various labs for analysis and comparison. Bosch put the files and the black box down on his desk and picked up the phone to see if he had any messages. He was clear. He was just settling in and getting ready to start looking through the material he had received from Gant when the unit's new lieutenant came by the cubicle. Cliff O'Toole was new not only to the OU, but to Robbery Homicide Division as well. He had been transferred in from Valley Bureau, where he had run the full detective squad in Van Nuys. Bosch hadn't had a lot of interaction with him yet, but what he had seen and heard from others in the squad wasn't good. After arriving to take over command of Open Unsolved, in record time the lieutenant garnered not one, but two nicknames with negative connotations. "Harry, how'd it go up there?" O'Toole asked. Before authorizing the trip to San Quentin, O'Toole had been fully briefed on the gun connection between the Jesperson case and the Walter Regis murder carried out by Rufus Coleman. "Good and bad," Bosch answered. "I got a name from Coleman. One Trumont Story. Coleman said Story supplied the gun he used for the Regis hit and took it back right after. The catch is that I can't go to Story because Story is now dead. Got whacked himself in '09. So I spent the morning at South Bureau and did some checking to confirm the timeline and that Story does fit in. I think Coleman was telling me the truth and not just trying to lay it all off on a dead guy. So it wasn't a wasted trip, but I'm not really any closer to knowing who killed Annika Jesperson." He gestured to the files and the shake box on his desk. O'Toole nodded thoughtfully, folded his arms, and sat on the edge of Dave Chu's desk, right on the spot where Chu liked to put his coffee. If Chu had been there, he wouldn't have liked that. "I hate hitting the travel budget for a bum trip," he said. "It wasn't a bum trip," Bosch said. "I just told you that I got a name and the name fits." "Well, then maybe we should just put a bow on it and call it a day," O'Toole said. Putting a bow on a case referred to CBO or CBO, which meant a case was cleared by other means. It was a designation used to formally close a case when the solution is known but does not result in an arrest or prosecution because the suspect is dead or cannot be brought to justice for other reasons. In the open unsolved unit, cases frequently were cleared by other because they were often decades old and matches of fingerprints or DNA led to suspects long deceased. If the follow-up investigation puts the suspect in the time and location of the crime, then the unit supervisor has the authority to clear the case and send it to the district attorney's office for its rubber stamp. But Bosch wasn't ready to go there with Jesperson yet. "No, we don't have a CBO here," Bosch said firmly. "I can't put the gun in Tremont Story's hands until 4 years after my case. That gun could have been in a lot of other hands before that." "Maybe so," O'Toole said. "But I don't want you turning this into a hobby. We've got 6,000 other cases. Case management comes down to time management." He put his wrists together as if to say he was handcuffed by the constraints of the job. It was this officious side of O'Toole that Bosch had so far been unable to warm up to. He was an administrator, not a cop's cop. That was why the Tool was the first nickname he had received. "I know that, Lieutenant," Bosch said. "My plan is to work with these materials, and if nothing comes of it, then it will be time to look at the next case. But with what we've got now, this isn't a CBO, so it won't go toward fattening our stats. It will go back as unsolved." Bosch was trying to make it clear with the new man that he wasn't going to play the statistics game. A case was cleared if Bosch was convinced it was truly cleared. And putting the murder weapon in a gangbanger's hand 4 years after the fact was hardly good enough. "Well, let's see what you get when you look it all over," O'Toole said. "I'm not pushing for something that's not there, but I was brought in here to push the unit. We need to close more cases. To do that, we need to work more cases. So what I'm saying is that if it's not there on this one, then move on to the next one, because the next one might be the one we can close. No hobby cases, Harry. When I came in here, too many of you guys were working hobby cases. We don't have the time anymore." "Got it," Bosch said, his voice clipped. O'Toole started to head back toward his office. Bosch threw a mock salute at his back and noticed the coffee ring on the seat of his pants. O'Toole had recently replaced a lieutenant who liked to sit in her office with the blinds closed. Her interactions with the squad were minimal. O'Toole was the opposite. He was hands-on to a sometimes overbearing degree. It didn't help that he was younger than half the squad and almost 2 decades younger than Bosch. His overmanagement of the largely veteran crew of detectives in the unit was unnecessary, and Bosch found himself chafing at the collar whenever O'Toole approached. Added to that, he was clearly a numbers cruncher. He wanted to close cases for the sake of the monthly and yearly reports that he sent up to the 10th floor. It had nothing to do with bringing justice to murder victims long since forgotten. So far, it appeared that O'Toole had no feel for the human content of the job. He had already reprimanded Bosch for spending an afternoon with the son of a murder victim who wanted to be walked through the crime scene 22 years after his father had been killed. The lieutenant had said the victim's son could have found the crime scene on his own, and Bosch could have used the half-day to work on cases. The lieutenant suddenly pirouetted and came back toward the cubicle. Bosch wondered if he had seen the sarcastic salute in the reflection of one of the office windows. "Harry, a couple other things. First, don't forget to get your expenses in on the trip. They're really on my ass about timely filing of that stuff. and I want to make sure you get anything back that you took out of your own pocket." Bosch thought about the money he deposited in the canteen account of the second inmate he had visited. "Don't worry about it," he said. "There's nothing. I stopped for a hamburger at the Balboa, and that was it." The Balboa Bar and Grill in San Francisco was a midway stop between SFO and SQ that was favored by homicide investigators from the LAPD. "You sure?" O'Toole asked. "I don't want to shortchange you." "I'm sure." "Okay, then." O'Toole began to walk away again when Bosch stopped him. "What was the other thing? You said a couple things." "Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Harry." Bosch leaned his head back, surprised. "How'd you know?" "I know everybody's birthday. Everybody who works for me." Bosch nodded. He wished O'Toole had used the word with instead of for. "Thanks," he said. O'Toole finally went away for good, and Bosch was glad the squad room was empty and no one had heard that it was his birthday. At his age, that could start a volley of questions about retirement. It was a subject he tried to avoid. Left alone, Bosch first put together a time chart. He started with the Jesperson murder, placing it on May 1st, 1992. Even though time of death was inconclusive, and she could have been murdered in the late hours of April 30th, he officially went with May 1st because that was the day Jesperson's body was found, and it was most likely when she was killed. From there, he charted all the killings leading up to the final murder connected or possibly connected to the Beretta Model 92. He also included the two other cases Gant had pulled files on and thought might be related. Bosch charted the killings on a blank piece of paper, rather than on a computer as most of his colleagues would have done. Bosch was set in his ways, and he wanted a document. He wanted to be able to hold it, study it, fold it up, and carry it in his pocket. He wanted to live with it. He left plenty of space around each entry so that he could add notes as he went. This was how he had always worked. May 1st, 1992. Annika Jesperson, 67th and Crenshaw, killer unknown. January 2nd, 1996. Walter Regis, 63rd and Brynhurst, Rufus Coleman. September 30th, 2003. Eddie Vaughn, 68th and East Park, killer unknown. June 18th, 2004. Dante Sparks, 11th Avenue and Hyde Park, killer unknown. July 8th, 2007. Byron Beckles, Centinela Park, Stepney Street, killer unknown. December 1st, 2009. Trumont Story, West 76th Street, Circle Park, killer unknown. The last three murders listed were the cases Gant had pulled files on where there was no ballistics evidence. Bosch studied the list and noticed the 7-year gap in known uses of the gun between the Regis and Vaughn cases, and then referred to the criminal record he had pulled off the National Crime Information Center databank on Trumont Story. It showed that Story had been in prison from 1997 to 2002, serving a 5-year stretch on an aggravated battery conviction. If Story had left the gun in a hiding place that only he knew of, then the gap in use of the weapon was explained. Bosch next opened his Thomas Brothers map book and used a pencil to chart the murders on the gridwork of the city. The first 5 murders all fit on one page of the thick map book, the killings occurring within the confines of rolling 60s turf. The last case, the killing of Trumont Story, was on the next map page. His body had been found lying on a sidewalk in Circle Park, which was in the heart of 7 Tray turf. Bosch studied the map for a long time, flipping the pages back and forth. Considering that Geordie Gant's said Story had most likely been dumped in the location where his body was found, Bosch concluded that he was looking at a very small concentration point in the city. 6 murders, possibly just 1 gun used, and it had all started with the one murder that did not fit with those that followed. Annika Jesperson, photojournalist, murdered in a spot far from home. "Snow White," Bosch whispered. He opened the Jesperson murder book and looked at the photo from her press pass. He could not fathom what she had been doing out there on her own, and what had happened. Harry pulled the black box across the desk. Just as he opened it, his cell phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Hannah Stone, the woman he had been in a relationship with for nearly a year. "Happy birthday, Harry." "Who told you?" "A little bird." His daughter. "She ought to mind her own business." "I think it is her business. I know she probably has you all to herself tonight, so I was calling to see if I could take you out for a birthday lunch." Bosch checked his watch. It was already noon. "Today?" "Today's your birthday, isn't it?" "I would have called earlier, but my group session went long." "Come on, what do you say? You know we have the best taco trucks in the city up here." Bosch knew he needed to talk to her about San Quentin. "I don't know about that claim, but if I get good traffic, I can be there in 20 minutes. "Perfect." "See you." He disconnected and looked at the black box on his desk. He'd get to it after lunch. They decided on a sit-down restaurant instead of a taco truck. Upscale wasn't really a choice in Panorama City, so they drove down to Van Nuys and ate in the basement cafeteria of the courthouse. It wasn't exactly upscale either, but there was an old jazz man who played a baby grand in the corner most days. It was one of the secrets of the city that Bosch knew. Hannah was impressed. They took a table close to the music. They split a turkey sandwich and each had a bowl of soup. The music smoothed over the quiet spots in the conversation. Bosch was learning to get comfortable with Hannah. He had met her while working a case the year before. She was a therapist who worked with sexual offenders after their release from prison. It was tough work, and it gave her some of the same dark knowledge of the world that Bosch carried. "I haven't heard from you in a few days," Hannah said. "What have you been up to?" "Oh, just a case. Walking a gun." "What does that mean?" "Connecting or walking a gun from case to case to case. We don't have the weapon itself, but ballistics matches link cases. You know, across the years, across geography, victims, like that. A case like this is called a gun walk." He offered nothing further, and she nodded. She knew he never answered questions about his work in detail. Bosch listened to the piano man finish Mood Indigo, and then cleared his throat. "I met your son yesterday, Hannah," he said. He hadn't been sure how to broach the subject, and so he ended up doing it without finesse. Hannah put her soup spoon down on her plate with a sharpness that made the piano man raise his hands off the keys. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I was up at San Quentin on the case," he said. "You know, walking the gun, and I had to see someone up there. When I was finished, I had a little bit of time, so I asked to see your son. I only spent 10 or 15 minutes with him. I told him who I was, and he said he'd heard of me, that you told him about me." Hannah stared into space. Bosch realized he had played it wrong. Her son was not a secret. They had talked about him at length. Bosch knew that he was a sexual offender in prison after pleading guilty to rape. His crime had nearly destroyed his mother, but she had found a way to carry on by changing the focus of her work. She moved from family therapy to treating offenders like her own son. And it was that work that had brought her to Bosch. Bosch was thankful that she was in his life and understood the dark serendipity of it. If the son had not committed such a horrendous crime, Bosch would never have met the mother. "I guess I should have told you," he said. "I'm sorry. It's just that I wasn't even sure I was going to get the time to try to see him." With the budget cutbacks, they don't allow overnights up there. You gotta go up and back the same day, and so I wasn't sure." "How did he look?" Spoken with a mother's fear in her voice. "I guess he looked all right. I asked him if he was okay, and he said he was fine. I didn't see anything that concerned me, Hannah." Her son lived in a place where you were either predator or prey. He wasn't a big man. His crime had involved drugging his victim, not overpowering her. The tables were turned on him in prison, and he was often preyed upon. Hannah had told Bosch all of this. "Look, we don't have to talk about it," Bosch said. "I just wanted you to know. It wasn't really planned. I had the extra time and I just asked to see him and they set it up for me." She didn't respond at first, but then her words came out with a tone of urgency. "No, we do have to talk about it. I want to know everything he said, everything you saw. He's my son, Harry. No matter what he did, he's my son." Bosch nodded. "He said to tell you, he loves you." Chapter 5. The OU squad room was in full form when Bosch returned after lunch. The black box was where he had left it, and his partner was at his desk in the cubicle, working the keyboard on his computer. He spoke without looking up from his screen. "Harry, how goes it?" "It goes." Bosch sat down, waiting for Chu to mention his birthday, but he didn't. The cubicle was set up with their desks on either side so they worked back to back. In the old Parker Center, where Bosch had spent most of his career, partners faced each other across desks pushed up against each other. Bosch liked the back-to-back setup better. It gave him more privacy. "What's with the black box?" Chu said from behind him. "Shake cards on the rolling 60s. I'm grasping at straws on this thing, hoping something might pop." "Yeah, good luck with that." As partners, they were assigned the same cases, but then split them up and worked them solo until it was time for field work, such as surveillance or serving search warrants. Arrests were always a team job as well. This practice gave each an understanding of the other's workload. Usually they had coffee on Monday mornings to go over the cases and where each active investigation stood. Bosch had already briefed Chu about the trip to San Quentin when he checked in from SFO the afternoon before. Bosch opened the box and contemplated the thick stack of FI cards. Thoroughly going through them would probably take the rest of the afternoon and part of the evening. He was fine with that, but he was also an impatient man. He removed the brick of 3x5 cards, and a quick survey of them told him they were stacked chronologically, covering the 4 years on the box's label. He decided that he would center his initial work on the year of the Annika Jesperson murder. He culled the cards from 1992 and started reading. Each card took only a few seconds to digest. Names, aliases, addresses, driver's license numbers, and assorted other details. Often the officer who conducted the interview wrote down the names of other gang members who were with the individual at the time of the field interview. Bosch saw several names repeated in the cards as either the subjects of interviews or known associates. Bosch took every address noted on the cards, location of interview and subject's DL address, and charted it on the Thomas Brothers map that already had the Beretta Model 92 murders charted on it. He was looking for close connections to the 6 murders on his time chart. There were several, and most of them were obvious. 2 of the murders occurred on street corners where hand-to-hand drug transactions were routinely carried out. It stood to reason that patrol officers and crash units would roust gang members congregating at such locations. It wasn't until he was 2 hours into the project, his back and neck getting stiff with the physically repetitive work of charting the cards, that Bosch found something that put a live wire into his blood. A teenager identified on the shake card as a rolling 60s BG, or baby gangster, was stopped for loitering at Florence and Crenshaw on February 9, 1992. The name on his driver's license was Charles William Washburn. His street name, according to the card, was Too Small. At 16 years old and 5'3", he had already managed to get the signature Rolling 60s tattoo, the number 60 on a gravestone signifying gang loyalty until death, on his left biceps. What drew Bosch's attention was the address on his driver's license. Charles Too Small Washburn lived on West 66th Place, and when Bosch charted the address on the map, he pinpointed it to a property backing up to the alley where Annika Jesperson had been murdered. Looking at it on the map, Bosch estimated that Washburn lived no more than 50 feet from the spot where Jesperson's body was found. Bosch had never worked in a gang-specific unit, but he had investigated several gang-related murders over the years. He knew that a baby gangster was a kid who was primed for membership, but hadn't officially been jumped in. There was a cost of admission, and that was usually a show of neighborhood or gang pride, a piece of work, a showing of dedication. Routinely, this meant an act of violence, sometimes even a murder. Anyone with a 187 on their record was elevated to full gangster status forthwith. Bosch leaned back in his chair and tried to stretch the muscles of his shoulders. He thought about Charles Washburn. In early 1992, he was a gangster wannabe, probably looking for his chance to break in. Less than 3 months after the cops stopped and interviewed him at Florence and Crenshaw, a riot breaks out in his neighborhood, and a photojournalist is shot point-blank in the alley behind his house. It was too close a confluence of things to be ignored. He reached for the murder book put together 20 years earlier by the Riot Crimes Task Force. "Chu, can you run a name for me?" he asked without turning to look at his partner. "Just a sec." Chu was lightning quick on the computer. Bosch's computer skills were poor. It was routine for Chu to run names on the National Crime Information Center database. Bosch started flipping through the pages of the murder book. It had hardly been a full-field investigation, but there had been a canvass of the homes along the alley's fence line. He found the thin sheaf of reports and started reading names. "Okay, give it to me," Chu said. Charles William Washburn, DOB 7475. Born on the 4th of July. Bosch heard his partner's fingers start flying across the keyboard. Meantime, Harry found a canvass report for the Washburn address on West 66th Place. On June 20th, 1992, a full 50 days after the murder, 2 detectives knocked on the door and talked to a Marion Washburn, age 54, and a Rita Washburn, 34, mother and daughter residents of the home. They offered no information about the shooting in the alley on May 1st. The interview was short and sweet and took only a paragraph in the report. There was no mention of a 3rd generation of the family being in the house. No mention of 16-year-old Charles Washburn. Bosch slapped the murder book closed. "Got something?" Chu said. Bosch rotated in his chair to look at his partner's back. "Give it to me. I need something." Charles William Washburn, a.k.a. Too Small, but with the number 2, has a long arrest record, drugs mostly, assaults. He's got a child endangerment on there, too. Let's see, 2 installments in the penitentiary, and right now out free but wanted since July on a child support warrant, whereabouts unknown. Chu turned and looked at him. "Who is he, Harry?" "Somebody I gotta look at. Can you print that?" "On the way." Chu sent the NCIC report to the unit's community printer. Bosch keyed the password into his phone and called Geordie Gant. "Charles Too Small Washburn, the 2 like the number 2. You know him?" "Too Small, that sounds— Hold on a second." The line went silent, and Bosch waited almost a minute before Gant came back on. "He's in the current intel. He's a 60s guy, first row of the pyramid type of guy. He's not your shot caller." "Where'd you get his name?" "The black box." In '92, he lived on the other side of the fence from the Jesperson crime scene. He was 16 at the time, and probably looking to get in with the 60s. Bosch heard typing over the phone as he talked. Gant was doing a further search. "We have a bench warrant issued from Department 120 downtown," he said. "Charles wasn't paying his baby mama like he was supposed to. Last known address is the house on 66th Place, but that's 4 years old." Bosch knew a bench warrant for a deadbeat dad in South L.A. was almost meaningless. It would hardly draw the attention of a sheriff's department pickup team, unless there was some sort of media attention attached. Instead, it was a warrant that would sit in the databanks waiting to rise up the next time Washburn intersected with law enforcement and his name was run through the computer. But as long as he stayed low, he stayed free. "I'm going to swing by the old homestead and see if I get lucky," Bosch said. "You want some backup?" Gant asked. "No, I've got it covered. But what you can do is bump up the heat on the street." "You got it. I'll put the word out on Too Small. Meantime, happy hunting, Harry. Let me know if you get him or you need me out there." "Yeah, will do." Bosch hung up and turned to Chew. "Ready to take a ride?" Chew nodded, but with a reluctant frown. "You coming back by 4? "You never know. If my guy's there, it might take some time. You want me to get somebody else?" "No, Harry. I just have something to do tonight." Bosch was reminded that he was under explicit orders from his daughter not to be late for dinner. "What, hot date?" he asked Chew. "Never mind. Let's go." Chew stood up, ready to go rather than answer questions about his private life. The Washburn house was a small ranch with a threadbare lawn and a Ford junker on blocks in the driveway. Bosch and Chew had circled the block before stopping in front and determined that the west corner of the house's rear yard was no more than 20 feet from the spot in the alley where Annika Jesperson was put up against a wall and shot. Bosch knocked firmly on the door and then stepped to the side of the stoop. Chew took the other side. The door had an iron security gate across it. It was locked. Eventually, the door opened, and a woman in her mid-20s stood looking at them through the grate. There was a small boy at her side, an arm wrapped around her leg at the thigh. "What do you want?" she asked indignantly after correctly sizing them up as cops. "I didn't call no police." "Ma'am," Bosch said, "we're just looking for Charles Washburn. We have this address as his home address. Is he here?" The woman shrieked, and it took Bosch a few seconds to realize she was laughing. "Ma'am?" "You talking about Too Small? That Charles Washburn?" "That's right. Is he here?" "Now why would he be here? You people are so stupid. That man owes me money. Why would he be here? He stepped foot round here, he better have that money." Bosch now understood. He looked down at the boy in the doorway, and then back up at the woman. "What is your name, please?" "Letitia Settles." "And your son?" "Charles Jr." "Do you have any idea where Charles Sr. would be? We have the warrant for him for not making his payments to you. We're looking for him." "'Bout damn time. Every time I see his ass driving by, I call you people, but nobody comes. Nobody does a damn thing. Now you here, and I haven't seen that little man in 2 months." "What do you hear, Letitia? Do people tell you they've seen him around?" She shook her head emphatically. "He's gone." "What about his mother and his grandmother? They used to live in this house." "His grandmother's dead and his mom's moved up to Lancaster a long time ago. She got out of this place." "Does Charles go up there?" "I don't know. He used to go up and see her for birthdays and such. I don't know anymore if he's dead or alive. All I know is my son ain't seen a dentist or a doctor, and he's got no new clothes his whole life." Bosch nodded. And he doesn't have a father, he thought. He also didn't say that if they apprehended Charles Washburn, it wasn't because they were going to make him pay his child support. "Letitia, do you mind if we come in?" What for? To just look around, make sure the place is safe. She banged the grate. We safe. Don't worry about that. So we can't come in? No. I don't want nobody in here seeing this mess. I'm not ready for that. Okay. What about the backyard? Can we step back there? She seemed confused by the question, but then shrugged. Knock yourself out, but he ain't out there. Is the gate at the back unlocked? It's broke. Okay, we'll go around. Bosch and Chu left the front step and walked over to the driveway, which went down the side of the house and ended at a wooden fence. Chu had to lift the gate and hold it up on one rusted hinge to open it. They then moved into a backyard strewn with old and broken toys and household furniture. There was a dishwasher lying on its side, and it reminded Bosch of being in the alley 20 years before, when appliances beyond saving were stacked there. The left side of the property was the rear wall of the former tire rim store on Crenshaw. Bosch went to the rear fence line that separated the yard from the alley. It was too tall for him to see over, so he pulled over a tricycle that was missing a rear wheel. Careful, Harry, Chu said. Bosch put one foot on the seat of the trike and pulled himself up on the fence. He looked across the alley to the spot where Annika Jesperson had been murdered 20 years before. Bosch dropped down to the ground and started walking the fence line, pressing his hand on each plank, looking for a loose one, or maybe even a trapdoor, that would give someone quick access to and from the alley. 2/3 of the way down, a plank that he pressed on popped back. He stopped and looked closer, and then pulled the board toward himself. It was not attached to the upper or lower cross braces. He easily pulled the plank out of the fence, creating a 10-inch wide opening. Chu came up next to him and studied the opening. Somebody small could easily slide through there and have access to the alley, he said. What I was thinking, Bosch replied. It was stating the obvious. The question was whether the plank had come loose over time, or had been a hidden portal back when Charles Too Small Washburn had lived here as a 16-year-old baby G, looking for a shot at being real G. Bosch told Chu to take a photo of the opening in the fence with his phone. He'd print it later and put it in the book. He then pushed the plank back into place and turned to survey the rest of the yard once more. He saw Letitia Settles standing in the open back door of the house, watching him through another iron gate. He knew that she had to be guessing that they weren't really looking for Charles because he hadn't paid child support. Chapter 6. Bosch came home to a birthday cake on the table and his daughter in the kitchen making dinner with instructions from a cookbook. Wow, smells good, he said. He had the Jesperson murder book under his arm. Stay out of the kitchen, she said. Go out on the deck till I tell you it's ready. And put that work on the shelf, at least until after dinner. Turn on the music, too. Yes, boss. The dining room table was set for two. After putting the murder book literally on a shelf in the bookcase behind it, he turned on the stereo and opened the CD drawer. His daughter had already loaded the tray with 5 of his favorite discs. Frank Morgan, George Cables, Art Pepper, Ron Carter, and Thelonious Monk. He set it on random play and stepped out onto the deck. Outside on the table there was a bottle of Fat Tire waiting for him in a clay flower pot filled with ice. This puzzled him. Fat Tire was one of his favorite beers, but he rarely kept alcohol in the house and knew he had not purchased any beer recently. His daughter, at 16, looked older than her years, but not old enough to buy beer without getting her driver's license checked. He cracked open the bottle and took a long pull. It felt good going down, burning the back of his throat with its cold bite. It was a welcome relief after a day of walking the gun and narrowing in on Charles Washburn. A plan had been set with the help of Geordie Gant. By the last roll call the next day, all patrol officers and gang units in South Bureau would have seen Washburn's photo and been told he was a high-priority pickup. The legal cause would be the child support warrant, but once Washburn was in custody, Bosch would be alerted, and he would go see him with something else to talk about entirely. Still, Bosch could not rest on a bolo. He had work to do. Forgetting it was his birthday, he had brought the murder book home with the plan of combing through every page, looking for any reference to Washburn and anything else he had missed or not followed up on. But now he was rethinking that plan. His daughter was making him a birthday dinner, and that would be his priority. There could be nothing better in the world than to have her full attention. Beer in hand, Bosch looked out across the canyon where he had lived for more than 20 years. He knew its colors and contours by heart. He knew the sound of the freeway from down at the bottom. He knew the trail the coyotes took into the deeper vegetation. And he knew he never wanted to leave this place. He was here till the end. "Okay, it's ready. I hope it's good." Bosch turned. Maddie had slid the door open without him hearing it. He smiled. She had also slipped out of the kitchen and put on a dress for the sit-down meal. "Can't wait," he said. The food was already on the table. Pork chops and applesauce and roasted potatoes. The cake had been moved to the side. "I hope you like it," she said as they sat down. "Smells great and looks great," he said. "I'm sure I will." Bosch grinned broadly. She had not gone to such lengths on the previous 2 birthdays during which she had lived with him. She held up her wine glass filled with Dr. Pepper. "Cheers, Dad." He held up his beer. It was almost empty. To good food and music, and most of all, to good company. They clinked glasses. "There's more beer in the fridge if you want more," she said. "Yeah, where did that come from?" "Don't worry. I have ways." She narrowed her eyes like a schemer. "That's what I am worried about." "Dad, don't start. Can you please enjoy the dinner I made?" He nodded, letting it go, for the moment. "I sure can." He started to eat, noticing as they began that Helen's song was coming from the stereo. It was a wonderful song, and he could feel the love George Cable's put into it. Bosch had always assumed that Helen was a wife or a girlfriend. The blend of the perfectly sautéed pork with the apple was wonderful. But he had been wrong about it being simply applesauce. That would have been too easy. This was a warm apple reduction that Maddie had cooked on the stove, like the filling of the apple pie from Dupar's. His smile came back. "This is really delicious, Mads. Thank you." "Wait till you taste the cake. It's marble, like you." "What?" "Not like marble, but, you know, the dark and light mixed together. Because of what you do and what you've seen." Bosch thought about that. "I guess that's the most profound food thing anybody's ever said about me. I'm like a marble cake." They both laughed. "I also have presents," Maddie exclaimed. "But I didn't have time to wrap them yet, so that comes later." "You really went all out. Thank you, baby." "You go all out for me, Dad." That made him feel good and somber at the same time. "I hope I do." After the meal, they decided to digest a bit before they attacked the marble cake. Madeline retreated to her bedroom to wrap gifts, and Bosch took the murder book off the shelf. He sat down on the couch and noticed his daughter's school backpack had been left on the floor by the coffee table. He thought for a few moments about it, trying to decide whether he should wait till the end of the night when she was in bed. He knew, however, she might take the backpack into her room then, and the door would be closed. He decided not to wait. He reached over and unzipped the smaller front compartment of the backpack. His daughter's wallet was sitting right at the top. He knew it would be there because she didn't carry a purse. He quickly opened the wallet. It had a peace sign embroidered on the outside, and checked its contents. She had a credit card he had given her for emergency use, and her newly acquired driver's license. He checked the DOB on it, and it was legit. There were a couple receipts and gift cards from Starbucks and iTunes, as well as a punch card for recording purchases of smoothies at a place in the mall. Buy 10, get the next one free. "Dad, what are you doing?" Bosch looked up. His daughter stood there. In each hand she was holding a wrapped gift for him. She had kept the marble motif going. The paper was black and white swirls. "I wanted to see if you had enough money, and you don't have any." "I spent my money on dinner." "This is about the beer, isn't it?" "Baby, I don't want you to get in trouble. When you apply to the academy, you can't have any—" "I don't have a fake ID, okay? I got Hannah to get me the beer. Happy now?" She dropped the presents on the table, whirled around, and disappeared down the hall. Bosch heard her bedroom door close hard. He waited a moment, and then got up. He went down the hall and knocked gently on her door. "Hey, Maddie, come on. I'm sorry. Let's have cake and forget about this." There was no reply. He tried the knob, but the door was locked. "Come on, Maddie, open up. I'm sorry." "Go eat your cake." "I don't want to eat the cake without you." "Look, I'm sorry. I'm your father. I have to watch out for you and protect you, and I just wanted to make sure you weren't going to get yourself in some kind of a jam." Nothing. "Look, ever since you got your license, your freedom has expanded. I used to love taking you to the mall. Now you drive yourself. I just wanted to make sure you weren't making any kind of mistake that could hurt you down the line. I'm sorry I went about it the wrong way. I apologize, okay?" "I'm putting on my earphones now. I'm not going to hear anything else you say. Good night." Bosch restrained himself from shouldering the door open. He leaned his forehead against it instead and listened. He could hear the tinny sound of music coming from her earphones. He walked back into the living room and sat on the couch. He took out his phone and texted an apology to his daughter, using the LAPD alphabet. He knew she could decipher it. Sam Ocean Robert Young. Frank Robert Ocean Mary. Young Ocean Union Robert. David Union Mary Boy Adam Sam. David Adam David. He waited for her return. But when there was no response, he took up the murder book and went to work, hoping immersion in the Snow White case would take him away from the parenting mistake he had just made. The thickest report in the murder book was the investigator's chronology, because it was a line-by-line accounting of every move made by detectives, as well as every phone call and inquiry from the public about the case. The Riot Crimes Task Force had put up 3 billboards on the Crenshaw Boulevard corridor as a means of stirring public response to the unsolved Jesperson murder. The boards promised a $25,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction in the killing. The boards and the prospect of a reward brought in hundreds of phone calls, ranging from legitimate to completely bogus tips, to complaints from citizens about the police department's effort to solve the murder of a white woman when so many blacks and Latinos were the victims of unsolved murders during the riots. RCTF detectives dutifully noted each call in the chronology and cited any follow-up that was conducted. Bosch had moved quickly through these pages on his first survey of the murder book, but now he had names attached to the case, and he wanted to study every page in the book to see if any names had come up before. Over the next hour, Bosch combed through dozens of pages of the chronology. There was no mention of Charles Washburn or Rufus Coleman or Trumont's story. Most of the tips seemed useless at face value, and Bosch understood why they'd been dismissed. Several callers gave other names, but those suspects were dismissed upon follow-up investigation. In many instances, anonymous callers fingered innocent people, knowing that the police would investigate them and make their lives difficult until they were cleared. The whole exercise payback for something unrelated to the murder. The calls noted in the chronology began to thin by 1993 and the closing of the task force and removal of the billboards. Once the Jesperson case was shifted to 77th Street Division homicide, the notations in the chronology became few and far between. Primarily, only Jesperson's brother, Henrik, and a number of different reporters checked in on the case's status from time to time. But one of the very last entries finally caught Bosch's eye. On May 1, 2002, the 10th anniversary of the murder, a call was noted in the chronology from someone named Alex White. The name meant nothing to Bosch, but its entry in the chrono was followed by a phone number with a 209 area code. It was listed as a status inquiry. The caller wanted to know if the case had ever been closed. There was nothing further noted in the entry as to what White's interest in the case was. Bosch had no idea who White was, but was intrigued by the area code. It wasn't one of LA's codes, and Bosch couldn't place it. Harry opened his laptop, Googled the area code, and soon learned that it was assigned to Stanislaus County in the state's Central Valley, 250 miles from Los Angeles. Bosch checked his watch. It was late, but not that late. He called the number that followed Alex White's name in the chrono. The line rang once, and then went to a recording of a woman's pleasant voice. "You have reached Cosgrove Tractor, the Central Valley's #1 John Deere dealership, located at 912 Crow's Landing Road in Modesto. We are convenient to the Golden State Highway and are open Monday through Saturday from 9 to 6. If you would like to leave a message, a member of our sales team will call you back as soon as possible." Bosch hung up before the beep, deciding that he would call back the next day during business hours. He also knew that Cosgrove Tractor might have nothing to do with the call. The number could have been assigned to a different business or individual back in 2002. "Are you ready for your cake?" Bosch looked up. His daughter had come out of her bedroom. She was wearing a long sleep shirt now, the dress probably hung in her closet. "Sure." He closed the murder book and, getting up, put it on the coffee table. As he approached the dining room table, he attempted to hug his daughter, but she gently ducked away and turned toward the kitchen. "Let me get a knife and some forks and plates." From the kitchen she called for him to open his 2 gifts, starting with the obvious one. But he waited for her return. As she cut the cake, he opened the long, thin box that he knew contained a tie. She often remarked on how old and colorless his ties were. She once even suggested he got his ideas about ties from the old Dragnet television show, from the black and white years. He opened the box to find a tie with a tie-dyed pattern of blues and greens and purples. "It's beautiful," he proclaimed. "I'll wear it tomorrow." She smiled, and he moved on to the second gift. He unwrapped it to find a box containing a stack of 6 CD cases. It was a collection of recently released live recordings of Art Pepper. "Unreleased art," Bosch read. "Volumes 1 to 6. How did you find these?" "Internet," Maddie said. "His widow puts them out." "I never heard of this stuff before." "She has her own label, Widow's Taste." Bosch saw that some of the cases contained multiple discs. It was a lot of music. "Should we listen?" She handed him a plate with a piece of marble cake on it. "I still have some homework," she said. "I'm going to go back to my room, but you go ahead." "I might start the first one." "I hope you like it." "Pretty sure I will. Thanks, Maddie, for everything." He put the plate and the CDs down on the table and reached to hug his daughter. This time she allowed it, and he was the most thankful for that. Chapter 7. Bosch got to the cubicle early Wednesday morning, and before anyone in the squad had arrived. He poured coffee out of the take-out cup he'd brought with him into the mug he kept in his desk drawer. He put on his readers and checked for messages, hoping he had gotten lucky and would find that Charles Washburn had been picked up overnight and was waiting for him in a holding cell at 77th Street Division. But there was nothing on the phone or in email about Too Small. He was still in the wind. There was, however, a return email from Annika Jesperson's brother. Bosch felt a thrill of excitement when he recognized the words in the subject line, "The investigation of your sister's murder." A week earlier, when Bosch was notified by the ATF that the bullet casing from the Jesperson murder had been matched to ballistics from 2 other murders, the case jumped from the submission phase to an active investigation. Part of the Open Unsolved Units case protocol was to alert the victim's family whenever a case went to active status. This was a tricky thing, however. The last thing the investigator wanted to do was give family members false hope or have them needlessly revisit the trauma of losing a loved one. The initial notification always had to be handled with finesse, and that meant approaching a selected family member with carefully chosen and vetted information. In the Jesperson case, Bosch had only one family connection back in Copenhagen. The victim's brother, Henrik Jesperson, was listed in the original reports as the family contact, and a 1999 entry in the chronological report noted an email address for him. Bosch sent off an email to that address, having no idea if it would still be good after 13 years. The message was not kicked back, but it also wasn't answered. 2 days after sending it, he resent it, but again it was not replied to. Bosch had then put the contact issue aside as he investigated and prepared to meet Rufus Coleman at San Quentin. Coincidentally, one of Bosch's reasons for his early arrival at the office was to attempt to get a phone number for Henrik Jesperson and place a call to him in Copenhagen, which was 9 hours ahead of Los Angeles. Henrik had beaten Bosch to the punch and answered his email, the reply landing in Harry's email basket at 2 a.m. LA time. Dear Mr. Bosch, I thank you for your email which mistakenly diverted to my junk file. I have retrieved now and wish to answer promptly. Many thanks to you and LAPD for seeking the killer of my sister. Annika is still very missed in our lives here in Copenhagen. The BT newspaper where she works has brass plaque in place to commemorate this brave journalist who is a hero. I hope you can catch this bad people who kill. If we can talk to one another, my job phone is best to call at the hotel where I work every day as director. 004525146369 is the number you will call. I hope you can find killer. It means very much to me. My sister was a twin of mine. I miss very much. Henrik. P.S. Annika Jesperson was not on Vaction. She was on the story. Bosch stared at the last line for a good long while. He assumed that Henrik had meant vacation instead of Vaction. His postscript seemed to be a direct response to something in Bosch's original email, which was copied at the bottom of the message. Dear Mr. Jesperson, I am a homicide detective with the Los Angeles Police Department. I have been assigned to continue the investigation of your sister Annika's murder on May 1st, 1992. I do not wish to disturb you or cause you any further grief, but it is part of my duty as investigator to inform you that I am actively pursuing new leads in the case. I apologize for not knowing your language. If you are able to communicate in English, please respond to this message or call me at any of the numbers below. It has been 20 years since your sister came to this country for a vacation and lost her life when she diverted to Los Angeles to cover a city in flames for her newspaper in Copenhagen. It is my hope and obligation to finally put this case to rest. I will do my best, and look forward to communicating with you as I go." It seemed to Bosch that Henrik's reference to Vaction and the story was not necessarily a reference to the riots. Henrik could have been saying that his sister had come to the United States to pursue a story and had diverted from that to the riots in Los Angeles. It was all semantics and conjecture until Bosch actually talked to Henrik directly. He looked up at the wall clock and did some calculating. It was shortly after 4 p.m. in Copenhagen. He had a good chance of catching Henrik at the hotel. His call was answered right away by a front desk clerk who told him that he had missed Henrik, who had just gone home for the day. Bosch left his name and number, but no message. After hanging up, he sent an email to Henrik asking him to call as soon as possible, day or night. Bosch pulled the case records out of his battered briefcase and started a fresh read-through, this time with everything filtered through a new hypothesis, that Annika Jesperson was already working a story when she came to the United States. Soon things started to fall into place. Jesperson had packed light because she wasn't on vacation. She was working, and she brought work clothes. One backpack, and that was it. So she could travel quickly and easily. So she could keep moving, chasing the story, whatever the story was. Tilting the angle brought to light other things he had missed. Jesperson was a photographer and journalist. She shot stories, she wrote stories. But no notebook was found with the body or among the belongings from her motel room. If she was on a story, shouldn't there be notes? Shouldn't there be a notebook in one of the pockets of her vest or in her backpack? "What else?" Bosch said out loud, then looked around the squad room to make sure he was still alone. What else was missing? What should she have been carrying? Bosch carried out a mental exercise. He envisioned himself in a motel room. He was leaving, pulling the door locked behind him. What would he have in his pockets? He thought about this for a while, and then something came to him. He quickly turned pages in the file until he found the coroner's property list. It was a handwritten list of all items found on the body or in the victim's clothing. It listed the clothing items as well as a wallet, loose money, and jewelry consisting of a watch and a modest silver neck chain. "No room key," he said aloud. This meant one of two things to Bosch. One was that she had left her room key in her rental car, and it had been taken when the car was broken into. The other, more likely conclusion was that someone had murdered Jesperson and taken her motel room key from her pocket. He double-checked the list, and then went to the plastic sleeves containing the Polaroid photos he had taken himself 20 years before. The faded photos showed various angles of the crime scene, the body as it had been found. Two of the shots were close-ups of the torso and clearly showed the victim's pants. The top of the left pocket showed the white lining. Bosch had no doubt that the pocket had been pulled out when someone had rifled the victim's pockets and taken her motel room key while leaving behind jewelry and cash. The motel room had then most likely been searched. For what was not clear, but not a single notebook or even a piece of paper had been found among the belongings turned over by the motel staff to the police. Bosch stood up because he was too tense to keep sitting. He felt he was on to something, but he had no idea what, and whether it ultimately had anything to do with Annika Jesperson's murder. "Hey, Harry." Bosch turned from his desk and saw his partner arriving at the cubicle. "Morning." "You're in early?" "No, the usual time. You're in late." "Hey, did I miss your birthday or something?" Bosch looked at Chu for a moment before answering. "Yeah, yesterday. How'd you know that?" Chu shrugged. "Your tie. Looks brand new, and I know you'd never have gone for bright colors like that." Bosch looked down at his tie and smoothed it on his chest. "My daughter," he said. "She's got good taste then." Too bad you don't. Chu laughed and said he was going to the cafeteria to get a cup of coffee. It was his routine to report to the squad room each morning and then immediately take a coffee break. You want anything, Harry? Yeah. I need you to run a name for me on the box. I mean, do you want a coffee or something? No, I'm good. I'll run the name when I get back. Bosch waved him off and sat back down at his desk. He decided not to wait. He went on the computer and started with the DMV database. Using 2 fingers to type, he plugged in the name Alex White and learned there were nearly 400 licensed drivers with the name Alex, Alexander, or Alexandra White in California. Only 3 of them were in Modesto, and they were all men ranging in age from 28 to 54. He copied down the information and ran those 3 through the NCIC databank, but none of them carried criminal records. Bosch checked the clock on the wall of the squad and saw it was only 8:30. The John Deere franchise where the Alex White call had originated 10 years earlier didn't open for a half hour. He called directory assistance for the 209 area code, but there were no listed numbers for an Alex White. Chu came back and, entering the cubicle, placed his coffee cup on the same spot where Lieutenant O'Toole had sat the day before. Okay, Harry, what's the name? He asked. I already ran it, Bosch said. But you could run it through TLO and maybe get me phone numbers. No problem. Give it to me. Bosch rolled his chair over to Chu's side and gave him the page where he had written down the info on the 3 Alex Whites. TLO was a database the department subscribed to that collated information from various public and private sources. It was a useful tool, and often provided unlisted phone numbers, even cell numbers, that had been provided on loan and employment applications. There was an expertise involved in using the database, knowing just how to frame the request, and that was where Chu's skills far exceeded Bosch's. Okay. Give me a few minutes here, Chu said. Bosch moved back to his desk. He noticed the pile of photos stacked on the right side. They were 3x5 shots of Annika Jesperson's press pass photo that he had ordered from the photo unit so that he could distribute them where needed. He held one up now and studied her face again, his eyes drawn to hers and their distant stare. He then slid the photo under the sheet of glass that topped his desk. It joined the others. All women, all victims, cases and faces he wanted always to be reminded of. Bosch, what are you doing here? Bosch looked up and saw it was Lieutenant O'Toole. I work here, Lieutenant, he said. You have qualifying today and you can't delay it again. Not till 10 and they'll be backed up anyway. Don't worry, I'll get it done. No more excuses. O'Toole walked off in the direction of his office. Bosch watched him go, shaking his head. Chu turned from his desk, holding out the page Bosch had given him. That was easy, he said. Bosch took the paper and checked it. Chu had written phone numbers under all 3 names. Bosch immediately forgot about O'Toole. Thanks, partner. So who's the guy? Not sure. But 10 years ago, somebody named Alex White called from Modesto to ask about the Jesperson case. I want to find out why. There's no summary in the book? No, just an entry in the chrono. Probably lucky somebody even took the time to put that in there. Bosch went to work on the phone, calling the 3 Alex Whites. He was both lucky and unlucky. He was able to connect with all 3 of the men, but none of them acknowledged being the Alex White who had called about the Jesperson case. They all seemed thoroughly confused by the call from Los Angeles. With each call, he had asked not only about Jesperson, but also about what the men did for a living, as well as whether they were familiar with the John Deere dealership where the call supposedly originated. The closest Bosch got to a connection was the last call. The eldest Alex White, an accountant who owned several plots of undeveloped land, said he had purchased a tractor mower from the Modesto dealership about 10 years earlier, but could not provide the exact date without searching through his records at home. He happened to be golfing when Bosch called him, but promised to get back to Harry with a date of purchase later in the day. Being an accountant, he was sure he still had the records. Bosch hung up. He had no idea whether he was just spinning his wheels, but the Alex White call was a detail that bothered him. It was now after 9, and he called the dealership from where the 2002 call had come. Blind calling was always a delicate skill. Bosch wanted to proceed cautiously here and not blunder into something or give a potential suspect a heads-up that he was on the case. He decided to run a play instead of being up front about who he was and where he was calling from. The call was answered by a receptionist, and Bosch simply asked for Alex White. There was a pause at first. "I don't seem to have an Alex White on the employee list. Are you sure you want Cosgrove Tractor?" "Well, this is the number he gave me. How long have you been in business?" 22 years. Please hold." She didn't wait for his reply. Bosch was placed on hold while she presumably handled another call. Soon she was back. "We don't have an Alex White. Can anyone else help you?" "Can I speak to the manager?" "Yes. Who should I say is calling?" "John Bagnall." "Hold, please." John Bagnall was the phony name used by all members of the Open Unsolved unit when they were working phone plays. The call transfer went through quickly. "This is Jerry Jimenez. How can I help you?" "Yes, sir. This is John Bagnall, and I am just checking an employment application that says Alex White was an employee of Cosgrove Tractor from 2000 to 2004. Is that something I can get confirmed?" "Not through me. I was here then, but I don't remember any Alex White." "Where did he work?" "That's just the thing. It doesn't say specifically where he worked." "Well, I don't see how I can help you. Back then I was sales manager. I knew everybody who worked here, just like now, and there was no Alex White. This isn't that big an operation, you know. We've got sales, service, parts, and management. It only adds up to 24 people, including myself." Bosch repeated the phone number Alex White had called from, and asked how long the dealership had had it. "Since forever. Since we opened in 1990. I was here." "I appreciate your time, sir. Have a good day." Bosch hung up, more curious than ever about the Alex White call of 2002. Bosch lost the rest of the morning to his pre-scheduled semi-annual weapon qualification and policy training. He first sat through an hour of classroom work where he was updated on the latest court rulings pertaining to police work and the LAPD policy changes that resulted. The hour also included reviews of recent police shootings with discussion of what went wrong or right in each incident. He then made his way to the range, where he had to shoot in order to keep his weapon qualification. The range sergeant was an old friend who asked about Harry's daughter. It gave Bosch an idea for something to do with Maddie over the weekend. Bosch was crossing back through the parking lot, heading to his car, and thinking about where he would grab lunch when Alex White called him back from Modesto with information on his tractor purchase. He told Bosch that he had become so intrigued by the out-of-the-blue call that morning that he quit his golf game after just 9 holes. He also noted that his score of 59 was also a factor in the decision. According to the accountant's records, White had purchased the tractor mower at Cosgrove Tractor on April 27, 2002, and picked it up on May 1st, the 10th anniversary of Annika Jesperson's murder, and the same day someone claiming to be Alex White had called the LAPD from the dealership number to inquire about the case. "Mr. White, I need to ask you again. On the day you picked up your tractor, did you call down here from the dealership to ask about a murder case?" White laughed uneasily before answering. "This is the craziest thing," he said. "No, I did not call the LAPD. I have never called the LAPD in my life. Someone must have used my name, and I can't explain why, Detective. I'm at a loss." Bosch asked if there were any names on the paperwork he had checked for the date of purchase. White gave Bosch two names. The salesman was listed as Reggie Banks, and the sales manager who signed off on the deal was Jerry Jimenez. "Okay, Mr. White," Bosch said. "You've been very helpful. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry if I messed up your golf game today." "No problem, Detective. My tempo was off anyway. But I'll tell you what, if you ever solve this mystery of who called down there using my name, let me know, okay?" "Will do, sir. Have a nice day." Bosch thought about things as he unlocked his car. The Alex White mystery had now gone from a detail that needed clarification to something more. It was apparent that someone had called from the John Deere dealership to inquire about the Jesperson case, but had given a false identity, borrowing the name of a customer who had been in the dealership that very day. For Bosch, that changed things about the call in a big way. It was no longer an unexplained blip on his radar. There was now something solid there, and it needed to be explained and understood. Chapter 8. Bosch decided to skip lunch and get back to the squad room. Luckily, Chu had not left for his lunch, and Bosch gave him the names Reginald Banks and Jerry Jimenez so he could run them through the databases. He then noticed the blinking light on his desk phone and checked the message. He had missed a call from Henrik Jesperson. He cursed as he wondered why Henrik hadn't also tried Bosch's cell, which he had provided in his emails. Bosch checked the wall clock and did the math. It was 9 o'clock at night in Denmark. Henrik had left his home number on the message, and Harry called it. There was a long silence as the call crossed a continent and an ocean. Bosch started to wonder if the call had gone east or west, but then a man answered after just 2 rings. "This is Detective Bosch in Los Angeles. Is this Henrik Jesperson?" "Yes, this is Henrik." "I'm sorry to return your call so late. Can we talk for a few minutes now?" "Yes, of course." "Good. I appreciate your response to my email and have a few follow-up questions if you don't mind." "I am happy to talk now. Please, go ahead." "Thank you. I first want to say, as I said in my email, that the investigation of your sister's death is high priority. I am actively working on it. Though it was 20 years ago, I'm sure your sister's death is something that hurts till this day. I'm sorry for your loss." "Thank you, Detective. She was very beautiful and very excited about things. I miss her very much." "I'm sure you do." Over the years, Bosch had talked to many people who had lost loved ones to violence. There were too many to count, but it never got any easier and his empathy never withered. "What is it that you wanted to ask me?" Jesperson asked. "Well, first I wanted to ask you about the postscript you put on your email to me. You said that Annika was not on vacation, and I wanted to clarify that if I could." "Yes, she was not." "Well, I know she was not on vacation when she was in L.A. to cover the riots for her newspaper, but are you saying that she was never on vacation when she came to the United States?" "She was working the whole time. She had a story." Bosch pulled a pad of paper over in front of him so he could take notes. "Do you know what the story was?" "No, she did not tell me." "Then how is it that you know she came over here to work?" "She told me she was going for a story. She did not tell me what it was because she was a journalist, and she kept these things to herself." "Would her boss or her editor have known what the story was?" "I think not. She was freelance, you see. She sold photos and stories to the BT. Sometimes she was assigned to a story, but not always. She did her stories and then she would tell them what she had, you see." There were references to Annika's editor in the reports and news stories, so Bosch knew he had a starting point, but he asked Henrik anyway. "Do you happen to know the name of her editor from back then?" "Yes, it was Yannick Fry. He spoke at her memorial service. Very kind man." Bosch asked him to spell both names and if he happened to have a contact number for Fry. "No, I never had a number. I am sorry." "That's okay, I can get it." "Now, can you tell me when you last spoke to your sister?" "Yes. That was the day before she left for America. I saw her." "And she didn't say anything about the story she was on?" "I did not ask, and she did not offer." "But you knew she was coming over here, right? You were there to say goodbye." "Yes, and to give her the hotel information." "What information was that?" "I work now 30 years in the hotel business. At the time, I made Annika's hotel bookings for her when she did her travel." "Not the newspaper?" "No, she was freelance, and she could get better through me. I always arranged her travel, even with the wars. We did not have internet back then, you see. It was more difficult to find the places to stay. She needed me to do it." "I see. Do you happen to remember where she stayed in the United States? She was here for several days before the riots. Where was she besides New York and San Francisco?" "I would have to see if I know." "Excuse me?" "I will have to go to my storage room for records. I kept many things from that time, because of what happened. I will look. I can remember that she did not go to New York." "She only landed there?" "Yes, and flew on connection to Atlanta." "What was in Atlanta?" "This I don't know." "Okay. When do you think you'll be able to go to your storage room, Henrik?" Bosch wanted to push him, but not that hard. "I am not sure. It is far from here. I will have to take time from work." "I understand, Henrik, but it could be very helpful. Will you email me or call me back as soon as you look?" "Yes, of course." Bosch stared at his pad as he tried to think of other questions to ask. "Henrik, where was your sister before she came to the United States?" "She was here in Copenhagen." "I mean, what was the last trip she was on before going to the United States?" "She was in Germany for a time, and before that Kuwait City for the war." Bosch knew he meant Desert Storm. He knew Annika had been there from the news stories about her. He wrote down Germany. That was something new to him. "Where in Germany, do you know?" "She was in Stuttgart, I remember that." Bosch noted this on his pad. He thought he had all he was going to get from Henrik until he could go to his storage room and look for travel records. "Did she tell you why she went to Germany? Was there a story?" "She did not tell me. She asked me to get a hotel that would be close to the U.S. military base. I remember that." "She didn't tell you anything else?" "That was all. I don't understand why it matters when she was killed in Los Angeles." "It probably doesn't, Henrik. But sometimes it's good to cast a big net." "What does this mean?" "It means if you ask a lot of questions, you get a lot of information. Not all of it is useful, but sometimes you get lucky. I appreciate your patience and your talking with me." "Will you solve the case now, Detective?" Bosch paused before answering. "I'm giving it my best shot, Henrik, and I promise you'll be the first to know." The call with Henrik energized Bosch, even though he had not gotten all there was to get. He could not put his finger on what was happening with the case, but things had shifted. Little more than a day earlier, he believed the investigation was going nowhere, and that he would soon be repacking the archive boxes and sending Annika Jesperson back to the depths of the warehouse of unsolved cases and forgotten victims. But now there was a spark. There were mysteries and irons in the fire. There were questions to be answered, and Bosch was still in the game. His next move was to make contact with Annika's editor at the BT. Bosch checked the name Henrik had given him, Yannick Fry, against the news reports and records in the murder book. The names didn't match. The stories that ran in the wake of the riots quoted an editor named Arne Hagen. The investigator's chronology also listed Hagen as the editor the RCTF detective spoke with about Jesperson. Bosch could not explain the discrepancy. He Googled a phone number for the newsroom of Berlingske Tidende and made the call. He guessed that someone would have to be in the newsroom despite the late hour. Nøyde. Bosch had forgotten about the language difficulty he might encounter. He didn't know if the woman who had answered was saying her name or a Danish word. Hey, Nøyde skrivable. Hello, do you speak English? A little. How do I help you? Bosch referred to his notes. I am looking for Arne Hagen or Jannik Fry, please. There was a slight pause before the woman on the other end of the line spoke. Mr. Hagen is dead, yes? He's dead? What about Mr. Fry? No one here. When did Mr. Hagen pass away? Hold on the line, please. Bosch waited for what seemed to be 5 minutes. He looked around the squad room as he waited and soon saw Lieutenant O'Toole staring at him through the window of his office. O'Toole fired an imaginary gun and then gave the thumbs-up signal with his eyebrows raised in a question. Bosch knew he was asking if he had qualified at the academy. Bosch gave him a thumbs-up and then looked away. Finally, a male voice came on the line. This speaker's English was excellent and with only the slightest accent. This is Mikkel Bond. How can I help you? Yes. I wanted to speak with Arne Hagen, but the woman before you said he passed away. Is that true? Yes. Arne Hagen died 4 years ago. Can I ask why you're calling? My name is Harry Bosch. I'm a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department. I'm investigating the death 20 years ago of Annika Jesperson. Are you familiar with the case? I know who Annika Jesperson was. We are very familiar here. Arne Hagen was the editor of the newspaper at that time, but he retired and then he died. What about an editor named Jannik Fry? Is he still there? Jannik Fry? No, Jannik is not. When did he leave? Is he still alive? A few years ago, he retired also. He is alive as far as I know. Okay, do you know how I can reach him? I need to talk to him. I can see if someone has contact information. Some of the copy editors may still be in touch with him. Can you tell me if there is activity on the case? I am a reporter and would want to— The case is active. I'm investigating, but there is nothing other than that. I'm just starting. I see. Can I get back to you with contact information for Jannik Fry? I'd rather hold while you get it for me now. There was a pause. I see. Very well, I will try to be quick. Bosch was put on hold again. This time he didn't look toward the lieutenant's office. He turned and looked behind him and saw that Chu was gone, probably having stepped out for lunch. Detective Bosch. It was Bond back on the line. Yes. I have an email for Jannik Fry. What about a phone number? We don't have that available at the moment. I will keep looking and will get it to you. But for now, do you want the email address? Yes, I do. He copied Fry's email address down and then gave Bond his own email and phone number. Good luck, Detective, Bond said. Thank you. You know, I wasn't here back then when it happened, but 10 years ago I was here, and I remember we did a big story on Annika and the case. Would you like to see it? Bosch hesitated. It would be in Danish, wouldn't it? Yes, but there are several translation sites on the internet that you could use. Bosch wasn't sure what he meant, but invited Bond to send him a link to the story. He thanked him again, and then disconnected. Chapter 9. Bosch realized he was famished. He took the elevator down to the lobby, went out the main entrance, and crossed the front plaza. The plan was to walk over to Philippe's for a roast beef sandwich, but his cell buzzed before he even got across First Street. It was Geordie Gant. "Harry, we already got your guy." "Too small?" "That's right. I just got the call from one of my guys. They picked him up coming out of a McDonald's on Normandy. One of the guys I got to enroll call this morning had his picture on the visor. Sure enough, it was too small." "Where'd they take him?" 77th. He's being booked as we speak, and right now they're only holding him on the bench warrant. I figure if you move now, you can get there before he can get to a lawyer." "I'm on my way." "How about I meet you and sit in?" "See you there." It took him only 20 minutes in midday traffic to get to 77th Street Station. The whole way he thought about how to play Washburn. Bosch had nothing on Too Small, but a hunch based on proximity. No evidence of anything, and nothing for sure. It seemed to him that his one shot was a play, to convince Washburn that he had something, and to use the lie to draw out an admission. It was the weakest way to go, especially with a suspect that had been around the block a few times with the police. But it was all he had. At 77th, Gant was already in the watch office waiting for him. "I had him moved down to the D Bureau. You ready?" "I'm ready." Bosch saw a box of Krispy Kreme donuts on a counter behind the patrol lieutenant's desk. It was open, and there were only 2 donuts left, probably sitting there since the morning's roll call. "Hey, does anybody mind?" He pointed toward the donuts. "Knock yourself out," Gant said. Bosch took a glazed donut and ate it in 4 bites while he followed Gant down the back hallway of the station to the detective bureau. They entered the sprawling squad room of desks, file cabinets, and piles of paperwork. Most of the desks were empty, and Bosch figured the detectives were out working cases or on lunch break. He saw a tissue box on one of the empty desks and pulled out 3 tissues to wipe the sugar off his fingers. A patrol officer was sitting outside the door of one of the 2 interrogation rooms. He stood up as Gant and Bosch approached. Gant introduced him as Chris Mercer, the patrolman who had spotted Too Small Washburn. "Nice work," Bosch said, shaking his hand. "Did you read him the words?" Meaning his constitutional rights and protections. "I did." "Great." "Thank you, Chris," Gant said. "We'll take it from here." The officer gave a mock salute and headed out. Gant looked at Bosch. "Any particular way you want to do this?" "We have anything on him besides the warrant?" "A little. He had a half ounce of weed on him." Bosch frowned. It wasn't much. "He also had $600 cash." Bosch nodded. That made things a little better. He might be able to work with the money, depending on how smart Washburn was about current drug laws. "I'm going to run a game on him, see if I can get him to hurt himself. I think it's our best shot. Put him in a corner so he has to talk his way out." "Okay, I'll play along if you need it." On the wall between the doors to the 2 interrogation rooms was a documents file. Bosch pulled a standard rights waiver form, folded it, and put it in his inside coat pocket. "Open it, and let me go in first," he said. Gant did so, and Bosch walked into the interrogation room with a dark look on his face. Washburn was sitting at a small table, his wrists bound by snap ties to the back of his chair. As advertised, he was a small man who wore baggy clothes to help disguise how little he was. On the table was a plastic evidence bag containing the items found in his clothing at the time of his arrest. Bosch took the chair directly across from him. Gant pulled the 3rd chair back to the door and sat down as if guarding it. He was a few feet behind Bosch's left shoulder. Bosch lifted the evidence bag and looked through it. A wallet, cell phone, set of keys, the money roll, and the plastic bag containing the half ounce of marijuana. "Charles Washburn," he said. "They call you Too Small, right? With a number 2. That's clever. Was that you who came up with that?" He looked up from the bag to Washburn, who didn't reply. Bosch looked back down at the evidence bag and shook his head. "Well, we've got a problem here, Too Small. You know what the problem is?"
"I don't give a fuck."
"Well, you know what I'm not seeing in this bag?"
"Don't matter to me."
"I'm not seeing a pipe or even any papers. And then you got this big wad of cash in here with a reefer. You know what all that adds up to now, don't you?"
"It adds up to you letting me call my lawyer. And don't bother talking to me, 'cause I got nothing to say to your ass. Just bring me the phone and I call my guy up."
Through the bag, Bosch pushed the main button on Too Small's phone, and the screen came to life. As he expected, the phone was password protected. "Oops, you need a password." Bosch held it up for Washburn to see. "Give it to me and I'll call your lawyer for you."
"No, that's okay. Put me back in the tank and I'll use the payphone in there."
"Why not this one? You probably have your guy on speed dial, don't you?"
"'Cause that ain't my phone and I don't know the password."
Bosch knew the phone probably had call information and contact lists that could lead to further trouble for Washburn. Too Small had no choice but to deny ownership, even if it was laughable. "Really? That's sort of strange since this came out of your pocket, along with the weed and the money."
"You people put that shit on me. I want to call a lawyer."
Bosch nodded and turned to Gant and addressed him. He was strolling along a very thin constitutional line here. "You know what that means, Geordie?"
"Tell me."
"It means this guy had a controlled substance in one pocket and a wad of cash in the other. See, not carrying a pipe was a mistake, because without carrying a means of personal consumption, the law views that as possession with intent to sell, and that bumps it up to a felony. His lawyer will probably tell him all of that."
"What are you talking about, man?"
Washburn protested.
"That isn't even half a lid. I ain't selling it, and you fucking know it."
Bosch looked back at him. "Are you talking to me?" he asked. "Because you just told me you wanted a lawyer, and when you say that, I gotta shut it down. You want to talk to me now?"
"All I'm saying is I wasn't selling shit."
"Do you want to talk to me?"
"Yeah, I'll talk to you if it gets this bullshit taken care of."
"Well then, we gotta do it right." Bosch pulled the rights waiver out of his jacket pocket and had Washburn sign it. Bosch doubted his play would stand up to Supreme Court scrutiny, but didn't think it would ever come to that. "Okay, Too Small. Let's talk," he said. "All I know here is what's in the bag. It says you're a drug dealer, and that's how we have to charge you." Bosch saw Washburn flex the muscles in his thin shoulders and hang his head down. Bosch checked his watch. "But don't get all anxious about that, Too Small, because the weed is the least of my worries. It's just something I'm going to be able to hold you with, because my guess is that a guy who doesn't pay his child support isn't going to have enough dough to put up a 25 grand bond." Bosch raised the bag containing the weed again. "This will keep you inside while I work out this other thing I've got on my plate." Washburn looked up.
"Yeah, bullshit. I'll be out. I got people."
"Yeah, well, people seem to disappear when it's time to put up money." Bosch turned and looked at Gant. "You ever notice that, Geordie?" "I have. People seem to scatter, especially when they know a brother is going down. They think, why bother putting up a bond if he ain't going nowhere but to slam?" Bosch nodded as he looked back at Washburn.
"What is this bullshit?" Washburn said. "Why you on me, man? What'd I do?"
Bosch drummed the fingers of one hand on the table. "Well, I'll tell you, Too Small. I work in downtown, and I wouldn't come all the way down here just to bust somebody's chops on a dime bag. See, I work homicide. I work cold cases. You know what that means? I work old cases, years old. Sometimes 20 years old." Bosch gauged Washburn for a reaction, but didn't register a change. "Like the one we're going to talk about."
I don't know nothing about no homicide. You got the wrong motherfucker there.
Yeah? Really? That's not what I heard. I guess some people have been talking some shit about you then.
That's right. So take that shit out of here.
Bosch leaned back as if maybe he was considering following Washburn's order, but then he shook his head once. No, I can't do that. I got a witness, Charles. Actually, an ear witness. You know what that is? Washburn looked away when he answered.
The only thing I know is that you're full of shit.
I got a witness who heard you cop to the crime, man. She said you told her. You were acting like a big man and told her how you put the white bitch against the wall and popped her. She said you were real proud of it because it was going to grease you right into the 60s. Washburn tried to stand up, but his bindings pulled him right back into his seat.
White bitch? Man, what the fuck you talking? Was that Letitia you talking about? She's full of shit. She's just trying to cause me trouble on account I ain't paid her in 4 months. Her lying ass will say anything.
Bosch leaned his elbows down on the table and moved closer to Washburn. Yeah, well, I don't name informants, Charles. But I can tell you that you've got a big problem here, because I did some checking based on what I was told, and it turns out that in 1992, a white woman was murdered in the alley right behind your house. So this isn't no made-up shit. Washburn's eye lit with recognition.
You mean that reporter bitch during the riots? You ain't putting that on me, man. I'm clean on that, and you can tell your ear witness that she keep lying and she's gonna get fucked up.
Charles, I'm not sure you want to be threatening witnesses in front of 2 law enforcement officers. Now, you see, if something were to happen to Letitia, whether or not she was a witness, you are going to be the first person we come after. You understand? Washburn said nothing, and Bosch pressed on. Actually, I have more than one witness, Charles. I've got another person from the neighborhood who said you had a gun back then. A Beretta, as a matter of fact, and that's just the kind of gun used to kill the woman in the alley.
That gun? I found that gun in my backyard, man.
There. Washburn had made an admission, but he also had given a plausible explanation. It seemed too genuine and extemporaneous to be made up. Bosch had to go with it. Your yard? You want me to believe you just found it in your backyard?
Look, man, I was 16 years old. My moms wouldn't even let me go outside during the riot. She had a lock on my bedroom door from the outside and bars on the window. She put me in there and locked me in, man. You go check with her on it.
So when did you find this gun?
When it was over, man. All over. I went out back and there it was in the grass when I was mowing the lawn. I didn't know where it came from. I didn't even know about that kill until my moms told me some police came and knocked on the door.
Did you tell your moms about the gun?
No. Fuck no. I wasn't going to tell her about no gun. And by then I didn't even have it no more.
Bosch made a furtive glance over his shoulder to Gant. Harry was moving out of his zone here. Washburn's story had the desperation and detail of truth. Whoever had shot Jesperson could have tossed the murder weapon over the fence to get rid of it. Gant picked up on the glance and stood up. He pulled his chair over next to Bosch's. He was an equal player now. Charles, you've got a serious thing here, he said in a tone that imparted that seriousness perfectly. You have to know that we know more about this than you ever could. You can dig yourself out of a hole here if you don't bullshit us. If you lie, we're going to know it. Okay, Washburn said meekly.
What I gotta say?
You gotta tell us what you did with that gun 20 years ago.
I gave it away. First I hid it, then I gave it away.
To who?
A guy I knew, but he's gone now.
I'm not going to ask you again. Who?
His name was Truman, but I never knew if that was his real name or not. On the street they call him True Story.
Is that a nickname? What was his last name? Gant was following standard interview technique and asking some questions he already knew the answers to. It helped gauge the interview subject's veracity, and sometimes provided a strategic advantage when the subject thought the interviewer knew less than he actually did.
I don't know, man, Washburn said. But he's dead now. He got clipped a few years back.
Who clipped him?
I don't know. He was street. Somebody just took him down, you know? It happens.
Gant leaned back in his chair, and this was a signal to Bosch to take the lead back if he wanted it. He did. Tell me about the gun.
Like you said, a Beretta. It was black.
Where exactly did you find it in your yard?
I don't know, by the swing set. It was just there in the grass, man. I didn't see it and ran over it with a lawnmower, put a big fucking scratch on the metal.
Where was the scratch?
Right down the side of the barrel.
Bosch knew the scratch could be an identifier if the gun was ever found. More important, the scratch would help confirm Washburn's story. Did the weapon still work?
Oh, yeah, it worked. Worked fine. I fired it right there, put a slug in one of the fence posts. Surprised me. I was hardly pulling the trigger.
Your mother hear the shot?
Yeah, she came out, but I put it in my pants under my shirt. I told her it was the lawnmower backfiring.
Bosch wondered about the slug in the fence post. If it was still there, it would further corroborate the story. He moved on. All right, so you said your mother had you locked up in your room during the riots, right?
That's right.
Okay. So when did you find the gun? The riots pretty much ended after 3 days. May 1st was the last night. Do you remember when you found the gun? Washburn shook his head like he was annoyed.
That's too far back, man. I can't remember what day. I just remember I found the gun is all.
Why did you give it to True Story?
'Cause he was a street boss. I give it to him.
You mean he was a boss in the Rolling 60s Crips, correct?
Yes, correct.
He said it in a mocking white man's voice. It was clear he wanted to talk to Gant and not Bosch. Harry glanced toward Gant, and he took the lead back. You said Trumont. You mean Trumont, right? Trumont Story?
I guess, man. I didn't know him that well.
Why'd you give him the gun, then?
Because I wanted to know him. I wanted to move up the ladder, you know?
And did you?
Not really. I took a bust and got sent to J.D. up in Sylmar. I was there for almost 2 years. After that, I sort of missed my chance.
One of the largest juvenile detention centers was in Sylmar, in the northern suburbs of the San Fernando Valley. The juvie courts often sent underage criminals to centers far from their home neighborhoods, in an effort to break their connection to gangs. Did you ever see that weapon again? Gant asked.
Nope, never did,
Washburn answered. What about True Story? Bosch asked. Did you see him again?
I'd see him on the street, but we never were together. We never spoke.
Bosch waited a moment to see if he would say more. He didn't. Okay, sit tight, Too Small, he said. He tapped Gant on the shoulder as he stood up. The detectives left the interrogation room, closed the door, and huddled together outside. Gant shrugged his shoulders and spoke first. It hangs together, he said. Bosch nodded reluctantly. Washburn's story did have the ring of truth, but the ring didn't matter. He had admitted finding a gun in his backyard. It was most likely the gun Bosch was looking for, but there wasn't any evidence of that, just as there wasn't any evidence that Too Small Washburn's involvement in Annika Jesperson's murder was anything more than what he had admitted to. What do you want to do with him? Gant asked. I'm done with him. Book him on the warrant in the weed, but let him know that it wasn't Letitia or anybody else who talked to us. Will do. Sorry it didn't work out, Harry. Yeah. I was thinking. Thinking what? Trumont's story. What if he wasn't whacked with his own gun? Gant cupped his elbow in one hand and rubbed his chin with the other.
That was almost 3 years ago.
Yeah, I know. It's a long shot. But there was a 5-year stretch in there when Story was up in Pelican Bay, and nobody used the gun. It stayed hidden. Gant nodded.
He lived on 73rd. About a year ago, I had occasion to be in that neighborhood on a community relations thing we were running. I knocked on that door and his baby mama was still living in the house.
Bosch nodded. The team that caught his killing. You know if they ever checked the house?
Gant shook his head.
I don't know, Harry, but I'm thinking probably not too closely. Not with a warrant, I mean. I can check.
Bosch nodded and started toward the squad room door.
Let me know, he said. If they didn't go through that place, then maybe I will.
It might be worth a shot, Gant said. But you should know, Story's baby mama was a hardcore gang girl. Hell, she'd probably be on top of the pyramid if she had the right plumbing. She's tough.
Bosch thought about that for a moment.
We might be able to make that work for us. I don't know if there's going to be enough here to get paper.
He was talking about the necessary probable cause to get a search warrant for Tremont Story's former home almost 3 years after he was dead. The best way in would be without having to get a warrant signed by a judge. The best way would be to be invited. And given the right play, sometimes the least likely invitation can be offered by the least likely individual.
I'll work on a script, Harry, Gant offered.
Okay, let me know.
Chapter 10. Chu was at his computer working on a Word document when Bosch got back to the squad room.
What's that?
Parole letter on the Clancy case.
Bosch nodded.
He was glad Chu was getting the letter done. The department was notified whenever a murderer convicted in one of its cases was coming up for a parole hearing. It was not required, but the investigators who worked the case were invited to send letters of objection or recommendation to the parole board. The workload often prevented this from getting done, but Bosch was usually a stickler about it. He liked to write letters that described the brutality of the murder in detail, hoping that the horror of the crimes would help sway the board to deny parole. He was attempting to pass this practice on to his partner, and had given Chu the task of writing the letter on the Clancy murder, a particularly heinous sexually motivated stabbing.
I should have something for you to read tomorrow.
Good, Bosch said.
Did you run those names I gave you?
Yeah, not much there. Jimenez was totally clean, and Banks just has a DUI conviction.
You sure?
That's all I found, Harry. Sorry.
Disappointed, Bosch pulled his chair out and sat down at his desk. It wasn't that he expected the Alex White mystery to be solved on the spot, but he had been hoping for something more than a drunk driving conviction, something he could chew on.
You're welcome, Chu said.
Bosch looked back at him and turned his disappointment into annoyance.
If you want to be thanked all the time for just doing your job, then you picked the wrong career.
Chu didn't respond.
Bosch fired up his computer and was greeted with an email from Mikkel Bahn of the Berlingske Tidende. It had come in almost an hour earlier. Detective Bosch. I have inquired further. Yannick Frey was the editor who worked with Annika Jespersen because he was in charge of freelance projects. Mr. Frey did not speak directly to Los Angeles investigators and reporters in 1992 because his English skills were considered poor. Arne Hagen spoke at the time because his English skills were very high, and he was editor of the newspaper. I have made contact with Mr. Frey, and his English is not good. I offer my services as go-between if you have questions for him. If this is of help to you, I am happy to do this. Please just let me know your answer. Bosch considered the offer. He knew there was an unspoken quid pro quo in Bond's seemingly innocent offer to help. He was a newspaperman, and he was always looking for the story. Plus, Bosch's use of him as a go-between would give Bond information that might be vital to the investigation,
It was not a good place to be, but Bosch felt the need to keep momentum going. He started typing a reply. Mr. Bond, I would like to take you up on your offer if you can promise me that the information Mr. Fry provides will be kept confidential until I tell you it is okay to use in a newspaper story. If you can agree to that, here is what I would like to ask. Do you know if Annika Jesperson flew to the United States to pursue a story? If yes, what was the story about? What was she doing here? What can you tell me about her destinations in the United States? She went to Atlanta and San Francisco before coming to L.A. Why? Do you know if she went to any other cities in the USA? Before her U.S. trip, she went to Stuttgart, Germany, and stayed in a hotel near the U.S. military base. Do you know why? I think this is a good start, and I would appreciate any information you can get in regard to Annika's trip here. Thank you for your help, and once again, please keep this information confidential. Bosch reread the email before sending it. He tapped the send button and immediately felt a sense of regret about involving Bond, a journalist he had never met and had had only one conversation with. He turned away from the computer screen and checked the wall clock. It was almost 4, which made it almost 7 in Tampa. Bosch opened the murder book and got the number he had written on the inside cover for Gary Harrod, the now-retired detective who had run the Jesperson case for the Riot Crimes Task Force back in 1992. He had talked to Harrod when he had reopened the case. There had not been much to ask then, but now there was. Bosch wasn't sure if the number he had for Harrod was a home, cell, or work phone. He had retired as a young man at 20 years in, moved to Florida, where his wife was from, and now ran a successful real estate firm. This is Gary. Hey, Gary, this is Harry Bosch in L.A. Remember we talked about the Jesperson case last month? Sure, Bosch, yes, of course. Do you have a couple minutes to talk, or are you eating dinner? Dinner's not for a half hour. Until then, I'm all yours. Don't tell me you solved the Snow White case already. Bosch had told him in their first call that Annika had been nicknamed Snow White by his partner on the night of the murder. Not quite. I'm still fishing around on things, but a couple things have come up that I wanted to ask you about. Go ahead, shoot. Okay. The first thing is the paper Jesperson worked for. Were you the one who made contact with the people in Denmark? There was a long pause as Harrod probed his memory of the case. Bosch had never worked directly with Harrod, but he knew of him back when he was with the department. He had a reputation as a solid investigator. It was the reason Bosch had chosen to contact him out of all of the investigators who'd had a piece of the case in those early years. He knew Harrod would help if he could, and that he wouldn't hold back information. Bosch always made the effort to touch base with the original investigators on cold cases. It was surprising how many were still infected with professional pride, reluctant to help another investigator solve a case they were unable to close themselves. Not so with Harrod. In their very first conversation, he revealed his guilt over not closing out the Jesperson case and many of the other riot murders he was assigned to. He said the task force was overwhelmed by too many cases with too little evidence to pursue. Like the Jesperson case, most RCTF investigations were based on incomplete or almost non-existent crime scene investigations. The lack of forensic evidence was crippling. Most cases, we didn't know where to start, Harrod had told Bosch. We were running around in the dark, so we put up billboards and offered rewards, and primarily that's what we worked off of. But we didn't get much, and at the end of the day, we didn't break any new ground. I don't remember a single case that we closed. So frustrating. It was one of the reasons I pulled the pin at 20. I had to get away from L.A. Bosch couldn't help but think that the city and the department had lost a good man. His hope was that if he was able to close out the Jesperson case, then Harrod would find a measure of solace in that. I remember talking to somebody over there, Harrod said. It wasn't her direct boss because that person couldn't speak English. So it was more of a general supervisor, and I just got general info. I remember there was a uniform up in Devonshire who spoke the language, Danish, and we used him to make some calls over there. This was news to Bosch. There were no reports in the murder book about a phone interview with anyone other than Arne Hagen, the newspaper's editor-in-chief. Who was interviewed? Do you remember? I think it was just other people on the newspaper staff, maybe family members too. Her brother? Maybe, but I don't remember, Harry. It was 20 years ago, and a different life for me. I understand. Do you remember who it was in Devonshire Division that you used on the calls? It's not in the book? No. Nothing in the book about any Danish language interviews. It was just somebody in Devonshire Patrol? Yeah, some guy that was born over there and grew up here and knew the language. I don't remember the name. Personnel found him for us. But look, if there are no reports in the book, then it didn't add up to anything, Harry. I would have put it in. Bosch nodded. He knew Harrod was right. But it always bothered him when he heard about an investigative move that was not chronicled in the official record, the murder book. Okay, Gary, I'll let you go. I just wanted to check that out with you. You sure? Nothing else? Since you called me, I've been thinking about the case all the time. That one and another one that still sticks, you know? Which one was that? Maybe I can take a look if nobody's gotten to it yet. Harrod paused again as his memory jumped from one case to another. I don't remember the name, he said. It was a guy up in Pacoima. He was from Utah, staying in a shitty motel up there. He was part of a construction crew that traveled around the West, building strip malls. He was a tile setter, I remember that. What happened? We never knew. He was found headshot in the middle of the street about a block from his motel. I remember the TV was on in his room. He must have been watching on TV. You know, the city coming apart like that. And for whatever reason, he went outside to look. And that's what always bothered me about that one. That he went outside? Yeah, that he went out. Why? The city was burning. There were no rules, just anarchy. And he left safety to go see it. As far as we could ever tell, somebody just drove by and popped him from a car. No witnesses, no motive, no evidence. It was a loser the day I got the case, and I knew it. I remember talking to his parents on the phone. They were up in Salt Lake City. They couldn't understand how this could have happened to their boy. They viewed L.A. like it was some other planet that he had gone to. It was beyond their concept. Yeah, Bosch said. There was nothing else to say. Anyway, Harrod said, shaking off the memory. I better wash up, Harry. My wife's making pasta tonight. Sounds good, Gary. Thanks for your help. What help? You helped. Let me know if you think of anything else. You got it. Bosch hung up and tried to think if he knew anybody who would have worked in Devonshire 20 years ago. Back then it was the quietest yet geographically largest police division, covering the entire northwest corner of the city in the San Fernando Valley. It was known as Club Dev because the station was new and the workload light. Bosch realized that Larry Gandil, a former open unsolved unit lieutenant, had spent time in Devonshire in the 90s and might know who the Danish-speaking patrol officer was. Bosch called Gandil's office. He was now the captain in charge of RHD. Bosch's call was put through without delay. Harry explained what and who he was looking for, and Gandil gave him the bad news. Yeah, you're talking about Magnus Vestergaard, but he's dead at least 10 years now. Motorcycle accident. Damn. What did you need him for? He did some Danish translation work on a case I'm looking at. I wanted to see what he remembered that's not in the book. Sorry about that, Harry. Yeah, me too. As soon as Bosch put down the phone, it rang while still in his hand. It was Lieutenant O'Toole.
"Detective, can you come into my office for a moment?"
"Sure thing." Bosch killed his computer screen and got up. A summons to O'Toole's office was not a good thing. He felt several eyes in the squad room following him as he made his way to the corner office. It was bright inside. The blinds over the windows that looked out on the squad were open, as well as the exterior windows that had a view of the Los Angeles Times building. The previous lieutenant always kept these closed, out of fear that the reporters were watching. "What's up, LT?" Bosch asked.
"I've got something I want you to run with."
"What do you mean?"
"A case. I got a call from an analyst named Pran in the death squad. He linked an open case from '06 with a case from '99. I want you to handle it. It sounded good. Here's his direct."
O'Toole proffered a yellow post-it with a phone number jotted on it. The Death Squad was the unofficial acronym of the new Data Evaluation and Theory Unit. It was part of a new form of cold case investigating called data synthesizing. For the prior 3 years, the Death Squad had been digitizing archived murder books, creating a massive database of easily accessible and comparable information about unsolved killings. Suspects, witnesses, weapons, locations, word constructions, any and all of the myriad details of crime scenes and investigations were constantly churning through the squad's telephone booth-size IBM computer. It had provided a whole new line of investigation of cold cases. Bosch didn't reach out for the post-it, but his curiosity got the better of him. "What's the connection between the cases?"
"A witness. Same witness happened to see the shooter running away. 2 contract hits, one in the valley, one downtown, no seeming connection, but the same witness both times. Sounds to me like this witness needs to be looked at from a whole new angle. Take the number."
Bosch didn't. "What's going on, Lieutenant? I've got momentum going on the Jesperson case. Why are you giving me this?"
"You told me yesterday that Jesperson was stalled."
"I didn't say it was stalled. I said it wasn't a CBO case." Bosch suddenly realized what was going on. Something Geordie Gant had said connected with what O'Toole was trying to do. Plus, he knew that the afternoon before, O'Toole had attended the weekly command staff meeting on the 10th floor. He turned and headed out of the office.
"Harry, don't walk out. Where are you going?"
Bosch spoke without turning back to look. "Give it to Jackson. He needs a case."
"I'm giving it to you. Hey!"
Bosch strode down the center aisle and out the door to the elevator lobby. O'Toole didn't follow him, and that was a good thing. The 2 things Bosch had the least patience for were politics and bureaucracy, and he believed O'Toole was engaged in both, but not necessarily by his own choice. He rode the elevator to the 10th floor, and then strode through the open door of the Chief of Police's suite. There were 4 desks in the front room. Uniformed officers sat behind 3 of them. Behind the 4th was Alta Rose, who was arguably the most powerful civilian working in the police department. She had been guarding the entrance to the Chief of Police's office for nearly 3 decades. She was part pit bull and part sweetheart of Sigma Chi. Anybody who dismissed her as simply a secretary was mistaken. She kept the chief's schedule and more often than not told him where to be and when. Bosch had been summoned to the chief's office enough times over the years that Rose recognized him on sight. She smiled sweetly at him as he approached her desk.
"Detective Bosch, how are you?" she asked.
"I'm fine, Ms. Rose. How are things up here?"
"I'm not sure they could be any better. But I am sorry I don't have you on the chief's calendar today. Have I made a mistake?"
No mistake, Ms. Rose. I was just hoping to see if if the chief has 5 minutes for me." Her eyes flitted down for a moment to the multiple-line telephone on her desk. One of the line buttons was glowing red.
"Oh dear, he's on a call."
But Bosch knew that line was always lit, just so Alta Rose could turn people away if need be. Harry's former partner, Kiz Ryder, had spent time working in the chief's office and had told Bosch the secret. He also has an evening appointment he's going to have to leave for as soon as— 3 minutes, Miss Rose. Just ask him. I think he's probably even expecting me. Alta Rose frowned, but got up from her desk and disappeared behind the big door to the inner sanctum. Bosch stood waiting. Chief Martin Maycock had come up through the ranks. 25 years before, he had been an RHD detective assigned to Homicide Special. So was Bosch. They had never partnered, but they had worked task force cases together, most notably on the Dollmaker investigation, which ended when Bosch shot the infamous serial killer to death in his Silver Lake kill pad. Maycock was handsome and more than competent, and he had a name that was easily, if awkwardly, remembered. He used the media attention and celebrity from those big cases to launch his rise through the command structure of the department, culminating in his appointment by the police commission as chief. The rank and file was at first buoyed by the elevation of a homegrown badge to the 10th floor. But 3 years into his appointment, the honeymoon was over. Maycock presided over a department crippled by a hiring freeze, a devastating budget crunch, and the various and sundry scandals that came along every few months. Crime had plummeted, but it wasn't garnering him any credit or political traction. Worse than that was that the rank and file had begun to view him as a politician, more interested in getting on the 6 o'clock news than showing up at roll calls and the scenes of cop shootings. An old nickname for the chief, Marty Mycock, had found a renaissance in the locker rooms, parking lots, and bars where cops gathered on or off duty. For a long time, Bosch had kept the faith, but the year before, he had inadvertently helped the chief win a treacherous political battle with a city councilman who was the department's top critic. It was a setup in which Bosch had been used by Kiz Ryder. She got a promotion out of it. She was now a captain running West Valley Division. But Bosch had not spoken to her or the chief since. Alta Rose returned through the inner sanctum door and held it open for Bosch. "You have 5 minutes with the chief, Detective Bosch." "Thank you, Miss Rose." Bosch entered and found Maycock sitting behind a large desk, festooned with police and sports tchotchkes and memorabilia. The office was large and included a large private balcony, an adjoining boardroom with a 12-foot-long meeting table, and a sweeping view of the Civic Center. "Harry Bosch, I had a feeling I might hear from you today." They shook hands. Bosch stayed standing in front of the great wide desk. He couldn't deny that he liked his old colleague. He just didn't like what he was doing and what he had become. "Then why did you use O'Toole? Why didn't you just call me up? You called me up last year on that Irving thing." "Yeah, but that got messy. I went with O'Toole, and now it's messy again." "What do you want, Marty?" "Do I have to say it?" "She was executed, Marty. Put up against a wall and shot in the eye. And because she was white, you don't want me to clear it?" "It's not like that. Of course I want you to clear it. But it's a sensitive situation. If it comes out big that the only riot killing we cleared during the 20th anniversary year is the white girl murdered by some gangbanger, then we're going to have to deal with some ugly shit. It's been 20 years, but we haven't come that far, Harry. You never know what could light the match again." Bosch turned from the desk and looked out through the glass at City Hall. "You're talking about public relations," he said. "I'm talking about murder. What happened to everybody counting, no matter who they are, or were? Do you even remember that from Homicide Special?" "Of course I do, and it still stands, Harry. I'm not asking you to drop the case. Just put some space in it. Wait a month, till after the 1st, clear it then, and clear it quietly, and we'll tell the family and leave it at that. If we're lucky, the suspect will be dead and we won't have to worry about a trial. Meantime, O'Toole told me he had a hot shot from the death squad that you can run with. Maybe that one will bring us the kind of attention we want." Bosch shook his head. "I have a case I'm running with now." Maycock was losing patience with Bosch. His ruddy complexion was turning a deeper red. "Put it on hold and go with a hot shot." Did O'Toole tell you that if I clear this one, I may clear 5 or 6 others?" Maycock nodded, but dismissed the news with a wave of the hand. "Yeah, gangbangers all, and none during the riots. This was your idea, to go into these cases. How was I to know that you'd be the only one to get some traction on a case, and it would happen to be Snow White? Jesus Christ, the name alone, Harry. In fact, no matter what happens, stop calling her that." Bosch took a few steps around the room. He found an angle where the spire of City Hall was doubled in the reflection of the glass skin of the PAB's northern wing. Fresh kills or cold cases, the pursuit of killers had to be relentless. It was the only way to go, and the only way Bosch knew how to go. But when political and social considerations intruded, his patience always stretched thin. "God damn it, Marty," he said. "I know how you feel," the chief said. Bosch finally looked back at him. "No, you don't. Not anymore. You're entitled to your opinion, but not to work my case." "Again, that is not what I'm saying. You keep putting it in a way that is not—" "It's too late, Marty. It's about to break." "Break how?" "I needed information about my victim. I went to the paper she worked for and traded information. I'm working with a reporter on it. If I blow it off now, he'll know why, and it will be a bigger story for that than for me closing it." "You son of a bitch." "What paper? In Sweden?" "Denmark. She was from Denmark. But don't think it'll stay in Denmark. The media is global. The story may break over there, but it will ping-pong right back here eventually. And you'll have to answer to why you killed the investigation." Maycock grabbed a baseball off his desk and started working it with his fingers like a pitcher breaking in a new ball. "You can go now," he said. "Okay. And?" "And just get the hell out. We're done." Bosch paused, then started moving toward the door. "I will keep all public relations issues in mind as I proceed," he said. It was his meager offering. "Yes, you do that, detective," the chief said. As he left the suite, Bosch thanked Alta Rose for getting him in. Chapter 11. It was 6 p.m. when Bosch knocked on the door of the house on 73rd Place. Normally, residential search warrants were executed in the morning hours, so they drew little notice in the neighborhood. People were at work, at school, sleeping late. But that wasn't the plan this time. Bosch didn't want to wait. The case had a momentum, and he didn't want it to stall. The door was answered after the third knock by a short woman in a house dress and a colorful bandana wrapped around her head. Tattoos rose like a scarf around her neck and up to her jawline. She stood behind a security gate, the kind most of the houses in the neighborhood had. Bosch stood front and center on the front stoop. This was by design. Behind him were 2 white officers from the gang enforcement detail. Geordie Gant and David Chu were standing farther back in the front yard and to the left. Bosch wanted to hammer home to the woman of the house that she was in for a major intrusion. Uniformed white police officers searching through her home. "Gail Briscoe? I'm Detective Bosch with the LAPD. I have a document here giving me access to search your home." "Search my home? For what?" "This specifies that we are searching for a Beretta Model 92 handgun known to have been in the possession of Tremont Story, who resided here until his death on December 1st, 2009. Bosch held the document out to her, but she couldn't reach for it because of the security door. He was hoping she wouldn't anyway. Instead, she went into full outrage. "You gotta be fucking kidding me," the woman said. "You ain't coming in here and searching my place. This is my home, motherfuckers." "Ma'am," Bosch said calmly, "are you Gail Briscoe?" "Yes, I am, and this is my motherfucking house." "Would you please open the door so you can read the document? It is fully enforceable whether you cooperate with us or not." "I don't want to read a goddamn thing. I know my rights, and you can't just show me a piece of paper and expect me to open my door." Ma'am, Harry, can I talk to the lady? It was Gant coming up to the stoop at just the right moment and just according to the script they had worked out. Sure, knock yourself out, Bosch said gruffly, as if he was more annoyed with Gant's intrusion than with Briscoe. He stepped back and Gant stepped up. She's got 5 minutes to open up, or we cuff her, put her in a car, and then go in. I'm calling backup now. Bosch pulled his cell phone out and walked into the scrub grass out in front, so Briscoe could see him making the call. Gant started speaking in a low voice to the woman in the doorway, doing the Louis Gossett Jr. act, trying to sweet-talk his way to the prize. "Mama, you remember me? I came by here a few months back. They brought me along here to try to keep the peace, but there's no stopping them. They're coming in, and they're going to be looking through all your stuff. Opening things, getting into your private things, getting into whatever anybody else has got in here. You want that?"
This is some bullshit. True been dead going on 3 years, and now they come around here? They haven't even solved his damn murder, and they sticking a warrant in my face?
I know, Mama, I know. But you gotta think about yourself here. You don't want these guys tearing up your house. Where's the gun at? We know True had it. Just give it up, and these guys will leave you be. Bosch clicked off his phony call and started back toward the house. That's it, Geordie. Backup's coming, and time's up. Gant held a hand back with the palm up. Hold on a sec, Detective. We're talking here. He then looked at Briscoe and tried one last time. We're talking, right? You want to avoid this whole thing, right? You don't want your neighbors seeing this, you sitting cuffed in a car now, do you? He paused, and Bosch paused, and everybody waited. Only you, Briscoe finally said. She pointed through the gate at Gant. That's cool, he said. You going to lead me to it? She unlocked the security gate and pushed it toward him. Only you come in. Gant looked back at Bosch and winked. He was in. He went through the doorway, and Briscoe pulled the gate closed and locked it again. Bosch didn't like that last part. He moved up the steps and looked in through the bars. Briscoe was leading Gant down a hallway toward the rear of the house. For the first time, he noticed a boy of about 9 or 10 sitting on a couch playing a handheld video game. "Geordie, you okay?" he called. Gant looked back, and Bosch put his hands on the security gate's handle and shook it to remind him that he was locked in and his backup was locked out. "We're cool," Gant called back. "Mama's going to give it up. She doesn't want you crackers tearing her place up." He smiled as he disappeared from sight. Bosch stayed at the door, leaning close to it so he would hear any sound that might be trouble. He put the phony warrant, dummied off an old one, into his coat's inside pocket to be used another day. He waited 5 minutes and heard nothing except the electronic beeps of the boy's game. He assumed that the kid was Tremont Story's child. "Hey, Geordie," he finally called out. The boy didn't look away from his game. There was no reply. "Geordie?" Again, no reply. Bosch tried the door handle, even though he knew it was locked. He turned back to the 2 GED cops and signaled them to go around the house to the back to see if there was an open door. Chu jumped up on the stoop. Then Bosch saw Gant appear at the mouth of the hallway. He was smiling and holding up a large Ziploc bag containing a black pistol. "Got it, Harry. We're good." Bosch told Chu to retrieve the 2 GED guys, and he let out his first full breath in 10 minutes. It was the best way to have worked it. There was no way O'Toole would have approved his going for a search warrant. There wasn't enough probable cause for a judge to okay a search 3 years after the subject's death. So the dummy warrant scam was the best way, and Gant's script had worked perfectly. Briscoe had given them the gun voluntarily without their having to illegally search the house. As Gant approached the door, Bosch could see that the Ziploc bag was wet. Toilet tank? An obvious place. One of the top 5 hiding places used by criminals. They all watched The Godfather at some point in their maturation process. Nope. The drain pan under the washing machine. Bosch nodded. That wasn't even top 25. Briscoe reached around Gant and unlocked the security gate. Bosch pulled it open to let him out. "Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Briscoe," he said.
"Just get the fuck off my property now and don't come back," she said.
"Yes, ma'am." Gladly. Bosch threw her a mock salute and followed Gant off the stoop. Gant handed him the bag, and Harry checked the weapon as they walked. The plastic bag was smeared with black mold and scratched from years of use, but he could tell the gun was a Beretta Model 92. At the trunk of his car, Harry put on a pair of latex gloves and removed the gun from the plastic bag so he could carefully examine it. He first noted that the left side had a deep scrape mark along the barrel and frame that had been painted over or filled in with a marker. It appeared to be the weapon that Charles Too Small Washburn had described finding in his backyard after the Jesperson murder. Bosch next checked the serial number on the left side of the frame, but it appeared that the machine-stamped number was gone. By holding the weapon up closer and angling it in the light, he could see where the metal had been scarred by several scrape marks. He doubted these could have been caused by the lawnmower blade. Rather, it looked like a concentrated and deliberate effort to obliterate the tracking number. The closer he looked at the scarring on the metal, the more he was convinced. Either Trumont Story or a previous holder of the gun had purposely removed the serial number. "That it?" Gant asked. "Looks like it." "You see the serial number?" "No, it's gone." Bosch ejected the fully loaded magazine and the bullet from the gun's chamber. He then transferred the weapon to a new plastic evidence bag. Ballistics testing would have to confirm the gun's connection to the Jesperson killing and those that followed, but Bosch felt sure that he was holding the first solid piece of evidence produced in the case in 20 years. It didn't necessarily move him any closer to Annika Jesperson's killer, but it was something. It was a starting point.
"I told you all to get,"
Briscoe called from behind her security gate.
"Leave me alone or I'll sue your asses for harassment. Why don't you make yourselves useful and find out who killed True Story?"
Bosch put the gun into an open cardboard box he kept in the trunk, and then slammed the lid, looking at the woman over the roof of his car. He held his tongue as he came around to the driver's side door. They were lucky. Charles Washburn had not only been unable to make bail, but he had yet to be transferred from the lockup at 77th Street Station to the city jail downtown. He was pulled out and returned to the interview room in the detective bureau, and was waiting there when Bosch, Chew, and Gant walked in.
"What? We got 3 stooges now?" he said. "It take all 3 of you to roust me this time?"
"Nah, we ain't here to roust you, Charlie," Gant said. "We're here to make things right by you."
"Yeah? And how's that?"
Bosch pulled out a chair and sat across from Washburn. He placed a closed cardboard box on the table. Gant and Chew remained standing in the tiny room. "We got a deal for you," Gant said. "You take us to the house where you grew up and show us where you put a bullet in the fence post, and we'll see what we can do about dropping some of these charges you got on you. You know, cooperating witness, quid pro quo."
"What, now? It's dark out, man."
"We've got flashlights, Too Small," Bosch said.
"I ain't no cooperating witness, man, and you can keep your quid pro quota shit. I only told you about Story because he's dead. You can put me back in lockup now."
He started to get up, but Gant clapped him on the shoulder in a way that was friendly, but also kept him in the chair. "Nah, you won't be cooperating against anybody. Nothing like that. You'll just be leading us to that bullet. That's all we want."
"And that's all?"
His eyes moved to the box on the table. Gant looked at Bosch, who took over. "And we want you to look at a couple of guns we picked up and see if you can identify the one you found 20 years ago, the gun you gave to Trumont Story." Bosch leaned forward and opened the box. They had put 2 other unloaded 9mm pistols in evidence bags into the box, along with the gun turned over by Gail Briscoe. Bosch took them out and put them on the table, and then put the box on the floor. Gant then uncuffed Washburn so he could pick each one up and study it without removing it from the plastic bag. Too Small examined the Beretta from Tremont Story's house last. He studied both sides and then nodded. "This one," he said. "You sure about that?" Bosch asked. Washburn ran a finger along the left side of the Beretta. "Yeah, I guess, except they fixed the scratch mark up, but I can still feel it. That's a lawnmower blade." "I don't want you guessing. Is that the weapon you found, or not?" "Yeah, man, it's the piece." Bosch took it back and stretched the plastic tightly across the frame where the serial number would have been stamped. "Look at that. Is that how it was when you found it?" "Look at what?" "Don't play dumb, Charles. The serial number's gone. Was it that way when you found it?" "You mean those scratch marks? Yeah, I guess so. The lawnmower did that." "No lawnmower did that. That was done with a file. And you're saying you're sure that's the way it was when you found it?" "Man, I can't be sure about nothing 20 years ago. What do you want from me? I don't remember." Bosch was getting annoyed with his dancing. "Did you do that, Charles, to make it more valuable to a guy like True Story?" "No, man, I didn't do it." "Then tell me, how many guns have you found in your life, Charles?" "Just this one." "Okay, and as soon as you found it, you knew it had a value, right? You knew you could give it to the street boss and you could get something back for it. They might welcome you into the club, right? So don't be dancing around this telling me you don't remember. If the serial number was gone when you found it, then you would have told Tremont Story that it was gone because you knew it would be a plus to him. So which is it, Charles?" "Yeah, man, it was gone, okay? It was gone. There was no serial number when I found it, and that's what I told True, so get out of my face." Bosch realized he had leaned across the table and had invaded what Washburn considered his personal space. He leaned back. "Okay, Charles. Thank you." It was a significant admission, because it confirmed something about how Annika Jesperson's killer carried out the crime. Bosch had been grinding on the question of why the killer had thrown the gun over the fence. Had something happened in the alley that necessitated his getting rid of the gun? Had the gunshot drawn others? The fact that he was using a gun that he thought was untraceable made things fit a little better. With the serial number obliterated, the killer would have thought that the only way to be connected to the murder would be to be caught with the murder weapon in his possession. The best way to avoid that was to dump the gun quickly. This explained why the gun was thrown over the fence. Making sense of the sequence of events in the crime was always important to Bosch. "Now you going to drop my charges and shit?" Washburn asked. Bosch came out of his thoughts and looked at him. "No, not yet. We still want to find that bullet." "Why you need that? You got the gun now." "Because it will help tell the story. Juries like the little details. Let's go." Bosch stood up and started packing the 3 guns back in the cardboard box. Holding the cuffs out, Gant signaled Washburn to stand up. Washburn stayed put in his chair and continued protesting. "I told you where it is, man. You don't need me." Bosch suddenly realized something and waved Gant back. "Tell you what, Charles, you promised to cooperate out there and we don't have to go with the cuffs. And we'll be sure to keep you and your ex far apart. That work for you?" Washburn looked at Bosch and nodded. Harry saw the change. The little man had been worried about his son seeing him cuffed up. "But if you jackrabbit on us," Gant said, "I will hunt your ass down and you ain't going to like it when I find you. Now let's go." This time he helped Washburn up out of his seat. A half hour later, Bosch and Chu stood with Washburn in the backyard of his boyhood home. Gant was in the front of the house, maintaining a vigil with Washburn's ex, making sure her anger didn't translate into aggressive action against the father of her child. It didn't take Washburn long to point out the fence post he had put a bullet in 20 years before. The penetration mark was still visible, especially in the angled light of their flashlights. The hole had broken the weather seal on the wood, and been the point of water damage. Chu first took a photograph with his phone, while Bosch held a business card next to the penetration point to give it scale. Then Bosch opened the blade of his folding knife and dug into the soft, rotting wood, soon prying out the lead slug. He rolled it between his fingers to clean it off, and then held it up. The bullet that had been ahead of it in the gun had killed Annika Jesperson. He dropped the slug into a small evidence bag opened by Chu.
"So, now I walk,"
Washburn said, his eyes warily darting toward the back door of the house. "Not quite yet," Bosch said. "We've got to go back to 77th and do some paperwork."
"You told me if I helped, you'd drop the charges. Cooperating witness and all that."
"You've cooperated, Charles, and we appreciate it. But we never said we would drop all the charges. We said you help us, we help you. So we go back now, and I make some calls, and we will improve your situation. I'm sure we'll be able to deal with a drug charge. But the child support? You still have to deal with that. That's a warrant issued by a judge. You'll have to see him to take care of that."
"It was a her, and how am I going to deal with that if they got me in jail?"
Bosch turned square to Washburn and separated his feet. If Too Small was going to rabbit, he would do it now. Chu caught the movement and changed his posture as well. "Well," Bosch said, "maybe that's a question you have to ask your lawyer."
"My lawyer ain't worth shit. I ain't even seen him yet."
"Yeah, well, maybe you start by getting a new one. Let's go." As they were crossing the yard to the broken gate, the face of a boy appeared under the curtain of one of the house's back windows. Washburn raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up. By the time they cleared 77th Street Station, leaving Washburn behind in the holding tank, Bosch knew it would be too late to go directly to the regional crime lab at Cal State, with the gun and bullet they had collected. So he and Chu headed back to the PAB and locked them in the open unsolved unit's evidence safe. Before heading home, he checked his desk for messages and saw a post-it on the back of his chair. He knew it was from Lieutenant O'Toole before even reading it. It was one of O'Toole's favorite means of communication. The message simply said, "Need to talk." "Looks like you get a face-to-face with O'Fool in the morning, Harry," Chu said. "Yeah, I can't wait." He wadded up the message and threw it into the trash can. He wouldn't be hurrying in to see O'Toole in the morning. He had other things to do. Chapter 12. They worked like a team. Madeline made the online order, and Bosch swung by Bird's on Franklin to pick the food up. It was still hot when he got home. They opened the to-go boxes and slid them across the table when they had guessed wrong. They both had gotten the signature rotisserie chicken, but Bosch had gone for the baked beans and coleslaw combo with a barbecue dipping sauce, and his daughter had gone with a double order of mac and cheese for her sides and the Malaysian hot and sweet dipping sauce. The lavash bread came wrapped in aluminum foil, and a third, smaller container held the order of fried pickles that they'd agreed to share. The food was delicious. Not as good as eating at Bird's, but pretty damn close. Though they sat facing each other while eating, they didn't talk much. Bosch was consumed by thoughts regarding the case and how he would move forward with the weapon he had recovered earlier. His daughter, meantime, was reading a book as she ate. Bosch did not complain, because he considered reading while eating a far better thing than texting and Facebooking, which he usually did. Bosch was an impatient detective. To him, case momentum was everything. How to get it, how to keep it, how to guard against being distracted from it. He knew he could turn the gun into the firearms unit for analysis and possible restoration of the serial number, but most likely he would hear nothing back for weeks, if not months. He had to find a way to avoid that, to move around the bureaucratic and caseload roadblocks. After a while, he thought he had a working plan. Before long, Bosch had finished his food. He looked across the table and saw that he might get a little bit of mac and cheese if he was lucky. "You want any more frickles?" he asked.
"No,
You can have the rest, she said. He ate the remaining pickles with one bite. He eyed the book she was reading. It was assigned in English Lit. She was near the end. Bosch guessed she had no more than a couple chapters left. I've never seen you jump on a book like that before, he said. You going to finish it tonight? We're not supposed to read the last chapter tonight, but there's no way I can stop. It's sad. You mean the guy dies? No, I mean, I don't know yet. I don't think so, but I'm sad because it will be over. Bosch nodded. He wasn't much of a reader, but he knew what she meant. He remembered feeling that way when he got to the end of Straight Life, which might have been the last book he actually read cover to cover. She put the book down so she could work on finishing her meal. Harry could now see that there would be no leftover mac and cheese for him. You know, you sort of remind me of him, she said. Really? The kid in the book? Mr. Maul said it's about innocence. He wants to catch little children before they fall off the cliff. That's the metaphor for the loss of innocence. He knows the realities of the real world and wants to stop the innocent children from having to face it. Mr. Maul was her teacher. Maddie had told Bosch that when they took tests in class, he climbed up and stood on his desk so he could watch the students from above and guard against cheating. The kids called him the catcher on the desk. Bosch didn't know how to respond to her, because he had never read the book. He had grown up in youth halls and occasional foster homes. Somehow, the assignment had never come to him. Even if it had, he probably wouldn't have read it. He was not a good student. Well, he said, I think I sort of come in after they've gone over the cliff, don't you think? I investigate murders. No, but it's what makes you want to do that, she said. You were robbed of things early. I think that made you want to be a policeman. Bosch fell silent. His daughter was very perceptive, and whenever she hit the target with him, he was half embarrassed and half in awe. He also knew that in terms of being robbed early, she was in the same boat. And she had said she, too, wanted to do what her father did. Bosch was both honored and scared by it. He secretly hoped that something else would come along, horses, boys, music, anything, and grab her intensity and interest and change her course. So far, nothing had, so he did all he could to help prepare her for the mission ahead. Maddie cleared her tri-sectioned container and only chicken bones were left. She was a high-energy kid, and gone were the days when Bosch could expect to finish her plate. He gathered up all the trash and took it to the kitchen to dispose of. He then opened the refrigerator and grabbed a bottle of fat tire left over from his birthday. When he came back out, Maddie was on the couch with her book. Hey, I have to leave super early tomorrow, he said. Can you get up and make your lunch and everything? Of course. What will you have? The usual. Ramen, and I'll get a yogurt out of the machines. Noodles and bacteria-fermented milk. It wasn't what Bosch would ever be able to consider lunch. How are you doing for money for the machines? Good for the rest of this week. What about that boy who was bothering you about not wearing makeup yet? I avoid him. It's no big deal, Dad, and it's not yet. I'm never wearing makeup. Sorry, that's what I meant. He waited, but that was the end of the discussion. He wondered if her saying the bullying was no big deal was actually her way of saying it was. He wished she would look up from the book when they talked, but she was on the last chapter. He let it go. He took his beer out to the back deck so he could look out at the city. The air was cold and crisp. It made the lights in the canyon and down on the freeway sharper and clearer. Cold nights always made Bosch feel lonely. The chill worked its way into his backbone and held there, made him think about things he had lost over time. He turned and looked in through the glass at his daughter on the couch. He watched her finish the book she was reading. He watched her cry when she got to the last page. Chapter 13. Bosch was in the parking lot in front of the regional crime lab by 6 o'clock Thursday. Dawn's light was just bleeding into the sky over East L.A. The Cal State campus surrounding the building was quiet this early. Bosch took a parking space that allowed him to view all the lab workers as they parked and headed toward the building. He sipped a coffee and waited. At 6:25, he saw the person he wanted. He left his coffee behind, got out with a gun package under his arm, and moved between cars and across lanes to head off his quarry. He got to him before the man got to the entrance of the stone and glass building. "Pistol Pete. Just the guy I was hoping to run into. I'm even going to the 3rd floor." Bosch reached the door and held it open for Peter Sargent. He was a veteran examiner in the lab's firearm analysis unit. They had worked several cases together in the past. Sargent used a key card to get through the electronic gate. Bosch held his badge up to the security officer behind the desk and followed Sargent through. He then followed him into the elevator. "What's up, Harry? It kind of looked like you were waiting for me out there." Bosch gave an "aw shucks, you got me" smile and nodded. "Yeah, I guess I was. Because you're the guy I need on this. I need Pistol Pete." The LA Times had given him the sobriquet several years earlier in the headline of a story that reported his tireless work in matching a car P9 to bullets from 4 seemingly unrelated homicides. He gave the key testimony in the successful prosecution of a mob hitman. "What's the case?" Sargent asked. "A 20-year-old murder. Yesterday we finally recovered what we're pretty sure is the murder weapon. I need the bullet match done, but I also need to see if we can raise the serial number. That's the key thing. We get that number, and I think it leads us to the suspect. We solve the case." "That's simple, huh?" He reached for the package as the elevator doors opened on 3. "Well, we both know nothing is that simple, but the case has got some mojo going and I don't want to slow it down." "Was the number filed or acid burned?" They were walking down the hall toward the double-door entrance to the firearms unit. "Looks to me like it was filed down, but you can raise it, right?" "Some of the time we can, at least partially. But you know the process takes 4 hours, right? A half day. And you know that we're supposed to take these in line. The wait's running 5 weeks, no cutting in line." Bosch was ready for that. "I'm not asking to cut in line. I'm just wondering if maybe you could look at it on your lunch break, and if it looks good, then you put your magic mix on it and check it at the end of the day to see what you've got. 4 hours, but no time taken off the clock from your regular work." Bosch spread his arms like he was explaining something that was so simple it was beautiful. "The line stays intact, and nobody gets upset." Sargent smiled as he raised his hand to punch in the combo on the unit's door lock. He typed 1852 on the keypad, the year Smith & Wesson was founded. He pushed the door open. "I don't know, Harry. We only get 50 minutes for lunch, and I need to go out. I don't bring my lunch like some of the other guys." "That's why you need to tell me what you want for lunch, so I can be back here with it at 11:15. "For real?" "For real." Sargent led him to a workstation that was mainly a padded stool and a high table that was littered with gun parts and barrels and several evidence bags containing bullets or handguns. Taped to the wall over the table was the Times headline, "Pistol Pete Makes State's Case Against Alleged Mob Hitman." Sargent put Bosch's package down front and center on the table, which Harry took as a good sign. Bosch looked around to make sure nobody else could see him trying to work Sargent. They were the only ones in the unit so far. "So what do you think?" Bosch said. "I bet after you guys moved down here you haven't had a pepper steak from Giamella's since forever." Sargent nodded thoughtfully. The regional lab was only a few years old, and it consolidated the crime labs of both the LAPD and the LA County Sheriff's Office. The LAPD's gun unit had previously been located at the Northeast Station up near Atwater. The go-to place up there was a sub-shop called Giamella's. Bosch and whoever his partner of the moment was would always stop there, even scheduling gun runs around lunchtime, and often taking their takeout subs into the nearby Forest Lawn Memorial Park to eat. Bosch once had a partner who was a baseball fanatic, and always insisted that they make a stop on gun runs to check Casey Stengel's grave. If it was not properly trimmed and weeded, he would personally alert the caretakers to the problem. "You know what I miss?" Sargent said. "I miss their meatball sub. That sauce was kick-ass." "One meatball sub coming up," Bosch said. "You want cheese on that?" "No cheese. But can you get the sauce on the side in a cup or something? That way it won't get soggy." "Good thinking. I'll see you at 11:15. Deal done. He turned to leave the unit before anything changed Sargent's mind. "Whoa, wait, Harry," Sargent quickly said. "What about the ballistics matching? You need that too, don't you?" Bosch couldn't tell whether Sargent was angling for a second sandwich. "I do, but I want the serial number first because I can go to work with that while the ballistics stuff gets done. Besides, I'm pretty sure we've got the match there. I have a witness who's ID'd the gun." Sargent nodded, and Bosch started again for the door. "See you later, Pistol Pete." Bosch went to his computer as soon as he got to his desk. He had set an alarm at home for 4 a.m. to check for email from Denmark, but there had been none. Now, as he opened his email, he saw a message from Mikkel Bonn, the journalist he had talked to. "Detective Bosch, I have spoken with Yannick Fry now, and I have these answers in bold to your questions. Do you know if Annika Jespersen flew to the United States to pursue a story? If yes, what was the story about? What was she doing here?" Fry said she was on a story involving Desert Storm war crimes, but it was her practice not to reveal fully her stories until she was sure. Fry does not know exactly who she was seeing or where she was going in the U.S. His last message from her was that she was going to L.A. for the story, and she would report on riots if the BT would pay her separately. I asked many questions on this point, and Fry insisted that she told him she was already going to L.A. on the war story, but would report on the riots if the newspaper would pay. Does this help you? What can you tell me about her destinations in the United States? She went to Atlanta and San Francisco before coming to L.A. Why? Do you know if she went to any other cities in the USA? Fry does not have answers here. Before her U.S. trip, she went to Stuttgart, Germany, and stayed in a hotel near the U.S. military base. Do you know why? This was the start of the story, but Fry does not know who Annika went to see. He believes there may have been a war crimes investigation unit at the military base there. The email seemed to be of little help. Bosch leaned back restlessly in his seat and stared at the computer screen. The barriers of distance and language were frustrating. Fry's answers were tantalizing but incomplete. Bosch had to compose a response that led to more information. He leaned forward and started typing. "Mr. Bonn, thank you for this. Is it possible for me to speak directly to Yannick Fry? Can he speak English at all? The investigation is gathering speed, and this particular process is moving too slowly, taking a whole day to receive answers to my questions. If I cannot speak directly to him, can we set up a conference call so that you can translate? Please respond as soon as—" The phone on Bosch's desk rang, and he grabbed it without taking his eyes off his computer screen. "Bosch, this is Lieutenant O'Toole." Bosch turned and glanced toward the corner office. He could see through the open blinds that O'Toole was at his desk, looking directly back at him. "What's up, LT?" "Did you not see my note telling you I needed to see you immediately?" "Yes, I got it last night, but you were already gone. Today I didn't realize you were here yet. I had to send an important email to Denmark. Things are— I want you in my office now." "On my way." Bosch quickly finished typing the email and sent it. He then got up and went to the lieutenant's office, surveying the squad room as he went. No one else was in yet, just O'Toole and him. Whatever was about to happen, there would be no independent witnesses. As Bosch entered the office, O'Toole told him to sit down. Bosch did so. "Is this about the death squad case? Because Who is Sean Stone?" What?
I said, who is Sean Stone?
Bosch hesitated, trying to figure out what O'Toole was trying to do. He instinctively knew that the best move was to play it wide open and honest. He's a convicted rapist serving a sentence at San Quentin.
And what is your business with him?
I don't have any business with him.
Did you speak to him Monday when you were up there?
O'Toole was looking at a single-page document that he held in both hands, elbows on his desk. Yes, I did.
Did you deposit $100 in his prison canteen account?
Yes, I did that too.
Since you say you have no business with him, what is your relationship with him?
He's the son of a friend of mine. I had some extra time up there, so I asked to see him. Previously, I'd never met him before. O'Toole frowned, his eyes still on the paper he held between his two hands.
So at taxpayers' expense, you paid a visit to your friend's son and dropped $100 into his canteen account. Do I have that right?
Bosch paused as he sized up the situation. He knew what O'Toole was doing. No, you don't have anything right, Lieutenant. I went up there, at taxpayers' expense, to interview a convict with vital information in the Annika Jesperson case. I got that information, and with time left before I had to return to the airport, I checked on Sean Stone. I also made the deposit in his account. The whole thing took less than a half hour, and it caused me no delay in my return to Los Angeles. If you're going to take a run at me, Lieutenant, you're going to need something more than that. O'Toole nodded thoughtfully.
Well, we'll let the PSB decide that.
Bosch wanted to reach over and yank O'Toole across the desk by his tie. The PSB was the Professional Standards Bureau, the new name for Internal Affairs. A black rose by any other name smelled just as rotten to Bosch. He stood up. You are filing a 128 on me?
I am.
Bosch shook his head. He could not believe the short-sightedness of the move. Do you realize you are going to lose the entire room if you go ahead with this? He was talking about the squad room. As soon as the rest of the detectives learned that O'Toole was making a move on Bosch for something as trivial as a 15-minute conversation at San Quentin, the meager level of respect O'Toole enjoyed would collapse like a bridge made of toothpicks. Oddly, Bosch was more worried about O'Toole and his standing in the unit than about the PSB investigation that would follow his ill-advised move.
That's not my concern, O'Toole said. My concern is the integrity of the unit.
You are making a mistake, Lieutenant. And for what? For this? Because I wouldn't let you kill my investigation?
I can assure you one has nothing to do with the other.
Bosch shook his head again. I can assure you that I will walk away from this, but you won't.
Is that some kind of a threat?
Bosch didn't dignify that with a response. He turned and headed out of the office.
Where are you going, Bosch?
I have a case to work.
Not for long.
Bosch went back to his desk. O'Toole didn't have the authority to suspend him. Police Protective League regulations were clear. A PSB investigation must lead to a formal finding and complaint before that could happen. But what O'Toole was doing would wind the clock tighter. He had a greater need than ever to keep his momentum. When he got back to the cubicle, Chew was there at his desk with his coffee.
How's it going, Harry?
It's going. Bosch sat down heavily in his desk chair. He hit the space bar on his keyboard and the computer screen came back to life. He saw that he already had a reply from Bond. He opened the email. Detective Bosch, I will make contact with Fry and set up the phone call. I will get back to you with the details as soon as possible. I think at this point we should make our intentions clear. I am promising you confidentiality on this matter, as long as you can assure me that I will have the exclusive first story when you make an arrest or wish to seek the public's help, whichever comes first. Are we agreed? Bosch had known that his interaction with the Danish journalist would eventually come to this. He hit the return button and told Bond that he agreed to provide him with an exclusive once there was something in the case worth reporting. He fired off the email with a hard strike on the send button, then swiveled his chair and looked back toward the squad lieutenant's office. He could see O'Toole in there, still at his desk. "What's wrong, Harry?" Chew asked. "What did the tool do now?" "Nothing," Bosch said. "Don't worry about it. But I gotta go." "Go where?" "To see Casey Stengel." "Well, you want some backup?" Bosch stared momentarily at his partner. Chew was Chinese-American, and as far as Bosch could tell, he knew nothing about sports. He had been born long after Casey Stengel was dead. He seemed sincere in not knowing who the Hall of Fame baseball player and manager was. "No, I don't think I need backup. I'll check in with you later." "I'll be here, Harry." "I know." Chapter 14. Bosch spent an hour roaming around Forest Lawn while waiting to pick up sandwiches at Giamella's. Out of respect for his former partner Frankie Sheehan, he started at Casey Stengel's last resting spot, and then took the celebrity tour, passing stones etched with names like Gable and Lombard, Disney, Flynn, Ladd, and Nat King Cole, as he made his way to the Good Shepherd section of the vast cemetery. Once there, he paid respects to the father he never knew. The stone said J. Michael Haller, father and husband, but Bosch knew that he was never accounted for in that family equation. After a while, he walked down the hill a bit to where it was flatter and the graves were closer together. It took him a while, because he was working off a 12-year-old memory, but eventually he found the stone that marked the grave of Arthur Delacroix, a boy whose case Bosch had once worked. A cheap plastic vase containing the dried stems of long-dead flowers sat next to the stone. They seemed to be a reminder of how the boy had been forgotten in life before being forgotten in death. Bosch picked up the vase and found a trash can for it on his way out of the cemetery. He arrived at the firearm analysis unit at 11 a.m., 2 still-warm submarine sandwiches from Giamella's in a bag with sauce on the side. They went into a break room to eat, and Pistol Pete moaned after taking his first bite of meatball sub, so loudly that he drew 2 other firearm analysts to the room to see what was going on. Sargent and Bosch grudgingly shared their sandwiches with them, Bosch making friends for life. When they got to Sargent's work table, Bosch saw that the Beretta he had brought in was already held in a vise with the left side angled up. The frame had already been polished smooth with steel wool in preparation for Sargent's effort to raise the serial number. "We're ready to go," Sargent said. He pulled on a pair of heavy rubber gloves and a plastic eye shield and took his place on the stool in front of the vise. He then pulled the mounted magnifying glass over by its arm and snapped on the light. Bosch knew that every gun legally manufactured in the world carried a unique serial number through which ownership, as well as theft, could be traced. People who wanted to hinder the tracing of a gun often filed the serial number off with a variety of tools, or attempted to burn it off with acids. But the manufacturing of the weapon and the stamping procedure involved in placing the serial number on it in the first place gave law enforcement a better-than-good chance of recovering the number. When a serial number is stamped on a gun's surface during manufacture, the procedure compresses the metal below the letters and numbers. The surface may later be filed or acid burned, but it very often still leaves the compression pattern beneath. Various methods can be used to draw the serial number out. One involves the application of a mixture of acids and copper salts that reacts to the compressed metal, revealing the numbers. Another involves the use of magnets and iron residue. "I want to start with Magnaflux because if it works, it's quicker and it doesn't damage the weapon," Sargent said. "We still have ballistics work to do with this baby, and I want to keep it in working order." "You're the boss," Bosch said, "and as far as I'm concerned, quicker is better." "Well, let's see what we get." Sargent attached a large round magnet on the underside of the gun, directly below the slide. "First, we magnetize." He then reached up to a shelf over the table and took down a plastic spray bottle. He shook it and then pointed it at the weapon. Now we go with Pistol Pete's patented iron and oil recipe." Bosch leaned in close as Sargent sprayed the gun. "Iron and oil?" "The oil is thick enough to keep the magnetized iron suspended. You spray it on, and then the magnet will draw the iron to the surface of the gun. Where the serial number was stamped and the metal is denser, the magnetic pull is greater. The iron should eventually line up as the number. In theory, anyway." "How long?" "Not long. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we go with acid. But that will most likely damage the gun, so we don't want to do that until the ballistics work is finished." "You have somebody lined up for that?" "Not yet." Sargent was talking about the analysis that would confirm that the bullet that killed Annika Jesperson was fired from the gun in front of them. Bosch was confident that it was, but it was a necessity to have forensic confirmation. Bosch was knowingly going about this backwards to maintain his speed. He wanted that serial number so he could trace the gun, but he also knew that if Sargent's oil and iron process didn't work, he would have to slow things down and proceed in proper order. With O'Toole making his PSB complaint, the delay could effectively kill the forward progression of the case, just what O'Toole was hoping to do, so that he could bask in the glow of approval from the chief. "Well then, let's hope this works," Sargent said, bumping Bosch out of these thoughts. "Yeah," Harry said. "So should I wait, or do you want to call me?" "I like to give it about 40 minutes. You can wait if you want." "Tell you what, call me as soon as you know." "You got it, Harry. Thanks for the sub." "Thanks for the work, Pete." There had been times in Bosch's career when he knew the phone number of the Police Protective League's Defense Assistance Office by heart. But back in his car, Bosch opened his phone to talk with a defense rep in regard to the O'Toole matter, and realized that he had forgotten the number. He thought for a moment, hoping it would come to him. Two young criminalists moved through the parking lot, the wind lifting their white lab coats. He guessed that they were crime scene specialists because he didn't know them. He rarely worked live crime scenes anymore. Before the league number came back to him, his phone started to buzz in his hand. The ID showed a procession of numbers following a plus sign. He knew it was an international call. "Harry Bosch." "Yes, Detective, it is Bonn. I have Mr. Yannick on the line. Can you talk with him? I can translate." "Yes, hold on for a moment." Bosch put the phone down on the seat while he pulled out a notebook and pen. "Okay, I'm back. Mr. Yannick, are you there?" There was what he assumed was a repeat of his question in Danish, and then a new voice responded. "Yes. Good evening, Inspector." There was a heavy accent, but Yannick was understandable. "You must forgive my words. My English is very poor." "Better than my Danish. Thank you for talking to me, sir." Bond translated, beginning a halting 30-minute conversation that provided Bosch with little in the way of information that helped make Annika Jesperson's journey to Los Angeles any clearer. Yannick did provide details about the photojournalist's character and skills, her determination to follow stories, no matter the risk and opposition. But when Bosch tried to key in on the war crimes she was investigating, Yannick could provide no knowledge of what the crimes were, who committed them, or where the story came from. He reminded Bosch that Annika was a freelancer, and therefore she would always be on guard against revealing her story to a newspaper editor. She had been burned too often by editors who listened to her story pitches, said no thanks, and then assigned their own salaried reporters and photographers to the story. Bosch grew increasingly frustrated with the slow-paced translation process, as well as with what he was hearing when Yannick's answers were turned into English. He ran out of questions and realized he had written nothing in his notebook. As he tried to think about what else to ask, the two other men continued talking in their native language. "What is he saying?" Bosch finally asked. "What are you two talking about?" "He is frustrated, Detective Bosch," Bond said. "He liked Annika very much and would like to be of great help to you, but he does not have the information you need. He is frustrated because he knows you are frustrated also." Well, tell him not to take it personally. Bond translated, and Yannick started giving a long answer in return. Let's work backwards, Bosch said, cutting them off. I know a lot of reporters over here. They're not war correspondents, but I'm sure reporters work the same way. Usually one story leads to another. Or if they find somebody they trust, then they keep going back to the well. That means that they go back to that same person for other stories. So, see if he remembers the last few stories he worked on with Annika. I know she was in Kuwait the year before, but ask him, just see if he remembers what stories she worked on. Bon and Yannick then started a long back and forth. Bosch could hear one of them typing and guessed it was Bon. While he waited for the translation into English, he got a call waiting beep on his phone. He checked the ID and saw the call was coming from the Firearms Analysis Unit. Pistol Pete. Bosch wanted to take the call immediately, but decided to finish the interview with Yannick first. Okay, I have it, Bond said. I looked it up in our digital archives. In the year previous to her death, as you say, Annika was reporting and sending photos from Kuwait during Desert Storm. Several stories and photos we bought at the BT. Okay. Anything about war crimes or atrocities, things like that? No, I see nothing that is like that. She wrote stories about the people side of it, the people in Kuwait City. She had 3 photo essays. What do you mean, the people side? Life under fire, about the families who lost members, stories like that. Bosch thought for a moment. Families who lost members. He knew that war crimes were so often atrocities committed against the innocents caught in the middle. I'll tell you what, he finally said. Can you send me the links to the stories you're looking at there? Yes, I will do that. You will have to translate them. Yes, I know. How far back do you want me to go from her last story? How about a year? A year. Okay. That will be many stories. That's okay. Does Mr. Yannick have anything else? Can he remember anything else? He waited for the final question to be translated. He wanted to go. He wanted to get back to Pistol Pete. Mr. Yannick will think more about this, Bond said. He makes a promise to check the website to see if he remembers more. What website? For Annika. What do you mean? There's a website? Yes, of course. It was made by her brother. He made this as a memorial for Annika, and he has many of her photographs and stories on there, you see. Bosch was silent a moment, because he was embarrassed. He could blame it on Annika's brother for not telling him about the website, but that would be passing the buck. He should have been savvy enough to ask. What is the web address? He asked. Bond told him, spelling it out, and now Bosch finally had something to write down. It was faster calling than going back in and having to get through security. Pistol Pete answered in 2 rings. It's Bosch. Did you get something? I told you on the message, Sergeant said. His voice was flat. Bosch took it as bad news. I didn't listen to it. I just called you back. What happened? Bosch held his breath. It's pretty good news, actually. Got it all except for 1 digit. That narrows it down to 10 possibilities. Bosch had worked previous gun cases where he had a lot less to go with. He still had his notebook out, and he told Sergeant to give him what he'd come up with off the gun. He wrote it down and read it back to confirm. BER 0060 blank 5Z. It's that 8th digit, Harry, Sergeant said. It wouldn't come up. I've got a slight crescent at the top, so I'm leaning toward it being another 0 or a 3, 8, or 9. Something with a crescent on top. Got it. I'm on my way back to the office, and we'll run it through the box. Pistol Pete, you came through. Thank you, man. Anytime, Harry. Anytime you bring the GMLers. Bosch disconnected the call and started the car. He then called his partner, who took the call at his desk. Bosch read him the Beretta serial number and told him to start tracing all 10 possibilities for the full number. The place to start was the California DOJ database, because Chu could access it and it would track all weapons sold in the state. If there was no hit there, they would have to request the trace through the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. That would slow things down. The feds weren't the fastest movers, and the ATF had been rocked by a series of scandals and blunders that had also served to slow down action on requests from local law enforcement. But Bosch stayed positive. He'd gotten lucky with Pistol Pete and the serial number. There was no reason to think it wouldn't hold. He pulled into heavy traffic on San Fernando Road and started south. He wasn't sure how long it would take him to get back to the PAB.
"Hey, Harry?"
Chu said, his voice low. "What?"
"Somebody from IA came around looking to talk to you."
So much for his luck holding. O'Toole must have hand-delivered the complaint to the PSB, still called IA or IAD by most cops, despite the official name change. "What was his name? Is he still there?"
"It was a she, and she said her name was Detective Mendenhall. She went in with O'Toole and closed the door for a little bit, and then I think she left."
"Okay, I'll deal with it. Run that number."
"Will do."
Bosch disconnected. His lane was not moving, and he could not see ahead because the Humvee in front of him blocked his view. He blew out his breath and honked the car horn in frustration. He felt that more than his luck was suddenly ebbing away. His momentum and positive attitude were eroding. It suddenly felt like it was getting dark out. Chapter 15. Chu was not in the cubicle when Bosch got back to the PAB. He checked the clock on the wall and saw that it was only 3 p.m. If his partner had left for the day early to make up for the long hours the day before, and without running the serial numbers through the DOJ computer, Bosch would be livid. He stepped over and hit the space bar on Chu's keyboard. The screen lit, but it was his password gateway. He scanned Chu's desk for a printout of a DOJ gun registry form, but saw nothing. Rick Jackson's cubicle was on the other side of the 4-foot separation wall. "You seen Chu?" Bosch asked him. Jackson straightened up in his chair and looked around the squad room as if he would be able to recognize Chu, whereas Bosch could not. "No, he was here. I think it might have gone to the head or something." Bosch glanced into the lieutenant's office just to make sure Chu wasn't closeted with O'Toole. He wasn't. O'Toole was hunched over his desk writing something. Bosch moved over to his own desk. There were no printouts left for him, but he did see a card left by Nancy Mendenhall, Detective 3, of the Professional Standards Bureau.
"So, Harry,"
Jackson said in a low voice,
"I hear the Toole filed a beef on you."
"Yeah."
"Is it bullshit?"
"Yeah." Jackson shook his head.
"I figured. What an ass."
Jackson had been around longer than anybody in the squad except Bosch. He knew that the play by O'Toole would ultimately hurt him more than it would Bosch. Now, nobody in the squad would trust him. Nobody would tell him more than the minimum required. Some supervisors inspired their squad's best work. Now the detectives of the Open Unsolved Unit would give their best effort in spite of the man in charge. Bosch pulled his chair out and sat down. He looked at Mendenhall's card and considered calling her, confronting the bullshit beef head-on and dealing with it. He opened the middle drawer of his desk and pulled out the old leather address book he'd had for going on 3 decades. He found the number he could not remember before, and called the League's Defense Assistance Line. He gave his name, rank, and assignment within the department, and said he needed to speak to a defense rep. The unit supervisor told him there wasn't a rep available at the moment, but that he would get a call back without delay. He almost pointed out that there was already a delay, but just thanked the supervisor and disconnected. Almost immediately, a shadow loomed over his desk, and Bosch looked up to see O'Toole hovering. He had his suit jacket on, and that told Bosch he was probably heading up to the 10th floor. "Where have you been, Detective?" "At the gun shop, running ballistics." O'Toole paused as if committing the answer to memory so he could check on Bosch's veracity later. "Pete Sargent," Bosch said. "Call him. We had lunch, too. Hope that wasn't against the rules." O'Toole shrugged off the shot and leaned forward, tapping his finger on Mendenhall's card on the desk. "Call her. She needs to set up an interview." "Sure. When I get to it." Bosch saw Chu come through the doorway from the exterior hallway. He stopped when he saw O'Toole in the cubicle, acted like he had suddenly forgotten something, and pirouetted and went back out through the door. O'Toole didn't notice. "It was not my intention to have a situation like this," he said. "My hope had been to promote strong and trusting relationships with the detectives in my squad." Bosch replied without looking up at O'Toole. "Yeah, well, I didn't last long, did it?" he said. "And it's not your squad, Lieutenant. It's just the squad. It was here before you came, and it will be here after you're gone. Maybe that's where it turned south on you, when you didn't understand that." He said it loud enough for some of the others in the squad to hear it. If that sentiment had come from someone without a file drawer full of past complaints and internal investigations, I might be insulted. Bosch leaned back in his chair and finally looked up at O'Toole. "Yeah, all of those complaints, and yet I'm still sitting here. And I'll still be sitting here after they're finished with yours." "We'll see." O'Toole was about to walk away, but he couldn't help himself. He put a hand on Bosch's desk and leaned down to speak in a low, venomous voice. "You are the worst kind of police officer, Bosch. You are arrogant, you are a bully, and you think the laws and regulations simply don't apply to you. I'm not the first to attempt to rid this department of you, but I will be the last." Finished having his say, O'Toole took his hand off the desk and rose to his full height. He straightened his jacket by pulling it down from the bottom with a sharp tug. "You left something out, Lieutenant," Bosch said. "What was that?" O'Toole asked. "You forgot that I close cases. Not for the stats you send up to the 10th floor PowerPoint shows. For the victims and their families. And that's something you'll never understand, because you're not out there like the rest of us." Bosch gestured to the rest of the squad room. Jackson was obviously listening to the conversation, and he stared at O'Toole with unblinking judgment. "We do the work, we clear the cases, and you ride up the elevator to get the pat on the back." Bosch stood up, coming face to face with O'Toole. "That's why I don't have time for you or your bullshit." He walked away, heading to the door Chu had gone through, while O'Toole headed to the door leading to the elevator alcove. Bosch pushed through the door and into the hallway. One side was a wall of glass affording a view of the front plaza and off toward the heart of the Civic Center. Chu was standing at the glass, looking toward the familiar spire of City Hall. "Chu, what's going on?" Chu was startled by his sudden appearance. "Hey, Harry, sorry, I forgot something and then "What? You forget to wipe your ass? I've been waiting. What happened with the DOJ? "Yeah, no hits, Harry. Sorry." "No hits? Did you run all 10 possibles?" "I did, but no California transactions. The gun wasn't sold in the state. Somebody brought it here and it was never registered." Bosch put his hand on the railing and leaned his forehead on the glass. He could see City Hall reflected in the long wall of glass running on the perpendicular hallway. He was resigned that his luck couldn't get any worse. "You got anybody at ATF?" he asked. "Not really," Chu said. "Don't you?" "Not really. Nobody who can expedite. I waited 4 months just for them to run the casing through their computer." Bosch didn't mention that he also had a checkered history of interactions with federal law enforcement agencies. He couldn't count on anyone doing him a favor at the ATF or anywhere else. He knew if he went through standard procedure and filled out the forms, he might hear something back in 6 weeks minimum. He had one shot he could try. He stepped away from the glass wall and headed back to the squad room door.
"Harry, where are you going?"
Chu asked. "Back to work." Chu started following him.
"I wanted to talk to you about one of my cases. We have to do a pickup in Minnesota."
Bosch stopped at the door to the squad room. A pickup was what they called going to another state to confront and arrest a suspect in a cold case. Usually the suspect had been connected to an old murder through DNA or fingerprint evidence. There was a map on the wall in the squad room with red pins marking all the pickup locations the squad had been to in the 10 years since it was established. Dozens of pins were scattered across the map. "Which case?" Bosch asked.
"Stillwell. I finally located him in Minneapolis. When can you go?"
"Talk about a cold case. We're going to freeze our butts off up there."
"I know. What do you think? I have to put in the travel request."
"I have to see where Jesperson takes me for the next few days. And then there's the professional standards thing. I could be on suspension." Chu nodded, but Bosch could tell his partner had hoped for more enthusiasm for picking up Stillwell, and something more definitive about when they would do it. Nobody in the squad liked waiting around once they had a suspect ID'd and located. "Look, O'Toole probably isn't going to approve any travel for me for a while. You might want to see if somebody else can go. Ask Trish the Dish. That way you'll get your own room." Department travel regulations required that detectives book only double occupancy rooms so that the partners could share one room and save the department money. This was the downside of the travel because nobody wanted to share a bathroom, and invariably one partner or the other snored. Tim Marcia once had to tape record his partner's window-shaking snoring in order to persuade command staff to let him get his own room. But the easy exception was when partners were of the opposite sex. Trish Almond was a highly sought-after partner in Open Unsolved. Not only was she attractive, hence the nickname, and a skilled investigator, but work travel with her meant her partner got a room to himself.
"But it's our case, Harry," Chu complained.
"All right, then you're going to have to wait. There's nothing I can do." Bosch went through the door and moved into their cubicle. He grabbed his phone and his notebook, which he had left on the desk. He thought about the call he was going to make, and decided not to use either his cell or his desk phone. He looked around the vast robbery-homicide division floor. Open Unsolved was at the southern end of a room the length of a football field. Because of a departmental freeze on promotions and hiring, there were several uninhabited cubicles in each of the individual squad areas. Bosch walked over to an empty desk in Homicide Special and sat down to use the landline. He got the number he needed out of his cell and punched it in. It was answered right away. "Tactical." He thought he recognized the voice, but he wasn't sure after so long. "Rachel?" There was a pause.
"Hello, Harry. How are you?"
"I'm doing fine. How are you?"
"I can't complain. Is this a new number for you?"
"No, I'm just borrowing a desk. How's Jack?" He quickly tried to move past the fact that he had used a phone other than his own because he thought she might not answer if his name came up on her caller ID. He and FBI agent Rachel Walling had a long history, not all of it good.
"Jack is Jack. He's good. But I doubt you called on a phone other than your own to ask me about Jack."
Bosch nodded, even though she couldn't see this. "Right. Well, as you probably know, I need a favor."
"What kind of favor?"
"I have this case. This woman from Denmark named Annika. She was amazingly courageous. She was a war correspondent, and she went into some of the—"
"Harry,
You don't have to sell me your victim, as if that will make me want to do you this favor, whatever it is. Just tell me what you want." He nodded again. Rachel Walling could always make him nervous. They had been lovers once, but the emotional connection didn't end well. It was a long time ago, but whenever he talked to her, he still felt pangs of what could have been. Okay, here it is. I have a partial serial number off a Beretta Model 92 used to kill this woman 20 years ago during the riots. We just recovered the weapon and got the partial. We're missing only one number, so that means there are 10 possibles. We ran all 10 through the California DOJ box and got nothing. I need somebody in ATF. That's their jurisdiction. I know that. But I don't have anybody over there, and if I just go through straight protocol, I'll get my answer back in 2 or 3 months, and I can't wait that long, Rachel. You haven't changed. Always hurry up, Harry. So you want to know if I have somebody at ATF I use to streamline things? Yes, that's about it. There was a long pause. Bosch didn't know if something had distracted Rachel, or if she was hesitating about helping him. He filled the space with one more lobbying effort. I'd share full credit with them when we make the arrest. I figure they could use the mention. They already provided the initial lead on the case, matched a shell from the scene to 2 other murders. This could look good for them for a change. The ATF was mostly in the news these days for the agency's sponsorship of an undercover operation that completely backfired and placed hundreds of guns into the hands of narco-terrorists. The outrage reached the point that the fiasco became fodder in the presidential campaign season. I know what you mean, Walling agreed. Well, I have a friend over there. I could talk to her. I think the way I would want to do it is for you to give me the serial number and for me to give it to her. Just giving you her cell number isn't going to work. No problem, Bosch said quickly. Whatever works best. She can probably punch it in and get the transaction record in 10 minutes. It's not that easy. Access to these sorts of searches are monitored and assigned case numbers. She'll still need to get supervisor approval to do this. Damn. Too bad they weren't so tight with those guns they let cross the border last year. Very funny, Harry. I'll tell her you said that. I think it might be better if you didn't. Walling then asked for the Beretta's serial number, and he read it out to her, noting that the 8th digit was missing. She said that either she would get back to him or her friend, Agent Suzanne Wingo, would contact him directly. She ended the call with a personal question. So, Harry, how long are you going to do this? Do what? He asked, even though he had a good idea what she meant. Do the badge and gun thing? I thought you'd be retired by now, voluntarily or not. He smiled. As long as they let me, Rachel, which, according to my drop contract, is about 4 more years. Well, hopefully we'll cross paths again before your time is up. Yeah, I hope so. Take care. Thanks for doing this. Well, let me make sure it will get done before you start thanking me. Bosch put the phone back in its cradle. As soon as he stood to go back to his own cubicle, his cell phone buzzed. The ID was blocked, but he answered just in case it was Rachel trying to call him back. Instead, it was Detective Mendenhall from the PSB. Detective Bosch? We need to schedule an interview. What does your schedule look like? Bosch started back over to the open unsolved squad. Mendenhall's voice did not sound threatening. She was even and matter-of-fact. Maybe she already knew the complaint from O'Toole was bullshit. Harry decided to confront the internal investigation head-on. Mendenhall, this is a bullshit beef. I want it taken care of quickly. So how about tomorrow morning first thing? If she was surprised that Bosch wanted to come in sooner rather than later, she didn't show it in her voice. I have 8 o'clock open. Will that work? Sure. Your place or mine? I would prefer that you come here, unless that's a problem. She was talking about the Bradbury building where most of PSB was located. No problem, Mendenhall. I'll be there with a rep. Very good. We'll see if we can get this handled. I ask one last thing, Detective. What's that?
That you refer to me as Detective or Detective Mendenhall. It is disrespectful to call me by just my last name. I would rather our relationship be professional and respectful from the start.
Bosch had just gotten to his cubicle and saw Chu at his station. He realized he never called Chu by his first name or his rank. Was he being disrespectful all this time? "You got it, Detective," he said. "I'll see you at 8. He disconnected the call. Before sitting down, he leaned over the partition into Rick Jackson's cubicle. "I have an interview over at the Bradbury tomorrow at 8. Shouldn't take too long. The League hasn't called me back yet. You want to come be my rep?" While the League provided defense reps for PSB interviews, any officer could act as a defense rep as long as he or she didn't have a part in the investigation at hand. He chose Jackson because he had been around and he had a natural, take-no-shit quality about his face. It was always an intimidating force during an interrogation of a suspect. On occasion, Bosch had used him to sit in during an interview. Jackson's silent stare often unnerved the suspect. Bosch thought Jackson might give him an advantage when he sat down across from Detective Mendenhall. "Sure, I'm in," Jackson said. "What do you want me to do?" "Let's meet at 7 at the dining car. We'll eat, and I'll go over everything." "You got it." Bosch sat down in his seat and realized he might have just insulted Chu by not asking him to stand as his rep. He turned in his seat to address his partner. "Hey, Chu, David." Chu turned around. "I can't use you as my rep because Mendenhall is probably going to have to talk to you about the case. You'll be a witness." Chu nodded. "You understand?" "Sure, Harry, I understand." "And me calling you by your last name all the time, that was no disrespect. It's just what I do with people." Now Chu seemed confused by Bosch's half-assed apology. "Sure, Harry," he said again. "So, we're good?" "Yeah, we're good." "Good." Part 2. Words and Pictures. Chapter 16. Bosch had begun making his way through the Art Pepper recordings his daughter had given him for his birthday. He was on Volume 3 and listening to a stunning version of Patricia, recorded 3 decades earlier at a club in Croydon, England. It was during Pepper's comeback period, after the years of drug addiction and incarceration. On this night in 1981, he had everything working. On this one song, Bosch believed he was proving that no one would ever play better. Harry wasn't exactly sure what the word ethereal meant, but it was the word that came to mind. The song was perfect. The saxophone was perfect. The interplay and communication between Pepper and his 3 bandmates was as perfect and orchestrated as the movement of 4 fingers on a hand. There were a lot of words used to describe jazz music. Bosch had read them over the years in the magazines and in the liner notes of records. He didn't always understand them. He just knew what he liked, and this was it. Powerful and relentless, and sometimes sad. He found it hard to concentrate on the computer screen as the song played, the band going on almost 20 minutes with it. He had Patricia on other records and CDs. It was one of Pepper's signatures. But he had never heard it played with the same sinewy passion. He looked at his daughter, who was lying on the couch reading a book. Another school assignment. This one was called The Fault in Our Stars. "This is about his daughter," he said. Maddie looked over the book at him. "What do you mean?" "This song, Patricia. He wrote it for his daughter. He was away from her for long periods in her life, but he loved her and he missed her. You can hear that in it, right?" She thought a moment, and then nodded. "I think. It almost sounds like the saxophone is crying." Bosch nodded back. "Yeah, you hear it." He went back to his work. He was going through the numerous story links that Bond had supplied in an email. They included Annika Jesperson's last 14 stories and photo essays for the Berlingske Tidende, as well as the 10 years later story the newspaper published in 2002. It was tedious work, because the articles were in Danish, and he had to use an internet translation site to piece them together in English, 2 or 3 paragraphs at a time. Annika Jesperson had photographed and reported on the short First Gulf War from all angles. Her words and pictures came from the battlefields, the runways, the command posts, even the cruise ship used by the Allies as a floating R&R retreat. Her dispatches to the BT showed a journalist documenting a new kind of war, a high-tech battle launched swiftly from the sky. But Jesperson did not stay at a safe distance. When the battle moved to the ground in Operation Desert Sabre, she found her way into the action with the Allied troops, documenting the battles to retake Kuwait City and Al-Khafji. Her stories told the facts. Her photographs showed the costs. She photographed the U.S. barracks in Dhahran, where 28 soldiers died in a Scud missile attack. There were no photos of bodies, but the smoking hulks of destroyed Humvees somehow imparted the human loss. She shot the POW camps in the Saudi desert, where Iraqi prisoners carried constant weariness and fear in their eyes. Her camera caught the billowing black smoke of the Kuwaiti oil fields burning behind the retreat of the Iraqi troops. And her most haunting shots were of the highway of death, where the long convoy of enemy troops, as well as Iraqi and Palestinian civilians, had been mercilessly bombed by Allied forces. Bosch had been to war. His was a war of mud and blood and confusion, but he saw up close the people they killed, that he killed. Some of those memories were as crystal clear to him as the photographs now on his screen. They came to him mostly at night, when he couldn't sleep, or unexpectedly when some everyday image conjured up a somehow connected image from the jungles or tunnels where he had been. He knew war firsthand, and Annika Jesperson's words and pictures struck him as the closest he had ever seen it through a journalist's eyes. After the ceasefire, Jesperson didn't go home. She stayed in the region for months, documenting the refugee camps and destroyed villages, the efforts to rebuild and recover as the Allies transitioned into something called Operation Provide Comfort. If it was possible to get to know the unseen person on the other side of the camera, the one holding the pen, it was in these post-war stories and photos. Jesperson sought out the mothers and children, and those most damaged and dispossessed by war. They may have just been words and pictures, but together they told the human side and cost of a high-tech war and its aftermath. Maybe it was the accompaniment of Art Pepper's soulful saxophone, but as he painstakingly translated and read the stories and looked at the pictures, Bosch felt that he somehow grew closer to Annika Jesperson. Across 20 years, she reached forward with her work and tugged at him, and this made his resolve stronger. 20 years earlier, he had apologized to her. This time, he promised her. He would find out who took everything away from her. The last stop on Bosch's digital tour of the life and work of Annika Jesperson was the memorial website constructed by her brother. To enter the site, he had to register with his email address, a digital equivalent to signing the guest registry at a funeral. The site was then divided into 2 sections, photos taken by Jesperson and photos taken of her. Many of the shots in the first section were from the articles Bosch had already seen through the links provided by Bond. There were many extra photos from the same pieces, and he thought a few of them were better than the frames chosen to run with the stories. The second section was more like a family photo album, with shots of Annika starting from when she was a skinny little girl with white blonde hair. Bosch moved through these quickly until he came to a series of photographs that Annika had taken herself. These were all shot in front of different mirrors over several years. Jesperson posed with her camera on a strap around her neck, holding it at chest level and shooting without looking through the viewfinder. Taken together, Bosch could see the progression of time in her face. She remained beautiful from image to image, but he could see the wisdom deepening in her eyes. In the last photos, it was as if she was staring directly and only at Bosch. He found it hard to break away from her stare. The site had a comments section, and Bosch opened it to find that a flurry of comments beginning in 1996, when the website was constructed, tapered over the years to just one in the past year. The poster was her brother, who built and maintained the site. So that he could read the comment in English, Bosch copied his comment into the internet translator he had been using. Annika, time does not erase the loss of you. We miss you as a sister, artist, friend. Always. With those sentiments, Bosch clicked out of the website and closed his laptop. He was finished for the night, and though his efforts had brought him closer to Annika Jesperson, they did not in the end give him insight into what had sent her to the United States a year after Desert Storm. It gave him no clue to why she had come to Los Angeles. There was no story on war crimes, nothing that appeared to warrant follow-up, let alone a trip to Los Angeles. Whatever it was that Annika was chasing, it remained hidden from him. Harry looked at his watch. The time had flown. It was after 11, and he had an early start in the morning. The disc had ended and the music had stopped, but he hadn't noticed when. His daughter had fallen asleep on the couch with her book, and he had to decide whether to wake her to go to bed or just cover her with a blanket and leave her undisturbed. Bosch stood up and his hamstrings protested as he stretched. He took the pizza box off the coffee table and, limping, walked it slowly into the kitchen, where he put it on top of the trash can to take out later. He looked down at the box and silently chastised himself for once again putting his work ahead of his daughter's proper nutrition. When he came back out to the living room, Madeline was sitting up on the couch, still half asleep, holding a hand in front of a yawn. "Hey, it's late," he said. "Time for bed."
"No, duh."
"Come on, I'll walk you in." She stood and leaned into him. He put his arm around her shoulders and they walked down the hall to her bedroom. "You're on your own again tomorrow morning, kid. That okay?" "You don't have to ask, Dad." "I've got a breakfast appointment at 7 and—" "You don't have to explain." At her doorway, he let her go, kissing her on the top of her head, smelling the pomegranate from her shampoo. "Yes, I do. You deserve somebody who's more around, who's here for you."
"Dad, I'm too tired. I don't want to talk about this."
Bosch gestured back down the hall toward the living room. "You know, if I could play that song like him, I would. Then you'd know." He had gone too far with it, pushing his guilt on her.
"I do know," she said in an annoyed tone. "Now good night."
She went through the doorway and closed the door behind her. "Good night, baby," he said. Bosch went to the kitchen and took the pizza box out to the trash can. He made sure the top was sealed against coyotes and other creatures of the night. Before going back inside, he used his keys to open the padlock on the storage room at the back wall of the carport. He pulled the string to the overhead light and started scanning the crowded shelves. Junk he had kept through most of his life was in boxes on the dusty shelves. He reached up and brought one box down to the workbench, and then reached back for what had been behind it on the shelf. He pulled down the white riot helmet he had worn on the night he met Annika Jesperson. He looked over its scratched and dirty surface. With his palm he wiped the dust off the sticker affixed to the front, the winged badge. He studied the helmet and remembered the nights the city came apart. 20 years had gone by. He thought about all of those years, all that had come to him, and all that had stayed or gone away. After a while, he put the helmet back on the shelf and replaced the box that had hidden it. He locked the storage room and went back inside to bed.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook, so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook. Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.
Chapter 17. Detective Nancy Mendenhall was a small woman with a sincere, if not disarming, smile. She didn't look the least bit threatening, which immediately put Bosch on guard. Not that he wasn't alert and ready for anything when he and Rick Jackson entered the Bradbury building for Harry's scheduled interview. His long history of fending off internal investigators dictated that he not return Mendenhall's smile, and that he be suspicious of her statement that she was simply seeking the truth with an open mind and no agenda dictated from above. She had her own private office. It was small, but the chairs in front of her desk were comfortable. It even had a fireplace, as many of the offices in the old building did. The windows behind her looked out across Broadway to the building that housed the old $1 Million Theater. She put a digital recorder on the desk, which was matched by Jackson's own recorder, and they began. After identifying all parties in the room and going through the routine admonishments about police officers giving compelled statements, Mendenhall simply said, "Tell me about your trip on Monday to the prison at San Quentin." For the next 20 minutes, Bosch relayed the facts regarding his trip to the prison to interview Rufus Coleman about the gun that had been used to kill Annika Jesperson. He gave her every detail he could think of, including how long he had to wait before the prisoner was brought to him. Bosch and Jackson had decided at breakfast beforehand that Bosch would hold nothing back, in hope that Mendenhall's common sense would dictate that she see the complaint from O'Toole as a bullshit beef. Bosch supplemented his story with copies of documents from the murder book, so Mendenhall would see that it was absolutely necessary for him to travel to San Quentin to talk to Coleman, and that the trip was not manufactured so he could meet up with Sean Stone. The interview seemed to go well, with Mendenhall asking only general questions that allowed Bosch to expand. When he was finished, she narrowed her focus to specifics. "Did Sean Stone know you were coming?" she asked. "No, not at all," Bosch replied. "Did you tell his mother beforehand that you were going to see him?" "No, I did not. It was an impromptu thing. Like I said before, my flights were set. I had the time for a quick meet, and I asked to see him." "But they did bring him to you in the law enforcement interview room, correct?" "That's correct. They didn't tell me to go to the family and friends visitation room. They said they would bring him to me." This was the only place where Bosch felt he was vulnerable. He had not asked to visit with Sean Stone as a citizen would. He stayed in the room where they had brought in Rufus Coleman and simply asked to see another inmate, Stone. He knew that that could be seen as using his badge to get an advantage. Mendenhall pressed on. "Okay. And when you made the travel arrangements to go up to San Quentin, did you factor in time between flights so that you could have time to visit with Sean Stone?" "Absolutely not. You never know when you go up there how long it will take them to deliver your prisoner, or how long the prisoner will talk to you. I've gone up there for what ended up being a 1-minute interview, and I've gone up there when a 1-hour interview turns into 4. You never know, so you always give yourself extra time." "You gave yourself a 4-hour window at the prison." "That's about right. Plus you have the uncertainties of traffic. You have to fly up there, take the train to the rental car center, get your car and get up to the city, get all the way across the city and then the Golden Gate, and then you have to do all of that coming back. You build in time for contingencies. I ended up with a little over 4 hours at the prison, and I only used 2 waiting and then talking to Coleman. Do the math. I had extra time, and I used it to see this kid." "Exactly when did you tell the guards you wanted to see Stone?" "I remember looking at my watch as they took Coleman away. I saw it was 2:30, and I knew my flight was at 6. I figured that even with traffic and rental car return, I still had at least an hour. I could get back to the airport earlier, or I could see if they could bring me another prisoner real quick. I chose the latter. Did you think of seeing if there was an earlier flight? No, because it didn't matter. My workday would be over when I got back to L.A. I wasn't going into the office, so it didn't matter if I landed at 5 or 7. I would be done for the day. There's no overtime anymore. You know that, Detective. Jackson cut in and spoke for the first time during the interview. Also, he said, changing a flight often involves an additional fee. It can be anywhere from $25 to $100, and if he had made that change, he'd have to answer to the budget and travel people about that. Bosch nodded. Jackson was improvising on Mendenhall's question, but had come up with a good ad. Mendenhall seemed to have a list she was going through, even though there was nothing on paper in front of her. She mentally ticked off the travel question and moved on to the next. Did you in any way lead the corrections officers at San Quentin to believe that you wished to speak to Sean Stone as part of an investigation? Bosch shook his head. No, I did not. And I think when I asked how I could deposit money into his canteen account, it was clear that he was not part of an investigation. But you asked about that after you spoke to Stone, correct? Correct. There was a pause as she looked through the documents Bosch had provided. I think, gentlemen, that's it for now. No more questions? Bosch asked. For now. I may have follow-ups later. Can I ask some questions now? You can ask, and I'll answer if I can. Bosch nodded. Fair enough. How long will this take? Mendenhall frowned. Well, in actual investigation time, I don't think it will take long, unless I can't get what I need by phone from San Quentin and have to go up there. So they might spend the money to send you all the way up there to check out what I did with an extra hour of my time. That would be my captain's call. He'll certainly look at the costs involved and the level of seriousness of the investigation. He also knows that I carry several other investigations at the moment. He might decide that it is not worth the expenditure of money and investigative time. Bosch had no doubt that they would send Mendenhall to San Quentin if needed. She might be in a bubble where there was no pressure from above, but her captain wasn't. Anything else? She asked. I have an interview at 9 that I should prepare for. Yes, one more thing, Bosch said. Where did this complaint come from? Mendenhall seemed surprised by the question. I can't discuss that, but I thought you knew. I thought it was obvious. No, I know it came from O'Toole, but the whole thing about me visiting Sean Stone, how did he come up with that? How did he know? That I can't talk to you about, Detective. When my investigation is complete and I make a recommendation, you may become aware of those facts. Bosch nodded, but the open question bothered him. Had someone from San Quentin called O'Toole to suggest Bosch had acted improperly, or had O'Toole pursued this, going so far as to check on Bosch's activities at the prison? Either way, it was disconcerting to Bosch. He had walked in believing the 128 complaint would easily be discarded after his explanations to Mendenhall. Now he saw that things might not be so clear-cut. After leaving the PSB, Jackson and Bosch took one of the ornately designed elevators down to the lobby. To Bosch, the century-old Bradbury building was far and away the most beautiful building in the city. The only blemish on its image was the fact that it housed the Professional Standards Bureau. As they crossed the lobby beneath the atrium to the West 3rd Street exit, Bosch could smell the fresh bread being baked for the lunch rush in the sandwich shop, next to the building's main entrance. That was another thing that always bothered him. Not only was the PSB housed in one of the city's hidden gems, and not only were there fireplaces in some of the offices, but the place also smelled so damn good every time Bosch was there. Jackson was quiet as they moved through the lobby, and then turned left into the dimly lit side exit lobby. There was a bench there with a bronze statue of Charlie Chaplin sitting on it. Jackson sat down next to the figure and signaled Bosch to the other side. "What?" Bosch said as he sat down. "We should get back." Jackson was upset. He shook his head and leaned across Charlie Chaplin's lap so he could whisper. "Harry," he said, "I think you're really screwed on this." Bosch didn't understand Jackson's mood, or his apparent surprise that the department would go to this length over a 15-minute interview in San Quentin. But to Bosch this was nothing new. The first time he got dinged by Internal Affairs was 35 years earlier. He caught a beef for stopping by a dry cleaner's, which was on his beat, to pick up his pressed uniforms while on his way to the station at the end of watch. Since then, nothing surprised him about how the department policed its own. "So what?" he said dismissively. "Let her sustain the complaint. What's the worst they could give me, 3 days? A week? I'll take my kid to Hawaii." Jackson shook his head again. "You don't get it, do you?" Now Bosch was thoroughly confused. "Don't get what? It's Internal Affairs, no matter what they're calling it now. What's not to get?" "This is not just about a week's suspension. You're on the drop, man. That's a contract, and you don't have the same protections. That's probably why nobody from the league called you back. A contract can be voided on a CUBO. Now it hit Bosch. The year before, he had signed a 5-year contract under the Deferred Retirement Option Plan. He had effectively retired in order to freeze his pension, and then came back to work under the contract. There was a clause in that contract that allowed the department to dismiss him if he was found guilty of committing a crime or if an internal charge of conduct unbecoming an officer was sustained against him. "Don't you see what O'Fool is doing?" Jackson asked. "He's reshaping the squad, trying to make it his squad. Anybody he doesn't like or has a problem with or isn't showing him the proper respect and allegiance, he'll pull this sort of shit to move them out." Bosch nodded as he saw the scheme come together. He knew what Jackson didn't, that O'Toole might not be acting alone just to feather his nest. He might be doing the bidding of the man on the 10th floor. "There's something I didn't tell you," he said. "Oh, shit," Jackson said. "What?" "Not here. Let's go." They left Charlie Chaplin behind and headed back to the PAB on foot. Along the way, Bosch told Jackson 2 stories, one old and the other new. The first was the backstory behind the case Bosch worked the year before, involving the death of then-Councilman Irvin Irving's son. Bosch recounted how he had been used by the chief and a former partner he trusted in a successful political coup, resulting in Irving losing his bid for re-election. A police department sympathizer was elected in his stead. "That already put me on a collision course with Marty," he said, "and with the case I'm working now, we've collided." He then explained how the man on the 10th floor was trying through O'Toole to pressure him into slowing down the forward momentum of the Annika Jesperson case. By the time he was finished with the story, Bosch guessed that Jackson fully regretted having signed on as Harry's defense rep. "So in the grand scheme of things," Jackson said as they entered the front courtyard of the PAB, "you are not interested in slowing it down, not even just pushing it quietly over into next year?" Bosch shook his head. "She's waited too long," he said, "and whoever killed her has been free too long. I'm not slowing down for anything." Jackson nodded as they went through the automatic doors. "I didn't think so." Chapter 18. Bosch was no sooner at his desk in his cubicle in the open unsolved unit than he was visited by his new nemesis, Lieutenant O'Toole. "Bosch, did you set up an appointment with a PSB investigator yet?" Bosch swiveled in his seat so he could look up at his supervisor. O'Toole had his suit jacket off and was wearing suspenders with a design of little golf clubs on them. His tie tack was a miniature LAPD badge. They sold them in the gift shop at the police academy. "It's taken care of," Bosch said.
"Good. I want this cleared up as soon as possible."
"I'm sure you do."
"It's nothing personal, Bosch."
Bosch smiled at that. "I just want to know one thing, Lieutenant. Did you come up with this all on your own, or did you have help from upstairs?"
"Harry,"
Jackson said from across the cubicle divider,
"I don't think you should get into a—"
Bosch held his hand up to stop Jackson from getting involved.
"It's okay, Rick.
It was just a rhetorical question. The lieutenant doesn't have to answer it."
"I don't know what you mean by upstairs," O'Toole said anyway. "But it would be typical of you to focus on where the complaint came from instead of the complaint itself and your own actions."
Bosch's cell phone began to buzz.
He pulled it from his pocket and looked away from O'Toole to check the screen. The caller ID was blocked. "The question is simple," O'Toole continued. "Did you act properly while up there in the prison, or did you—"
"I have to take this," Bosch said, cutting him off. "I'm working a case, LT." O'Toole turned to leave the cubicle. Bosch connected to the call but told the caller to hold. He then held the phone to his chest so his words would not be overheard by whoever was on the other end.
"Lieutenant,"
he said. He had called to his supervisor loud enough for several detectives in their nearby cubicles to hear. O'Toole turned around and looked back at him.
"If you continue to harass me," Bosch said, "I will file a formal complaint."
He held eye contact with O'Toole for a few moments, then raised his phone to his ear.
"This is Detective Bosch. How can I help you?"
"This is Suzanne Wingo, ATF. Are you presently in the PAB?"
It was Rachel Walling's contact. Bosch felt a tremor of adrenaline hit his bloodstream. She might have already traced the ownership of the gun used to kill Annika Jesperson.
"Yes, I'm here. Have you—"
"I'm on a bench in the front plaza. Can you come down? I have something for you."
Sure. But would you rather come up to the office? I can—"
"No. I would prefer that you come down here."
"Then I'll be there in 2 minutes."
"Come alone, Detective."
She disconnected. Bosch sat for a long moment, wondering why she had told him to come alone. He quickly called Rachel Walling's number.
"Harry?"
"It's me. This Suzanne Wingo. What's with her?"
"What do you mean? She told me she would run the numbers. I gave her your cell."
"I know. She just called me and told me to meet her down in the front plaza. She told me to come alone." "What am I getting into here, Rachel?" Walling laughed before she answered.
"Nothing, Harry. She's just that way. Very secretive, very cautious. She's doing you a favor and doesn't want anybody else to know."
"You sure that's all?"
"Yes, and she'll probably want something in return for the favor. Quid pro quo."
"Like what?"
"I have no idea, Harry. It might not even be right now. You may just owe her one. Either way, if you want to find out who owns the gun you've got, go down and see her."
"Okay. Thanks, Rachel." Bosch disconnected and stood up. He looked behind him. Chu was still not at his desk. Bosch hadn't seen him yet that morning. He saw Jackson looking at him, and Bosch gave him a signal to meet him at the door. Harry waited until they were out in the hallway before speaking. "You have a few minutes?" he asked.
"I guess," Jackson said. "What's up?"
"Come over here." Bosch moved to the glass wall that allowed him to look down on the plaza. He scanned the concrete benches until he saw a woman sitting alone, holding a file. She wore a blazer over slacks and a golf shirt. Bosch could see where the blazer rode up into a sharp ridge behind the right pocket. The woman had a gun holstered under the jacket. It was Wingo. Bosch pointed down at her. "See the woman on the bench? Blue jacket?"
"Yeah?"
"I'm going down to meet her for a few minutes. I just need you to watch us. Maybe take a picture with your phone. Can you do that?"
"Sure."
"But what's going on?"
"Probably nothing. She's from ATF and wants to give me something."
"So?" "I've never met her before. She didn't want to come in and told me to come down alone."
"Okay. I guess I'm just being paranoid.
with O'Toole obviously checking on my every move. Yeah, I don't think it helped you calling him out like you just did. As your defense rep, I don't think you should be— Fuck him. I gotta go down. You'll watch? I'll stay right here. Thanks, pal. Bosch hit him on the arm and walked away. Jackson called after him. You know, you're the most paranoid guy I know. Bosch narrowed his eyes in mock suspicion. Who told you that? Jackson laughed. Bosch took the elevator down and walked directly across the plaza to the woman he had spotted from above. Up close, he saw that she was in her mid-30s, athletically built, with a short, no-nonsense cut to her auburn hair. Bosch's first take was that she was most likely a seasoned federal agent. Agent Wingo? You said 2 minutes. Sorry, I got stopped by my supervisor and he's a pain in the ass. Aren't they all? Bosch liked that she said it as a statement, not a question. He sat down next to her, his eyes on the file she was holding. So, what's with the secret agent stuff and the meet-up out here? I remember our old place. Nobody wanted to visit because it was going to pancake next time we hit a 6 on the Richter scale. But we've got a brand new place now. It's guaranteed safe. You could come in and I'd show you around. Rachel Walling asked me for the favor, but she could only vouch for you so far. You know what I mean? No. What did she say about me? She said trouble follows you and I should be careful. But she didn't use those words exactly. Bosch nodded. He guessed that Walling had called him a shit magnet. It wouldn't be the first time. You girls stick together. It's a boys' club. We have to. So, you did run the gun numbers? I did. And I am not sure I'm going to be much help to you. Why's that? Because I think the gun you've recovered has been missing for 21 years. Bosch felt the adrenaline charge immediately start to ebb. He regretted having put so much hope into believing that the gun's serial number would open up the case's black box. It's where it's missing from that makes it interesting, Wingo added. Bosch's thoughts of regret were immediately replaced with curiosity. Where did it go missing? In Iraq, way back during Desert Storm. Chapter 19. Wingo opened the file and read her own notes before going any farther. Let's start at the beginning, she said. Do I need to take notes, or are you eventually going to give me that file? Bosch asked. It's all yours. Just let me use it to tell the story. Then go ahead. Bosch tried to remember exactly what he had told Rachel Walling about the case. Had he told her that Annika Jesperson had covered Desert Storm? Had she told Wingo? Even if Wingo had known, it wouldn't have changed the trace, and she couldn't have known how this one piece of information, that the gun went missing in Iraq, turned things in a new direction for Bosch. Let's begin at the start, Wingo said. The 10 serial numbers you gave me belong to a lot manufactured in Italy in 1988. Those 10 weapons were among 3,000 weapons manufactured and sold to the government of Iraq's Ministry of Defense. Delivery of the weapons cache was on February 1st, 1989. Don't tell me. The trail disappears after that? No, actually not quite yet. The Iraqi army kept some limited records that we have gotten access to since the Second Persian Gulf War, a little benefit that came from the distribution of records confiscated from Saddam Hussein's palaces and military bases. Remember the search for weapons of mass destruction? Well, they might not have found any WMDs, but they found a shit pile of records involving lesser weapons. We eventually got access to it. Good for you. What did they tell you about my gun? The entire shipment of guns from Italy was distributed to the Republican Guard. The RG were the elite soldiers. Do you know the history of what happened back then? Bosch nodded. I know the basics. Saddam invaded Kuwait, and after the atrocities started, the Allied forces said enough. Right. Saddam invaded in 1990, right after receiving these weapons. So I think the obvious conclusion is that he was outfitting for the invasion. So the gun went to Kuwait.
Wingo nodded. Most likely, but we can't be sure. That's where the records stop.
Bosch leaned back and looked up at the sky. He suddenly remembered he'd asked Rick Jackson to watch over him. He didn't think it was necessary anymore, and his eyes searched the glass surface of the PAB. The reflection of the sun on the glass, coupled with Bosch's tight angle, prevented him from seeing anything. He held his hand up and made the OK sign. He hoped Jackson would get the message and stop wasting his time.
"What's that?" Wingo asked. "What are you doing?"
"Nothing. I had some guy checking on me because you were so spooky about me coming alone and everything. I just told him it was okay."
"Thanks a lot."
Bosch smiled at her sarcasm. She handed him the file. Her report was complete. "Look, I'm a paranoid guy and you hit the right buttons," Bosch said.
"Sometimes paranoia is a good thing," Wingo replied.
"Sometimes. So what do you think happened to the gun? How did it get over here?" Bosch was working on his own answers to those questions, but wanted to hear Wingo's take before she left. After all, she worked for the federal agency charged with monitoring firearms.
"Well, we know what happened in Kuwait during Desert Storm."
"Yeah, we went over there and kicked the shit out of Saddam's soldiers."
"Right. The actual war lasted less than 2 months. The Iraqi army first retreated to Kuwait City, and then tried to make a run back across the border to Basra. Lots were killed, and even more were captured."
"I think that route was called the Highway of Death," Bosch said, remembering the story and photos filed by Annika Jesperson.
"That's right. I Googled all of this yesterday. There were hundreds of casualties and thousands of captives on that one road alone. They put the captives in buses and their weapons in trucks and shipped both out to Saudi Arabia, where they had set up the POW camps."
"So my gun could have been on one of those trucks."
"That's right. Or it could have belonged to a soldier who didn't make it out alive, or who did make it to Basra. There's no way to tell."
Bosch thought about this for a few moments. Somehow a gun from the Iraqi Republican Guard ended up in Los Angeles the following year. "What happened to the captured weapons?" he asked.
"The weapons were stockpiled and destroyed."
"And nobody recorded serial numbers?"
Wingo shook her head. "It was war. There were too many weapons and not enough time to stand there and mark down serial numbers or anything like that. We're talking truckloads of guns. So they were simply destroyed, thousands of weapons at a time. They would haul them out into the middle of the desert, dump them in a hole, and then blow them to bits with high-grade explosives. They'd let them burn for a day or two and then push sand over the hole. Done deal."
Bosch nodded. "Done deal."
He continued grinding on it.
Something was out on the periphery of his thoughts, something that connected, that would help bring it all into focus. He was sure of it, but he just couldn't see it clearly. "Let me ask you something," he finally said. "Have you seen this before? I mean a gun from over there showing up over here in a case, a gun that was supposedly seized and destroyed."
"I checked on that very question this morning, and the answer is that we have seen it, at least one time that I could find, just not exactly in this way."
"Then in what way?"
"There was a murder at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, in '96. A soldier killed another soldier in a drunken rage over a woman. The gun he used was also a Beretta Model 92 that had belonged to Saddam's army. The soldier in question had served in Kuwait during Desert Storm. During his confession, he said that he had taken it off a dead Iraqi soldier and later smuggled it home as a souvenir. I couldn't find in the records I reviewed how that was done, however, but he did get it stateside."
Bosch knew that there were many different ways to get souvenir weapons home. The practice was as old as the Army itself. When he had served in Vietnam, the easy way was to break the gun down and mail the parts home separately over the course of several weeks.
"What are you thinking, Detective?"
Bosch chuckled. I'm thinking that I have to figure out who brought that gun over here. My victim was a journalist and photographer, She covered that war. I read a story she wrote on the Highway of Death. I saw her photos. Bosch had to consider that Annika Jesperson had brought the gun she was killed with to Los Angeles. It seemed unlikely, but he could not discount the fact that she had been in the same place the gun was last accounted for. "When did they start using metal detectors at airports?" he asked. "Oh, that goes way back," Wingo said. "That started with all the hijackings in the 70s. But scanning checked baggage is different. That is much more recent, and it's not very consistent either." Bosch shook his head. "She traveled light. I don't think she was the type who checked bags." He couldn't see it. It didn't make sense that Annika Jesperson had somehow picked up a dead or captured Iraqi soldier's gun and smuggled it home, and then again into the United States, only to be killed with it. "That doesn't sound promising," Wingo said. "But if you could put together a census of the neighborhood where your victim was killed, you could find out who served in the military and in the Persian Gulf War. If there was someone living in the vicinity of the murder who had just come back. You know, a lot was said back then about Gulf War syndrome, exposure to chemicals and heat. A lot of incidents of violence back home were attributed to that war. The soldier at Fort Bragg, that was his defense." Bosch nodded, but he was no longer listening to Wingo. Things were suddenly coming together. Words and pictures and memories. Visions of that night in the alley off Crenshaw, of soldiers lining the street, of black and white photos of soldiers on the Highway of Death, the blown-up barracks in Dhahran, and the smoking hulk of an army Humvee, the lights on the Humvee they brought into the alley. Bosch leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and ran his hands back through his hair. "Are you all right, Detective Bosch?" Wingo asked. "I'm fine. I'm good." "Well, you don't look it." "I think they were there." "Who was where?" His hands still on top of his head, he realized he had spoken out loud. He turned to look at Wingo over his shoulder. He didn't answer her question. "You did it, Agent Wingo. I think you opened the black box." He stood up and looked down at her. "Thank you, and thank you to Rachel Walling. I need to go now." He turned and headed back toward the doors of the PAB. Wingo called after him. "What's the black box?" He didn't answer. He kept moving. Chapter 20. Bosch strode through the squad room to his desk. He saw Chu in the cubicle, turned sideways and hunched over his computer. Bosch entered the cubicle, grabbed his desk chair, and wheeled it right over next to Chu's. He sat down on it backwards and started speaking in an urgent tone. "What are you working on, David?" Just looking at travel options for Minnesota." "You going to go without me?" "It's okay, I told you to." "I'm thinking I need to go, or start on something else while I'm waiting." "Then you're right, you should go. Did you see who else can go?" "Yeah. Trish the Dish is in. She has family in St. Paul, so she's up for it, cold weather and all." "Yeah, tell her just to be careful, with O'Toole looking over every travel voucher." "I already did." "So, what do you need, Harry? I can tell you're hot about something." "You got one of your hunches?" "Damn right. What I need you to do is get on the box and find out which California National Guard units were sent to Los Angeles during the '92 riots. That should be easy enough. And then find out which of those units were also deployed to the Persian Gulf for Desert Storm the year before. Understand?" "Yes. You want to know which units were in both places." "Exactly. And once you have a list, I want to know where they were based in California and what they did in Desert Storm, where they were assigned, that sort of thing. Can you do that?" "I'm on it." "Good. And I'm guessing most of these units probably have archives online, websites, digital scrapbooks, things like that. I'm looking for names. Names of soldiers who were in Desert Storm in '91 and in L.A. a year later." "Got it." "Good. Thanks, David."
You know, Harry, you don't have to call me by my first name if it makes you uncomfortable. I'm used to you calling me by my last name.
Chu stared at his computer screen as he said it. It's that obvious, huh? Bosch said.
It just sort of sticks out, Chu said. You know, after all this time of just calling me Chu.
Well, I'll tell you what. You find me what I'm looking for, and I'll call you Mr. Chu from now on.
That won't be necessary. But do you mind telling me why we're doing these searches? What's it have to do with Jesperson?
I'm hoping everything. Bosch then explained the new theory of the case he was pursuing, that Annika Jesperson was on a story and had come to L.A. not because of the riots, but because she was following someone in one of the California National Guard units that had been deployed the previous year to the Persian Gulf.
What happened over there that made her follow the guy? Chu asked.
I don't know that yet, Bosch said.
What are you going to do while I'm working this angle?
I'm going to work another. Some of these guys are already in the murder book. I'll start there. Bosch got up and rolled his chair back over to his desk. He sat down and opened the Jesperson case's original murder book. Before he could start looking through the witness statements, his phone buzzed. He checked the screen and saw it was Hannah Stone. Bosch was busy and had some newfound momentum. He normally would have let the call go to voicemail, but something told him he should take it. Hannah rarely called during his work hours. If she wanted to talk to him, she would text first to see if he was able to talk. He took the call.
Hannah, what's up?
Her voice was an urgent whisper.
There's a woman in the waiting room from the police. She said she wants to interview me about you and my son.
Her whisper was tight with fear verging on panic. She had no idea what was going on, and Bosch realized it was logical that she be interviewed. He should have warned her. Hannah, it's okay. Did you get her card? Is her name Mendenhall?
Yes. She said she was a detective with police standards or something. She didn't give me a card. She just showed up without calling first.
It's okay. It's the Professional Standards Bureau, and she just needs to ask you what you know about me meeting Sean the other day.
What? Why?
Because my lieutenant made a beef about it, basically saying I used company time for personal reasons. Look, Hannah, it doesn't matter. Just tell her what you know. Tell her the truth.
Are you sure? Are you sure I should talk to her? She said I didn't have to.
You can talk to her, but just tell her the truth. Don't tell her what you think might help me. Tell her only the truth as far as what you know. Okay, Hannah? It's not a big deal.
But what about Sean?
What about him?
Can she do anything to him?
No, Hannah. There's nothing like that. This is about me, not Sean. So bring her into the office and answer her questions only with the truth. Okay?
If you say it's all right.
I do. It is. No worries. I'll tell you what. Call me back after she leaves.
I can't. I have appointments. They're going to stack up because I have to talk to her.
Then make it quick with her, and then call me when you catch up on your clients.
Why don't we just have dinner tonight?
Okay, that sounds good. Call me or I'll call you, and we'll figure out where to meet.
Okay, Harry. I feel better.
Good, Hannah. I'll talk to you. He disconnected and went back to the murder book. Chu interrupted from behind, having heard Bosch's half of the conversation with Hannah.
So they aren't letting up on that, he said.
Not yet. Has Mendenhall scheduled you for an interview?
Nope, haven't heard from her.
Don't worry, you will. If anything, she seems like a pretty thorough investigator. Bosch went to the front of the murder book to find and reread the statement from Francis John Dowler, the California National Guard soldier who found Annika Jesperson's body in the alley off Crenshaw. The report was a transcript of a telephone interview conducted by Gary Herod of the Riot Crimes Task Force. Bosch and Edgar had never gotten the chance to interview Dowler the first night of the investigation. Herod caught up with him by phone 5 weeks after the murder. By then, he had returned to civilian life in a town called Manteca. The witness report and statement said Dowler was 27 years old and worked as a big rig driver. It said he had been in the California National Guard for 6 years and was assigned to the 237th Transportation Company based in Modesto. A blast of adrenaline drilled through Bosch's body. Modesto. Someone calling himself Alex White had called from Modesto 10 years after the murder. Bosch swiveled in his chair and communicated the information about the 237th to Chu, who said he had already established in his internet search that the 237th was one of 3 National Guard troops that sent people to both Desert Storm and the Los Angeles riots. Reading from his screen, Chu said, "You have the 237th Barracks in Modesto and the 2668th from Fresno. Both were transpo companies. Truck drivers, basically. The third was the 270th from Sacramento. They were military police." Bosch wasn't listening much past truck drivers. He was thinking about the trucks that hauled all the captured weapons out into the Saudi desert for disposal. Let's focus on the 237th. The guy who found the body was with the 237th. What else you got on them? Not a lot so far. It says they served for 12 days in Los Angeles, only 1 injury reported. One guy spent a night in a hospital with a concussion when somebody hit him with a bottle. What about Desert Storm? Chu pointed to his screen. I have that here. I'll read you the description of their outing during Desert Storm. The soldiers of the 237th were mobilized on September 20, 1990, with 62 personnel. The unit arrived in Saudi Arabia the following November 3. During Desert Shield and Desert Storm operations, the unit transported 21,000 tons of cargo, moved 15,000 personnel and prisoners of war, and drove 837,000 accident-free miles. The unit returned to Modesto without a single casualty on April 23, 1991. See what I mean? These guys were truck drivers and bus drivers. Bosch contemplated the information and statistics for a few moments. We've got to get those 62 names, he said. I'm working on it. You were right. Each unit has an amateur website and an archive. You know, newspapers, stories, and whatnot. But I haven't found any lists of names from 91 or 92. Just mentions of different people here and there. Like one guy from back then is the sheriff of Stanislaus County now, and he's also running for Congress. Bosch rolled his chair over so he could look at what Chu had on his screen. There was a photo of a man in a sheriff's green uniform holding up a sign that said, Drummond for Congress. That's the 237th's website? Yeah, it says this guy served from 90 to 98, so he would have... Wait a minute. Drummond. I know that name. Bosch tried to place it, casting his thoughts back to the night in the alley. So many soldiers standing and watching. He snapped his fingers as a fleeting glimpse of a face and a name came through. Drummer. That's the guy they called Drummer. He was there that night. Well, J.J. Drummond's sheriff up there now, Chu said. Maybe he'll help us with the names. Bosch nodded. He might, but let's hold off on that until we have a better lay of the land. Chapter 21. Bosch went to his computer and pulled up a map of Modesto, so he could get a better geographic understanding of where Manteca, Francis Dowler's hometown, was in relation to Modesto. Both were in the heart of the San Joaquin Valley, which was better known as the Central Valley and the food basket of the state. Livestock, fruit, nuts, vegetables, everything that was put down on the kitchen or restaurant table in Los Angeles and most parts of California came from the Central Valley, and that included some of the wine on those tables as well. Modesto was the anchor city of Stanislaus County, while Manteca was just across the northern border and part of San Joaquin County. The county seat there was Stockton, the largest city in the valley. Bosch did not know these places. He had spent little time in the valley except to pass through on trips to San Francisco and Oakland. but he knew that on Interstate 5 you could smell the stockyards outside Stockton long before you got to them. You could also pull off at almost any exit on California 99 and quickly find a fruit or vegetable stand with produce that reaffirmed your belief that you were living in the right place. The Central Valley was a big part of what had made California the Golden State. Bosch went back to Francis Dowler's statement. Though he had already read it at least twice since reopening the case, he now read it again, looking for any detail that he might have missed. I, the undersigned Francis John Dowler, 7/21/64, was on duty with California National Guard, 237th Company, on Friday, May 1, 1992 in Los Angeles. My unit's responsibilities were to secure and maintain major traffic arteries during the civil unrest that occurred following the verdicts in the Rodney King police beating trial. On the evening of May 1, my unit was stationed along Crenshaw Boulevard, from Florence Avenue north to Slauson Avenue. We had arrived in the area late the night before, after it had already been hit extensively by looters and arsonists. My position was at Crenshaw and 67th Street. At approximately 10 p.m., I retreated to a nearby alley next to the tire store to relieve myself. At this time, I noticed the body of a woman lying near the wall of a burned-out structure. I did not see anyone else in the alley at this time, and did not recognize the dead woman. It appeared to me that she had been shot. I confirmed that she was deceased by checking for a pulse on her arm, and then proceeded out of the alley. I went to radioman Arthur Fogel and told him to contact our supervisor, Sergeant Eugene Burston, and tell him that we had a dead body in the alley. Sergeant Burston came in and inspected the alley and the body, and then LAPD homicide was informed by radio communication. I returned to post, and later was moved down to Florence Avenue when crowd control was needed because of angry residents at that intersection. This is a complete, truthful, and accurate account of my activities on the night of Friday, May 1, 1992, so attested by my signature below. Bosch wrote the names Francis Dowler, Arthur Fogel, and Eugene Burston on a page in his notebook under the name J.J. Drummond. At least he had the names of 4 of the 62 soldiers on the 1992 roll of 237th Company. Bosch stared at Dowler's statement as he considered what his next move should be. That was when he noticed the printing along the bottom edge of the page. It was a fax tag. Gary Herod had obviously typed up the statement and faxed it to Dowler for his approval and signature. It had then been faxed back. The fax identification along the bottom of the page gave the phone number and a company name. Cosgrove Agriculture, Manteca, California. Bosch guessed that it was Dowler's employer. Cosgrove, Bosch said. The same name was on the John Deere dealership where the Alex White call had come from 10 years ago. "Yeah, I've got that," Chu said from behind him. Bosch turned around. "Got what?" "Cosgrove. Carl Cosgrove. He was in the unit. I got him in some of the pictures here. He's some sort of a bigwig up there." Bosch realized that they had stumbled onto a connection. "Send me that link, will you?" "Sure thing." Bosch turned to his computer and waited for the email to come through. "This is the 237th's website you're looking at?" he asked. "Yeah, they got stuff on here going back to the riots and Desert Storm." "What about a list of personnel?" "No list, but there are some names in these stories and with the pictures. Cosgrove's one." The email came through. Bosch quickly opened it and clicked on the link. Chu was right. The website looked amateurish, to say the least. At 16, his own daughter had created better-looking web pages for school assignments. This one had obviously been started years earlier, when websites were a new cultural phenomenon. No one had bothered to update it with contemporary graphics and design. The main heading announced the site as the home of the Fighting 237th. Below this were what seemed to be the company's motto and logo, the words "Keep on Truckin'," and a variation on comic artist Robert Crumb's iconic Truckin' Man striding forward, one large foot in front of his body. The 237th version had the man in an army uniform, a rifle slung over his shoulder. Beneath that were blocks of information about the current company's training outings and recreational activities. There were links for making contact with a site manager or for joining group discussions. There was also one marked History, and Bosch clicked on it. The link brought him to a blog that required him to scroll down through 20 years of reports about the company's accomplishments. Luckily, the call-outs for the Guard had been few and far between, and it didn't take long to get to the early 90s. These reports had obviously been loaded onto the site when it was first constructed in 1996. There was a short written piece on the call-up for the Los Angeles riots that held no information that Bosch didn't already know. But it was accompanied by several photos of soldiers from the 237th on station at various positions around South LA, and included several names that Bosch didn't have. He copied every name into his notebook, and then continued to scroll down. When he got to the 237th's exploits during Desert Shield and Desert Storm, his pulse quickened as he viewed several photos similar to those Annika Jesperson had taken while shooting and writing about the war. The 237th had bivouacked at Dhahran and was in close proximity to the barracks that were bombed by the Iraqi Scud strike. The transportation company had ferried soldiers, civilians, and prisoners up and down the main roadways between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. And there were even photos of members of the 237th on R&R leave on a cruise ship anchored in the Persian Gulf. There were more names here, and Bosch continued copying them into his notebook, thinking that the chances were good that the 237th's personnel did not change much between the Gulf War and the Los Angeles riots. Men listed in the war photos were most likely part of the unit sent to LA a year later. He came to a set of photos that showed several members of the 237th on a ship called the Saudi Princess during R&R leave. There were shots of a volleyball team competing in a poolside tournament, but most of the pictures were of obviously drunk men holding up bottles of beer and posing for the camera. Bosch stopped dead when he read the names under one of the photos. It was a shot of 4 men on the wood decking surrounding the ship's swimming pool. They were shirtless, holding up bottles of beer and shooting peace signs at the camera. Their wet bathing suits were cut-off camouflage pants. They looked very drunk and very sunburned. The names listed were Carl Cosgrove, Frank Dowler, Chris Henderson, and Reggie Banks. Bosch now had another connection. Reggie Banks was the salesman who sold Alex White his tractor mower 10 years before. He wrote the new names down on his list and underlined Banks's name 3 times. Bosch expanded the photo on his screen and studied it again. 3 of the men, all except Cosgrove, had matching tattoos on their right shoulders. Bosch could tell it was the Keep on Truckin' Man in camouflage, the unit's logo. Bosch then noticed that behind them and to the right was an overturned trash can that had spilled bottles and cans across the deck. As Bosch stared at the photo, he realized he had seen it before. Same scene, different angle. Harry quickly opened up a new window on his screen and went to the Annika Jesperson Memorial Site. He then opened the file containing her photos from Desert Storm. He quickly went through them until he got to the portfolio she had taken on the cruise ship. The 3rd shot in the set of 6 was taken on the pool deck. It showed a ship's houseman righting an upended trash can. By flipping from one window to the other and from photo to photo, Bosch was able to match the combination of bottles, cans, and brands strewn on the deck. The configuration of the spilled containers was exactly the same. It meant, without a doubt, that Annika Jesperson had been on the cruise ship at the same time as members of the 237th Company. To confirm this, Bosch compared other markers in the photos. In both he noted the same lifeguard on a poolside perch, wearing the same floppy hat and zinc-coated nose in each photo. A woman in a bikini lounging on the edge of the pool, her right hand dipped into the water. And finally, the bartender behind the counter of the tiki hut. Same bent cigarette behind his ear. There was no doubt. Annika's photo was taken within minutes of the photo on the 237th Company's website. She had been there with them. The saying is that law enforcement work is 99% boredom and 1% adrenaline. Screaming, high-intensity moments of life-and-death consequence. Bosch didn't know if there was life-and-death consequence attached to this discovery, but he could feel the intensity of the moment. He quickly opened his desk drawer and pulled out his magnifying glass. He then turned the pages of the murder book until he found the sleeve containing the proof sheets and 8x10 photos that were developed from the 4 rolls of film found in Annika Jesperson's vest. There were only 16 8x10 photos, and each was marked on the back with the number of the film roll it came from. Bosch guessed that investigators randomly selected and processed 4 shots from each of the rolls of film to process. Harry urgently looked through these now, comparing the soldiers in each one to the photo of the 4 men on the Saudi Princess. He drew a blank until he got to the 4 shots from roll 3. All 4 of the shots showed several soldiers lining up to climb into a troop transport truck outside the Coliseum. But clearly at center and in focus in each shot was a tall, well-built man who looked like the man identified as Carl Cosgrove in the cruise ship shot. Bosch used the magnifying glass to fine-tune the comparison, but he could not be sure. The man in the Jesperson shot wore a helmet and was not looking directly at the camera. Bosch knew that he would need to turn the photos, proof sheets, and film negative strips over to the photo unit for comparison, using better means than a handheld magnifying glass. As Bosch took a final glance at the 237th photo, he noticed the photographer credit running in small letters along the right edge. Photo by J.J. Drummond. Bosch now underlined Drummond's name on his list and paused as he considered the coincidence he was staring at. 3 names he already knew from the investigation. Banks, Dowler, and Drummond belonged to men who had been on the pool deck of the Saudi Princess on the same day and time as photojournalist Annika Jesperson. A year later, one of them would find her body in a back alley in riot-torn Los Angeles. Another would lead Bosch to the body, and the third presumably would call to check on the case a decade later. Another connection involved Carl Cosgrove. He was on the ship in 1991 and appeared to have been in Los Angeles the year after. His name was on the fax ID on Francis Dowler's statement and on the John Deere dealership where Reggie Banks worked. In every case, there comes a moment when things start tumbling together and the focus becomes white-hot in its intensity. Bosch was there now. He knew what he had to do and where he had to go. "David," he said, his eyes still holding on the image on his computer screen. 4 men drunk and happy in the burning sun and away from the fear and randomness of war. "Yeah, Harry?" "Stop." "Stop what?" "Stop what you're doing." "What do you mean? Why?" Bosch turned his screen so his partner could see the photo. He then looked at Chu. "These 4 men," he said. "Start with them. Run them down. Find them. Find out everything you can about them." "Okay, Harry. What about Sheriff Drummond? Should we contact him about these guys?" Bosch thought a moment before answering. "No," he finally said. "Add him to the list." Chu seemed surprised. "You want me to background him?" Bosch nodded. "Yeah, and keep it quiet." Bosch got up and left the cubicle. He walked down the middle aisle to the lieutenant's office. The door was open, and he saw O'Toole working at his desk with his head down as he wrote something in an open file. Harry knocked on the door frame and O'Toole looked up. He hesitated, then signaled Bosch in.
Let the record show that you came in here of your own volition, he said as Bosch stepped in. No harassment, no coercion.
So noted.
What can I do for you, Detective?
I want to put in for some vacation time. I think I need some time to think about things. O'Toole paused as though considering whether he was walking into a trap.
When do you want to go?
He finally asked. I was thinking next week, Bosch said. I know it's Friday and this is short notice, but my partner can cover anything we have open, and he's already working on a pickup trip with Trish Almond.
What about the Snow White case? Weren't you telling me not 2 days ago that nothing was going to hold you up on it?
Bosch nodded contritely. Yeah, well, it's sort of cooled down at the moment. I'm waiting on developments. O'Toole nodded like he knew all along that Bosch would hit a wall on the case.
You know this isn't going to change the internal investigation, he said.
I know, Bosch said. I just need to get away. Think about priorities for a little bit. Bosch saw O'Toole trying to hold back a self-congratulatory smile. He couldn't wait to call the 10th floor and report that Bosch was not going to be a problem, that the prodigal detective had finally seen the light.
So you're taking the week then? He asked.
Yeah, just a week, Bosch replied. I've got about 2 months banked.
I normally want a little more notice, but I'll allow the exception this time. You're good to go, Detective. I'll mark it down.
Thanks, LT.
Do you mind closing the door when you leave?
Gladly. Bosch left him there to quietly make his call to the chief. Before Harry got back to his cubicle, he already had a plan for taking care of things at home while he was gone. Chapter 22. Ca del Sole had become their place. They met there more often than anywhere else in the city. This was a choice based on romance, taste, they agreed on Italian, and price, but most of all it was based on convenience. The North Hollywood restaurant was equidistant in time and traffic from both their homes and jobs, with a little bit of an edge to Hannah Stone. Edge or no edge, Bosch got there first and was shown to the booth that had become their regular table. Hannah had told him she might arrive late because her appointments at the halfway house in Panorama City had backed up domino style after the unscheduled interview with Mendenhall. Bosch had brought a file with him and was content to work while he waited. Before the day ended in the open unsolved unit, David Chu had compiled short preliminary bios on the 5 men Bosch wanted to focus on. Drawing from both public and law enforcement databases, Chu was able to put together in 2 hours what would have taken Bosch 2 weeks to gather 20 years ago. Chu had printed out several pages of data on each of the men. Bosch had those pages in the file, along with printouts of the photos taken by both Drummond and Jesperson on the Saudi princess, as well as a translation of the story Annika Jesperson had submitted to the BT with her photos. Bosch opened the file and reread the story. It was dated March 11th, 1991, almost 2 weeks after the war had ended and the troops had become peacekeepers. The story was short, and he guessed that it was just a copy block that went with her photos. The internet translation program he used was basic. It did not translate grammatical nuance and style, leaving the story choppy and awkward in English. It is called Love Boat, but no mistake, this is a warship. Luxury liner Saudi Princess never leaves port, but always has maximum security and capacity. The British vessel has been chartered and temporarily used by the U.S. Pentagon as a rest and recreation retreat for American troops from in Operation Desert Storm. Men and women with service in Saudi Arabia are allowed occasional 3-day rest and relaxation leave, and since the ceasefire, the demand for it is very big. The Princess is only destination in the conservative Persian Gulf, where the soldiers can drink alcohol, make the friends, and not bring the camouflage equipment. The ship stays in port and is well guarded by armed Marines in uniform. The Pentagon asks journalists who visit cannot reveal the ship's exact location. But on board there are no uniforms, and life is a party. Has 2 disco, 10 24-hour bars, and 3 pools. Soldiers who stationed in the region for weeks and months and dodged Scud missile and bullets of Iraqi have 72 hours to have fun, taste their alcohol, and flirt with the opposite sex. All of the things forbidden in camp. For 3 days we are civilians once more, said Bo Bentley, a 22-year-old soldier from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Last week I was in a firefight in Kuwait City. Today I sip a cold one with my friends. You cannot beat that. The alcohol flows freely in the bars and at the pool edge. Celebrations of the Allied victory are many. Men on board the ship are more than women by 15-1, reflecting the composition of the U.S. troops in the Gulf. It is not just men on the Saudi Princess who wish the sides were more even. I haven't had to buy a drink for the time I've been here, said Charlotte Jackson, a soldier from Atlanta, Georgia. But the guys constantly hitting on you gets olden. I wish I had brought a good book to read. I'd be in my cabin right now. Based on the comment from Bo Bentley about being in a firefight only a week before, Bosch figured the story had been written and then held almost a week by the BT before publication. That meant Annika Jesperson had probably been on board the ship sometime during the first week of March. Bosch had initially not viewed the Saudi Princess story as significant. But now, with the connection established between Jesperson and the members of 237th Company on the ship, things were different. He realized he was looking at the names of 2 potential witnesses. He pulled his phone and called Chu. The call went to message. Chu was off duty and had probably shut down for the night. Bosch left a message in a low voice so he wouldn't disturb the other patrons in the restaurant. Dave, it's me. I'm going to need you to take a stab at a couple names. I got them out of a 1991 news story, but what the hell, give it a try. The first name is Bo Bentley, and he is or was from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The second is Charlotte Jackson. She was listed as from Atlanta. Both were soldiers in Desert Storm. I don't know what branch. The story didn't say. Bentley was 22 then, so he's 42 or 43 now. I've got no age on Jackson, but she could be anywhere from, I'd say, 39 to maybe 50 years old. See what you can do and let me know. Thanks, partner. Bosch disconnected and looked toward the front door of the restaurant. Still no sign of Hannah Stone. He went back to his phone and shot a quick text to his daughter to ask if she had gotten something to eat, then went back to the file folder. He leafed through the biographical material his partner had drawn up on the 5 men. 4 of the reports contained a driver's license photo at the top. Drummond's DL was not included, because his law enforcement status kept him out of the DMV computer. Bosch stopped on the sheet for Christopher Henderson. Chu had handwritten "deceased" in large letters next to the photo. Henderson had survived Desert Storm and the L.A. riots as a member of the Fighting 237th, but he didn't survive an encounter with an armed robber at a restaurant he managed in Stockton. Chu had included a 1998 newspaper account reporting that Henderson had been accosted while he was alone and locking up at a popular steakhouse called the Steers. An armed man wearing a ski mask and a long coat forced him back inside the restaurant. A passing motorist saw the incident and called 911, but when police arrived shortly after the emergency call came in, they found the front door unlocked and Henderson dead inside. He had been shot execution-style while kneeling in the kitchen's walk-in refrigerator. A safe where the restaurant's operating cash was kept at night was found open and empty in the manager's office. The newspaper report said that Henderson had been planning to leave his job at the Steers to open up his own restaurant in Manteca. He never got the chance. According to what Chu could find on the computer, the murder was never solved, and no suspects were ever identified by the Stockton police. Chu's bio on John James Drummond was extensive because Drummond was a public figure. He joined the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Department in 1990 and rose steadily through the ranks until he challenged the incumbent sheriff in 2006 and won an upset election. He successfully ran for re-election in 2010 and was now setting his sights on Washington, D.C. He was campaigning for Congress, hoping to represent the district that encompassed both Stanislaus and San Joaquin counties. A political biography that was circulated online during his first run for sheriff described Drummond as a local kid who made good. He grew up in a single-parent family in the Graciata Park neighborhood of Modesto. As a deputy, he served in all capacities in the sheriff's department, even as pilot of the agency's one helicopter. But it was his superior management skills that accelerated his climb. The biography also called him a war hero, crediting him with serving with the National Guard in Desert Storm, as well as noting that he was injured during the 1992 Los Angeles riots while protecting a dress shop from being looted. Bosch realized that Drummond accounted for the one injury the 237th Company sustained during the riots. A bottle thrown back then could be one of the little things that got him to Washington now. He also noted that Drummond was already a law officer when called out with the Guard to the Persian Gulf and then Los Angeles. The self-serving material in the campaign biography also noted how crime across the board in Stanislaus County had dropped during Drummond's watch. It was all canned stuff, and Bosch moved on. Next, looking at the sheet on Reginald Banks, who was 46 years old and a lifelong resident of Manteca. Banks had been employed for 18 years as a salesman at the John Deere dealership in Modesto. He was married and the father of 3 kids. He had a degree from Modesto Junior College. On this deeper dig, Chu had also found that in addition to his DUI conviction, Banks also had 2 other DUI arrests that did not result in conviction. Bosch noted that the one conviction came from an arrest in San Joaquin County, where Manteca was located. But 2 DUI stops in neighboring Stanislaus County never resulted in charges being filed. Bosch wondered if being foxhole buddies with the Stanislaus County sheriff might have had something to do with that. He moved on to Francis John Dowler and read a bio not too different from his pal Banks's curriculum vitae. Born, raised, and still living in Manteca, he attended San Joaquin Valley College in Stockton, but didn't stick around for the 2-year degree. Bosch heard a low snickering sound and looked up to see Pino, their usual waiter, smiling. "What?" Bosch asked.
"I read your paper. I am sorry."
Bosch looked down at the data sheet on Dowler and then back at Pino. He was Mexican-born, but posed as Italian since he worked in an Italian restaurant. "That's okay, Pino, but what's so funny?" The waiter pointed at the top line of the data sheet.
"It say there, he was born in Manteca. That is funny."
"Why?"
"I thought you speak Spanish, Mr. Bosch."
"Just a little. What is Manteca?"
"It is the lard, the fat."
"Really?"
"Si."
Bosch shrugged. "I guess they must have thought it sounded nice when they named the place," he said. "They probably didn't know."
"Where is this town called Lard?"
Pino asked. "North of here, about 5 hours.
"If you go, take a picture for me. Welcome to Lard."
He laughed and moved away to check on customers at other tables. Bosch checked his watch. Hannah was now a half-hour late. He thought about calling to check on her. He pulled out his phone and noticed that his daughter had answered his text with a simple, "Ordered in pizza." That was pizza for the 2nd night in a row, while he was out for a supposedly romantic dinner with salad and pasta and wine. A wave of guilt hit him again. He seemed incapable of being the father he knew he should be. The guilt turned to self-directed anger, and it gave him all the resolve he needed for what he planned to ask Hannah, if she ever showed up. He decided he would give it another 10 minutes before he pestered her with a call, then went back to his work. Dowler was 48 years old and had logged exactly half of his life in the employ of Cosgrove Ag. His job description was listed on the sheet as contract transport, and Bosch wondered if that meant he was still a truck driver. Like Banks, he also had a DUI bust without subsequent filing on his record in Stanislaus County. He also had an arrest warrant that had been sitting on the computer for 4 years for unpaid parking tickets in Modesto. That would be understandable if he resided in L.A. County, where thousands of minor warrants idled in the computer until the wanted person happened to be stopped by a law officer and their ID was checked for wanteds. But it seemed to Bosch that a county the size of Stanislaus would have the personnel and time to pursue local scofflaws wanted on warrants. The duty to execute a warrant pickup would, of course, fall to the county sheriff's office. Once again, it looked to Bosch like the bonds of Desert Storm and other places were protecting a former soldier in the 237th Company, at least when it came to Stanislaus County. But just as a pattern seemed to be emerging, it disappeared when Bosch moved on to Carl Cosgrove's sheet. Cosgrove was born in Manteca as well, and was in the same age group, at 48. But resemblance to the other men in the file ended at age and service to the 237th Company. Cosgrove had no arrest record, earned a full degree in agricultural management from UC Davis, and was listed as president and CEO of Cosgrove Ag. A 2005 profile in a publication called California Grower stated that the company held nearly 200,000 acres of farm and ranch lands in California. The company managed both livestock and produce, and was one of the largest suppliers of beef, almonds, and wine grapes in the state. Not only that, but Cosgrove Ag was even harvesting the wind. The article credited Carl Cosgrove with turning much of the company's cattle grazing land into wind farms, double-dipping on the land by producing electricity and beef. On the personal side, the article described Cosgrove as a long-divorced bachelor with a penchant for fast cars, fine wines, and finer women. He lived on an estate near Salida on the northern edge of Stanislaus County. It was surrounded by an almond grove and included a helicopter pad so he could proceed by air without delay to any of his other holdings, which included a penthouse in San Francisco and a ski lodge in Mammoth. It was a classic silver spoon story. Cosgrove ran a company his father Carl Cosgrove Sr. had built from a 60-acre strawberry farm and accompanying fruit stand in 1955. At 76, the father remained in place as chairman of the board, but he had passed the reins to his son 10 years before. The article focused on Carl Sr.'s grooming his son for the business, making sure that he worked in all facets, from cattle breeding to farm irrigation to winemaking. It was also the old man who insisted that the son give back to the community in multiple ways, including his 12 years in the California National Guard. The article did credit Carl Jr. with taking the 50-year-old family business to new heights and in bold new directions, most notably with the wind farms that produced green energy and the expansion of the family-owned chain of steakhouses called the Steers, now with 6 locations throughout the Central Valley. The last line of the article said, Cosgrove is most proud of the fact that it is virtually impossible to have a meal at any one of the Steers restaurants without eating or drinking something his vast company has produced. Bosch read the last 4 lines twice. They were confirmation of another connection between the men in the Saudi princess photo. Christopher Henderson had been closing manager at one of Carl Cosgrove's restaurants until he was murdered there. Chu had added a note at the bottom of the California Grower story. It said, "Ran a check on Dad. He died 2010, natural causes. Junior runs the whole show now." Bosch translated that to mean that Carl Cosgrove had inherited complete control over Cosgrove Ag and its many holdings and interests. That made him the king of the San Joaquin Valley.
"Hi. Sorry."
Bosch looked up as Hannah Stone slipped into the booth next to him. She gave him a quick kiss on the cheek and said she was starving. Chapter 23. They both drank a glass of red wine before getting into talk about Mendenhall and the events of their day. Hannah said she needed to decompress for a few minutes before turning the discussion serious. "This is good," she said about the wine Bosch had ordered. She reached across the table and turned the bottle to read the label. She smiled. "Modus operandi. Of course, that would be what you'd order." "You've got me pegged." She took one more sip, and then took her napkin and needlessly rearranged it on her lap. Bosch noticed she often did this as a nervous tell when they were in restaurants and the discussion turned toward her son. "Detective Mendenhall told me she was going up to talk to Sean on Monday," she finally said. Bosch nodded. He wasn't surprised that Mendenhall was going to San Quentin. He was just a little surprised that she had told Hannah. It wasn't good investigative practice to tell one interviewee about plans regarding another, even if they were mother and son. "Doesn't matter if she goes up there," he said. "Sean doesn't have to talk to her if he doesn't want to. But if he decides he wants to, he just needs to tell her the—" Bosch stopped talking, as he suddenly realized what Mendenhall might be doing. "What is it?" Hannah asked. "The cover-up is always worse than the original crime." "What do you mean?" "Her telling you she's going up there Monday. Maybe she told you because she knew you would tell me. Then she'd see if I would try to get to Sean first, to coach him on what to say or to tell him to refuse the interview." Hannah frowned. "She didn't seem to be the sneaky type. She seemed really straightforward. In fact, I got the impression that she wasn't happy about being in the middle of something that was politically inspired." "Did she call it that, or did you?" Hannah had to think about it before she answered. "I might have first mentioned or implied it, but it wasn't news to her. She said she was considering the motivation behind the original complaint. I remember that. That came from her, not me." Bosch nodded. He assumed she was referring to O'Toole as the originator of the complaint. Maybe he should have faith in Mendenhall, that she would see things for what they were. Pino served their Caesar salads, and they dropped discussion of the internal investigation while they ate. After a while, Bosch moved the conversation in a new direction. "I'm on vacation next week," he said. "Really? Why didn't you tell me? I could have taken some time off, unless— that was the point, you wanted to be alone." He knew she would come to that conclusion, or at least consider it. "I'll be working. I'm going up to the middle of the state. Modesto, Stockton, a place called Manteca." "Is this on the Snow White case?" "Yes. There is no way O'Toole would approve travel for me. He doesn't want this case solved. So I'm going up on my own time and my own dime." "And without a partner? Harry, that's not—" He shook his head. "I'm not going to be doing anything dangerous. I'll just be talking to some people, watching others, from afar." She frowned again. She didn't like it. He pressed on before she could voice another objection. "How would you feel about staying at my house with Maddie while I'm gone?" He could clearly see the surprise on her face. She used to stay with a friend whose mother offered to take care of her, but now she and the girl are not friends anymore, so it's awkward. Maddie always says she's fine to stay by herself, but I don't like that idea." "I don't either. But I don't know about this, Harry. Did you ask Maddie?" "Not yet. I'll tell her tonight." "You can't tell her. It's got to be her decision, too. You have to ask her." "Look, I know she likes you, and I know you two talk." "We don't talk. We're Facebook friends." "Well, for her that's the same thing. Facebook and texting are how these kids talk. You got her the beer for my birthday. She reached out to you." "That's nothing."
Certainly a different level than actually staying with her in your house.
I know, but I think she'll be fine with it. If it makes you feel better, I'll ask her tonight when I get home. When she says yes, will you then say yes?" Pino came and took their salad plates away. Bosch asked the question again once the waiter was gone.
"Yes, I'll do it," Hannah said. "I'd love to do it. I'd also love to stay there when you're home, too."
She had mentioned their moving in together before. Bosch was comfortable with the relationship, but wasn't sure he wanted to take that next step. He wasn't sure why. He wasn't a young man. What was he waiting for? "Well, this would be a step toward that, wouldn't it?" he asked, in attempt to sidestep the issue.
"Seems like it's more like some sort of a weird tryout. If I pass the daughter test, then I'm in."
"It's not like that, Hannah. But look, I don't want to get off on this topic right now. I'm in the middle of a case, I have to travel on Sunday or Monday, and I've got a detective from Professional Standards on my tail. I want to talk about this. It's important. But can it wait until some of this other stuff is out of the way?"
"Sure."
She said it in a way that communicated that she wasn't happy about him pushing the question aside. "Come on, don't be upset."
"I'm not."
"I know you are."
"I just want it to be clear that I'm not in your life to be a babysitter."
Bosch shook his head. The conversation was getting out of hand. He smiled reflexively. He always did that when he felt cornered. "Look, I simply asked if you could do me this favor. If you don't want to do it, or if doing it is going to have all of this bad feeling attached to it, then we—"
"I told you I wasn't upset. Can we just drop it for now?"
Bosch reached for his glass and took a long drink of wine, draining it. He then reached for the bottle so he could pour some more. "Sure," he said. Chapter 24. Bosch split Saturday between work and family. He had persuaded Chu to meet him in the squad room in the morning so they could work without the scrutiny of Lieutenant O'Toole and others in the unit. Not only was OU dead, but both wings of the vast Robbery Homicide Division squad room were completely abandoned. With paid overtime a thing of the past, the only time there was activity in the elite detective squads on a weekend was when there was a breaking case. It was lucky for Bosch and Chu that there was no such case. They were left alone and undisturbed in their cubicle to do their work. Once he finished grumbling about giving up half a Saturday for no pay, Chu dug in on the computer and conducted a third and fourth layer search on the men of the 237th Transportation Company of the California National Guard. While Bosch had ratcheted down his focus on the 4 men in the photograph on the Saudi princess and on the 5th man who had taken the photograph, he knew that a thorough investigation required that they check every name they had come up with in regard to the 237th, especially those who had also been on the cruise ship, either at or around the same time as Annika Jesperson. If nothing else, Bosch knew the exercise could pay dividends if a prosecution should arise from the case. Defense attorneys were always quick to claim the police had put on blinders and focused only on their clients while the true culprit slipped away. By widening their scope and thoroughly looking at all known members of the 237th in 1991 and 1992, Bosch was undercutting the tunnel vision defense before it had even been put forth. While Chu worked his computer, Bosch did the same, printing out everything they had accumulated on the 5 men in the main focus. All told, there were 26 pages of information, more than 2/3 of which were dedicated to Sheriff J.J. Drummond and Carl Cosgrove, the two who were powerful in Central Valley business, politics, and law enforcement. Bosch next printed out maps of the Central Valley locations he intended to visit in the week ahead. These also allowed him to see the geographical relationships between the places where the 5 men worked and lived. It was all part of a travel package that was routine to put together before making a case trip. While Bosch worked, he received an email from Henrik Jesperson. He had finally gotten to his storage room and found the details of his sister's travel in the last months of her life. The information merely confirmed much of what he had told Bosch about Annika's trip to the United States. It also confirmed her short trip to Stuttgart. According to Henrik's records, his sister had spent only 2 nights in Germany in the last week of March 1992, staying at a hotel called the Schwabian Inn, located outside Patch Barracks at the U.S. Army garrison. Henrik could offer nothing further about her purpose there, but Bosch was able to confirm through his own internet search that Patch Barracks was where the Army's Criminal Investigation Division was located. He also determined that the Stuttgart CID office handled all investigations of alleged war crimes pertaining to Desert Storm. It seemed obvious to Bosch that Annika Jesperson had made inquiries at Stuttgart about an alleged crime committed during Desert Storm. Whether what she learned there led her to the United States was unclear. Bosch knew from experience that even his status as a law enforcement officer did little to earn cooperation with the Army CID. It seemed to him that a foreign journalist would face an even greater challenge in getting information on a crime that was most likely still under investigation at the time she asked about it. By noon, Bosch had his travel package put together and was ready to go. More so than Chu, it seemed, he was anxious to leave. For Harry, it had nothing to do with overtime pay. He simply had plans for the remainder of the day. He knew his daughter would be waking soon, and the plan was to hit Henry's Tacos in North Hollywood. It would be lunch for him and breakfast for her. After that, they had pre-ordered tickets for a 3D movie that Maddie had been waiting to see. This would be followed in the evening, with both of them going to dinner with Hannah at a restaurant on Melrose called Craig's. "I'm good to go," Bosch told Chu. "Then so am I," his partner responded. "Got anything there worth talking about?" He was referring to Chu's data sweep on the other names from the 237th. Chu shook his head. "Nothing to get excited about." "Did you get to that search I left a message about last night?" "Which one? The soldiers interviewed in Jesperson's story about Saudi Princess?" Chu snapped his fingers. "I totally forgot. I got the message late last night and just forgot about it today. I'll get on it now." He turned back to his computer. "Nah, go home," Bosch said. "You can hit that tomorrow from home or back here on Monday. That's a long shot anyway." Chu laughed. "What?" Bosch asked. "Nothing, Harry. It's just that with you, everything's a long shot." Bosch nodded. "Maybe so. But when one of them pays off—" Now Chu nodded. He had seen enough of Bosch's long shots pay off. "I'll see you, Harry. Be careful up there." Bosch had confided in Chu and told him the plan for his vacation. "I'll keep in touch." On Sunday, Bosch got up early, made coffee, and took it and his phone out to the back deck so he could take in the morning. It was cold and damp outside, but Bosch loved Sunday mornings, because they were the most peaceful time of the week in the Cahuenga Pass. Low freeway noise, no echo of hammers from various construction projects in the mountain cleft, no coyotes barking. He checked his watch. He had a call to make, but planned to wait until 8. He put the phone on the side table and leaned back on the chaise longue, feeling the morning dew work into the back of his shirt. That was okay with him. It felt good. Usually he woke up hungry, but not today. The night before at Craig's he had eaten half a basket of garlic bread before putting down a green goddess salad and the New York strip that followed. This was then topped off with half of his daughter's bread pudding for dessert. The food and conversation had been the best Bosch had had in a long time, and he considered the evening a great success. Maddie and Hannah did as well, though they didn't care what the food tasted like once they spied the actor Ryan Philippe eating in a back booth with a group of friends. Now Bosch slowly sipped his coffee, and knew it would be his only breakfast. At 8, he slid the door closed and made a call to his friend Bill Holodnak to make sure their plan for the morning, which they had previously set up, was still in play. He spoke in a low voice so he would not be overheard or wake his daughter prematurely. He had learned from experience that hell hath no fury like a teenage girl awakened too early on a day off from school. "We're good to go, Harry," Holodnak said. "I zeroed the lasers yesterday, and no one's been in there since. I have one question, though. Do you want to go with the blowback option? If so, we'll put her in armor, but she still might want to wear old clothes." Holodnak was the LAPD training officer who ran the Force Options Simulator at the Academy in Elysian Park. "I think we'll skip the blowback this time, Bill." "Less cleanup for me. When will you be there?" "As soon as I can get her up. Been there, done that with my own. But you gotta give me a time so I'm there." "How about 10? "That'll work." "Good. See, hey, Harry, what have you got in the changer these days?" "Some old Art Pepper live stuff. My kid found it for my birthday." "Why? You got something?" Holodnak was a jazz aficionado like no other Bosch knew, and his tips were usually gold. Danny Grissett. Bosch recognized the name but had to try to place it. This was the game he and Holodnak often played. "Piano," he finally said. "He plays in Tom Harrell's group, doesn't he? He's a local, too." Bosch felt proud of himself. "Right and wrong. He's from here, but he's been New York-based for a while now. Saw him with Harrell at the Standard when I was last back there visiting Lily." Holodnak's daughter was a writer living in New York. He went there often and made many jazz discoveries in the clubs he haunted at night when his daughter kicked him out of her apartment so she could write. "Grissett's been putting out his own stuff," he continued. "I recommend a disc called Form. It's not his latest, but it's worth a listen. Neo-bop stuff. He's got a great tenor on there you'd like. Seamus Blake. Check the solo on Let's Face the Music and Dance. It's tight." "All right, I'll check it out," Bosch said. "And I'll see you at 10. "Wait a minute. Not so fast there, buddy boy," Holodnak threw right back at him. "Your turn. Give me something." That was the rule. Bosch had to give after receiving. He had to give back something that hopefully wasn't already on Holodnak's jazz radar. He thought hard. He had disappeared into the pepper discs Matty had given him, but before receiving the birthday bounty, he had been attempting to expand his jazz horizons a bit, and also to get his daughter interested by going young. "Grace Kelly," he said. "Not the princess." Holodnak laughed at the ease of the challenge. "Not the princess, the kid. Young alto sensation. She's teamed with Woods and Konitz on records. I think the Konitz is better. Next." The challenge seemed hopeless to Bosch. "Okay. One more. How about Gary Smulyan?" "Hidden Treasures," Holodnak answered quickly, naming the very disc Bosch was thinking of. "Smulyan on the berry and then just bass and drums in rhythm. Good stuff, Harry. But I got you. Well, someday I'll get you. Not on my watch. See you at 10. Bosch disconnected and checked the clock on the phone. He could let his daughter sleep for another hour, wake her with the smell of a fresh pot of coffee, and cut down on the chances of her being grumpy about being wakened at what she would consider such an early hour on a Sunday. He knew that, grumpy or not, she'd eventually come around and like the plan he had for the day. He went back inside to write down the name Danny Grissett. The Force Options Simulator was a training device housed at the Academy that consisted of a wall-sized screen on which varying shoot-don't-shoot scenarios were projected. The images were not computer-generated. Real actors were filmed in multiple high-definition sequences that would play out according to the actions taken by the officer in the training session. The officer was given a handgun that fired a laser instead of bullets and was electronically wedded to the action on the screen. If the laser hit one of the players on the screen, Good or bad, that person went down. Each scenario played out until the officer took action or decided that no action was the correct response. There was a blowback option, which involved a paintball gun located above the screen, and that fired at the trainee at the same moment a figure in the simulation fired. On the ride to the academy, Bosch explained what they were doing, and his daughter grew excited. She had become a top shooter in her age group in local competitions, but those were tests of marksmanship against paper targets. She had read about shoot-don't-shoot situations in a book by Malcolm Gladwell, but this would be the first time she faced the split-second life-and-death decisions with a gun in her hand. The front lot at the academy was almost empty. There were no classes or scheduled activities on a Sunday morning. Besides that, the citywide hiring freeze made the cadet classes lean and the activity level low, as the department could hire only to replace retiring officers. They entered the gym and crossed the basketball court to where the FO simulator had been set up in an old storage room. Holodnak, an affable man with a gray-white mane, was there waiting for them. Bosch introduced his daughter as Madeline, and the trainer handed them both handguns, each equipped with a laser and linked by an electronic tether to the simulator's computer. After explaining the procedures, Holodnak took his place behind a computer in the back of the room. He dimmed the lights and started the first scenario. It began with a view through the windshield of a patrol car that was pulling to a stop behind a car that had pulled onto the road's shoulder. An electronic voice from overhead announced the situation. You and your partner have made a traffic stop of a vehicle that was driving erratically. Almost immediately, two young men got out of both sides of the car in front of them. They both started yelling and cursing at the officers who had stopped them.
"Man, why you fucking with me?" said the driver. "What'd we do, man?" said the passenger. "This ain't fair."
It escalated from there. Bosch called out commands for the men to turn and place their hands on the roof of their car, but the two men ignored him. Bosch registered tattoos, hang-low pants, and baseball hats worn backwards. He told them to calm down, but they didn't, and then Bosch's daughter chimed in.
"Calm down. Place your hands on the car. Do not—"
Simultaneously, the two men went to their waistbands. Bosch drew his weapon too, and as soon as he saw the driver's weaponed hand coming up, he opened fire. He heard fire come from his daughter on his right as well. Both men on the screen went down. The lights came up. "So," said Holodnak from behind them, "what did we see?"
"They had guns," Maddie said.
"Are you sure?" Holodnak asked.
"My guy did. I saw it."
"Harry, what about you? What did you see?"
"I saw a gun," Bosch said.
He looked over at his daughter and nodded.
"Okay," Holodnak said. "Let's back it up."
He then ran the scenario over in slow motion. Sure enough, both men had reached for guns and were raising them to fire when Bosch and his daughter had fired first. Hits on the screen were marked with red X's, and the misses were black. Maddie had hit the passenger with 3 shots in the torso, no misses. Bosch had hit the driver twice in the chest and missed high with the 3rd shot because his target was already falling backward to the ground. Holodnak said they had both done well. "Remember, we are always at a disadvantage," he said. "It takes a 1.5 seconds to recognize the weapon, another 1.5 seconds to assess and fire. 3 seconds. That's the advantage a shooter has on us. That is what we must work to overcome. 3 seconds is too long. People die in 3 seconds." They next did a roll-up on a bank robbery in progress. As with the first exercise, they both opened fire and took down a man who emerged through the bank's glass doors and took aim at the officers. From there, the scenarios grew more difficult. In one, there was a door knock and the resident opened the door angrily, gesturing with a black cell phone in his hand. Then there was a domestic dispute, in which the arguing husband and wife both turned on the responding officers. Holodnak approved their handling of both situations without firing their weapons. He then put Madeline through a series of solo scenarios where she was responding to calls without a partner. In the first exercise, she encountered a mentally deranged man with a knife and talked him into dropping the weapon. The second involved another domestic dispute, but in this case the male waved a knife at her from 10 feet away, and she correctly opened fire. It takes 2 strides to cover 10 feet. If you had waited for him to make that move, he would have gotten to you as you fired. That would be a tie. Who loses in a tie? I do. That's right. You handled it correctly. Next was a scenario where she entered a school after a report of gunfire. Moving down an empty hallway, she heard children's screams from up ahead. She then made the turn and saw a man outside a classroom door, pointing a gun at a woman huddled on the floor, trying to shield her head with her hands. "Please don't," the woman begged. The gunman's back was to Madeline. She fired immediately, striking the man in the back and head, knocking him down before he could shoot the woman. Even though she had not identified herself as a police officer or told the gunman to drop his weapon, Holodnak told her she had performed well and within policy. He pointed to a whiteboard along the left wall. It had some shooting diagrams drawn on it, but across the top it had one word in large capitals. IDOL. Immediate defense of life, Holodnak said. You are within policy if your action is in immediate defense of life. That can mean your life or somebody else's. It doesn't matter. Okay. I have one question for you, though. How did you assess what you saw? What I mean is, what made you think that was a teacher being threatened by a bad guy? How did you know the woman wasn't the bad guy who had just been disarmed by a teacher? Bosch had drawn the same immediate conclusions as his daughter. It had just been instinct. He would have fired, just as she had. Well, Maddie said, they're clothes. He had his shirt out, and I don't think a teacher would do that. And she had glasses and her hair up like a teacher. I saw she had a rubber band around her wrist, and I had a teacher who did that. Holodnak nodded. Well, you got it right. I was just curious about how. It's amazing what can be assimilated by the mind in so short a time. They moved on, and Holodnak next put her in an unusual scenario where she was traveling on a commercial airliner, as detectives often do. She was armed and in her seat when a traveler 2 seats ahead of her jumped up and grabbed a flight attendant around the neck and threatened her with a knife. Madeline stood and raised her weapon, identifying herself as a police officer, and ordering the man to release the shrieking woman. Instead, the man pulled his hostage closer as cover and threatened to cut her. Other passengers were yelling and moving about the cabin, seeking places to hide. Finally, there was a moment when the flight attendant tried to break free, and a few inches separated her and the man with the knife. Madeline fired, and the flight attendant went down. Shit! Madeline bent over in horror. The man on the screen yelled, Who's next? Madeline, Holodnak yelled. Is it over? Is the danger over? Maddie realized she had lost focus. She straightened up and fired 5 rounds into the man with a knife. He dropped to the floor. The lights came up and Holodnak came out from behind the computer station. I killed her, Maddie said. Well, let's talk about it, Holodnak said. Why did you shoot? Because he was going to kill her. Good. That's good under the IDOL rule, immediate defense of life. Could you have done anything else? I don't know. He was going to kill her. Did you have to stand and show your weapon, identify yourself? I don't know. I guess not. That was your advantage. He didn't know you were a cop. He didn't know you were armed. You forced the action by standing. Once your gun came out, there was no going back. Maddie nodded and hung her head, and Bosch suddenly felt bad that he had set up the whole session. Kid, Holodnak said, you're doing better than most of the cops who come through here. Let's do another and end it on a good note. Forget this one and get ready. He returned to the computer, and Maddie went through one more scenario, an off-duty incident where she was approached by an armed carjacker. She put him down with a center mass shot as soon as he started to pull his gun. Then she held back when a passing civilian suddenly ran up and started shaking a cell phone at her and screaming, "What did you do? What did you do?" Holodnak said she handled the situation expertly, and that seemed to raise her spirits. He once again added that he was impressed with her shooting and decision-making processes. Harry and Maddie thanked Holodnak for the time on the machine and headed out. They were recrossing the basketball court when Holodnak called from the door of the simulator room. He was still playing pin the tail on the donkey with Bosch. "Michael Formanek," he said. "The rub and spare change." He pointed at Bosch in a gotcha gesture. Maddie laughed, even though she didn't know that Holodnak was talking jazz. Bosch turned, started walking backwards, and raised his hands in an I-give-up fashion. "Bass player from San Francisco," Holodnak said. "Great inside-outside stuff. You gotta expand your equation, Harry. Not everybody who's worth listening to is dead. Madeline, your dad's next birthday? You come see me." Bosch waved him off as he turned back around. Chapter 25. They stopped for lunch at the Academy Grill, where the walls were adorned with LAPD memorabilia, and the sandwiches were named after past police chiefs and famous cops, real and imagined. Soon after Maddie ordered the Brattenburger and Bosch asked for the Joe Friday, the humor Holodnak had injected at the end of the shooting session wore off, and Bosch's daughter grew silent and slumped in her seat. "Cheer up, baby," Bosch tried. "It was just a simulator. Overall, you did very well. You heard what he said. You have 3 seconds to recognize and shoot. I think you did great." "Dad, I killed a flight attendant." "But you saved a teacher. Besides, it wasn't real. You took a shot that you probably wouldn't have taken in real life. There's this sense of urgency with a simulator. When it happens in real life, things actually seem to slow down. There's, I don't know, more clarity." That didn't seem to impress her. He tried again. "Besides that, the gun probably wasn't zeroed out perfectly." "Thanks a lot, Dad. That means all the shots I did hit on target were actually off target because the gun wasn't zeroed. No, I have to go wash my hands." She abruptly slid out of the booth and headed to the back hallway, as Bosch realized how stupid it had been for him to blame a bad shot on the adjustment of the gun to the screen. While he waited for her, he looked at a framed front page of the Los Angeles Times on the wall above the booth. The whole top of the page was dedicated to the police shootout with the Symbionese Liberation Army at 54th and Compton in 1974. Bosch had been there that day as a young patrol officer. He worked traffic and crowd control during the deadly standoff, and the next day stood guard as a team combed through the debris of the burned-out house, looking for the remains of Patty Hearst. Lucky for her, she hadn't been there. Bosch's daughter slid back into the booth. "What's taking so long?" she asked. "Relax," Bosch said. "We just ordered 5 minutes ago." "Dad, why did you become a cop?" Bosch was momentarily taken aback by the question that came out of the blue. "A lot of reasons." "Like what?" He paused while he put together his thoughts. This was the second time in a week that she had asked the question. He knew it was important to her. "The snap answer is to say I wanted to protect and to serve. But because it's you asking, I'll tell you the truth. It wasn't because I had a desire to protect and serve, or to be some sort of do-gooder public servant. When I think back on it, I actually just wanted to protect and serve myself." "What do you mean?" "Well, at the time, I had just come back from the war in Vietnam, and people like me, ex-soldiers from over there, they weren't really accepted back here, especially by people our own age." Bosch looked around to see if the food was coming. Now he was getting anxious about waiting. He looked back at his daughter. I remember I came back and wasn't sure what I was doing, and I started taking classes at LA City College over there in Vermont. And I met this girl in a class, and we started hanging out a little bit, and I didn't tell her where I had been, Vietnam, because I knew it might be an issue.
Didn't she see your tattoo?
The tunnel rat on his shoulder would have been a dead giveaway. No, we hadn't gotten that far or anything. I'd never had my shirt off with her. But one day, we were walking after class through the Commons, and she sort of asked me out of the blue why I was so quiet. And I don't know, I just sort of decided that was the opening, that I would let the cat out of the bag. I thought she would accept it,
But she didn't.
No, she didn't. I said something like, well, I've spent the last few years in the military, and she right away asked if that meant I was in Vietnam, and I told her. I said, yes.
What did she say?
She didn't say anything. She just did one of those pirouette moves like a dancer and walked away. She didn't say a thing.
Oh, my God! How mean!
That was when I really knew what I'd come back to.
Well, what happened when you went to class the next day? Did you say anything to her?
No, because I didn't go back. I never went back to that school because I knew that's how it was going to be. So that's a big part of why a week later I joined the cops. The department was full of military vets, and a lot had been over there in Southeast Asia. So I knew there would be people like me and I could be accepted. It was like somebody coming out of prison and going to a halfway house first. I wasn't inside anymore, but I was with people like me. His daughter seemed to have forgotten about killing a flight attendant. Bosch was glad for that, but wasn't too happy about pushing his own memory buttons. He suddenly smiled.
What?
Maddie asked. Nothing. I just sort of jumped to another memory from back then. A crazy thing.
Well, tell me. You just told me a super sad story, so tell me the crazy story.
He waited while the waitress put down their food. She had been working there since Bosch had been a cadet nearly 40 years before. Thanks, Margie, Bosch said.
You're welcome, Harry.
Madeline put ketchup on her Brattenburger, and they took a few bites of food before Bosch began his story. Well, when I graduated and got my badge and was put out on the street, it was sort of the same thing all over again. Counterculture, the war protest movement, crazy stuff like that going on. He pointed to the framed front page on the wall next to them. The police were viewed by a lot of people out there as maybe just a slight level above the baby killers coming back from Vietnam. You know what I mean?
I guess.
So my first job out on the street as a slick sleeve was to walk—
What's a slick sleeve?
A rookie, a boot. No stripes on my sleeves yet.
Okay.
My first assignment out of the academy was a footbeat on Hollywood Boulevard, and back then it was pretty grim on the boulevard. Really run down.
It's still pretty sketchy in some parts.
That's true. But anyway, I was assigned to a partner who was an old guy named Pepin, and he was my training officer. I remember everybody called him the French Dip, because on the beat he stopped every day for an ice cream at this place called Dips near Hollywood and Vine, like clockwork, every day. Anyway, Pepin had been around a long time, and I walked the beat with him. We'd do the same routine. Walk up Wilcox from the station, go right on Hollywood till we got to Bronson, then turn around and walk all the way down to La Brea, and then back to the station. The French Dip had a built-in clock, and he knew just what pace to keep so that we were back at the station by end of watch.
Sounds boring.
It was, unless we got a call or something. But even then it was all small-time shit. Stuff. Shoplifting, prostitution, drug dealing, little stuff. Anyway, almost every day we'd get yelled at by somebody passing in a car. They'd call us fascists and pigs and other stuff. And the French Dip hated being called a pig. You could call him a fascist or a Nazi or almost anything else, but he hated being called a pig. So what he would do when a car went by and they called us pigs was he'd get the make and model and plate number off the car, and he'd pull out his ticket book and write the car up for a parking violation. Then he'd tear out the copy you were supposed to leave under the windshield wiper, and he'd just crumple it up and throw it away. Bosch laughed again as he took a bite of his grilled cheese with tomato and onion. "I don't get it," Maddie said. "Why is that so funny?" "Well, he would turn in his copy of the ticket, and of course the car owner wouldn't know anything about it, and the ticket would go unpaid, and then to warrant. So the guy who called us pigs would eventually someday get stopped, and there'd be a warrant for his arrest, and that was the French dip's way of getting the last laugh." He ate a French fry before finishing. What I was laughing about was the first time I was on the beat with him when he did it. I said, "What are you doing?" And he told me. And I said, "That's not in policy, is it?" And he said, "It's in my policy." Bosch laughed again, but his daughter only shook her head. Harry decided the story was funny only to him and went back to finishing his sandwich. He soon got down to telling her what he had been putting off all weekend. "So listen, I have to go out of town for a few days. I'm leaving tomorrow." "Where to?" "Just up to the Central Valley, the Modesto area, to talk to some people on a case. I'll be back either Tuesday night or maybe have to stay till Wednesday. I won't know until I get there." "Okay." He braced himself. "And so, I want Hannah to stay with you." "Dad, no one has to stay with me. I'm 16, and I have a gun. I'm fine." "I know that, but I want her to stay. It will just make me feel better. Can you do that for me?" She shook her head, but agreed half-heartedly. "I guess. I just don't—" She's very excited about staying. And she won't get in your way or tell you when to go to bed or anything like that. I already talked to her about all of that. She put her half-eaten hamburger down in a manner that Bosch had come to learn meant that she was finished with her meal. "How come she never stays over when you're there?" "I don't know, but that's not what we're talking about." "Like last night. We had a great time, and then you dropped her off at her house." "Maddie, that stuff's private." "Whatever." All such conversations universally ended with whatever. Bosch looked around and tried to think of something else to talk about. He felt he had fumbled the Hannah situation. "Why did you suddenly ask me before why I became a cop?" She shrugged. "I don't know. I just wanted to know." He thought about that for a moment before responding. "You know, if you're thinking about whether it's the right choice for you, you've got plenty of time." "I know. It's not that." "And you know that I want you to do whatever you want to do in life. I want you happy, and that will make me happy. Never think you have to do this for me or follow in my footsteps. It's not about that." "I know, Dad. I just asked you a question, that's all." He nodded. "Okay, then. But for what it's worth, I already know you would be a damn good cop and a damn good detective. It's not about how you shoot, it's about how you think, and your basic understanding of fairness. You got what it takes, Mads. You just have to decide if it's what you want. Either way, I got your back." "Thanks, Dad." "And just getting back to the simulator for a second, I'm really proud of you. Not just because of the shooting. I'm talking about how cool you were, how confident you were with your commands. It was all good." She seemed to take the encouragement well, and then he watched the line of her mouth turn down in a frown. "Tell that to the flight attendant," she said. Part 3. The Prodigal Detective. Chapter 26. Bosch left in darkness Monday morning. It was at least a 5-hour drive to Modesto, and he didn't want to waste the day just getting there. He had rented a Crown Victoria from Hertz at the airport in Burbank the night before, because LAPD regulations didn't allow him to use his department car while on vacation. Normally that would be one of the rules Bosch would bend, but with O'Toole checking his every move these days, he decided to play it safe. He did, however, bring the mobile strobe light from the work car, and transfer his equipment boxes from trunk to trunk. There were no regulations about that as far as he knew. With a rented Crown Vic, he would look the part if he needed to. Modesto was pretty much a straight shot north from Los Angeles. Bosch took I-5 out of the city and up over the Grapevine before splitting off on California 99, which would take him through Bakersfield and Fresno on the way. As he drove, he continued through the catalog of Art Pepper's music that Maddie had given him. He was now up to Volume 5, which was a concert that happened to be recorded in Stuttgart in 1981. It contained a kick-ass version of Pepper's signature song, Straight Life, but it was the soulful Over the Rainbow that made Bosch hit the replay button on the dash. He got to Bakersfield during the morning rush hour and dropped below 60 miles per hour for the first time. He decided to wait out the traffic and pulled over for breakfast at a place called the Knotty Pine Cafe. He knew of it because it was just a few blocks from the Kern County Sheriff's Office, where he had business on occasion over the years. After he ordered eggs, bacon, and coffee, he unfolded the map he had printed Saturday on 2 sheets of paper, and then taped together. The map showed the 40-mile stretch of the Central Valley that had become important to the Annika Jesperson case. All the points he had marked hugged California 99, beginning with Modesto at the south end and moving north through Ripon, Manteca, then Stockton. What was noteworthy to Bosch was that the map he had taped together stretched across 2 counties, Stanislaus to the south and San Joaquin to the north. Modesto and Salida were in Stanislaus County, where Sheriff Drummond held power and jurisdiction, but Manteca and Stockton fell under the jurisdiction of the Sheriff of San Joaquin County. To Bosch, it seemed no wonder that Reggie Banks, who lived in Manteca, preferred to do his drinking down in Modesto. Same, too, with Francis Dowler. Bosch circled the locations he wanted to check out before the day was over. The John Deere dealership where Reggie Banks worked, the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Department, Cosgrove Ag's Operations Center in Manteca, as well as the homes of the men he was coming to observe. His plan for the day was to immerse himself as much as possible in the world where these men now lived. From there, he would map out his next move, if there was a move to be made. Once he was back on California 99 and moving north again, he propped a printout of a Sunday night email from Dave Chu on his right thigh. Chu had searched for Bo Bentley and Charlotte Jackson, the 2 soldiers quoted in Annika Jesperson's story on the Saudi Princess. Bentley was a quick dead end. Chu found a 2003 obituary for a Brian Bo Bentley, Gulf War veteran, in the Fort Lauderdale Sun-Sentinel that stated he had succumbed to cancer at the age of 34. Chu had only modestly better luck with the other soldier. Using the age parameters Bosch had given him, he had come up with 7 Charlotte Jacksons living in Georgia. 5 of them were listed in Atlanta and its suburbs. Using the department's TLO account and other various internet databases, Chu had managed to come up with telephone numbers for 6 of the 7 women. As Bosch drove, he started calling. It was early afternoon in Georgia. He connected on his first 2 calls. They were answered by a Charlotte Jackson, but neither woman was the Charlotte Jackson he was trying to reach. The 3rd and 4th calls went unanswered, and he left voicemails stating that he was an LAPD detective working on a murder case and urgently needed a return call. He got through on the next 2 calls, but neither woman he talked to was the Charlotte Jackson who served her country during the First Gulf War. Bosch disconnected the last call, reminding himself that pursuing Charlotte Jackson was probably not the best use of his time. It was a common name, and 21 years had passed. There was no guarantee that she was still in Atlanta or Georgia, or that she was even still alive. She also could have gotten married and changed her name. He knew he could go to the U.S. Military Records Archive in St. Louis and request a search, but as with all things steeped in bureaucracy, getting answers could take forever. He folded the printout and put it back inside his coat pocket. The land opened up after Fresno. The climate was arid from the beating sun and dusty from the dry fields. The highway, too, was rough. Its asphalt was thin, and the concrete seams had become disjointed by time and disrepair. The surfaces were crumbling, and the Crown Vic's tires banged hard, sometimes making the music inside jump. It wasn't how Art Pepper would have wanted it. The state was $16 billion in debt, and the news always talked about the deficit's effect on the infrastructure. Out in the middle of the state, the theory was a fact. Bosch got to Modesto by midday. First on his agenda was a cursory drive by the Public Safety Center, where Sheriff J.J. Drummond held sway. It looked like a fairly new building, with the attendant jail next door. Out front, there was a statue of a police dog fallen in the line of duty, and Bosch wondered why there was apparently no human deserving of the same treatment. Normally, when Bosch followed a case out of Los Angeles, he checked in at the police or sheriff's department at his destination. It was a courtesy, but it was also like leaving breadcrumbs behind should anything go wrong. But not this time. He didn't know if Sheriff J.J. Drummond had been involved in any way with Annika Jesperson's death. But there was too much smoke, and there were too many coincidences and connections for Bosch to take the chance of alerting Drummond to the investigation. As if to underline those coincidences, he found Cosgrove Tractor, the John Deere dealership where Reginald Banks worked, only 5 blocks away from the sheriff's complex. Bosch cruised it, made a U-turn, and came back to it, stopping at a curb along the front sidewalk. There was a line of green tractors arranged small to large in front of the dealership. Behind them was a single-row parking lot, and then the dealership, with floor-to-ceiling glass windows running along the entire face of the building. Bosch hopped out of his car and grabbed a pair of small but powerful binoculars from one of the equipment boxes in the trunk. Returning to the front seat, he used the binos to look into the dealership. At each front corner was a desk with a salesman behind it. Between them ran another line of tractors and ATVs, all of them grass-green and shining. Bosch opened his file and checked the DMV photo of Banks that Chu had provided. Looking back at the dealership, he easily identified Banks as the balding man with a drooping mustache at the desk in the corner closest to Bosch. He watched the man, studying him in profile because of the angle of the desk. While Banks looked like he was studiously engaged with something on his computer screen, Bosch could tell he was playing solitaire. He had angled the screen so that it could not be seen from within the showroom, most likely by his boss. After a while, Bosch got bored watching Banks, started the car, and pulled away from the curb. As he did so, he checked the rear view and saw a blue compact pulling away from the curb 5 parked cars back. He made his way on Crow's Landing Road back to the 99, intermittently checking the mirror and seeing the car trailing in traffic behind him. It didn't concern him. He was on a major traffic artery and lots of cars were going the way he was going. But when he eased up on the accelerator and started letting cars go by him, the blue car slowed to match his speed and continued to hang back. Finally, Bosch pulled to the curb in front of an auto parts store and watched his mirror. A half a block back, the blue car turned right and disappeared, leaving Bosch to wonder if he was being followed or not. Bosch pulled back into traffic and continued to check his mirror as he headed to the California 99 entrance. Along the way, he passed what seemed like an unending parade of Mexican food joints and used car lots, the visual only broken up by the tire stores and auto repair and parts shops. The street was almost like one-stop shopping, buy a junker here and get it fixed up over there. Grab a fish taco at the Marisco's truck while you're waiting. It depressed Bosch to think about all the road dust on those tacos. Just as he spotted the entrance ramp to California 99, he also saw his first Drummond for Congress sign. It was a 4x6 and posted on a safety fence that crossed the overpass. The sign, which had Drummond's smiling face on it, could be seen by all who headed north on the freeway below. Bosch noticed that someone had drawn a Hitler mustache on the candidate's upper lip. As he came down the ramp to the freeway, Bosch checked the rear view and thought he saw the blue compact coming down behind him. Once he merged into traffic, he checked again, but traffic now obscured his view. He dismissed the sighting as paranoia. He headed north again, and just a few miles outside Modesto he saw the exit for Hammett Road. He left the freeway again and followed Hammett west and deep into a grove of almond trees planted in perfect lines, their dark trunks rising from the flooded irrigation plain. The water was so still that it looked like the trees were growing out of a vast mirror. There was no way that he could have missed the entrance to the Cosgrove estate. The turnoff was wide and guarded by a brick wall and black iron gate. There was an overhead camera and a call box for those who wished to enter. The letters CC were emblazoned on the gate. Bosch used the wide expanse of asphalt at the entrance to turn the car around as though he were a lost traveler. As he headed back on Hammett in the direction of the 99, he noted that the security was all about the entrance road to the estate. No one could drive on without obtaining permission and having the gate opened. But walking on was another story. There was no wall or fence prohibiting access. Anyone willing to get their feet wet could make their way in by slogging through the almond grove. Unless there were hidden cameras and motion sensors in the grove, it was a classic deficiency in security. All show and no go. As soon as he got back on the northbound 99, he passed a sign announcing his welcome to San Joaquin County. The next 3 exits were for the town of Ripon, and Bosch saw a sign for a motel poking above the thick pink and white flowered bushes that lined the freeway. He took the next exit and worked his way back to the Blue Light Motel and Liquor Market. It was an old ranch-style motel right out of the 1950s. Bosch wanted a place that was private, where people would not be around to see his comings and goings. Bosch thought it would be perfect because he saw only one car parked in front of its many rooms. He paid for the room at the counter in the liquor store. He went big, paying the top-of-the-line $49 rate for a room with a kitchenette. "You don't have Wi-Fi here by any chance, do you?" he asked the clerk. "Not officially," the clerk said. "But if you give me $5, I'll give you the password on the Wi-Fi from the house behind the motel. You'll pick up the signal in your efficiency." "Who gets the $5? "I split it with a guy who lives back there." Bosch thought about it for a moment. "It's private and secure," the clerk offered. "Okay," Bosch said. "I'll take it." He drove over to room 7 and parked in front of the door. Bringing his overnight bag inside, he put it on the bed and looked around. There was a small table in the kitchenette with 2 chairs. The room would work. Before leaving, Bosch changed his shirt, hanging the blue button-down in the closet in case he stayed through Wednesday and needed to wear it again. He opened his bag and selected a black pullover shirt. He got dressed, then locked the place up and went back to his car. Over the Rainbow was playing again as he pulled back out on the road. Bosch's next stop was Manteca, and long before he got there, he could see the water tower that said Cosgrove Ag on it. The Cosgrove business enterprise was located on a frontage road running parallel to the freeway. It consisted of an office structure, as well as a vast produce storage and trucking facility, where dozens of carriers and tank trucks were lined up and ready for transport. Flanking the complex were what seemed to Bosch to be miles and miles of grapevines covering the landscape, until it rolled upward toward the ash-colored mountains to the west. Out on the horizon, the natural landscape was broken only by the steel giants that were coming down the slopes like invaders from another world, the towering wind turbines that Carl Cosgrove had brought to the valley. After being duly impressed by the expanse of the Cosgrove Empire, Bosch went slumming. Following the maps he had printed Saturday, he went to the addresses the DMV held for Francis John Dowler and Reginald Banks. Neither place impressed Bosch beyond the fact that they appeared to be on Cosgrove land. Banks lived in a small freestanding home that backed up to the almond groves off Brunswick Road. Checking his map and noting the lack of dedicated roads between Brunswick to the north and Hammett to the south, Bosch believed that it might be possible to enter the grove on foot behind Banks' home and come out on Hammett many hours later. Banks' home needed a paint job, and its windows needed cleaning. If he was living there with his family, there were no indications of it. The yard was strewn with beer bottles, all within easy throwing distance of a porch with an old seam-split couch on it. Banks had not cleaned up after his weekend. The last stop before dinner was Dowler's double-wide mobile home with the TV dish mounted on the roof's crestline. It was located in a trailer park off the frontage road, and each home had a parking pad equal in length to the home itself for parking the long hauler. The park was where Cosgrove drivers lived. While Bosch sat in his rental car looking at the Dowler residence, a door opened on the side under the carport, and a woman stepped out and looked suspiciously at him. Bosch waved like he was an old friend, disarming her a bit. She stepped down the driveway, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She was what Bosch's old partner Jerry Edgar would have called a 50-50. 50 years old and 50 pounds overweight.
"You looking for somebody?" she asked.
"Well, I was hoping to find Frank at home, but I see his truck is gone." Bosch waved toward the empty parking pad. "He coming back any time soon?"
"He had to take a load of juice up to American Canyon. He might have to wait up there until they have something for him to bring back down. He should be back tomorrow night, probably. Who are you?"
"Just a friend passing through. I knew him 20 years ago in the Gulf. Will you tell him John Bagnall said hello?"
"I'll do that."
Bosch couldn't remember if Dowler's wife's name was in the material Chu had put together. If he'd had the name, he would have used it as he said goodbye. She turned and headed back to the door she had left open. Bosch noticed a motorcycle with a gas tank painted like a blue-bottle fly parked under one of the double-wide's awnings. He guessed that when Dowler wasn't running grape juice in a big rig, he liked gliding on a Harley. Bosch drove out of the park, hoping he had not caused enough suspicion to warrant anything more than curiosity on the woman's part. And he hoped Dowler wasn't the sort of husband who called home every night when he was on the road. Bosch's second-to-last stop on his tour of the Central Valley took him to Stockton, where he pulled into the lot of the Steers, the steakhouse where Christopher Henderson met his end in the walk-in cooler. But Bosch had to admit to himself that he was doing more than observing the place as a part of the case. He was famished, and had been thinking about eating a good steak all day long. It would be hard to beat the steak he had gotten at Craig's on Saturday night, but he was hungry enough to try. Never one to be self-conscious about eating in a restaurant alone, he told the young woman at the greeting station that he'd prefer a table over a seat at the bar. He was led to a two-top next to the glass-paneled wine cooler, and he chose the seat that gave him a full view of the restaurant. It was his habit to do this for safety, but he also always tried to prepare to be lucky. Maybe the man himself, Carl Cosgrove, might enter his own restaurant to eat. For the next 2 hours, Bosch saw no one he recognized enter the establishment, but all was not for naught. He had a New York strip with mashed potatoes, and all of it was delicious. He also sipped a glass of Cosgrove Merlot that went nicely with the beef. The only rub came when Bosch's phone sounded loudly in the dining room. He had set the ringer to the loudest position so he would be sure to hear it while driving. He had forgotten to lower it to the usual non-intrusive buzz. His fellow diners frowned at him. One woman went so far as to shake her head in disgust, apparently pegging him as an arrogant big-city jerk. Arrogant or not, Bosch took the call because he saw on the ID that it was a 404 area code, Atlanta. As expected, the caller was one of the Charlotte Jacksons he had left a message for. It took him only a few questions to determine that she was the wrong Charlotte Jackson. He thanked her and hung up. He smiled and nodded at the lady who had shaken her head at his rudeness. He opened the file he had brought into the restaurant and crossed out Charlotte Jackson number 4. He was now down to 2 possibilities, numbers 3 and 7, and one of them he did not even have a number for. By the time Harry returned to the parking lot, it was dark out and he was tired from the long day on the road. He thought about sitting in his car and taking a nap for an hour, but then dismissed the idea. He had to keep moving. Standing by the car's trunk, he looked up into the sky. It was a cloudless and moonless night, but the stars were out in force over the Central Valley. Bosch didn't like that. He needed it darker. He popped the trunk. Chapter 27. Bosch turned the car's lights off as he cruised past the gated entrance to the Cosgrove estate. There was not another car on Hammett Road. He went another 200 yards to where the road curved slightly right, and then pulled off onto the dirt shoulder. He had already turned off the interior convenience light, so the car remained dark when he opened the door. He stepped out into the cool air and looked and listened. The night was silent. He reached into the back pocket of his jeans and pulled out a folded square of paper. He clipped it under the windshield. Earlier he had written a note on it. It said, "Out of gas. Will return soon." Bosch was wearing the mud boots he had retrieved from one of the boxes in the trunk. He carried a small mag light that he hoped not to have to use. He stepped down the 3-foot embankment and gingerly moved into the water, sending a shimmering ripple across the floor of the almond grove. Bosch's plan was to proceed at an angle and make his way back to the entrance road. He would then move parallel to it until he got to the Cosgrove home. He wasn't sure what he was doing or looking for. He was following his instincts, and they told him Cosgrove, with his money and power, was at the center of things. He felt the need to move in closer to him, to see where and how he lived. The water was only a few inches deep, but the mud sucked at Bosch's boots and made his progress slow. Several times the wet earth refused to let go its grip, and he almost pulled his foot right out of its boot. The water floor reflected the starscape above and made Bosch feel as though he was completely exposed in his trespass. Every 20 yards or so he would move in under a tree for cover, and so he could rest for a moment and listen. The grove was deathly quiet, with not even the occasional buzz of insects in the air. The only sound was in the distance, and Bosch didn't know what was making it. It was a steady whooshing, and he thought it might be some sort of irrigation pump keeping water in the grove. After a while, the grove began to feel like a maze to him. The fully mature trees stood 30 feet high and appeared to be exact duplicates of one another. The trees had been planted along astonishingly straight lines. This made every direction in which Bosch looked appear to be the same. He began to fear that he would become lost, and wished he had brought something with him to mark the trail. Finally, after a half hour, he made it to the entrance road. He already felt exhausted, as though his boots were made of concrete, but he decided not to abandon the mission. He proceeded along a parallel, moving from tree to tree in the first row next to the road. Almost an hour later, Bosch saw the lights of the mansion up ahead through the branches of the last few rows of trees. He plodded on, noting that the whooshing sound was growing louder as he got nearer and nearer to the lights. When he got to the end of the grove, he crouched on the side of the embankment and studied what lay before him. The mansion was an exotic take on a French chateau. It was only 2 stories high, but had steeply pitched roof angles and turreted corners. Something about it reminded Bosch of a smaller version of the Chateau Marmont back in L.A. The house was lit from the outside by floodlights angled up from the ground. There was a large turnaround at the front and a tributary drive that wrapped around behind the main structure. Bosch assumed the garage was in the back. There were no vehicles anywhere in sight, and Bosch realized that all of the lights that he had seen through the grove were exterior. The house itself was dark. It looked like nobody was home. Bosch stood up and climbed the embankment. He started toward the house and soon found himself on a raised concrete pad. The H design painted in the center indicated that it was a helicopter pad. He continued on, moving directly toward the house, when a deviation in his peripheral vision distracted him. He looked to his left, toward a slight rise in the landscape. At first he didn't see anything. The house was so brightly lit that the stars above were barely visible, and the area around the mansion seemed pitch black. But then he saw the movement again, high up over the hill. He suddenly realized that he was seeing the dark blades of a windmill cutting through the air, momentarily blocking the dim light of the stars and rearranging the sky. The whooshing sound he had been listening to as he moved through the grove was coming from the wind turbine. Cosgrove so believed in the power of the wind that he had built one of his iron giants in his own backyard. Bosch guessed that the lights that bathed the exterior of the chateau were powered by the winds that tirelessly moved across the valley. Bosch refocused his attention on the lighted mansion, and almost immediately he was struck with a feeling of hesitation, a second-guessing of his actions. The man who lived inside the walls in front of him was smart enough and powerful enough to harness the wind. He lived behind a wall of money and a phalanx, no, make that an army of trees. He did not need to run a fence along the edges of his vast property, because he knew the grove would intimidate any intruder who dared to cross it. He lived in a castle with a surrounding moat, and who was Bosch to think he could take him down? Bosch didn't even know the exact nature of the crime. Annika Jesperson was dead, and Bosch was chasing a hunch. He had no evidence of anything. He had a 20-year-old coincidence and nothing else. Suddenly, a wave of mechanical sound and wind broke over him as a helicopter came in over the grove and hovered above. Bosch broke and ran toward the grove, sliding down the embankment into the mud and water. He looked back and watched the helicopter, a black silhouette against the dark sky, maneuver into position over the landing pad. A spotlight on the craft's underside came on and lit the targeted H on the pad. Bosch ducked down lower and watched as the craft seemed to struggle against the wind to hold the line of its landing rails. As the helicopter slowly came down and gently met the pad, the light cut off, and the high-pitched turbine was shut down. The rotors free-spun for a while, and then came to a halt. The pilot's side door opened, and a figure climbed out. Bosch was at least 100 feet away, and could only see the shape of the person, whom he identified as a male. The pilot moved to the back door and opened it. Bosch expected another person to alight from the rear cabin, but it was a dog that leaped out. The pilot reached in for a backpack, closed the door, and started toward the house. The dog trotted behind the pilot for a few yards, but then suddenly stopped, and turned directly toward the spot where Bosch was hiding. It was a big dog, but it was too dark for Bosch to identify a breed. He heard it growl first, and then it started running toward him. Bosch froze, as the animal quickly covered the ground between them. He knew there was nowhere he could move. The mud was behind him. He wouldn't make it 2 steps. He crouched lower and closer to the embankment, thinking that maybe the angry dog would jump over him and get mired in the mud. And he pulled his weapon off his belt. If the dog didn't stop, Bosch would be ready to stop it.
"Cosmo!"
the man had shouted from the pathway to the house. The dog stopped in mid-stride, its hind legs sliding out from beneath as it struggled to respond to the command.
"Get over here!"
The dog looked back at Bosch, and for a moment Harry thought he saw its eyes glowing red. It then took off, heading back to its master. It was chastised anyway.
"Bad boy, you don't run off, and no barking."
The man clapped the dog on the haunch as it ran by him. The dog moved ahead on the path and then crouched into a pose of submission. A moment ago it was going to tear Bosch's throat out. Now Bosch felt sorry for it. Harry waited until the man and his dog were inside the chateau before he headed back into the grove, hoping he would not get lost on the way back to his car. Bosch got back to the Blue Light Motel by 11. He went straight into the bathroom and stripped off his wet and muddy clothes, throwing them into the bathtub. He was about to step into the tub and turn on the shower when he heard his phone buzzing. He had turned the ringer setting down after the incident at the Steers. He walked out of the bathroom with a towel as stiff as cardboard wrapped around his waist. The caller ID was blocked. Bosch sat down on the bed and took the call. "Bosch."
Harry, it's me. Are you all right?
Chew. I'm fine, why?
'Cause I haven't heard from you and you didn't respond to my emails?
I've been on the road all day and haven't looked at email. I just got to the motel and I'm not sure about the Wi-Fi yet.
Harry, you get email on your phone.
Yeah, I know, but it's a pain with a password and all of that. It's too small, and I don't like doing that. I text.
Whatever. You want me to tell you what I sent?
Bosch was dead tired. The exhaustion of the day and the slog back and forth through the almond grove had set into his bones. The muscles in his thighs ached from what felt like 10,000 steps through the sucking mud. He wanted to take a shower and go to sleep, but he told Chew to go ahead.
Basically 2 things, his partner said. First, I made a pretty solid connection between 2 of the names on the list you gave me.
Bosch looked around for his notebook and realized he had left it in the car. He couldn't go out for it now. Go ahead. What?
Well, you know how Drummond is running for Congress?
Yeah, I saw one signed today, but nothing else.
That's because the election is next year, so it's not going to get hot and heavy for a while. In fact, he doesn't even have an opponent yet. The incumbent is retiring, and Drummond probably announced early to scare away the competition.
Yeah, whatever. What's the connection?
It's Cosgrove. Cosgrove personally and Cosgrove Agriculture are 2 of the biggest donors to his campaign. I pulled the initial campaign report that he filed when he announced.
Bosch nodded. Chew was right. A good, solid connection between 2 members of the conspiracy. Now all he needed was the conspiracy.
Harry, you there? You're not falling asleep on me, are you?
Just about to. But that was good work, Dave. If he's backing him now, he probably backed his 2 runs for sheriff as well.
That's what I was thinking, too, but those records aren't accessible online. You might be able to pull them from the county clerk's office up there.
Bosch shook his head. No, he said. This is a small town. I do that and word will get back to both of them. I don't want that yet.
I get you. How's it going up there?
It's going. Today was just a recon day. Tomorrow I'm going to start pushing things. What was the other thing? You said 2 things. There was a pause before Chew spoke, so Bosch knew the second bit of news was not going to be good.
The tool called me into his office today.
Of course, Bosch thought. O'Toole. What did he want?
He wanted to know what I was working on, but I could also tell he was worried that you weren't really on vacation. He asked if I knew where you went, stuff like that. I told him that as far as I knew, you were home painting the house.
Painting the house. Okay, I'll remember that. You warned me about this in an email?
Yeah, right after lunch.
Don't put stuff like that in an email. Just call me. Who knows how far O'Toole will go if he's trying to blow somebody out of the unit.
Okay, Harry, I won't. Sorry.
Bosch got a call waiting beep. He looked at his screen and saw it was his daughter. Don't worry about it, Dave. But I gotta go now. My daughter's calling. Let's talk tomorrow.
Okay, Harry. Get some sleep.
Bosch switched over to his daughter. She spoke in a low voice, almost a whisper.
How was your day, Dad?
Bosch thought for a moment about what to say. Actually, it was kind of boring, he said. How was yours?
Mine was boring, too. When are you coming home?
Well, let's see, I have a little more work up here tomorrow, a couple interviews, so maybe not till Wednesday. Are you in your room?
Uh-huh.
Meaning she was alone and hopefully out of earshot of Hannah. Bosch leaned back on the pillows. They were thin and hard, but it felt like the Ritz-Carlton to him. So how's it going with Hannah? He asked.
It's okay, I guess, she said.
You sure?
She was trying to get me to go to bed early, like 10 o'clock or something.
Bosch smiled. He knew the score. The inverse law of waking a teenage girl too early was to suggest she go to bed too early. I told her before I left to let you do your own thing. I can talk to her again, remind her that you know your own body clock. It was the argument she had put to him when he had made the same mistake as Hannah.
No, it's okay. I can deal.
What about dinner? Don't tell me you ordered in pizza.
No, she made dinner, and it was really good.
What was it?
It was chicken with like a yogurt sauce and mac and cheese.
Gotta have mac and cheese.
She made it different from me.
Meaning Maddie liked her own better. Bosch could feel himself falling off. He tried to rally.
Yeah, well, the chef gets to choose. If you do the cooking, then you make it your way.
I know. I told her I'd cook tomorrow if I didn't have much homework.
Good. And maybe I'll cook Wednesday. That made him smile, and he guessed she was smiling too.
Yeah, ramen noodles. Oh boy, can't wait.
Me neither.
I gotta go to sleep now, baby. I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay?
Yeah, Dad. Love you.
Love you too. She disconnected, and Bosch heard the 3 beeps as the line went dead. He lay there, unable to get up. The lights were still on, but he closed his eyes. In seconds, he was asleep. Bosch dreamed of an endless march through the mud, but the almond trees were gone and replaced by burned-off stumps with jagged black branches reaching out to him like hands. In the distance, there was the sound of an angry dog barking. And no matter how quickly Bosch moved, the dog was getting closer. Chapter 28. Bosch was dragged from a deep sleep by his phone buzzing on his chest. His first thought was that it was his daughter, either in trouble or upset about Hannah for some reason. The bedside clock said 4:22 a.m. He grabbed the phone but didn't see the photo of Maddie, tongue sticking out at him, which came up on screen when she called. He checked the number on the screen and saw the 404 area code. Atlanta.
This is Detective Bosch.
He pulled himself up and looked around for his notebook, remembering again that it was in the car. He realized he was naked except for the towel wrapped around his waist.
Yes, my name is Charlotte Jackson, and you left a message for me yesterday. I didn't get it until late last night. Is it too early there?
Bosch's head cleared. He remembered the call he got at the restaurant from Charlotte Jackson number 4. This had to be Charlotte Jackson number 3. It was the only outstanding callback. He remembered she lived on Aura Avenue in East Atlanta.
That's okay, Miss Jackson, he said. I'm glad you called me back.
As my message said, I'm a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department. I work in the Open Unsolved Unit, which is a cold case squad, if that makes any sense to you.
I used to watch Cold Case on TV. It was a good show.
Okay, well, I'm working on an old homicide case, and I'm trying to reach a Charlotte Jackson who served in the military during Desert Storm in 1991. There was a silence, but Bosch waited for a response.
Well, I did. I was there, but I don't know anybody in Los Angeles or anybody that got murdered. This is very strange.
Yes, I understand, and I know this whole thing may seem confusing. If you would bear with me for a few questions, I think I'll be able to make things a little clearer. He waited again for a response. None came. Miss Jackson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Go ahead with your questions. I don't have a lot of time. I need to get going to work soon.
Okay, then I'll try to move quickly. First of all, is this your home number or a cell?
It's a cell. It's my only number.
Okay. And you said you were in the armed services and served during Desert Storm. What branch of the military was that?
U.S. Army.
Are you still in the Army?
No.
She said it like he had asked a stupid question. Where were you based stateside, Miss Jackson?
Benning.
Bosch had spent time at Fort Benning himself when he was in the military. It had been his last stop before Vietnam. He knew it was a 2-hour drive from Atlanta, Annika Jesperson's first stop after flying to the United States. Bosch started feeling like he was getting close to something. Some hidden truth was about to come into the open. He tried to keep his voice at a constant, measured tone. How long were you in the Persian Gulf?
About 7 months total. First in Saudi for Desert Shield, and then we moved into Kuwait for the ground war, Desert Storm. I was never actually in Iraq.
During that time, did you ever go on leave and spend any time on the cruise ship called the Saudi Princess?
Of course, Jackson said. Practically everybody did at some point. What's this have to do with a murder in L.A.? I really don't understand why you called me, and like I said, I got work today, so—
Miss Jackson, I assure you that this is a very legitimate call, and you may be able to help us solve a murder. Can I ask, what do you do for a living now?
I work at the Justice Center of Atlanta. It's in Inman Park.
Okay. Are you a lawyer?
No. God, no.
That same tone, as if Bosch had asked a stupid or obvious question about her, when he had never even spoken to her before. What do you do then at the Justice Center?
I work in the referral office. I hook people up with lawyers, but I'm not one, okay? I work for Edie Prim. She's the lawyer, and she doesn't like it when I come in late. I should go now.
Somehow, Bosch had gone far afield from the central purpose of the interview. It rankled him whenever a step-by-step interview went off the pathway. He chalked it up to being yanked from sleep and thrown into the conversation. Just a few more questions. It's very important. Let's go back to the Saudi Princess. Do you remember when you were on the ship?
It was in March, right before my unit got sent home. I remember thinking I wouldn't have gone if I'd known I'd be back in Georgia a month later, but the Army didn't tell me that, so I went on a 72-hour leave.
Bosch nodded. He was back on the path. He just needed to stay there. Do you remember being interviewed by a journalist, a woman named Annika Jesperson? There was only a short pause before Jackson answered.
The Dutch girl? Yes, I remember her.
Annika was Danish. Are we talking about the same woman, a Caucasian blonde, pretty, about 30?
Yes. I only did one interview. Dutch, Danish. I remember that name, and I remember her.
Okay. Where did she interview you? Do you remember?
I was in a bar. I don't remember which one, but it was near the pool. That's where I hung out.
Do you remember anything about the interview besides that?
The interview? Not really. It was just a few quick questions. She interviewed a bunch of us, and it was loud in there, and people were drunk, you know.
Right. Now was the moment. The only question he really had to ask. Did you ever see Annika again after that day?
Well, first I saw her the next night in the same place, only she wasn't working. She said she filed her story or sent her pictures in or something, and now she had her own leave. She had 2 more days on the boat, and she was off the clock.
Bosch paused. That wasn't what he had been expecting to hear. He was thinking about Jesperson's trip to Atlanta.
"Why are you asking about her?" Jackson asked. "Is she the one that's dead?"
"Yes, she's dead, I'm afraid. She was murdered 20 years ago in L.A.
"Oh, dear Lord."
It was during the riots in '92. It was a year after Desert Storm. He waited to see if she would react to that, but there was only silence. "I think it was somehow connected to that boat," he said. "Do you remember anything else about her being on the boat? Was she drunk when you saw her the next day?"
"I don't know about drunk, but she had a bottle in her hand. We both did. That's what you did on that boat, drink."
"Right. Anything else you remember about it?"
"I just remember that her being the blonde bombshell that she was having a harder time than any of us keeping the boys at bay."
"Us," meaning the women in the bar and on the boat.
"That's what she asked me about when she came to see me at Benning."
Bosch froze. He didn't make a sound. He didn't take a breath. He waited for more. When nothing came forth, he tried to gently coax the story out. "When was that?" he asked.
"About a year after Storm. I remember I was a short-timer by then. It was like 2 weeks before my discharge. She somehow found me and came to the base asking all these questions."
"What exactly did she ask? Do you remember?"
She asked about that second day, when she was off duty. First she asked if I'd seen her, and I said, "Don't you remember?" She then asked me who she was with and when was the last time I saw her.
What did you tell her?
I remembered that she went off with some of the guys. They said they were going to go to the disco, and I didn't want to go, so they left. I didn't see her again until she came to Fort Benning.
Did you ask her why she wanted this information?
Not really. I think I kind of knew.
Bosch nodded. It was likely the reason she remembered the last conversation so clearly after 20 years. Something happened to her on that boat, he said.
I think so, Jackson said. But I didn't ask the specifics. I didn't think she wanted to tell me. She just wanted answers to her questions. She wanted to know who she was with.
Bosch thought he now understood many of the mysteries of the case. What the war crime was that Annika Jesperson was investigating, and why she shared what she was doing with no one else. He felt a deeper heartbreak for the woman he never met or knew. Tell me about the men she went off with on the boat. How many were there?
I don't remember, 3 or 4.
Do you remember anything else about them? Anything at all?
They were from California.
Now Bosch paused as Jackson's answer rang in his head like a bell.
Is that all, Detective?
I need to go. Just a few more, Miss Jackson. You are being very helpful. How did you know the men were from California?
I don't know. I just knew it. They must have told us because I knew they were California guys. That's what I told her when she came to see me at the base.
Do you remember any names or anything like that?
No, not now. It's been forever since then. I only remember what I'm telling you because she came to see me that time.
What about back then? Do you remember if you gave her any of the names of these guys? There was a long pause while Jackson thought about it.
I can't remember if I knew any names. I mean, I might have known their first names when we were on the boat, but I don't know if I remembered them a year later. There were so many guys on that boat. I just remember they were from California, and we were calling them the Truckers.
The Truckers?
Yeah.
Why did you call them that? Did they say they drove trucks?
They might have, but what I remember is that they had tattoos of the Keep On Truckin' guy with the big shoes. You remember that comic?
Bosch nodded, not at her question, but at the confirmation of things. Yes, I do. So these guys had that tattoo. Where?
On their shoulders. It was hot on that boat, and we were in the pool bar, so they either weren't wearing shirts or they had their wife-beaters on. At least a couple of them had matching tattoos, and so we, meaning the girls in the bar, just started calling them the Truckers. It's hard for me to remember the details, and I'm already going to be late for work.
You are doing good, Miss Jackson. I can't thank you enough.
Did those guys kill her?
I don't know yet. Do you have email?
Of course.
Can I send you a link? It will be to a photo on a website that shows some guys on the Saudi Princess back then. Can you look at it and tell me if you recognize any of them?
Can I do it when I get to work? I need to go.
Yes, that will be fine. I'll send it as soon as we hang up.
Okay.
She gave him her email address, and he wrote it down on a pad that was on the bedside table. Thank you, Miss Jackson. Let me know about the link as soon as you can. Bosch disconnected. He went to the kitchenette table, fired up his laptop, and connected to the Wi-Fi signal of the house behind the motel. Using skills picked up both from his partner and daughter, he then located the link to the Saudi Princess photo on the 237th Company's website and sent it in an email to the Charlotte Jackson he had just spoken to. He went to the window and checked through the curtain. It was still dark outside without even a hint of sunrise yet. Overnight, the parking lot had somehow gotten almost half full. He decided to shower and get ready for the day while waiting for the response on the photo. 20 minutes later, he was drying off with a towel that had been washed 1,000 times. He heard the email ding from his computer and went to the kitchenette to check it. Charlotte Jackson had replied.
I think it's them. I can't be sure, but I think so. The tattoos are right, and that's the boat. But it has been a long time and I was drinking. But yes, I think it's them." Bosch sat down at the table and reread the email. He felt a growing sense of both dread and excitement. It was not a rock-solid identification from Charlotte Jackson, but it was close. He knew that occurrences of 20 years ago or longer were now coming together at an undeniable speed. The hand of the past was reaching up through the ground, and there was no telling who or what it would grab and pull down when it finally broke through the surface of the earth. Chapter 29. Bosch spent the morning in his room, leaving only briefly to walk across the parking lot to the liquor store to buy a carton of milk and some donuts for breakfast. He left the Do Not Disturb sign hooked on the knob and chose to make the bed and hang the towels himself. He called his daughter before she left for school and talked to Hannah as well. Both conversations were quick and of the have-a-great-day variety. He then got down to work, spending the next 2 hours on his laptop, updating in full detail the ongoing summary of the investigation. Once finished, he returned the computer and all the documents he'd used to his backpack. Before leaving, he prepared his room, sliding the bed against one wall to create an open center space under the ceiling light. He then moved the table from the kitchenette under the light. His last move was to take the shades off the 2 bedside lamps and position the lights so they would shine toward the face of the individual who sat on the left side of the table. At the door, he reached into the back pocket of his pants to make sure he still had the room key. He felt the plastic fob attached to the key, and something else. He pulled out Detective Mendenhall's business card and realized it had been in his pants since he found it waiting for him on his desk. The card prompted him to think about calling Mendenhall to see if she had gone to San Quentin yesterday, as she had told Hannah she would. He dismissed the idea, deciding to stay focused on the wave of momentum the call from Charlotte Jackson had provided. He pocketed the card again and opened the door. He made sure the Do Not Disturb sign remained in place and pulled the door closed. It was an investigative standard. The best and fastest way to break a conspiracy was to identify the weakest link in the chain and find a way to exploit it. When one link was broken, the chain would come loose. Most often, the weakest link was a person. Bosch believed he was looking at a 20-year-old conspiracy that involved at least 4 people, possibly 5. 1 was dead, 2 were wrapped in the protections of power, money, and the law. That left John Francis Dowler and Reginald Banks. Dowler was out of town, and Bosch didn't want to wait for him to come back. He had speed, and he wanted to keep it. That left Banks, not only by default, but because Bosch believed it had been Banks who had made the call 10 years ago to check on the case. That was an indication to Bosch of worry, of fear, and those were signs of weakness that Bosch could exploit. After an early lunch at the In-N-Out Burger on Yosemite Avenue, and then a stop at a nearby Starbucks, Bosch drove back to Crow's Landing Road and found the same spot at the curb from which he could watch Reginald Banks at work. At first he didn't see Banks at the desk that he had occupied the day before. The other salesman was in place at his desk, but no Banks. But Bosch waited patiently, and 20 minutes later Banks appeared, coming from a back room in the dealership and carrying a cup of coffee. He sat down, tapped the space bar on his keyboard, and started making a series of phone calls, each time after running a finger across his computer screen. Bosch guessed he was cold-calling former customers, seeing if they were ready to trade that old tractor in. Bosch watched for another half hour, working on his story as he watched. When the other salesman got busy with a live customer, Bosch made his move. He got out of his car and walked across the street to the dealership.
He stepped into the showroom and moved to the all-terrain vehicle closest to where Banks sat at his desk, talking on the phone. Harry started circling the machine, which was a 2-seat four-wheeler with a small flat bed and a roll bar. The price tag was on a molded plastic stand right next to it. As Bosch expected, Banks soon hung up his phone. "You looking for a gator?" he called from his desk. Bosch turned and looked at him as if noticing him for the first time. "I might be," he said. "You don't have a used one of these, do you?" Banks got up and came over. He was wearing a sport coat and a tie pulled loose at the collar. He stood next to Bosch and looked at the ATV as if assessing it for the first time. "This is the top-of-the-line XUV model. You got all-wheel drive, fuel injection, 4-stroke engine so it's nice and quiet. And let's see, adjustable shocks, disc brakes, and the best damn warranty you'll ever get on one of these bad boys. I mean, everything you need's right there. It's as unstoppable as a tank, but you get John Deere comfort and reliability. By the way, I'm Reggie Banks." He put his hand out, and Bosch shook it. "Harry." "Okay, Harry, nice to meet you. You want to write it up?" Bosch chuckled like a nervous buyer. "I know it's got what I want. I just don't know if I need it to be brand new. I didn't realize these things cost so much. I could almost buy a car." "Worth every penny, though. Plus, we got a rebate program that'll take some of the sting off." "Yeah? How much of the sting?" $500 cash back and $250 in service coupons. I could talk to my manager about knocking $1 or $2 off the sticker, but he won't go much. We sell a lot of these things." "Yeah, but why do I need service coupons when you say the thing runs like a tank?" "Maintenance and upkeep, my man. Those coupons will cover you at least a couple years. Get what I'm saying?" Bosch nodded and stared at the vehicle as if contemplating things. "So you don't have anything used?" he finally asked. "We could go look out back." "Let's do that. I gotta at least be able to tell my old lady I checked the inventory." "Good deal. Let me grab some keys." Banks went into the manager's office along the back wall of the showroom and soon came out with a large ring of keys. He led Bosch down a hallway to the rear of the building. They went out a doorway into the fenced lot, where the used tractors and ATVs were stored. A row of ATVs lined the rear wall of the dealership. "What I got is over here," Banks said, leading the way. "Recreation or commercial?" Bosch wasn't sure what he meant, so he didn't answer. He acted like he didn't hear the question because he was mesmerized by the shiny row of vehicles. "You got a farm or a ranch, or are you just going mud jumping?" Banks asked, making it clearer to Bosch. "I just bought a vineyard up near Lodi. I want something that can fit between the rows and get me out there fast. I'm too old to be walking that far." Banks nodded like he knew the story. "A gentleman farmer, huh?" "Something like that, yeah. Everybody's buying up vineyards because it's cool to be in the wine biz. My boss here, the owner, owns lots of grapes up in Lodi. You know the Cosgrove vineyard?" Bosch nodded. "Hard to miss it. But I don't know them. I'm small-time compared to that." "Yeah, well, you gotta start somewhere, get what I'm saying? Maybe we can work out something here. What do you like?" He gestured toward the 6 flatbed ATVs that all looked the same to Bosch. All of them were green, and the only differences he could perceive were whether they had roll bars or complete cages, and how badly beaten up and scratched the beds were. There was no fancy plastic stand with price tags. "They only come in green, huh?" Bosch asked. "Only green on our used line right now," Banks replied. "This is John Deere. We're proud to be green. But if you want to talk about something new, we can order you one in camo." Bosch nodded thoughtfully. "I want a cage," he said. "All right, safety first," Banks said. "Good choice there." "Yeah," Bosch said. "Always safety first. Let's go take a look at that one inside again." "No problem." An hour later, Bosch returned to his car, seemingly having come close to buying the ATV in the showroom, but ultimately backing away, saying he needed to think about it. Banks was left frustrated by coming so close to a sale, but he tried to salvage things for another day. He gave Bosch his card and encouraged him to call back. He said he'd go over the manager's head and ask the big boss to discount the new ATV further than the rebates and coupons. He told Bosch that he and the big boss were tight and that the relationship went back 25 years. There had been no purpose to the encounter other than for Bosch to get close to Banks and try to take his measure, maybe move him a little bit out of his comfort zone. The real move would come later, when part 2 of his plan began. Bosch started the rental car and pulled away from the curb, just in case Banks was watching him go. He then drove 2 blocks up Crow's Landing, made a U-turn, and came back down to the dealership. He parked half a block short of it and on the other side of the street this time, but still with a view of Banks at his desk. Banks never got another live customer the rest of the day. He worked the phones and computer sporadically, but it didn't look to Bosch as though he had much success. He fidgeted nervously in his seat, repeatedly drumming his fingers on the desk and getting up and down to refill his coffee cup from the back. Twice Bosch saw him sneak a pour out of a pint bottle taken from a desk drawer into his coffee. At 6 p.m., Banks and the rest of the staff closed shop and left the dealership en masse. Bosch knew that Banks lived north of Modesto and Manteca, so he pulled away from the curb, drove past the dealership, and then turned around so he would be in position to follow him home. Banks pulled out in a silver Toyota and started north as expected. But then he surprised Bosch by taking a left on Hatch Road and vectoring away from the 99. At first Bosch thought Banks was following a shortcut, but soon it became apparent that was not the case. He'd have been home already if he'd just jumped on the freeway. Bosch followed him into a neighborhood that was a mixture of industrial and residential. On one side were lower-income and middle-class homes jammed together as tight as teeth, while on the other side there was a steady procession of junkyards and auto-crushing operations. Bosch had to fall back on Banks for fear he would be noticed. He lost sight of him when Hatch Road started bending along with the shape of the nearby Tuolumne River. He sped up and came around a bend, but the Toyota was gone. He kept going, increasing his speed, and realized too late that he had just driven by a VFW post. On a hunch, he slowed down and turned around. He drove back to the VFW and pulled into the lot. He immediately saw the silver Toyota parked around behind the building as if hidden. Bosch guessed that Banks was stopping for a drink on his way home and didn't want anyone to know it. It was dimly lit when Bosch walked into the bar. He stood still for a moment while his eyes adjusted so he could look for Banks. He didn't have to. "Well, look who it is." Bosch turned to his left, and there was Banks, sitting by himself on a bar stool, his sport coat off and his tie long gone. A young bartender leaned over as she put a fresh drink down in front of him. Bosch acted surprised. "Hey, what are you—" "I just came in for a quick one before heading north." Banks signaled him over to the stool next to him. "Join the club." Bosch came over, pulling out his wallet. "I'm already in the club." He pulled out his VA card and tossed it on the bar. Before the bartender could check it, Banks snatched it off the scarred bar top and looked at it. "I thought you said your name was Harry." "It is. People call me Harry." "Hi, how do you say this crazy name?" "Hieronymus. It's the name of a painter from a long time ago." "I don't blame you for going with Harry." Banks handed the ID card to the bartender. "I can vouch for this guy, Laurie. He's good people." Laurie didn't give the card much of a look before passing it back to Bosch. "Harry, meet the Triple L," Banks said. "Laurie Lynn Lucas, the best bartender in the business." Bosch nodded his greeting and slid onto the stool next to Banks. It seemed to him that he had pulled it off. Banks was not suspicious of the coincidence, and if he kept drinking, any suspicions would move even farther away. "Laurie, put him on my tab," Banks declared. Bosch said thanks and ordered a beer. Soon an ice-cold bottle was in front of him, and Banks brought his glass up to toast. To us warriors." Banks clinked his glass off Bosch's bottle and slurped down a third of what looked like a Scotch rocks. When Banks had extended his glass, Bosch saw that he wore a big military watch with multiple dials and a timing bezel. It made him wonder how that fit in with selling tractors. Banks looked at Bosch with squinted eyes. "Let me guess. Vietnam." Bosch nodded. "And you?" "Desert Storm, baby. The first Gulf War." They clinked bottle to glass once again. "Desert Storm," Bosch said appreciatively. "That's one I don't have." Bosch narrowed his eyes. "One you don't have of what?" he asked. Bosch shrugged. "I'm sort of a collector. Something from every war, that sort of thing. Mostly enemy weapons. My wife thinks I'm a nut." Banks didn't say anything, so Bosch kept the riff going. "My prize piece is a Tonto taken off the body of a dead Jap in a cave on Iwo Jima. He'd used it." "What, is that a gun?" "No, a blade." Bosch pantomimed dragging a knife left to right across his stomach. Lori Lynn made a sound of disgust and moved toward the other end of the bar. "I paid $2,000 for it," Bosch said. "It would have been less if, it hadn't been used." "Did you bring anything interesting from Iraq?" "Never was there, actually. I was based in SA and made a few runs into Kuwait. I was in transport." He finished his drink as Bosch nodded. "So, no real action, huh?" Banks wrapped his empty glass on the bar. "Laura, you working tonight or what?" He then looked directly at Bosch. "Hell, man, we had plenty action. Our whole unit almost got smoked by a Scud. We kicked some ass, too. And like I said, I was in Transpo. We had access to everything and knew how to get it back stateside." Bosch turned to him like he was suddenly interested. But he waited until Lori Lynn was finished freshening Banks' drink and moved away again. Bosch spoke in a quiet, conspiratorial tone. "What I want is something from the Republican Guard. You know anybody with that stuff? This is the reason I stop at the VFW every time I'm in a new town. This is where I find this stuff. I got the Tonto off an old guy I met in the Post Bar over in Tempe. That was like 20 years ago." Banks nodded, trying to follow the words through his growing alcoholic fog. "Well, I know guys. They got all kinds of stuff back here. Guns, uniforms, whatever you want. But you gotta pay, and you can start by buying the fucking gator you spent all day looking at." Bosch nodded. "I hear you. We can talk about that. I'll come on back by the dealership tomorrow. How's that?" "Now you're talking, partner." Chapter 30. Bosch managed to get out of the VFW without buying Banks a drink, and apparently without Banks noticing that Bosch drank less than half of his beer. Once back in his car, Bosch drove to the far end of the parking lot, where there was a boat ramp providing access to the river. He parked next to a line of pickup trucks with empty boat trailers attached. He waited another 20 minutes before Banks finally came out of the bar and got into his car. Bosch had seen him put down 3 drinks in the bar. He assumed there had been one before he got there, and at least one after. His concern was that if Banks showed obvious evidence of driving impairment, Bosch would have to pull him over too soon to stop him from possibly hurting himself and others. But Banks was also a skilled drunk driver. He pulled out and started east on Hatch, back the way he had come. Bosch followed from a distance, but kept his eyes on the taillights in front of him. He saw no swerving, speeding, or unexplained braking. Banks appeared to have control of his car. Nevertheless, it was a tense 10 minutes as Bosch followed Banks to the entrance ramp to the 99 freeway, where he headed north. Once they were on the freeway, Bosch narrowed the gap and pulled up right behind Banks. 5 minutes later, they passed the Hammett Road exit and then came to the sign that welcomed travelers to San Joaquin County. Bosch put the strobe light on the dashboard and turned it on. He closed the space between the two cars even more and flicked on the bright lights, illuminating the interior of Banks's car. Bosch had no siren, but there was no way Banks could miss the light show behind him. After a few seconds, Banks put on his right turn signal. Bosch was counting on Banks not pulling off onto the freeway shoulder, and he was right. The first exit to Ripon was a half-mile away. Banks slowed down and exited, then pulled to a stop in the gravel lot of a closed fruit stand. He killed the engine. It was dark and deserted. That made it perfect for Bosch. Banks didn't get out of his car, unlike many protesting drunks. He didn't lower his window either. Bosch walked up, his large mag light held on his shoulder, so that it would be too bright should Banks try to look up at his face. He rapped his knuckles on the window, and Banks grudgingly lowered it. "You had no cause to pull me over, man," he said before Bosch could speak. "Sir, you've been swerving the whole time I've been behind you. Have you been drinking?" "Bullshit." "Sir, step out of the car." "Here." He handed his driver's license out the window. Bosch took it and held it up into the light, as if he were looking at it. But he never took his eyes off Banks. "Call it in," Banks said, a clear challenge in his voice. "Call it in to Sheriff Drummond, and he'll tell you to go back to your undercover car and get the fuck out of here." "I don't need to call Sheriff Drummond," Bosch said. "You better, buddy, 'cause your job's on the line here. Take a hint from me. Make the fucking call." "No, you don't understand, Mr. Banks. I don't need to call Sheriff Drummond because this isn't Stanislaus County. This is San Joaquin County, and our sheriff is named Bruce Eli. I could call him, but I don't want to piss him off over something as small as a suspected drunk driver." Bosch saw Banks drop his head down as he realized he had crossed the county line and gone from protected to unprotected territory. "Step out of the car," Bosch said. "I won't ask you again." Banks shot his right hand to the ignition and tried to start the car, but Bosch was ready for it. He dropped the mag light and quickly reached into the car, prying Banks's hand off the ignition before he could get the car started. He then held Banks by the wrist with one hand while he used the other to open the door. He pulled Banks out of the car and spun him around, pushing his chest against the side of the car. "You are under arrest, Mr. Banks, for resisting an officer on suspicion of drunk driving." Banks struggled as Bosch pulled his arms behind his back to cuff him. He managed to turn and look back. The driver's door was open and the interior light was on. There was enough light for him to recognize Bosch. "You?" "That's right." Bosch managed to finish cuffing Banks's wrists together. "What the fuck is this?" "This is you being arrested. Now we're going to walk to the back door of my car, and if you struggle with me again, you are going to trip and fall right on your face, you understand? You'll be spitting out gravel, Banks. You want that?" "No. I just want a lawyer." "You get a lawyer once you're booked. Let's go." Bosch jerked him away from his car and walked him back to the Crown Vic. The strobe light was still pulsing. Bosch took him to the rear passenger side door, put him in the seat, and then buckled his seatbelt. "If you move from this spot while we're driving, you're going to get the butt end of my flashlight in your mouth. Then you'll want a dentist to go with your lawyer. Am I clear?" "Yes. I won't fight. Just take me in and get me my lawyer." Bosch slammed the door shut. He went back to Banks's car, took the keys out of the ignition and locked it up. The last thing he did was go back to his car for the out-of-gas note he had used the night before. He took it to Banks's car and clipped it under the windshield wiper. As he returned to his car, Bosch saw a car silhouetted by the lights from the freeway. The car was dark, and parked on the shoulder of the freeway exit. Bosch didn't remember passing a car parked there when he exited behind Banks. The interior of the car was too dark for Bosch to see if there was anyone in it. He opened his door and got in, killed the strobe, and dropped it into drive. He then quickly pulled out of the gravel lot and drove down the freeway frontage road. The whole way he kept his eye on the rearview mirror, half to check on Banks and half to check for the mystery car. Bosch pulled into the parking lot of the blue light and saw that there were only 2 other cars, and they were on the other side of the lot from Bosch's room. He backed into the slot that put the passenger side of his car closest to his room's door.
"What's going on here?"
Banks demanded. Bosch didn't answer. He got out and used his key to open his room's door. He then went back to the car and scanned the parking lot before getting Banks out of the back seat. He walked him quickly toward the door, his arm around him as if he were supporting a drunk being taken to his room. Inside the room, he hit the light switch, kicked the door closed behind him, and walked Banks to the chair at the table that positioned him facing the lights.
"You can't do this," he protested. "You have to book me and give me a lawyer."
Bosch still said nothing. He moved behind Banks, uncuffed one of his wrists, and looped the cuff and chain through the 2 bars that supported the back of the chair. He then put the cuff back on Banks's wrist, securing him to the chair.
"You are gonna be so fucked," Banks said. "I don't care which county this is. You crossed the line, you fuck. Take the cuffs off."
Bosch didn't answer. He walked into the kitchenette and filled a plastic cup with water from the sink. He then went to the table and sat down. He drank some of the water and put the cup on the table.
"Are you fucking listening to me? I know people, powerful people in this valley, and you have so fucked yourself."
Bosch stared at him without speaking. The seconds went by. Banks tensed his muscles, and Bosch heard the cuffs rattling against the chair's support bars. But the effort failed. Banks leaned forward in defeat.
"Are you going to say something or not?" he yelled.
Bosch took out his phone and put it down on the table. He took another drink of water and then cleared his throat. He finally spoke in a calm, matter-of-fact voice. He used a variation on the opener he'd used the week before with Rufus Coleman. "This moment is the most important moment of your life. The choice you are about to make is the most important choice of your life."
"I don't know what the fuck you're talking about."
"Yes, you do. You know all about it. And if you want to save yourself, you will tell me everything. That is the choice. Whether to save yourself or not." Banks shook his head like he was trying to clear a dream.
"Oh, man, this is so fucking crazy. You're not a cop, are you? That's it. You're some kind of nut going around doing this. If you're a cop, show me your badge. Let me see it, asshole."
Bosch didn't move, except to take another drink of water. He waited. Car lights from the parking lot raked across the front window, and Banks started yelling,
"Hey! Help! I'm in!"
Bosch grabbed the cup and threw the rest of the water in Banks's face to shut him up. He moved quickly into the bathroom and grabbed a towel. When he came out, Banks was coughing and spluttering, and Bosch used the towel to gag him, and then tied it behind his head. Grabbing his hair and jerking his head at an angle, he said into Banks's ear, "You yell again, and I won't be so gentle." Bosch walked to the window and split the blinds with a finger. He could only see the 2 cars that were already in the lot when they arrived. Whoever had just driven into the lot had apparently turned around and then driven out. He turned back to check on Banks, then took his jacket off and threw it on the bed, exposing the pistol holstered on his hip. He sat back down across from Banks. "Okay, where were we?" "Right. The choice. You have a choice to make tonight, Reggie. The immediate choice is whether to speak to me or not, but that decision has great implications for you. It's really a choice between spending the rest of your life in prison or ameliorating your situation with your cooperation. You know what ameliorate means? It means make better." Banks shook his head, but not to say no. It was more of an, "I can't believe what is happening to me" shake of the head. "Now I'm going to take the gag off, And if you try to yell out again, then there are going to be consequences. But before I do that, I want you to concentrate on what I tell you here for the next few minutes, because I want you to really understand the position you're in. You understand?" Banks dutifully nodded and even tried to voice his agreement through the gag, but it came out as an unintelligible sound. "Good," Bosch said. "Here's the deal. You are part of a conspiracy that has lasted more than 20 years. It is a conspiracy that started on a boat called the Saudi Princess, and it has lasted until this very moment." Bosch watched Banks's eyes grow large and fearful as he processed what was said. There was now a growing look of terror in them. "You're either going to prison for a very long time, or you are going to cooperate and help us break open the conspiracy. If you cooperate, then you have a shot at some leniency, a chance to avoid spending the rest of your life in a prison. Can I take the gag away now?" Banks nodded vigorously. Bosch reached across the table and roughly pulled the towel off his head. "There," he said. Bosch and Banks stared at each other for a long moment. Then Banks spoke with unadulterated desperation in his voice.
"Please, mister, I don't know what the hell you are talking about with conspiracies and shit. I sell tractors. You know that. You saw me, man. That's what I do. If you want to ask me questions about a John—"
Bosch slammed his palm down hard on the table.
"Enough!"
Banks held quiet, and Bosch got up. He went to the case file that was in his backpack and brought it back to the table. He had stacked the deck that morning, preparing the file so that it could be opened and photos and documents could be presented in a sequence of his choosing. Bosch opened it, and there was one of the photos of Annika Jesperson on the ground in the alley. He slid it across the table so that it was right in front of Banks. "There's the woman you 5 killed, and then you covered it up."
"You're crazy! This is so—"
Bosch slid the next photo across, a shot of the murder weapon. "And here's the Iraqi army pistol she was killed with, one of the weapons you told me earlier you smuggled back from the Gulf." Banks shrugged.
"So, what are they going to do to me? Take away my VFW card? Big fucking deal. Get these pictures out of my face."
Bosch slid the next one across. Banks, Dowler, Cosgrove, and Henderson on the pool deck of the Saudi Princess. "And there you 4 are together on the Princess the night before you all got drunk and raped Annika Jesperson." Banks shook his head, but Bosch could tell the last photo had hit its target. Banks was scared because even he knew that he was the weak link. Dowler might be right there with him, but Dowler wasn't handcuffed to a chair. He was. All the fear and worry boiled up inside, and Banks made a colossal mistake.
"The statute of limitations on a rape is 7 years, and you've got nothing on me. I didn't have a fucking thing to do with any of the other shit."
It was a major concession on his part. All Bosch had was a conspiracy theory with no evidence to back it up. The play with Banks had only one purpose: to turn him against the others, to make him the evidence against them. But Banks didn't appear to understand what he had said, what he had given. Bosch rolled with it. "Is that what Henderson said? That you all were in the clear on the rape? Is that why he made a move on Cosgrove, wanted money for his own restaurant?" Banks didn't answer. He seemed stunned by Bosch's knowledge of things. Bosch had been reaching, but not without confidence in how all things between the men who had been on the boat were linked. "Only that move sort of backfired on him, huh?" Bosch nodded as if confirming his own statement. He saw some sort of realization come into Banks's eyes. It was what he was waiting for. "That's right," Bosch said. "We've got Dowler, and he doesn't want to go away for the rest of his life, so he's been cooperating." Banks shook his head.
"That's impossible. I just talked to him on the phone, right after you left the post."
That was the trouble with improvising. You never knew when your story would bump into irrefutable facts. Bosch tried to cover by smiling slyly and nodding. Of course you did. He was with us when you called him. He said exactly what we told him to say to you. And then he went back to telling us stories about you and Cosgrove and Drummond. Drummer, as you guys called him back then. Bosch saw belief enter Banks's eyes. He knew someone had to have told Bosch about Drummer. He couldn't just make it up. Bosch made a show of looking at the file in front of him, as if to check whether he had forgotten something. I don't know, Reg. When this all goes down with a grand jury and you guys all get charged with murder, rape, and conspiracy, etc., etc., who do you think Cosgrove and Drummond will come up with for lawyers? Who will you be able to get? And when they decide to throw you under the bus and say it was you and Dowler and Henderson that formed the conspiracy, who do you think the jury is going to believe? Them or you? His arms pinned behind the chair, Banks tried to lean forward but could only move a few inches. So he just hung his head forward in bitter fear and disappointment.
That statute of limitations is over, he said. I can't be charged with the boat, and that's all I did.
Bosch shook his head slowly. The criminal mind always amazed him in its ability to distance itself from crimes and to rationalize them. You can't even say it, can you? You call it the boat. It was rape. You guys raped her. And you don't know the law either. A criminal conspiracy surrounding the cover-up of the crime continues that crime. You can still be charged, Banks, and you're going to be. Bosch was winging it, selling the play, even if he was making it up as he went. He had to, because there was only one outcome that would work here. He had to turn Banks, make him talk, and make him willing to give testimony and evidence against the others. All the threats about prosecution and prison were ultimately hollow. Bosch had the thinnest veil of circumstantial evidence tying Banks and the others to Annika Jesperson's murder. He had no witnesses and no physical evidence that linked them. He had the murder weapon but could not put it in any of his suspects' hands. Yes, he could put victim and suspects in close proximity in the Persian Gulf, and then a year later in South L.A., but that did not prove murder. Bosch knew it wasn't enough, and that not even the greenest deputy district attorney in L.A. would touch it. Bosch had only one shot here, and that was turning an insider out. By a trick, or a play, or by any means necessary, he had to get Banks to break down and give up the story. Now Banks shook his head, but it was as if he was trying to ward off some thought or image. As though he thought if he kept his head moving, the reality of what he was facing couldn't get in.
No, man, you can't. You gotta help me, he said. I'll tell you everything, but you have to help me. You have to promise.
I can't promise you anything, Reggie. But I can go to bat for you with the district attorney's office. And I do know this. Prosecutors always take care of their key witnesses. If you want that, then you have to open up and tell me everything. Everything. And you can't tell me any lies. One lie, and it all goes away, and you go away for the rest of your life. He let him sit with that for a long moment before continuing. Bosch would make the case against the others here, or the chance would be gone, and he would never make it. So, you ready to talk to me? He finally asked. Banks nodded hesitantly. Yes, Banks said. I'll talk. Chapter 31. Bosch plugged the password into his phone and turned on the recording app. He then began the interview. He identified himself and the case the interview was concerning, and then identified Reginald Banks, including his age and address. He read Banks his rights from a card he kept in his badge wallet, and Banks said he understood his rights and was willing to cooperate, clearly stating that he did not want to confer with a lawyer first. From there, Banks told a 20-year story in 90 minutes, beginning with the Saudi princess. He never used the word rape, but he acknowledged that 4 of them, Banks, Dowler, Henderson, and Cosgrove, had sex with Annika Jesperson in a stateroom on the ship while she was incapacitated by alcohol and a drug Cosgrove had slipped into her drink. Banks said Cosgrove called the drug Romp and Stomp, but Banks didn't know why. He said it was something given to cattle to calm them down before they were transported. Bosch guessed he was talking about a veterinary sedative called Rompin. It had come up in other cases he had worked. Banks continued, saying that Jesperson had been specifically targeted by Cosgrove, who told the others she was probably a natural blonde and that he had never been with a woman like that before. When Bosch asked if J.J. Drummond was in the stateroom during the attack, Banks emphatically said no. He said afterward that Drummond knew what happened, but that he was not part of it. He said the 5 men were not the only men from 237th Company on leave on the ship at that time, but that no one else was involved. Banks cried as he told the story, often saying how sorry he was to have been a part of what happened in the stateroom.
It was the war, man. It just did something to you.
Bosch had heard that excuse before. The idea that the life-and-death pressures and fears of war should give someone a free pass on despicable and criminal actions they would never commit or even contemplate back home. It was used to excuse everything from killing villages full of people to gang-raping an incapacitated woman. Bosch didn't buy it, and thought Annika Jesperson had it right. These were war crimes, and they weren't excusable. He believed that war brought out the true character in a person, good or bad. He had no sympathy for Banks or the others. Is that why Cosgrove brought the Romp and Stomp overseas with him? In case the war did something to him? How many other women did he use it on over there? And what about before? What about in high school? You all went to school together, I bet. Something tells me you guys didn't just try it out for the first time on that boat.
No, man, it wasn't me. I never used that stuff. I didn't even know he used it then. I thought she was just, drunk. Drummond told me that later.
What are you talking about? You told me Drummond wasn't there.
He wasn't. I'm talking about later. After we got back here. He knew what happened in that room. He knew everything.
Bosch needed to know more before he could assess Drummond's role in the crimes against Annika Jesperson. Keeping Banks from comfortably spinning his story, he inexplicably jumped in time to the L.A. riots in 1992. Tell me about Crenshaw Boulevard now, he said. Banks shook his head.
What? He said. I can't.
What do you mean you can't? You were there.
I was there, but I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know. You tell me.
Well, of course I was there. We were called out. But when that girl got shot, I was nowhere near that alley. They had me and Henderson checking IDs down at the roadblock at the other end of the formation.
So, you're saying now, and it's on tape, that you never saw the girl, Annika Jesperson, alive or dead while you were in L.A.? The formality of the question gave Banks pause. He knew that Bosch was locking in his story. Bosch had explicitly informed him earlier that if he told the truth, there was hope for him. But he had warned him that if he lied even once, all bets were off, and any effort by Bosch to ameliorate Banks's situation would be stopped. As a cooperating witness, Banks was no longer handcuffed. He brought his hands up and ran his fingers through his hair. 2 hours before, he had been on a stool at the VFW. Now he was figuratively fighting for his life, a life that one way or the other would surely be different after this night.
Okay, wait, I'm not saying that. I saw her. Yeah, I saw her, but I didn't know nothing about her getting shot up in that alley. I wasn't near there. I found out it was her after we got back up here like 2 weeks later, and that's the truth."
"All right, then. Tell me about seeing her." Banks said that shortly after the 237th arrived in Los Angeles for riot duty, Henderson informed the others that he had seen the blonde girl from the boat with the rest of the press outside the Coliseum, where the California National Guard units were mustering after driving down in a long truck line from the Central Valley. At first the others didn't believe Henderson, but Cosgrove sent Drummond to check the media line because he hadn't been in the room on the Saudi princess and wouldn't be recognized. "Yeah, but how would he recognize her?" Bosch asked.
He had seen her on the boat, so he knew what she looked like. He just hadn't gone to the room with us. He said 4 was a crowd.
Bosch computed that and told Banks to go on with the story. He said that Drummond came back from the media line and reported that the woman was indeed there.
"I remember we were saying, 'What does she want and how the hell did she find us?' But Cosgrove wasn't worried. He said she couldn't prove anything. This whole thing was before DNA and CSI stuff like that. Get what I'm saying?"
"Yeah, I get it. So when did you personally actually see her?" Banks said that once their unit received orders and moved out to Crenshaw Boulevard, he saw Jesperson. She had followed the transport and was taking photographs of the men in the unit as they deployed along the boulevard.
"It was like she was this ghost following us, taking pictures of us. It was creeping me out. Henderson, too. We thought she was like going to do a story on us or something."
"Did she speak to you?"
"No, not to me. Never."
"What about Henderson?"
"Not that I saw, and he was with me most of the time."
"Who killed her, Reggie?
Who took her in that alley and killed her?" "I wish I knew, man, because I would tell you, but I wasn't up there."
"And you 5 guys never talked about it after?"
"Well, yeah, we talked, but it was never said who did what. Drummer took charge and said we had to make a pact never to talk about it again. He said Carl was rich and he would take care of everybody as long as we kept quiet about it. And if we didn't, he said he'd make sure we all went down for it."
"How?"
"He said he had the evidence. He said that what happened on the boat was motive and that we'd all get charged. Conspiracy to commit murder."
Bosch nodded. It all fit with his own conspiracy theory. "So who actually shot the woman? Was it Carl? Is that what you took from all that?" Banks shrugged.
"Well, yeah, that's what I always thought. He pushed her into that alley or lured her in there, and the others kept watch for him. They were together up there, Carl, Frank, and Drummer. But me and Henderson, we weren't there, man, I'm telling you."
And then that night, Frank Dowler goes into the alley to take a leak and just happens to discover the body. Banks just nodded. "Why? Why'd he bother? Why didn't they just leave the body there? It probably wouldn't have been found for at least a few days."
"I don't know. I think they thought that if they found it during the riots, the investigation would be all messed up. You know, like it would be hurried. Drummer was a deputy up here, and he knew about cop stuff. We were hearing stories about how nothing was being done about anything. It was crazy out there."
Bosch stared at him for a long moment. "Yeah, well, they were right about that," he said. Bosch paused there, as he tried to consider what he still needed to ask. Sometimes when a witness opened up, there were so many aspects of a case or a crime to cover that it was hard to keep track. He remembered that what had brought him to this moment with Banks was the gun. Follow the gun, he reminded himself. "Whose gun was used to kill her?" he asked.
"I don't know. Not mine. Mine's at home in a safe."
"You all had Berettas from Iraq?" Banks nodded and told a story about their unit driving truckloads of seized Iraqi weapons out to a hole dug in the ground in the Saudi desert so that they could be blown apart and buried. Almost all the members of the unit working the operation cadged handguns from the trucks, including the 5 men who would later be on the Saudi Princess at the same time as Annika Jesperson. The weapons were then shipped home, hidden by Banks, the company's inventory officer, in the bottom of the company's equipment cartons.
"It was like the fox guarding the hen house," Banks said. "We were a transportation company, and I was one of the guys in charge of breaking everything down and putting it in cartons. Getting those guns home was easy."
"And then you distributed them when you got back here."
"That's right. And all I know is that I still got mine at home in the safe, so that proves I wasn't the one who killed her."
"Were you all carrying them in L.A.?
"I don't know. I wasn't. You'd have to hide the thing the whole time."
"But you were going to a city that you saw on TV was totally out of control. You didn't want to bring something extra just in case?"
"I don't know. I didn't."
"Who did?"
"I don't know, man. We weren't that tight anymore, you know? After Desert Storm, we came back and we all did our own thing. And then when we got called back up for L.A., we were back together, but nobody asked nobody who was bringing their extra gun with them."
"All right. But one more thing about those guns. Who removed the serial numbers from them?"
Banks looked confused. "What do you mean?" "Nobody, as far as I know."
"You sure about that? The gun that killed that woman in that alley had the serial number removed. None of you guys did that? You never filed down the numbers?"
"No. Why would we? I mean, I didn't. The guns were sort of like souvenirs from being over there, like a keepsake."
Bosch would have to think about Banks's answer. Charles Washburn had insisted that the gun he found in his backyard already had its serial number removed. This jibed with the fact that the shooter threw the gun over the fence after the murder, indicating a strong belief that the gun could not be traced to him in any way. But if Banks was to be believed, not all the members of the Saudi Princess 5 removed the serial numbers after returning from the Gulf War. But at least one of them did. There was something sinister about that. At least one of the 5 knew the weapon was going to be more than a souvenir. It was going to be used someday. Bosch considered what was next. It was important for him to document all parts of the story, including the ongoing and changing relationships among the 5 men from the ship.
"Tell me about Henderson.
What do you think happened to him?"
"Somebody killed him, that's what happened."
"Who?"
"I don't know, man. All I know is that he told me we were clear on the boat thing because enough time had gone by, and that we had nothing to do with what happened in L.A., so we were totally in the clear there, too."
Banks said that he never had another conversation with Henderson. A month later, he was murdered in the robbery at the restaurant he managed.
"The restaurant that was owned by Cosgrove," Bosch said.
"That's right.
It said in a newspaper story at the time that he was starting to get his own restaurant going. Do you know anything about that?" "I read that too, but I didn't know about it."
"Did you think the robbery was just coincidence?"
"No. I thought the whole thing was a message. My take was that Chris thought he was in the clear, but that he had something he could hold over Carl. He went to him and said, 'Put me in business or else.' And then the robbery happened and he got clipped. You know, they've never caught anybody for it, and they never will."
"So then who did it?"
"How the fuck do I know? Carl's got tons of money. If he needs something done, it'll get done, get what I'm saying?"
Bosch nodded. He got it. He picked up the file and flipped through it, looking for anything that might spring the next question into his mind. He came across a series of photos of cameras like those Annika Jesperson was known to have been carrying. The RCTF had circulated the photos to local pawn shops after the riots, without results.
"What about her cameras? They were taken. Did you see anyone with the cameras?"
Banks shook his head. Bosch pressed him.
"What about the film? Did Cosgrove ever mention taking film out of her camera?" "Not to me. I don't know anything about what happened in that alley, man. How many times I have to tell you? I wasn't there."
Bosch suddenly remembered a key area of questioning that he had not yet tapped, and silently chastised himself for almost forgetting it. He was sure he would have only this one go-round with Banks. Once the case moved forward, Banks would get an attorney. Even if he continued to cooperate under his lawyer's guidance, it was unlikely that Bosch would get another chance at a one-on-one sit-down with no lawyers in the room and him setting the rules. He had to get all he could from Banks right now. What about the girl's hotel room? Somebody went in there after she was dead and they had her key. It was pulled out of her pocket when she was murdered. Banks started shaking his head halfway through Bosch's question. Bosch read it as a tell.
I don't know anything about that, Banks said.
You sure? Bosch said. You hold something back on me and it's just the same as a lie. I find out, and this deal is dead, and I use everything you've said to put you in the ground. You understand that? Banks relented.
Look, I don't know a lot, but when we were down there I heard that Drummer got hurt and had to go to the hospital. He had like a concussion and they kept him overnight. But Drummer told me later that the whole thing didn't happen, that he and Carl cooked it up so he would be away from the unit and be able to go to her hotel and use the key to see if she had anything that was, incriminating about the boat.
Bosch already knew the public story. Drummond, the war hero, was the only one in the 237th who was injured during the call of duty in Los Angeles. It was all a fake, part of a plan to cover up a gang rape and a murder. Now, with the financial help of one of the men he covered up for, he was a 2-term sheriff looking at a run for Congress. What else did you hear? Bosch asked. What did he get from the room?
All I heard was that he got her notes. It was like a journal of her looking for us and trying to figure out who we were. Turned out she was writing a book about it, I guess.
Does he still have it?
I have no idea. I never even saw it.
Bosch decided that Drummond had to still have the journal. It was that, and his knowledge of what had happened, that allowed him to control the other 4 conspirators, especially Carl Cosgrove, who was rich and powerful and could help Drummond fulfill his ambitions. Bosch checked his phone. It was still recording and going on 91 minutes. He had one more area of questioning for Banks. Tell me about Alex White. Banks shook his head in confusion.
Who's Alex White?
He was one of your customers. 10 years ago you sold him a tractor mower at the dealership.
Okay. What's that?
The day he took delivery, you called down to the LAPD and used his name to check on the Jesperson case. Bosch saw recognition finally come to Banks's eyes.
Oh, yeah, right. That was me.
Why? Why'd you call?
Because I was wondering what happened with the case. I was reading a paper somebody left in the break room, and there was a story about how it had been 10 years since the riots. So I called down and asked about it, and I got switched around a few times, and then finally some guy talked to me. Only he said I had to give him my name or he couldn't tell me anything. So, I don't know. I saw the name on a piece of paper or something and just said I was Alex White. I mean, he didn't have my number or nothing, so I knew it wouldn't add up to anything.
Bosch nodded, realizing that if Banks hadn't made the call, then he might not have connected things to Modesto, and the case would still be cold. Actually, your number was recorded, he told Banks. It's the reason I'm here. Banks nodded glumly. But there's something I don't understand, Bosch said. Why did you call? You guys were in the clear. Why risk raising suspicion? Banks shrugged and shook his head.
I don't know. It was sort of spur of the moment. The newspaper made me start thinking about that girl and what happened. I was wondering if, they were still looking for anybody.
Bosch checked his watch. It was 10 o'clock. It was late, but Bosch didn't want to wait until the morning to drive Banks to Los Angeles. He wanted to keep his momentum. He ended the recording and saved it. Being a man who never trusted modern technology, Bosch then did a rare thing. He used the phone's email feature to send the audio file to his partner as a just-in-case measure. Just in case his phone failed, or the file was corrupted, or he dropped the phone in the toilet. He just wanted to be sure he safeguarded Banks's story. He waited until he heard the whisking sound from the phone that indicated the email had been sent, and then stood up. "Okay," he said. "We're done for now."
"Are you going to take me back to my car?"
"No, Banks. You're coming with me."
"Where?"
"Los Angeles."
"Now?"
"Now. Stand up." But Banks didn't move.
"Man, I don't want to go to L.A. I want to go home. I got kids."
"Yeah. When was the last time you saw your kids?" That gave Banks pause. He had no answer. "I thought so. Let's go. Stand up."
"Why now? Let me go home."
"Listen, Banks, you're going with me to L.A. In the morning I'm going to sit you down in front of a deputy DA who will take your official statement and then probably waltz you into the grand jury. After that, he'll decide when you get to go home." Banks still didn't move. He was a man frozen by his past. He knew that whether or not he escaped criminal prosecution, his life as he knew it was over. Everyone from Modesto to Manteca would know the part he played, then and now. Bosch started gathering the photos and documents and returning them to the file. "Here's the deal," he said. "We're going to L.A., and you can sit up in the front next to me, or I can arrest you and cuff you and put you in the back seat. You make that long drive hunched over like that, and you'll probably never walk straight again. Now, how do you want to go?"
Okay, I'll go. But I gotta take a leak first. You saw how much I was drinking, and I didn't take a piss before I left the post."
Bosch frowned. The request wasn't unreasonable. In fact, Bosch was already trying to figure out how to use the bathroom himself without giving Banks a chance to change his mind on the whole thing and run out the door. "All right," he said. "Come on." Bosch went into the bathroom first and checked the window over the toilet. It was an old louvered window with a crank handle. Bosch was able to pull the handle off easily. He held it up so Banks would see he wasn't going anywhere. "Do your business," he said. He stepped out of the bathroom, but left the door open so he would hear any effort by Banks to open or break the window. While Banks urinated, Bosch looked around for a place to cuff him so he could in turn use the bathroom before the 5-hour drive. He settled on the bars that were part of the design of the bed's headboard. Bosch hurriedly started packing, basically throwing his clothes into his suitcase without care. When Banks flushed the toilet and came out of the bathroom, Bosch walked him over to the bed and made him sit while he cuffed him to the headboard.
"What the hell is this?"
Banks protested. "Just making sure you don't change your mind while I'm taking a leak." Bosch was standing over the toilet and just finishing his own business when he heard the front door crash open. He quickly zipped up and ran into the bedroom, prepared to chase Banks down, when he saw that Banks was still cuffed to the headboard. His eyes moved to the open door and the man standing there with a gun. Even without the uniform or the Hitler mustache that had been drawn on his campaign poster, Bosch easily recognized J.J. Drummond, sheriff of Stanislaus County. He was big and tall and handsome with an angular jaw, a campaign manager's dream. Drummond entered the room alone, careful to keep the gun aimed at Bosch's chest. "Detective Bosch," he said, "you're a little ways out of your jurisdiction, aren't you?" Chapter 32. Drummond told Bosch to raise his hands. He came over and removed Bosch's gun from its holster and put it into the pocket of his green hunting jacket. Then he signaled with his own gun toward Banks. "Uncuff him." Bosch pulled his keys from his pocket and released Banks from the headboard. "Take the cuffs off him and put one on your left wrist." Bosch did as he was told and put his keys back in his pocket. "Now, Reggie, cuff him up, behind the back." Bosch put his hands behind his back and let Banks cuff him. Drummond walked over to him then, close enough that he could touch him with the muzzle of his gun if he wanted to. "Where's your phone, detective?" "Right front pocket." As Drummond dug the phone out, he locked eyes with Bosch from a foot away. "Should have left things alone, detective," he said. "Maybe," Bosch said. Drummond reached into Bosch's other pocket and took out the keys. He then patted Bosch's pockets to make sure there was nothing else. Stepping over to the bed, he picked up Bosch's jacket and felt through it until he came up with Bosch's badge wallet and the keys to the rental car. He put everything he had confiscated into the other pocket of his jacket. He then reached under his jacket to his back and came out with another gun. He handed it to Banks. "Watch him, Reggie." Drummond walked over to the table and flipped open the case file with a fingernail. He bent over to look down at the photographs of the camera models Annika Jesperson had carried. "So, what are we doing here, gentlemen?" he asked. Banks blurted out an answer, as if he had to get on record ahead of Bosch.
"He was trying to get me to talk, Drummer. Talk about L.A. and the boat. He knows about the boat. He fucking kidnapped me, but I didn't tell him shit."
Drummond nodded. "That's good, Reggie. Real good." He continued to look at the file, turning some of the pages, again just using a fingernail. Bosch knew he wasn't really looking at the file. He was trying to assess what he had walked into and what he needed to do about it. Finally, he closed the file and put it under his arm. "I think we're going to take a little ride," he said. Bosch finally spoke, making a pitch he knew wasn't going to go anywhere. "You know you don't have to do this, Sheriff. I've got nothing but my hunches, and if you put them and a buck together, you won't even be able to buy a cup of coffee at Starbucks." Drummond smiled without humor. "I don't know. I think a guy like you operates on a little more than his hunches." Bosch returned the humorless smile. "You'd be surprised sometimes." Drummond turned and surveyed the room, making sure he hadn't missed anything. "Okay, Reg, grab Detective Bosch's jacket. We're going to take that drive now. We'll use the detective's car." The parking lot was deserted when they walked Bosch out to his rented Crown Vic. Bosch was put in the back seat, and then Drummond gave Banks the keys and told him to drive. Drummond got in the back, behind Banks, and next to Bosch.
"Where are we going?"
Banks asked. "Hammett Road," Drummond said. Banks pulled out of the lot and headed toward the 99 entrance ramp. Bosch looked over at Drummond, who still had his gun in his hand. "How'd you know?" he asked. In the darkness, he could see Drummond's contented smirk. "You mean, how did I know you were sniffing around up here?" "Well, you made a few mistakes, Detective. First of all, you left muddy tracks across the helipad at Carl Cosgrove's place last night. He saw them this morning and called me up. He said he had a prowler, and I sent out a couple of my guys to check it out. Then I get a call from Frank Dowler tonight, telling me that our boy Reggie here is having drinks at the post with a guy looking to buy an IRG pistol, and the confluence of these things got me to thinking."
"Drummer, this guy was conning me,"
Banks said from the front seat, his eyes looking for Drummond's in the mirror.
"I didn't know, man. I thought he was legit, so I called Frank to see if he wanted to sell his gun. Last time I talked to him, he was looking for money."
"I figured as much, Reggie. But Frank knows a few things you don't know. Plus, he was nervous because his wife said a stranger had come by the house yesterday asking about him." He glanced at Bosch and nodded at him as if to say he knew he was the visitor. "Frank put two and two together and was wise enough to call me." Then I made some calls, and pretty soon I hear that a name I know from a night long in the past is on the registry at the Blue Light. That was another mistake, Detective Bosch, putting the room in your name." Bosch didn't respond. He looked out the window into the dark and tried to cheer himself with the knowledge that he had sent the audio file of the bank's interview to his partner. Chu would find it when he checked his email in the morning. He knew he could use that knowledge in some way now to possibly bargain for his freedom, but he felt it was too risky. He had no idea what people or connections Drummond had down in L.A. Bosch couldn't risk his partner or the recording. He had to be content to know that no matter what happened to him this night, the story would get to Chu, and Annika Jesperson would be avenged. Justice would be done. Harry could count on that. They went south, and soon crossed the line into Stanislaus County. Banks asked when he'd be able to get his car, and Drummond told him not to worry about it, that they'd pick it up later. Banks put the turn signal on as the exit for Hammett Road approached. "Going to see the boss, huh?" Bosch said. "Something like that," Drummond said. They exited and headed through the almond grove toward the grand entrance to the Cosgrove estate. Drummond told Banks to pull forward so he could push the button on the call box from the back seat. "Yes? It's me. Everything all right?" "Everything's fine. Open up." The gate opened automatically, and Banks drove through. They followed the entrance road through the grove toward the chateau, traversing in 2 minutes what had taken Bosch an hour to cover the night before. Bosch leaned against the side window and looked up. It seemed darker than the night before. Cloud cover had blotted out the canopy of stars. They came out of the grove, and Bosch saw that the mansion's exterior lights were off. Maybe there wasn't enough wind to turn the turbine behind the house. Or maybe Cosgrove just wanted a blackout for the business at hand. The headlights washed across the black helicopter sitting on its pad, ready to go. A man was waiting in the circle in front of the chateau. Banks pulled up, and the man got in the front seat. In the overhead light, Bosch saw that it was Carl Cosgrove, big and barrel-chested with a full head of wavy gray hair. He recognized him from the photos. Drummond said nothing to him, but Banks was excited to see his old pal from the Guard.
"Carl, long time no see, man."
Cosgrove glanced over at him, clearly not as jazzed about their reunion. "Reggie?" That was all he said. Drummond instructed Banks to drive around the circle and onto a service road that wrapped around behind the chateau and went past a freestanding garage and back into the hillside to the rear of the property. Soon they came to an old A-frame barn that was surrounded by cattle pens, but looked unused and abandoned.
"What are we doing?"
Banks asked. "We," Drummond said. "We are taking care of Detective Bosch because Detective Bosch couldn't leave the ghosts of the past alone. Pull to the front of the barn." Banks stopped with the headlights bathing the large double doors. There was a no trespassing sign nailed to the door on the left. A large slide bar secured the doors, and a heavy chain was also wrapped through the 2 handles and held in place with a padlock. "Kids were sneaking in here, leaving their beer cans and shit all over," Cosgrove said, as if he had to explain why the barn was locked. "Unlock it," Drummond said. Cosgrove got out and headed to the barn doors with a key already in his hand.
"You sure about this, Drummer?"
Banks asked. "Don't call me that, Reggie. People stopped calling me that a long time ago."
"Sorry, I won't. But are you sure we have to do this?"
"There you go with that we stuff again. When was it ever we, Reg? Don't you mean me? Me always cleaning up after what you guys did?" Banks didn't answer. Cosgrove had gotten the doors unlocked and was pulling the right side open. "Let's do this thing," Drummond said. He got out of the car, slamming the door behind him. Banks was slow to do likewise, and Bosch seized the moment, locking eyes with him in the rear view. "Don't be a part of this, Reggie,"
He gave you a gun. You can stop this."
Bosch's door opened then, and Drummond reached in to pull him out. "Reggie, what are you waiting for? Let's go, man."
"Oh, I didn't know you wanted me to."
Banks got out as Bosch was pulled out.
"In the barn, Bosch," Drummond said.
Bosch looked up at the black sky again as he was pushed toward the open door of the barn. Once they were inside, Cosgrove turned on an overhead light that was so high up in the crossbeams that it threw only a dim glow down to where they stood below. Drummond went to a center column that helped support the hayloft and pushed against it to test its strength. It felt solid. "Here," he said. "Bring him over." Banks pushed Bosch forward, and Drummond grabbed him by the arm again and turned him so his back came to the column. He brought the gun up and pointed it at Bosch's face.
"Hold still," Drummond commanded. "Reggie, cuff him to the beam."
Banks pulled the keys out of his pocket and unlocked one of Bosch's cuffs, then locked his arms around the column. Bosch realized that this meant they were not going to kill him. Not yet, at least. They needed him alive for some reason. Once Bosch was secured, Cosgrove got brave and came close to him.
"You know what I should have done? I should have unloaded my 16 on you back in that alley. It would have saved me all of this. But I guess I aimed too high."
"Carl, enough," Drummond said. "Why don't you go back to the house and wait for Frank? We'll take care of this, and I'll be right behind you." Cosgrove gave Bosch a long look that ended with an evil smile.
"Have a seat," he said.
He then kicked Bosch's left foot out from beneath him and shoved him down by the shoulder. Bosch slid down the column to the ground, landing hard on his tailbone.
"Carl, come on, man, let us handle it."
Cosgrove finally backed away at the same time Bosch realized what he had meant about aiming high. Cosgrove had been the soldier who had opened fire that night at the crime scene, the gunfire that sent everyone to the ground for cover. And now Bosch knew that he had not seen anyone on a roof. He had only wanted to set nerves on edge and cause a distraction from the investigation of the crime he had committed.
"I'll be in the car," Cosgrove said.
"No, we leave the car up here. I don't want Frank to see it when he's coming in. It might make him nervous. His wife told him about Bosch driving by."
"Whatever.
I'll walk back." Cosgrove left the barn, and Drummond stood in front of Bosch and looked down on him in the dim light. He reached into the pocket of his jacket and pulled out the gun he had taken away from Bosch.
"Hey, drummer," Banks said nervously. "What did you mean about Frank not seeing the car? Why is Frank—"
"Reggie, I told you not to call me that." Drummond raised his arm and put the muzzle of Bosch's gun to the side of Reggie Banks's head. He was still looking down at Bosch when he pulled the trigger. The sound was deafening, and Bosch was hit by the blowback of blood and brain matter a split second before Banks's body dropped to the hay-strewn floor next to him. Drummond looked down at the body. The heart's last few contractions sent blood gushing from the bullet entrance point into the dirty straw. Drummond pocketed Bosch's gun again, and then reached down to the gun he had given Banks earlier. He picked it up. "Back in the car when you were alone with him, you told him to use it on me, didn't you?" Bosch didn't answer, and Drummond didn't wait long before moving on. "You'd think he would have checked to see if it was loaded." He popped out the magazine and wiggled it empty in front of Bosch. "You were right, Detective," he said. "You attacked the weak link, and Reggie was the weakest link. Bravo on that." Bosch realized he had been wrong. This was the end. He brought his knees up and pressed his back against the beam. He braced himself. He then dropped his head forward and closed his eyes. He conjured up an image of his daughter. It was from a memory of a good day. It was a Sunday, and he had taken her to the empty parking lot of a nearby high school for a driving lesson. It had started rough, with her foot heavy on the brake. but by the time they were finished, she was operating the car smoothly and with more skill than most drivers Bosch encountered on the real streets of L.A. He was proud of her, and more important, she was proud of herself. At the end of the lesson, when they had switched seats and Bosch was driving them home, she told him she wanted to be a cop, that she wanted to carry on his mission. It had come out of the blue, just something that had generated out of their closeness that day. Bosch thought about that now, and felt a calmness overtake him. It would be his last memory, what he took with him into the black box.
"Don't go anywhere, Detective. I'm going to need you later."
It was Drummond. Bosch opened his eyes and looked up. Drummond nodded and started heading back toward the door. Bosch saw him slide the gun he had given Banks under his jacket and into his back waistband. The ease with which he had put Banks down and the practiced motion of slipping the gun behind his back suddenly made things click into place for Bosch. You didn't coldly dispatch someone like that unless you had done it before. And of the 5 conspirators, only one had a job in 1992 in which a throwdown gun, one without a serial number, might be useful. To Drummond, his IRG gun wasn't a souvenir of Desert Storm. It was a working gun. That was why he brought it to L.A. "It was you," Bosch said. Drummond stopped and looked back at him. "Did you say something?" Bosch stared at him. "I said I know it was you, not Cosgrove. You killed her." Drummond stepped back toward Bosch. His eyes roamed the dark edges of the barn, and then he shrugged. He knew he held all the cards. He was talking to a dead man, and dead men tell no tales. "Well," he said, "she was becoming a nuisance." He smirked, and seemed delighted to share confirmation of his crime with Bosch after 20 years. Bosch worked it. "How did you get her into the alley?" he asked. "That was the easy part. I went right up to her and told her I knew who and what she was looking for. I said I was on the boat and I heard about it. I said I would be her source, but I was scared and couldn't talk. I told her I'd meet her at 0500 in the alley, and she was dumb enough to be there." He nodded as if to say, "Done deal." "What about her cameras?" "Same as the gun. I threw all that stuff over the fences back there. I took the film out first, of course." Bosch envisioned it. A camera landing in somebody's backyard and being kept or pawned instead of turned into police. "Anything else, Detective?" asked Drummond, clearly relishing his chance to flaunt his cleverness to Bosch. "Yeah," Bosch said. "If it was you who did it, how did you keep Cosgrove and the others in line for 20 years? "That was easy. Carl Jr. would have been disowned if the old man had learned of his involvement in any of this. The others just followed along and got put down if they didn't." With that, he turned and headed toward the door. He pushed it open, but then hesitated. He looked back at Bosch with a grim smile as he reached over and turned out the overhead light. "Get some sleep, Detective." He then stepped out and closed the door behind him. Bosch heard the steel slide bar strike home as Drummond locked him in. Bosch was left in a perfect darkness, but he was alive, for now. Chapter 33. Bosch had been left in darkness before, and many of those times he was scared and knew that death was near. He also knew that if he waited, somehow he would see, that there was lost light in all places of darkness, and if he found it, it would save him. He knew he had to try to understand what had just happened and why. He shouldn't be alive. All his theories ended with him in a box, with Drummond putting a bullet in his head in the same callous manner he had executed Reggie Banks. Drummond was the ultimate fixer, the cleaner, and Bosch was part of the mess. It made no sense that he was spared, even temporarily. Bosch had to figure that out if he was to survive. The first step was to free himself. He put all of the case questions aside and concentrated on escape. He brought his ankles in underneath him and pushed up, slowly rising into a standing position so that he could better assess his surroundings and possibilities. He started with the column. It was a 6x6 solid piece of timber. Hitting it with his back caused no shudder or shimmy. It only caused him pain. The beam wasn't going anywhere, so he had to work with it as a given. He looked up into the darkness and could just make out the shapes and forms of tie beams overhead. He knew from before the light went out that there was no way for him to reach the top, no way for him to climb up to free himself. He looked down, but his feet were obscured in the dark. He knew the floor was straw on dirt, and he kicked at the bottom of the beam with his heel. It felt solidly anchored, but he could not tell how. He knew he had a choice: wait for Drummond to come back, or make an effort to escape. He remembered the image he had conjured up earlier of his daughter, and decided he would not go easily. He would fight with his last strength. He used his feet to sweep the straw away, and then started kicking at the dirt with his heel, slowly digging down beneath the surface. Knowing it was a last desperate effort, he kicked with ferocity, as if he were kicking back at anyone and anything that had ever held him back. His heels were damaged by the effort and screaming in pain. His wrists were pulled tight into the cuffs, to the point that he could feel numbness taking his fingers. But he didn't care. He wanted to kick at everything that had ever stopped him in life. His effort was futile. He finally dug down to what he believed was the concrete mooring the column had been set in. The connection was solid. It wasn't going anywhere, and neither was he. He finally stopped his efforts and leaned forward, head down. He was exhausted and feeling close to defeated. He settled into the knowledge that his only shot, his only chance, would be to make his move when Drummond came back. If Bosch could come up with a reason for Drummond to uncuff him, he would have a fighting chance. He could go for the gun, or he could make a run for it. Either way, it would be his only shot. But what did he have? What could he say to make Drummond give up his one strategic advantage? Bosch straightened up against the beam. He had to be alert. He had to be ready for all possibilities. He started reviewing what Banks had told him back in the motel room, looking for a piece of the story that Bosch could use. He needed something he could threaten Drummond with, something hidden, and that only Bosch could lead him to. He held fast to his conviction that he could not give up the email he had sent to Chu. He could not put his partner in potential danger, nor could he allow Drummond to erase the solution to the case. Banks's confession was too important to barter with. Bosch had no doubt that Drummond had already examined his phone, but it was password protected. The phone was set to lock after 3 failed attempts to enter the code. If Drummond kept trying after that, he would eventually trigger a data purge. That gave Bosch high confidence in the recording safely getting to Chu without Drummond knowing. Harry decided that he must do nothing that would change that. He needed something else now. He needed a play, a script, something that he could work with. What? His mind grew desperate. There had to be something. He started with the fact that Drummond had shot Banks because he knew he had talked to Bosch. Working it from there, Bosch could say Banks showed him something, some kind of evidence that he kept hidden as his ace in the hole, something with which he could turn the tables on Cosgrove and Drummond if he ever had the chance. What? Bosch suddenly thought he had something. The gun again. Follow the gun. It had been the rule of the entire investigation. There was no reason to change it now. Banks had said he was the National Guard Company's inventory officer. He was the one who packed the souvenir guns in the bottom of the equipment cartons for shipping back to the States. He was the fox guarding the hen house. Bosch would tell Drummond that the fox had made a list. Banks had kept a list of serial numbers to the weapons, and it contained the names of who got which gun. That list included the name of the soldier who got the gun that killed Annika Jesperson. That list was hidden, but with Banks dead, it would soon come to light. Only Bosch could lead Drummond to it. Bosch grew excited with hope. He actually thought the play could work. It wasn't completely there yet, but it could work. It needed embellishment. It needed a reason to create genuine concern in Drummond, a legitimate fear that the list would come out and expose him now that Banks was dead. Bosch began to believe he had a chance. He just needed to wrap the basic story in more detail and believability. He just needed... He stopped his thought processes. There was a light. He realized he'd had his eyes open the whole time he was working out the play with Drummond. But now he was drawn to a small greenish-white glow he saw down near his feet. It was a blurred circle of dots no bigger than $50. There was movement within the circle, too. A tiny speck of light, like a distant star, moved along the circumference of the circle, touching dot to dot to dot. Bosch realized he was looking at Reggie Banks's watch. And all in a moment, he knew how he could escape. A plan quickly formed in Bosch's mind. He slid down the beam to the point where he was in a sitting position without a chair beneath him. Despite soreness to his thighs and hamstrings from the plod through the almond grove the night before, he used his right leg to brace his back against the column and hold his position, then reached out with his left foot. Using his heel, he attempted to hook the dead man's wrist and pull it toward him. It took several tries before he was able to find purchase and move the arm. Once he had moved it as far as he could with his foot, he stood back up and rotated 180 degrees around the column. He slid all the way to the ground this time, and reached back with his hand for Banks's hand. He was barely able to reach it. Holding the dead man's hand in both of his, Bosch leaned forward as far as he could to drag the body even closer. Once he accomplished that, he reached for the wrist and unbuckled the watch. Holding it in his left hand, he flipped the buckle back so the prong extended free. He then twisted his wrist so he could work the small steel pin into the keyhole on the right handcuff. As he worked, Bosch visualized the process. A handcuff was one of the easiest locks to pick, provided you weren't doing so in the dark and working with your hands behind your back. The key was basically a single-notched pin. The key was universal because in law enforcement, cuffs were often moved with prisoners from officer to officer or from bench to bench. If every pair of cuffs had a unique key, then an already ponderous system would slow down even more. Bosch was counting on that as he worked with the watch buckle's pin. He was skilled with the set of lockpicks that he kept hidden behind his badge in the wallet Drummond had confiscated. Turning the prong of a watch buckle into a pick was the challenge. It took him less than a minute to open the cuff. He then brought his arms around and removed the other cuff even faster. He was free. He got up and immediately headed in the direction of the barn door, promptly tripping over Banks's body and falling face first into the straw. He stood back up, got his bearings, and tried again, walking with his arms out in front of him. When he made it to the door, he reached to his left, moving his hands up and down the wall until he found the light switch. Finally, there was light in the barn. Bosch quickly moved back to the huge double doors. He had heard Drummond slide the outside bar home, but he tried to move the doors anyway, pushing hard but failing. He tried it twice more and got the same result. Bosch stepped back and looked around. He had no idea if Drummond and Cosgrove were coming back in a minute or a day, but he felt the need to keep moving. He walked back around the body toward the darker recesses of the barn. He found another set of double doors on the rear wall, but those were locked as well. He turned around and surveyed the interior, but saw no other doors and no windows. He cursed out loud. He tried to calm himself and think. He put himself outside and tried to remember looking at the barn in the wash of the headlights as they had pulled up. It was an A-frame structure, and he remembered that there was a door up in the loft for loading and unloading hay. Bosch moved quickly to a wooden ladder built next to one of the main support beams and started climbing. The loft was still crowded with bales of hay that had never been removed after the barn was abandoned. Bosch made his way around them to the small set of double doors. These doors were locked too, but this time from the inside. It was a simple flip-over hasp with a heavy-duty padlock. Bosch knew he could break the lock if he had the right picks, but they were in his badge wallet, which was in Drummond's pocket. A watch buckle wouldn't work. He found his escape thwarted again. He bent forward to study the hasp as best he could in the dim light. He was thinking about trying to kick the doors open, but the wood seemed solid and the hasp assembly was anchored by 8 wood screws. Trying to kick it open would have to be only a loud and final resort. Before going down to the lower level again, he looked around the loft for anything that might help him escape or defend himself. A tool for prying off the lock hasp, or even a piece of solid wood to use as a club. What he found instead might work better. Behind a row of broken hay bales was a rusted pitchfork. Bosch dropped the pitchfork down to the first floor, careful not to land it on Banks's body, and then climbed down. With the pitchfork in hand, he made one more search around the barn, looking for a way of escape. Finding none, he returned to the light at the center of the barn's floor. He checked Banks's body on the off chance he carried a folding knife or something else he could use. He found no weapon, but he did find the keys to his rental car. Drummond had forgotten to retrieve them after killing Banks. Bosch moved to the front doors of the barn and pushed one more time, even though he knew they would not part. He was less than 15 feet away from his car, but couldn't get to it. He knew that in the trunk, beneath the cardboard boxes of equipment that he had transferred, there was another box that he had moved from his work car to the rental. It was the box that held his second gun, the Kimber Ultra Carry 45, loaded with 7 bullets in the magazine, plus 1 more jacked into the chamber for good luck. "Shit," he whispered. Bosch knew he had no choice but to wait. He had to surprise and overpower 2 armed men when they returned. He reached over and switched off the light, dropping the barn back into darkness. He now had the pitchfork and the darkness and the element of surprise. He decided that he liked his chances. Chapter 34. Bosch didn't have to wait long. No more than 10 minutes after he turned off the light, he heard the scraping sound of metal on metal as the slide bar outside was moved. This was done slowly, and Bosch thought maybe Drummond was trying to surprise him. The door slowly came open. From his angle, Bosch could see the outside darkness. He could feel the rush of cooler air into the barn, and he could just make out the shadow of a single figure entering. Bosch braced himself and raised the pitchfork. He was standing near the light switch. This is where one of them would go first, to turn on the light. His plan was to thrust from shoulder level and drive the weapon through the body. Take out the first one, go for his gun. Then it would be down to one-on-one. But the lone figure did not move toward the light switch. He stood stock still in the door's opening, as if letting his eyes adjust to the dark. He then moved forward 3 steps into the barn. Bosch wasn't ready for this. His attack position was on the switch. He was now too far away from his target. A light suddenly came on in the barn, but it was not from overhead. The person who had entered was carrying a flashlight, and Bosch now thought it might be a woman. She was past Bosch's position now, and the flashlight was held out in front of her body and away. Bosch could not see her face from his angle, but he could tell by size and demeanor that it was neither Drummond nor Cosgrove. It was definitely a woman. The beam swept across the barn and then jerked back to the body on the ground. The woman rushed forward to put the light on the dead man's face. Banks lay on his back with his eyes wide open, and the horrible entry wound to the right temple. His left hand was extended out at an odd angle toward the support column. His discarded watch was lying in the straw next to it. The woman crouched next to Banks and shifted the light as she played it across his body. In doing so, she revealed first the gun in her other hand, and then her face. Bosch lowered the pitchfork and stepped out of cover. "Detective Mendenhall." Mendenhall swiveled right and brought the gun's bead on Bosch. He raised his hands, still holding the pitchfork. "It's me." He realized he must appear to her as some sort of send-up of the famous American Gothic painting, with a pitchfork-carrying farmer and his wife, minus the wife. He let go of the pitchfork and let it drop to the straw. Mendenhall lowered her weapon and stood up. "Bosch, what's going on here?" Bosch noted that she had dispensed with her own demand for rank and respect. Rather than answer, he moved toward the door and looked out. He could see the lights of the chateau through the trees, but no sign of Cosgrove or Drummond. He stepped out and went to his rental car, using the key fob to pop the trunk. Mendenhall followed him out. "Detective Bosch, I said, what is going on?" Bosch lifted one of the cardboard boxes out of the trunk and lowered it to the ground. "Keep your voice down," he said. "What are you doing here? You followed me up here over O'Toole's complaint?" Bosch found the gun box and opened it. "Not exactly." "Then why?" He retrieved the Kimber and checked its action. "I wanted to know something." "Know what?" He holstered the gun, then took the extra magazine out of the box and put it in his pocket. "What you were doing, for one thing. I had a feeling you weren't going on vacation." Bosch closed the trunk quietly and looked around to get his bearings. He then looked at Mendenhall. "Where's your car? How did you get in here?" "I parked where you parked last night. I got in the same way." He looked down at her shoes. They were caked in mud from the almond grove. "You've been following me, and you're alone. Does anyone even know where you are?" She averted her eyes, and he knew the answer was no. She was freelancing on Bosch while he was freelancing on Annika Jesperson. Somehow, some way, he liked that about her. "Turn off the flashlight," he said. "It will only expose us." She did as she was told. "Now what are you doing here, Detective Mendenhall?" "I'm working my case." "That's not good enough. You're freelancing on me, and I want to know why." "Let's just say I followed you off the reservation and leave it at that." "Who killed that man in there?" Bosch knew there wasn't time to go back and forth with Mendenhall over her motives for following him. If they got out of this, he would get back to it at the right time. "Sheriff J.J. Drummond," he answered. "In cold blood, right in front of me, without missing a beat. Did you see him when you were sneaking in here?" "I saw two men. They both went into the house." "Did you see anybody else? A third man arrive?" She shook her head. "No, just the two." "Can you please just tell me what is going on? I saw you taken here. Now there's a man in there dead, and you were locked in like—" "Look, we don't have a lot of time. There is going to be more killing if we don't stop it. The shorthand is that this is where my cold case has led. The case I told you about and that I went to San Quentin on. It's here. This is where it ends. Get in." Bosch continued in a whisper as he moved toward the driver's side door. "My victim was Annika Jesperson from Denmark. She was a war correspondent. 4 National Guard soldiers drugged and raped her on an R&R leave during Desert Storm in '91. She came over here the next year looking for them. I don't know if she was going to write a story or a book or what, but she followed them to L.A. during the riots, and they used the cover of the riots to murder her. Bosch got in, put the key in the ignition, and started the car, keeping his foot as light on the gas as possible. Mendenhall got in the passenger side. My investigation has caused the conspiracy that binds them to unravel. Banks was a loose end, so they killed him. They mentioned that another man was coming, and I think they're going to kill him too. Who? A guy named Frank Dowler. He put the car in reverse and started backing away from the barn. He left the lights off. Why didn't they kill you? Mendenhall asked. Why only Banks? Because they need me alive, for the moment. Drummond has a plan. What plan? This is crazy. Bosch had run everything through his databanks while waiting in the darkness with a pitchfork. He had finally come to understand J.J. Drummond's plan. T.O.D., he said. He needs me alive because of time of death. The plan is to lay it all on me. They'll say I became obsessed with the case, had set out to avenge the victim. I killed Banks and then Dowler, but before I could get to Cosgrove, the sheriff got to me. Drummond plans to put me down as soon as he's done with Dowler. I'm sure the story will cast him as the fearless lawman, going up against the mad dog cop to save one of the valley's best and brightest citizens, Cosgrove. After that, Drummond will ride into Congress a hero. Did I mention he's running for Congress? Bosch started down the hill to the chateau. The exterior lights were still off, and a mist was coming in off the grove, cloaking the place in further darkness. I don't understand how Drummond is even involved in this. He's the sheriff, for God's sake. He's the sheriff because Cosgrove made him the sheriff, just like he'll put him in Congress. Drummond knows all the secrets. He was in the 237th with them. He was there on the ship during Desert Storm, and he was there in L.A. during the riots. He's the one who killed Annika Jesperson, and that's how he kept a hold on Cosgrove all these— Bosch stopped as he realized something. He slowed the car to a halt. His mind hit playback to one of the last things Drummond had said before leaving the barn. Carl Jr. would have been disowned if the old man had learned of his involvement. He's going to kill Cosgrove, too. Why? Because Cosgrove's old man is dead. Drummond can no longer control him. As if to punctuate Bosch's conclusion, the sound of gunfire came from the direction of the chateau. Bosch pinned the accelerator, and they quickly came around the side of the mansion and into the turnaround. There was a motorcycle leaning on its stand 20 feet from the front door. Bosch recognized its metallic blue gas tank. "That's Dowler's," he said. They heard another shot from the house, and then another. "We're too late." Chapter 35. The front door was unlocked. Bosch and Mendenhall entered, covering the angles from both sides of the frame. They came into a circular entry room with a thick oval of glass sitting atop a 3-foot-high stump of cypress. There was nothing else in the room, just the table for keys and mail and packages. From there, they started down the main hallway, clearing first a dining room with a table long enough to seat 12, and then a living room that had to have been at least 2,000 square feet, with twin fireplaces at opposite ends. They moved back into the hall, which jogged around a grand staircase and into a smaller back hallway that led to the kitchen. On the floor here was the dog that had charged toward Bosch the night before, Cosmo. He had been shot behind the left ear. They hesitated in front of the dog, and almost immediately the kitchen lights went out. Bosch knew what was coming. "Get down!" He threw himself forward to the floor, coming up behind the dog's body. A figure appeared in the darkness of the kitchen doorway, and Bosch saw the gunpowder flashes before he heard the shots. He felt the dog's body jerk with the impact of shots meant for him, and he returned fire, putting 4 shots through the doorway into the dark. He heard glass shattering and wood splintering. Then he heard a door opening and the sound of footsteps running away. No shots followed his volley. He looked around and saw Mendenhall huddled next to a bookcase that stood against the right wall filled with cookbooks. "Okay," he whispered. "Fine," she responded. He turned and looked down the hallway behind them. They had left the front door open. The shooter could be circling the house to come in on them from behind. It was time to move, time to clear the kitchen. Bosch pulled himself up into a crouch, then sprang forward, jumping over the dog's body and moving quickly toward the dark doorway to the kitchen. He entered the room and immediately swept his hand up the wall to his right, flicking 4 switches and bathing the kitchen in harsh light from above. To his left was an open door, leading to a backyard pool area. He swept his aim back across the room and saw no one else. "It's clear!" He moved toward the open doorway, stepped out, and then immediately to the right so he would not be silhouetted in the door's light. The dark water of the rectangular pool shimmered in the light from the kitchen, but beyond that there was only darkness. Bosch could see nothing. "Is he gone?" Bosch turned. Mendenhall was standing behind him. "He's out there somewhere." He went back through the kitchen door to check the rest of the house, and immediately saw a lip of what looked like blood pooling out from beneath a door next to the massive stainless steel refrigerator. Bosch pointed it out as Mendenhall returned to the kitchen. She stood in firing position as he reached for the knob. Bosch opened the door to a walk-in pantry, and there on the floor were the bodies of 2 men. One he immediately recognized as Carl Cosgrove. The other, he guessed, was Frank Dowler. Like the dog, both had been shot once behind the left ear. Cosgrove's body was on top of Dowler's, suggesting the sequence of murders. Drummond gets Cosgrove to call Dowler to come to the house. He pops Dowler in here. That was the first shot. He then kills the dog, and then finally the master. Bosch knew he might have the sequence wrong, but he had no doubt that it had been his gun that Drummond had used. He also couldn't help but note the similarities to the Christopher Henderson murder 14 years before. He had been pushed into a small walk-in space in a kitchen and executed with a bullet to the back of the head. Mendenhall crouched down and checked the bodies for a pulse. Bosch knew it was a hopeless cause. Mendenhall shook her head and started to say something, but she was cut off by a high-pitched metallic whirring sound that blasted down the hallway. "What the hell is that?" Mendenhall called over the growing noise. Bosch looked at the open kitchen door and then at the hallway that offered a direct view front to back through the house. "Cosgrove's helicopter!" he yelled as he headed into the hallway. "Drummond's a pilot!" Bosch ran down the hallway and charged through the open front door, Mendenhall just a few steps behind him. Almost immediately they were met with a volley of shots that exploded into the plaster and wood framing around the door. Once more Bosch dropped and rolled forward, this time finding cover behind one of the concrete planters that lined the turnaround and the front walkway. He looked up over the edge and saw the helicopter still sitting on its concrete pad, the rotors turning and gathering speed for lift. He looked back at the front door, lit from within, and saw Mendenhall rolling on the floor just inside the threshold, her hand clamped to her left eye. "Mendenhall!" he yelled. "Get inside! Are you hit?" Mendenhall didn't respond. She rolled herself farther inside the door toward cover. Bosch looked back over the edge of the planter at the chopper. The engine was whining loudly as the craft was almost at lift speed. Bosch could see the door was still open, but he could not see into the craft. He knew it had to be Drummond. His plan destroyed by Bosch's escape, he was simply trying to escape himself. Bosch jumped from cover and fired repeatedly at the helicopter. After 4 shots, his gun was dry and he ran back to the front door. He crouched next to Mendenhall as he ejected his gun's magazine. "Detective, are you hit?" He slapped the second magazine into the gun and racked one bullet into the chamber. "Mendenhall, are you hit?" "No, I don't know.
Something hit my eye."
He grasped her arm to pull her hand from her eye. She resisted. "Let me look." She gave way and he pulled her hand back. He looked closely into her eye but could not see anything. "You're not hit, Mendenhall. You must have caught a splinter or some of the plaster dust." She pulled her hand back over the eye. Outside, the revving turbine hit critical speed, and Bosch knew Drummond was taking off. He got up and started back toward the front door.
"Just let him go,"
Mendenhall called.
"He won't be able to hide."
Bosch ignored her and ran back out, moving into the middle of the turnaround just as the helicopter started to rise from the pad. Bosch was 200 feet away, with the helicopter moving right to left along the tree line as it rose. He extended the gun in a two-armed grip and aimed for the turbine housing. He knew he had 7 shots to bring the chopper down.
"Bosch, you can't shoot at him!"
Mendenhall had come out of the house and was behind him.
"The hell I can't! He shot at us! It's not in policy!"
She had now come up next to him. She still held a hand over her injured eye.
"It's in my policy!" "Listen to me. There is no longer a threat to you. He's flying away. You are not defending life."
"Bullshit!" But Bosch raised his aim high and fired 3 quick shots into the sky, hoping Drummond would hear them or see the muzzle flashes.
"What are you doing?"
"Making him think I'm shooting at him." Bosch raised the gun and shot 3 more times into the air, keeping 1 bullet just in case. It worked. The helicopter changed directions, banking sharply away from Bosch's position and flying behind the house as Drummond tried to use the structure as a shield. Bosch held still and waited, and then he heard it. A loud metallic snap, followed by the whirring sound of a broken rotor spinning wildly into the almond grove, slashing through branches like a scythe. There was a millisecond of time suspension, when it seemed as though the turbine had gone silent, and that there was no sound in the world at all. And then they heard the helicopter crash into the hillside behind the chateau. They saw a ball of flame rotate up over the roofline and disappear into the sky.
"What?"
Mendenhall yelled.
"What happened? You didn't shoot anywhere near him."
Bosch started running toward the sound of the crash.
"The wind turbine!" he yelled. "What wind turbine?" she yelled back.
Bosch turned the corner of the house and saw smoke and scattered fires on the hillside. There was a strong smell of fuel in the air. Mendenhall caught up to him and with a beam of her flashlight led the way. The helicopter had fallen no more than 150 feet, but had completely broken apart on impact. There was a fire burning on the hillside to the right, where the fuel tank had apparently separated and exploded. They found Drummond beneath the shattered cockpit canopy, his limbs broken and at unnatural angles to his torso, his forehead gashed deeply by torn metal in the crash. When Mendenhall put the light on his face, he reacted, slowly opening his eyes.
"My God, he's alive," she said.
Drummond's eyes followed her as she moved about, clearing debris off him, but his head did not turn. His lips moved, but his breathing was too shallow for him to make a sound. Bosch crouched down and put his hands into the left pocket of Drummond's jacket. He retrieved his cell phone and badge wallet.
"What are you doing?" Mendenhall said. "We need to get him help, and you can't remove things from a crime scene."
Bosch ignored her. It was his property, and he was taking it back. Mendenhall pulled out her phone to call for paramedics and investigators. Meanwhile, Bosch patted the pocket on the other side of Drummond's jacket and felt the form of a gun. His gun, he knew. He looked at Drummond's face. "I want you to keep that, Sheriff. Let them find it on you." He heard Mendenhall curse, and he turned back to look at her.
"I can't get a signal," she said.
Bosch slid his thumb across his phone's screen, and it came to life. It appeared that it had survived the crash intact and in working order. It also had a 3-bar signal. "I've got nothing," he said. He put the phone in his pocket.
"Damn it,"
Mendenhall said.
"We have to do something."
"Do we really?" Bosch said.
"Yes,"
Mendenhall said pointedly.
"we do."
Bosch locked eyes with Drummond.
"Go back down to the house," he called out. "I saw a phone in the kitchen." "All right, I'll be back."
Bosch turned and watched Mendenhall start down the hill. He then looked back at Drummond. "Just you and me now, Sheriff," he said softly. Drummond had continually been trying to say something. Bosch finally dropped down to his hands and knees and leaned his ear toward Drummond's mouth. Drummond spoke in a shallow, halting voice.
"I can't feel anything."
Bosch leaned back on his haunches and looked down as if appraising Drummond's injuries. Drummond worked hard to crank up a smile. Bosch saw ruby-red blood on his teeth. He'd punctured a lung in the crash. He said something, but Bosch didn't hear it. Harry leaned back over him again. "What did you say?"
"I forgot to tell you. In the alley, I put her down on her knees, and then I made her beg."
Bosch pulled back as the fury racked through his body. He stood up and turned away from Drummond and looked down toward the chateau. Mendenhall was nowhere in sight. He turned back to Drummond. Bosch's face was a mask of anger. Vengeance clawed at him from every nerve ending. He dropped to his knees and gathered the front of Drummond's shirt in his fist. He leaned down and spoke through clenched teeth. "I know what you want, but I'm not going to give it to you, Drummond. I hope you live a long and painful life, in a prison, in a bed, in a place that stinks of shit and piss, breathing through a tube, eating through a tube. And I hope that every day you want to die, but can't do a fucking thing about it." Bosch released his grip and pulled back. Drummond was no longer smiling. He was staring into his own bleak future. Bosch stood up, brushed the dirt off his knees, and then turned and started down the hill. He saw Mendenhall walking back up, the flashlight in her hand.
"They're coming," she said. "Is he—"
"Still breathing. How's your eye?"
"I got whatever it was out. It stings."
"Have them take a look at it when they get here." Bosch walked past her and on down the hill. On the way, he pulled out his phone so he could call home. Snow White, 2012. It was 7 p.m. in Copenhagen when Bosch made the call. It was picked up promptly by Henrik Jespersen at his home. "Henrik, it's Harry Bosch in L.A.
"Detective Bosch, how are you? Do you have news on Annika?"
Bosch paused. It seemed like an odd phrasing for the question. Henrik seemed breathless, as if he knew this was the call he had been waiting 20 years for. Bosch didn't make him wait any longer. "Henrik, there has been an arrest in your sister's murder. We have the killer, and I wanted—"
"Endelig!"
Bosch did not know what the Danish word meant, but it sounded like an exclamation of both surprise and relief. There was then a long silence, and Bosch guessed that the man on the other end of the line, half a world away, had possibly started to cry. Bosch had seen the behavior before when he had delivered such news in person. In this case, he had asked to go to Denmark to personally brief Henrik Jespersen, but the request was denied by Lieutenant O'Toole, who was still smarting from the denial of his 128 complaint against Bosch by Mendenhall and the PSB.
"I am sorry, Detective," Henrik said. "I am very emotional, you see. Who is the killer of my sister?"
A man named John James Drummond. She didn't know him. There was no immediate response, so Bosch filled the space. Henrik, you may start hearing from some journalists about the arrest. I made a deal with a reporter at the BT there in Copenhagen. He helped me with the investigation. I need to call him next. Again, there was no response. Henrik, are you... This man Drummond, why did he kill her? Because he believed it would bring him favor with a very powerful man and family. It helped them cover up another crime against your sister. Is he in jail now? Not yet. He's in a hospital. But they will be moving him soon to the jail ward. In hospital? Did you shoot him? Bosch nodded. He understood the emotion behind the question, the hopefulness in it. No, Henrik. He was trying to get away in a helicopter, and he crashed. He'll never walk again. His spine was crushed. They think he is paralyzed from the neck down. I think this is good. Do you? Bosch didn't hesitate. Yes, Henrik, I do. You say killing Annika brought him power. How? Bosch spent the next 15 minutes summarizing the history from the standpoint of the men in the conspiracy. Who they were and what they did. The war crime Annika had made reference to. He ended the story with the latest turn of the investigation. The deaths of Banks, Dowler, and Cosgrove, and the execution of search warrants on 2 properties and a storage facility owned or leased by Drummond in Stanislaus County. We found a journal that your sister kept of her investigation, like a notebook. Drummond had it translated a long time ago. It looks like he used different translators for different parts, so no one would know the whole story. He was a cop, and he probably said it was for a case he was working. We have that translation, and it goes all the way back to what happened, at least what she remembered, on the ship. We think it was in her hotel room, and we believe Drummond went there and stole it after he killed her. It was one of the things he used to control the other men from the ship. Can I have this journal? Not yet, Henrik. But I will make a copy for you and send it. It's going to be part of our evidence when we go to trial. That's one of the reasons I'm calling. I'm going to need handwriting samples so we can authenticate the journal. Do you have any letters from your sister or anything else with her handwriting on it? Yes, I have some letters. Can I send copies? These are very important to me. It's all I have of my sister and her photographs. This was why Bosch had wanted to go in person, to deal directly with Henrik. O'Toole had called his request a boondoggle, an effort by Bosch to take a vacation at taxpayers' expense. Henrik, I'm going to ask you to trust me with the originals. We need them, because the analyst also makes the comparison based on how hard the writer presses down on some letters and punctuation, things like that. Will that be okay? I promise to get it all back to you undamaged. Yes, this is fine. I trust you, Detective. Thank you, Henrik. I'm going to need you to send them as soon as you can. There will be what is called a grand jury first, and we'll want to authenticate before we present the journal. Also, Henrik, we got a good prosecutor assigned to the case, and he wanted me to ask if you would be willing to come to L.A. for the trial. There was a long pause before Henrik answered. I must come, Detective. For my sister. I thought you would say that. When should I come? It probably won't be for a long while. As I said, we have the grand jury first, and then there are always delays. How long? Well, Drummond's medical condition will probably delay things a bit, and then his lawyer. Guilty people are given a lot of opportunities to delay the inevitable in our system over here. I'm sorry, Henrik. I know you've waited a long time. I will keep you informed about—
I wish you had shot him. I wish he had died.
Bosch nodded. I understand.
He should be dead like the others.
Bosch thought about the chance he'd had on the hillside, when Mendenhall had left him alone with Drummond. I understand, he said again. There was only silence in response. Henrik, you there?
I am sorry. Please hold.
The line went dead without Bosch being able to respond. Again, he wished he could be in person with this man who had lost so much. O'Toole had reminded Bosch that Annika Jesperson had been dead 20 years. He said people had moved on, and there was no reason to support his traveling all the way to Copenhagen just to give the personal touch to the notification of arrest to her next of kin. As he waited for Henrik to come back, Bosch raised his eyes over the edge of the cubicle wall, like a soldier peeking out of a foxhole. O'Toole happened to be standing in the doorway of his office, surveying the squad room like a land baron watching over his fiefdom. He thought it was about numbers and statistics. He had no clue as to what they were really doing here. He had no idea about the mission. O'Toole's eyes eventually came to Bosch's, and they held each other's stare for a moment. But then the weaker man looked away. O'Toole stepped back into his office and closed the door. When they had been on the hill, waiting for the first responders, Mendenhall had quietly opened up to Bosch about her investigation. She'd told him things that surprised and hurt him. O'Toole had merely seized on an opportunity to put heat on Bosch, but the complaint hadn't originated with him. It had been Sean Stone who filed it from San Quentin, claiming that Bosch had endangered him by having him brought to a law enforcement interview room, putting him at risk of being tagged as a snitch. Mendenhall said her conclusion after interviewing all parties was that Stone was more concerned about losing his mother's attention to Bosch than with getting hit with a snitch jacket. He was hoping that his complaint would damage the relationship between Hannah and Harry. Bosch had yet to bring the matter up with Hannah and wasn't sure when he would. He feared that in the long run, her son might have been successful with his plan. The one thing Mendenhall refused to give up was her own motivation. She would not tell Bosch why she had followed him off the reservation. He had to be content with being grateful that she did.
Detective Bosch.
I'm here, Henrik. There was a long moment of silence as Henrik gathered his thoughts after coming back on the line.
I don't know, he finally said. I thought this would be different, you know?
His voice was tight with emotion.
How so?
There was another pause.
I have waited 20 years for this phone call, and all this time, I thought it would go away. I knew I would always be sad for my sister, but I thought the other would go away.
What is the other, Henrik? Though he knew the answer.
Anger. I am still angry, Detective Bosch.
Bosch nodded. He looked down at his desk, at the photos of all the victims under the glass top. Cases and faces. His eyes moved from the photo of Annika Jesperson to some of the others, the ones he had not yet spoken for.
So am I, Henrik, he said. So am